You spent 200 million to be a scheming woman's lapdog, only for her to use your money to find a poor guy as her boyfriend, feeding and spending his money. As the top simp, you naturally couldn't stand it, so you started working with that poor guy. But you never expected that this poor guy would actually be the chosen one, so you were humiliated in various ways and even ruined your family. Ironically, this guy came from a family that could easily come up with hundreds of millions. Your mother ultimately died because she couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself in the prison guard's dining hall. Just as you were wondering what was going on, you heard the voices of onlookers, mocking you as a farmer who was a disgrace to his family. Well, it's not the young master's fault, they said, it's just that Miss Bai Susu is too beautiful. Hearing this, did you realize you had been reborn? At this moment, you were having dinner with Bai Susu and her best friend. Bai Susu was the green tea you had desperately pursued in your previous life, who had spent 200 million. Seeing the 200 million contract on the table. Just as you decide to defy fate in this life, a mechanical voice suddenly appears in your mind. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, you have bound to the Villain Counterattack System. Please defeat the male lead and defy your destiny through supernatural means. This system is now complete to help you launch your counterattack. Suddenly, a novel appears in your head, and its entire content is implanted into your mind. Only then do you realize that you have been reborn into a novel world, and you are actually the main villain in the book. No wonder you were repeatedly humiliated by supernatural forces. Thinking this through, you decide you can't be a fool like in your past life. Following the original story, you invest another 200 million and invite Bai Susu to the movies, hoping to confess your feelings. The plan is perfect, but it fails at the first step. Bai Susu doesn't even agree to go to the movies, saying she's going shopping with her best friend. You chuckle to yourself. After thoroughly reading the original story given by the system, you realize that after Bai Susu leaves, she goes to find the supernatural and goes shopping, hoping to get your 200 million investment for free. So you suddenly reach out and take the contract back. Okay, go shopping with your best friend then. But investing in your Bai family's assets requires careful consideration. Seeing the contract taken back, Bai Susu panics. How could you do this? You chuckled. Did you step on his tail? The onlookers, seeing the plot wasn't unfolding as expected, joined in the commotion. I bet a pack of wax sticks that Ye Feng will definitely have to admit defeat when Bai Susu gets angry. Can't you be a little more confident? Can't I bet a pack of wax sticks? I bet a tea egg that Ye Feng will obediently hand over the contract. I lose this plot. You stare at Bai Susu and confront her directly. Miss Bai Susu, what do you think I'm investing in your Bai family for? Do you think I'm after your Bai family's money? Your Bai family is practically bankrupt. What money do you have left? Even a fool could see that my investment was entirely because I had my eye on you, Bai Susu said angrily, slamming her hand on the table. Brother Ye Feng, you've been so good to me, I'm very grateful. My Bai family really needs this 200 million investment, and I'm very happy that you're offering this in such a timely manner. But tonight I really can't go to the movies with you. However, if you agree to give me the contract, I can make an exception and give you a chance to take me home. Seeing her best friend's attitude, Lin Feijiao's heart finally settled. Although something was amiss tonight, a simp is still a simp. Suzu has already made concessions. How could you really miss such a good opportunity? Suddenly, he saw your face light up and a smile appeared on your lips. Then you sarcastically. A super rich, handsome, and powerful man escorting a girl home, shouldn't he feel honored? What kind of logic is that? Then, his gaze swept over the surrounding onlookers, and he continued, there are plenty of rich and beautiful women here, Miss Bai. Why don't you see who's willing to spend 200 million to send you home? Anyway, I have no interest. Forgive my bluntness, but the Ye family's money isn't so easy to come by. 200 million in investment from your Bai family isn't enough for you. Goodbye. With that, he walked away. As for the contract, he casually tore it in 2 sections and threw it in the trash. This whole stunt completely shocked the onlookers. Good heavens, has Ye Feng changed his ways? Bai Susu has been stringing him along by relying on young Master Yi's sycophancy. Now things have really gone awry. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Although Bai Susu was very beautiful, no one wanted to take the fall. They were joking those were real silver pieces, not hereditary ones. Bai Susu stood frozen in place. Your words were extremely insulting, he thought, feeling an urge to cry. He couldn't understand why you were facing him so directly. Ling Fengjiao, fearing Bai Susu had really gone too far, kindly advised. Susu, why don't you go see a movie with young Master Yi? She's just angry with you, but she still loves you. Bai Susu felt wronged and angry. What nonsense are you talking about? I only see Ye Feng as a brother, and I don't have the mind to think about romantic relationships right now. Lin Fengjiao was speechless. Bai Susu keeps saying she doesn't like Ye Feng, but you didn't refuse the favor she gave you. Although her best friend was shrewd and cunning, Lin Fengjiao was afraid she might really go too far. You know, you bribed Bai Susu quite a bit when you were pursuing her. To help her best friend maintain their relationship, Lin Fengjiao sent you a text message, which you deleted without even reading it. Just as Galafi was about to leave, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations, host, for altering the original plot and gaining 1,000 counter-sitting points. However, due to the original plot setting, your charm points are secondary. We suggest you exchange them for charm points. Instantly, your image and temperament underwent a fundamental change. You looked at your reflection on your phone and exclaimed in surprise, handsome, dashing, and debonair. You're as handsome as a heartthrob. Just as you were marveling at your own handsomeness, your mother, Gu Yunxiang, called. Ye Feng, I don't care where you are or what you're doing, get out of here right now. Zhu Xian said. You could tell she was furious. 10 minutes later, Bao Srong from Zizhu Pavilion looked at you with a look of utter disappointment. You blockhead, didn't you go after that girl from the Bai family with 200 million? Why don't you give us another 200 million? Are you worried our Yi family won't have enough cash? You said without a hint of guilt. 200 million, Mom. Where did you hear that rumor? If you keep getting angry like this, you'll be on your deathbed sooner or later, you know that? Your mother was almost driven to the brink of death by your anger. Ye Feng, I'm asking you, did you give Bai Susu 2 seals? You drop your nonchalant attitude and say seriously, no. If you don't believe me, you can check. Your mother, Gu Yunxiang, knows your personality well. If you say you didn't do it, then you didn't, you wouldn't lie to her. But then she changed the subject, saying, the real reason I asked you to come here today is to arrange a blind date for you, so you won't have to be a simp anymore. Just as you're about to ask which family's girl it is, a girl in a white dress with a vermilion mark between her eyebrows hurriedly walks into the private room. Aunt Ju, Ye Feng, I'm sorry, I've been busy at the company and just got off work. Your mother, abandoning her previous motherly demeanor, warmly pulls Gu Yunxiang along. Yunxiang's here. Come sit down, you young people chat. Brother Ye Feng, it's been so long. You were stunned. You couldn't help but think that your past self didn't know how to cherish such a good girl. Then, you took the initiative to leave a comment for Gu Yunxiang and started a chat like a young couple. Your mother, Zhu Yunxiang, walked into the private room with a teapot. Seeing this scene, she was secretly pleased. She was worried that you didn't like Gu Yunxiang. But now it seemed that she was the one who wanted to say it. Ye Feng, take Yunxiang out for a walk and maybe see a movie. Your lips curled up and then hardened. This was not only an opportunity to cultivate your relationship with Gu Yunxiang, but also because Bai Susu was going to see a movie with Ling Yi tonight. This was a perfect opportunity to reverse the situation. As the #1 sycophant of the elves, you naturally couldn't stand seeing him feed and spend money, so you constantly opposed that poor guy. Finally, you decided to turn over a new leaf and start anew. Now, you were preparing to go to the movies with your blind date, Gu Yunxiang. Leaving Zizhuxian, you took Gu Yunxiang to the mall, thinking that according to the book, tonight green tea and white crisp would be here, meeting the poor guy for a movie date. After buying the tickets, you looked at Gu Yunxiang, and finally, your gaze fell on her skirt. Gu Yunxiang's heart suddenly pounded, and she felt a little apprehensive. Gu Yunxiang explained in a panic, "Brother Ye Feng, I usually only study and don't know how to dress up." No girl doesn't like to dress up, especially a beautiful woman. Last year's white dress actually looked very pretty on her, but Gu Yunxiang was worried that Ye Feng, who was used to seeing beautiful women, would dislike her because of it. So the more Gu Yunxiang tried to hide it, the more nervous she became. "You obviously didn't think that way." He grabbed Gu Yunxiang's hand and walked towards the nearby women's clothing store, saying, "You can't not dress up, that would be a waste of your beauty. Let's go in and pick out some clothes." Gu Yunxiang immediately stopped and replied, "Brother Ye Feng, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" The name Gu Kai filled him with awe. As a designer, he had dealt with luxury brands extensively. Gu Kai was a globally renowned brand. Even their cheapest garment cost tens of thousands of yuan, while the most expensive clothes Gu Yunxiang had ever worn were only a few thousand. "You asked why?" "Well, as the saying goes, don't you want to dress up for me?" Gu Yunxiang quickly waved his hand. "No, of course I want to dress up for you. I've liked you for many years," he exclaimed. "But the clothes at Gu Kai are just too expensive, even though the Yi family is very wealthy." Gu Yunxiang didn't want you to ruin things for her? "Since that's not the case, then come in with me." Before Gu Yunxiang could explain, you pulled her into the Gu Kai store. The female shop assistants at the Gu Kai store greeted you with smiles, "Welcome, sir and madam." Gu Yunxiang stared blankly at the dazzling array of women's clothing. You, however, plopped down on the sofa, crossed your legs, and said, "Please recommend a few women's clothes to this lady. I'd like some of your store's best female shop assistants to recommend." "Okay, please wait a moment," Gu Yunxiang replied. The female shop assistants, with sharp eyes, glanced at the clothes, considered them briefly, and then recommended a few white dresses to Gu Yunxiang. But you weren't satisfied. These white dresses only cost around 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, which is the bare minimum. "What do you mean by luxury?" "They have to look good and be worn elegantly." The saleswoman, noticing your dissatisfaction, asked, "Sir, what can I do for you?" You replied with a dark face, "I mean, what do you mean? Are you afraid we can't afford it?" The saleswoman was stunned. You should know that the white dress Gu Yunxiang was wearing was a style from last year, and it only cost less than 1,000 yuan. You think women's clothing costing 20,000 or 30,000 is cheap? Gu Yunxiang continued, her face still dark. "I said I want the best clothes in your store. I can afford it. If you don't want to make this money, I can go check out the other stores next door. They also sell luxury goods." Hearing this, the saleswomen became anxious. "Sir, please wait a moment. As a luxury store, they either don't open for business or they make a killing. Even if the customer is just here to broaden their horizons, they absolutely cannot be neglected." Soon, these saleswomen took turns bringing out the store's prized possessions for Gu Yunxiang to try on. She looked like a walking mannequin. The saleswomen kept praising Gu Yunxiang. A beautiful saleswoman stepped forward and asked, "Sir, what do you think of this one?" But you were sitting. The movie doesn't start yet, and besides, the most precious beauty naturally deserves the most precious attire. Let me recommend a few more. The female shop assistants were stunned. Could you be one of the elves, Zhu Chenwang, or Zhao Xishou? Then, pointing to a priceless dress, you said, "I want this one." Upon hearing this, Gu Yunxiang agreed. This dress was designed by the famous Italian designer Capucci. The classic white skirt clearly already had an owner here. you smiled and said, "I'll take this one. I'm quite satisfied with it." Of course, you knew who designed the dress and that it already had an owner. But as the most elite and powerful elf, Night Wind, you had to have what you wanted. The saleswoman quickly advised, "Sir, why don't you change to another one?" You calmly replied, "How much?" "I can buy it from the original owner, plus an extra fee." The shopkeeper patiently explained, "Sir, we really can't do anything about it, we truly can't make the decision." But you still stared intently at the classic white dress. Suddenly, one of the saleswomen lost patience, thinking you'd give up, and said, "Sir, let's not forget that this dress was custom-made, we can't sell it privately. I know you're very wealthy. However, this dress was custom-made by Ye Feng, the eldest young master of the Ye family." The saleswoman's expression was one of great pride when she mentioned the Ye family. Gu Yunxiang didn't say anything, but her face turned pale instantly. She had heard when she returned that Ye Feng liked a girl named Bai Susu. Hearing this, you widened your eyes and froze. You were certain that your master hadn't ordered this classic dress. Seeing Gu Yunxiang's pale face, you immediately explained, "Don't misunderstand, I just found out about this myself." You turned to the saleswoman and asked, "What's your boss's phone number?" The saleswoman was taken aback and said solemnly, "Sir, what's wrong? Didn't I say this dress was custom-made for young Master Yi?" Hearing this, you replied, "I don't care to say more," and immediately pulled out your phone to get the contact information of the GU Kai store owner from your all-powerful WeChat moments. After a few words on WeChat, the owner quickly called your sales assistant, saying, "Give this custom-made classic white dress to Mr. Yi." The sales assistant looked bewildered. Finally, the store manager, quick-witted, offered you a refund, allowing you to pay by card and get the dress for half the original price. Gu Yunxiang now understood that this dress wasn't custom-made by you. Wearing a classic long dress made her feel beautiful. At this moment, at the entrance of the GU Kai store, Green Tea Bai Susu and her best friend Lin Fengjia arrived. Lin Fengjia pulled Bai Susu and said proudly, "Come on, let me show you a treasure. I had a white dress custom-made by the Italian design master, Master Cappucci. It will cost 300,000 yuan in total." Bai Susu was a little curious, then shook her head sharply. 300,000 yuan? Where did you get so much money? Wait, how did you find Master Cappucci? I remember it's not easy to find him to make clothes. Lin Fengjiao smiled mischievously. Isn't this just taking off your clothes? Bai Susu quickly understood. It turned out that her good friend used leaves. Countless people in the elven business world want to establish connections with the Yi family, which is why Lin Fengjiao, Bai Susu's best friend, was able to easily get the owner of the Gucci shop to do things for her. Although she felt uneasy, Bai Susu didn't say anything. Lin Fengjiao was incredibly excited. "Going quickly. Look at my dress. I'm so excited." Last time at the ball, she was outshone by a scheming woman. After much agonizing, she spent 300,000 yuan and racked her brains to finally find Master Cappucci. He had specially ordered a classic long dress for himself, and tonight he had come specifically to pick it up. But upon entering the Gucci store, Lin Fengjiao's enthusiasm was immediately dampened. He was told that the classic long dress had been bought. Lin Fengjiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Shopkeeper, I'm sorry, your dress has been bought." It took Lin Fengjiao a while to react. She angrily retorted, "Are you kidding me? My custom-made dress has been bought by someone else. Didn't I tell your boss that this dress wasn't mine? What exactly does young Master Ye Feng want from you?" Bai Susu frowned, indignant on behalf of her best friend. "You've gone too far. Let your boss come and explain." The shop manager said awkwardly but politely, "Sorry, this is the boss's order." Lin Fengjiao was furious, but her shop manager was incredibly arrogant. "I want to see which father is so cocky that he dares to order your boss to sell young Master Yi's custom-made dresses." Lin Fengjiao rolled up her sleeves and stormed out. Right there, after they finished buying their clothes, they sat on chairs chatting. A female shop assistant, whose dress had just been angrily reprimanded by the shop owner, seized the opportunity to throw a note towards the door. Sure enough, a beautiful woman in a classic long dress and a dashing man in a suit were engaged in some romantic escapade. "I want to see who stumbled into this mess," she thought. The young master Hai Nu Lingfengjie rolled up her sleeves and stormed out. The shop assistant's eyes gleamed slyly. She wanted to see what kind of mouth this shop owner was talking about. "What's wrong with you? Why do you call everyone grandpa? You looked so surprised when you saw Lin Fengjie. You chuckled softly." The movie theater was on this floor of the mall. Since the movie hadn't started yet, you and Gu Yunxiang hadn't gone far. Unexpectedly, you ran into Lin Fengjie. Judging from the situation, this classic white dress was one she had custom-made for young Master Yi by the owner of the Gu Kai shop under her own name. Lin Fengjie was even more stammering than before, like a mouse seeing a cat, not daring to look you in the eye. She still felt angry, but not at you, but at that female shop assistant from before. She was truly blind. Her lectures on movies were ridiculous. Even the renowned young Master Yi didn't recognize her, but what frustrated Lin Fengjie most was the classic white dress her companion was wearing. It was her precious treasure. She had been hoping to use the dress to disguise herself as a socialite and hook up with a rich second-generation heir, but now it was all ruined. Although Lin Fengjie was unwilling, she didn't dare to approach you directly and could only look longingly at Gu Yunxiang. "My girlfriend's dress is quite beautiful," she asked with a smile. "Beautiful," Lin Fengjie stammered, not really paying attention to the word girlfriend. Otherwise, what she cared about wasn't the dress itself, but something as beautiful as it. "It's another masterpiece. Only the most beautiful woman is qualified to wear it, Lin Fengjie. I know you like this dress too, but you're not as pretty as my girlfriend, so you definitely won't look as good as her. I think you should just look at her and not overthink it. What do you think?" he said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Fengjie's forehead blew black sweat. "What? I'm not as pretty as your girlfriend?" Although it's the truth, it's hurtful to say it like that, young Master Yi. "So what if I think it's not good? Then take the dress off your girlfriend. Give me back my girlfriend." Lin Fengjie quickly covered her mouth and stared at him and Gu Yunxiang in horror. "You and Gu Yunxiang? You're dating?" he exclaimed. He quickly looked at Bai Susu in the Buchi store, his eyes seeming to say, "Did you know that your Ye Feng brother has been poached by someone else?" Bai Susu was initially indifferent to the fact that Ye Feng had a girlfriend, but strangely enough, she walked up to him and waved, greeting him, "Brother Ye Feng, what a coincidence." The manager of the Ye Feng snack shop was dumbfounded. He was actually young Master Yi from the Yi family. No wonder the boss sold him the classic white dress at a 50% discount, even at a loss. So that's how it is. Young Master Yi is truly a handsome man. Not at all like a member of the Wang family. It's said that young Master Yi is Miss Bai's sweetheart, but doesn't he already have a girlfriend? And yet he dotes on her so much. It's just a rumor. He's obviously jealous. The shop assistants at the Gu Kai store were gossiping. Only the self-righteous female shop assistant from before was now trembling and cowering in a ball, as if. "Brother Ye Feng, what are you doing here?" Bai Susu asked curiously. "Yunxiang and I are about to watch the movie. It won't start for a while." "Hello," she said calmly. Gu Yunxiang greeted him politely. He had actually heard of Bai Susu before he returned to Elf City, but Bai Susu and Brother Ye Feng were in the past, so he didn't dwell on it. Bai Susu also looked Gu Yunxiang up and down, a strange jealousy rising in her heart, like someone had snatched away her favorite toy. She wanted to take it back. Bai Susu then looked at Ye Feng again. For some reason, he seemed more handsome than before. Was it just her imagination? Susu and Lin Fengjie leaned closer. "Young Master Yi, when did you get a girlfriend? Do you know this woman?" "No," Bai Susu shook her head. "I think something's strange. Young Master Ye Feng stole my classic white dress, which is bad enough, but the key point is that they coincidentally appeared here watching a movie. I feel that Lin Fengjie's words were just enough. I feel that Bai Susu is too lazy to think about it. You're pretending to be stupid, right? This is clearly a chance encounter orchestrated by young Master Yi, and he even wants to use this woman to make you jealous. Lin Fengjiao boldly guessed. Hearing her best friend say this, Bai Susu seemed to understand a little. It seemed that this was indeed the case. She was indeed a little jealous just now. Could this be something Brother Ye Feng planned? He actually wanted to pursue her in a different way, but Bai Susu said, "Don't overthink it, it's not true. Brother Ye Feng has a girlfriend, we should congratulate him." The two girls beside him timidly wondered, "You're not interested in paying attention?" Just then, your phone rang. "Hello, is this young Master Yi?" "This is young Master Yi. The Starry Night diamond ring you asked us to order from overseas has arrived." "Young Master Yi, when are you coming to see the diamond ring?" "I'm coming right now." After hanging up, you remembered the Starry Night diamond ring from South Africa. You went to great lengths to get it. Originally, it was meant as a gift for Bai Susu, but now, Brother Ye Feng's diamond ring has arrived? Lin Fengjiao leaned closer, her face flushed with excitement, and said, "Although the diamond ring isn't for him, I know it's a Valentine's Day gift for Bai Susu. A few months ago, young Master Ye Feng even came to ask me how he should present it to Bai Susu before he would accept it. Yes, I'll go get it now." She finished speaking and headed towards the nearby Ryan Jewelry store. Ryan Jewelry has many branches in Jinling. This one in the Business Street Mall is the most popular, and it's the one you ordered from. "Susu, let's hurry up and follow." Lin Fengjiao was excited and full of enthusiasm. "Why do I still have to wait for Brother Lin Yi to watch the movie?" Bai Susu scoffed. "Pa! What movie? Young Master Yi's diamond ring is for you," Lin Fengjiao said with exasperation. "Young Master Yi loves you. If you don't cherish it and let that Gu Yunxiang steal it away, you'll regret it. Besides, young Master Yi isn't inferior to Lin Yi in any way." "Cai Fengjiao. I know Brother Ye Feng likes me. He's not bad, but when it comes to matters of the heart, you can't take someone away." Bai Susu said seriously that she really had no feelings for Ye Feng in that way. Moreover, just thinking about how he tore up the agreed-upon 200 million yuan investment contract in public during dinner and said such hurtful things made Bai Susu very angry. She had no interest in that Starry Night diamond ring. "I don't care about you, I'm going to look at the diamond ring." Due to a woman's special fondness for diamond rings, Lin Fengjie followed Ye Feng. Bai Susu was a little hesitant, wanting to wait for Dr. Lin while also wanting to see the diamond ring, so she followed him almost unconsciously. "Mr. Yi, you've arrived." Upon seeing Ye Feng and his group of four, the manager of the Lane jewelry store went up to greet them. "He's seen you on your phone," Bai Susu immediately. "Only a beauty like you is worthy of such a precious diamond as the Star of the Stars," the store manager of Ryan's store said excitedly as he calmly took the Star of the Stars diamond ring from the counter. This diamond ring was processed by the South African Michael Jewelry Company through 47 procedures and then meticulously carved by 8 skilled craftsmen. "Young Master Yi, you spent an astronomical sum to obtain this ring. But money is money, and young Master Yi's sentiment towards you is the most precious thing." He continued, "I still don't understand what kind of question. It's worth young Master Yi going to such lengths. Seeing Miss Bai, I finally understand." The shop manager of Ryan's shop delivered his practiced flattery lines with masterful skill. "The Yi family is the most prestigious family among the elves, and you are their only son. He's ostensibly flattering Bai Susu, but actually, he's flattering you. He even subconsciously glanced at you, as if to say, 'How did I do?' What a beautiful diamond ring." Lin Fengjiao couldn't help but exclaim. The star-studded blue diamond, bathed in starlight, emitted a soft glow under the light, like stars themselves. The gemstone on the ring wasn't large, but it was just right, making Lin Fengjiao. Not only Lin Fengjiao, but even Bai Susu was captivated by the diamond ring. No woman could resist her charm. This was the Valentine's Day gift from Ye Feng. Initially, when her best friend told her about it, she hadn't paid much attention, but now she felt inexplicably moved. Considering Ye Feng's thoughtfulness, she could forgive him for tearing up the investment contract during dinner that night. Only Gu Yunxiang stood to the side, looking somewhat awkward. "She was your girlfriend, whom you yourself had acknowledged, yet this diamond ring was to be given to another woman." Gu Yunxiang was clever. She had only just returned to the elf realm and had only just met Brother Ye Feng today. This diamond ring couldn't possibly be for her. "Miss Bai Susu, why don't you try it on?" The manager of Ryan's shop continued enviously. Suddenly, you frowned and said, "Manager Wang, are you mistaken? This diamond ring is for my girlfriend." Manager Wang was a little puzzled. "You clearly said last time that this was Miss Song Baisu." Have you two become lovers so quickly? But as a shrewd person, Manager Wang couldn't help but observe. He quickly focused his attention on Gu Yunxiang, who was closest to you. He turned and handed her the diamond ring, smiling, "I'm sorry, miss, I didn't realize you were the most beautiful girl. The most precious gem for the most beautiful girl. Young Master Yi, whether it's choosing a diamond ring or a girlfriend, you have such excellent taste. Oh my, miss, that classic white dress you're wearing is absolutely gorgeous. If you add this diamond ring, you'll be the most beautiful fairy." The shop manager, following the same pattern, launched a series of attacks, leaving Gu Yunxiang speechless for a moment before turning her initial surprise into delight. "Try it on!" she exclaimed. She took the ring and placed it on the nameless paper on Gu Yunxiang's right hand. "This is a couple's exclusive spot. It's so beautiful. I knew it. This lady is the most beautiful." The shop manager continued enthusiastically. "Who is this? A jewelry store manager? Just a sycophant." Lin Fengjiao muttered. Bai Susu also felt a sense of unease. She had just been a little moved by you, and before she could even finish being moved, the diamond ring was placed on Gu Yunxiang's finger. Seeing her moved and joyful expression made him uncomfortable. He also felt uncomfortable about Wang Jianzhang and Lin Fengjiao's earlier mutterings. He retorted, "Miss, you can't just say whatever you want. What I just said was all from the bottom of my heart, a genuine compliment. You're not beautiful, you don't understand. I'm not beautiful." Lin Fengjiao's eyes widened as if she were looking at her own face. Although she's not quite as stunning as Bai Susu and Gu Yunxiang, she's still at least an 8 out of 10. "You explain what you mean by not a beauty." "What the hell do you mean by not a beauty?" But in front of Ye Feng, she dared not say such a thing, and therefore dared not refute him. "The movie is about to start. Yunxiang and I are going to see a movie. What about you?" "It's almost time," she said, turning around with Gu Yunxiang. "We're also going to see a movie," Lin Fengjiao quickly added, sensing the danger for her best friend. She winked and said, "Susu, let's go see a movie too." She emphasized the word movie, clearly reminding her best friend that someone had stolen her fish and she should quickly fix it before developing a relationship with her supernatural brother. "I'm not feeling well, I'll go first," Bai Susu said, turning to leave without even telling her best friend. At the door, she turned back. "Brother Ye Feng, are you still coming to the piano competition next month?" "It depends. I might not have time," she said calmly. Bai Susu added, "I can only play the piano because I use my connections to find a good teacher. Next month's piano competition is crucial. If you're there, not only could it get that piano master to attend in person, but it could also influence the teacher's scores to some extent. But now you obviously have no interest in hearing your answer." Bai Susu lowered her head and left. "Susu, wait a minute." Lin Fengjiao hurriedly chased after her. "Bai Susu, are you an idiot? Is your Ye Feng brother going to fall for someone else?" Lin Fengjiao said angrily. But Bai Susu was unmoved. He was about to call Lin. "Bai Susu, you should be thinking about how to salvage your relationship with Ye Feng, not about continuing to watch a movie with Lin." Lin Fengjiao snatched the phone away. "Fengjiao, why are you so quick to change your mind? I told you I only see Ye Feng as an older brother, and Lin Yi and I are just ordinary friends," Bai Susu said pitifully. Lin Fengjiao was speechless. "What time is it? My best friend is still acting like a hypocrite. His shorty, can't you see he's running away? Give me back my phone." Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Fengjiao looked and saw it was Bai Susu's dad calling. She then handed the phone back to her dad. "What's up?" Bai Susu asked. "Where are you?" Bai Fu replied on the phone. "Watching a movie with Fengjiao," Bai Susu said guiltily. "Watching a movie? I think you're on a date with Lin Yi." "Susu, I told you to get on good terms with young Master Yi, and look what you've done. The contract isn't even settled yet. Still arguing with that kid about the supernatural? I'm warning you, you better come back right now. If you dare contact the supernatural again, I'll disown you as my daughter. You try me." Bai Fu was furious. Even without her voice on, Lin Fengjiao could hear her roar. Looking at her best friend, tears welled in her eyes, and she looked aggrieved. "You're a rich second generation, but there's something wrong with your head. In your past life, you spent 200 million to pursue the scheming Bai Susu, but that scheming girl used your money to find a poor guy as her boyfriend. As the first sentry of the elf chamber, of course you couldn't stand by and watch. Then you targeted that poor, eccentric ghost at every turn, but you never expected that the ghost was actually the child of heavenly snow. You were subjected to all sorts of swearing and betrayal, even leading to the destruction of your family. Finally, your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. So you decided to live for yourself this time. You immediately stopped pursuing Bai Susu. After receiving the news, Bai Susu's father called her. Susu, I told you to get on good terms with young Master Yi, but what you did? Not only did you not finalize the contract, still having an affair with that brat Lin Yi? I'm warning you, you better come back right now. If you dare contact Lin Yi again, I don't consider you my daughter anymore. Bai Fu was furious, her voice even more ferocious. Dad, how could you do this to me? Bai Susu felt a pang of sadness. My dad, Bai Fu, is furious. The family's finances are in serious trouble, and only Ye Feng can save them. But my daughter doesn't prioritize the family instead, she's always out having fun. If she found a rich second generation like Ye Feng, that would be one thing. Bai Fu got angrier and angrier thinking about how he had to find a poor student like Yu Qi. He yelled, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. You're home by 11 p.m. tonight. If you're still not home, you can sleep on the streets. And let me tell you this seriously. If you really dare to associate with supernatural beings and something unexpected happens, I'm not your dad if I don't break your head. Bai Fu slammed down the phone. Bai Susu was heartbroken, tears welling up in her eyes. Susu, your dad is probably just worried. He didn't mean it, Lin Fengjiao quickly comforted her. This was the first time she had ever opened her heart to her best friend since they'd known each other for so long. Hearing this, Bai Susu couldn't hold back any longer. She hugged her best friend and burst into tears. Tourists in the mall couldn't help but cast curious glances, many of them rich kids. Wasn't that Miss Bai Susu? What happened to her? Was she heartbroken? Could it be because of young Master Ye Feng? Maybe. Oh, I just saw young Master Ye Feng taking a very pretty girl to the movies. Oh my god, young Master Ye Feng appeared. I have to take a picture and post it on my WeChat moments. At 10:30 tonight, you and Gu Yunxiang walked out of the movie theater. This movie has rapidly heated up your relationship. Now Gu Yunxiang has started actively playing with your arm. What the hell? Bai Susu is crying. She actually wants me to go. You look at this phone and find that Lin Fengjiao sent you a message more than an hour ago. Since you had blocked all her contact information before, she actually used an old-fashioned number to send the message. So you chose to block her again to prevent her from sending spam messages. What happened to brother Ye Feng? Seeing you frowning while playing on your phone, Gu Yunxiang asked curiously, is something wrong? Let me take you home. Just as you started the engine in the underground parking garage, Gu Yunxiang suddenly spoke up, Brother Ye Feng, is Miss Bai Susu all right? What? Your mind seems a little foggy. You didn't mean to buy that classic white dress tonight, did you? And the Starry Night diamond, you actually intended it for Miss Bai Susu, didn't you? Brother Ye Feng, it seems you've achieved your goal. Gu Yunxiang smiled wryly and said, he likes Ye Feng, that's fine, but before returning to Elf City, he knew that brother Ye Feng liked Bai Susu. Although being used as a tool is a little uncomfortable, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to spend this pleasant evening with brother Ye Feng. Gu Yunxiang admitted that her feelings were somewhat humble, and although it was heartbreaking, she was also very happy. What nonsense! She stammered, looking at him speechlessly. Suddenly, she asked, do you usually watch idol dramas? This time it was her turn to be asked. Gu Yunxiang was a little confused and honestly replied, I watch them occasionally. Brother Ye Feng, do you watch them too? I can recommend two to you. I don't watch them. I just wanted to say that watching too many idol dramas can lower your IQ. Gu Yunxiang was utterly speechless. Gu Yunxiang's words just now were so cryptic you couldn't have uttered those words without watching dozens of idol dramas. It's such a waste of Zheng Ni's high IQ. I don't know how she got into Peking University. You couldn't help but flick her forehead. Brother Ye Feng, it hurts. Gu Yunxiang covered her forehead and said pitifully. It's good that you know it hurts. Don't ask such silly questions again. You're my real girlfriend. These clothes and the diamond ring are all gifts for you. They have nothing to do with Bai Susu, understand? You said seriously. Understood. Gu Yunxiang was as obedient as a primary school student. Although her forehead still hurt a little, she was as happy as if she had eaten honey. You couldn't tell. Brother Ye Feng is quite the domineering CEO, huh? Love it. After sending Yunxiang home, you're also going home to rest. Ding. Congratulations, host! Your alteration of the aid plot has affected the aid, earning you 1,000 counterattack points. The host can exchange for the required skills, items, attributes, etc. in the system shop. Just then, the system's voice rang in his mind, and the shop interface appeared simultaneously. 1,000 counterattack points. There are quite a few things to exchange for. After looking around, he finally chose to exchange for skills. According to the plot, in a few days it will be Bai Susu's father, Bai Jianhao's. I'm a big shot. In the original plot, Bai Jianhao, the half-beast, will have some big shots present. Because you're a simp, you naturally had to be there too. Unfortunately, the one stealing the spotlight wasn't you, the rich young master, but the poor student, Ling Wei. He not only stole the show with his knowledge of calligraphy and painting but also gained the appreciation of the master painter Yang Wenjing. Yang Wenjing was renowned throughout the country, with 3,000 disciples, all influential figures in society. It's no exaggeration to say that Yang Wenjing was always treated as an honored guest wherever he went. However, despite his fame, few people truly knew him. He was practically an invisible figure. The reason he attended Bai Jianhao's birthday party was simply because he happened to be there and happened to have a friend who did business with Bai Jianhao. And this is also a supernatural opportunity. With such a great chance to turn the tables, how could I miss it? As long as I'm here, you still want to be. A slight smile. System exchange for self-painting mastery. Congratulations, Chairman Su, you've obtained self-painting mastery. Self-painting mastery allows you to understand all knowledge related to self-painting over 2,000 years. A vast amount of knowledge related to self-painting has flooded into your mind. Good heavens, 2,000 years of history. This directly leads back to the often trendy era, where the amount of information was truly overwhelming. It took you quite a while to escape from the sea of knowledge and return home to your villa. Your mother, Gu Yunxiang, hadn't rested. She was still on the living room sofa with a face mask on. Seeing you walk in, her eyes lit up and she asked, "Why are you back?" "Mom, look at you, talking so late. If I didn't come home to sleep, where else could I go? You're so pathetic. If I were you, I wouldn't have come home tonight. I'd just find some ice cream and Yunxiang to make do." Gu Yunxiang said disdainfully. You coughed and said, "Mom, what are you thinking? I'm still a child. It's not appropriate for me to think about these things. You don't know, your old mother was already walking when I was your age. Besides, if you don't make any real progress with Yunxiang in a day, I'll get worried. I read online that being a simp is actually a psychological illness, and I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself and will go and fawn over Bai Susu again. My son, I'm afraid that in the end you'll end up being stewed and eaten as dog meat." After Gu Yunxiang finished speaking earnestly, you almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This kind of imagination is definitely something that someone who has watched idol groups for 20 years would think of. In the original work, it is indeed as Gu Yunxiang said. You are a simp who ends up with nothing. It even implicated family and friends, but the original character was just a brainless little man. The author couldn't have written that without a 10-year stroke. Of course, you wouldn't repeat the father's mistakes in the original story. What you want is to turn the tables and drag the male protagonist down from his supernatural tower. The next day, your mother, Gu Yunxiang, and your father, Ye Long, went to work early in the morning. The night market group has many businesses, but your father manages most of them. Although you're the young CEO of a conglomerate, you're just a brick, used wherever needed. There's no specific task at hand. Following your parents' instructions, your immediate priority is to cultivate a good relationship with Gu Yunxiang. Around noon, you suddenly received a call from Bai Susu's father, Bai Jianhao. "Young Master Yi, are you busy?" Bai Jianhao greeted you warmly on the phone. "Not busy," you replied casually. "Mister." "Bai, what's the matter? Just say it." That Mister Bai broke Bai Jianhao's heart. "Back when you were pursuing my daughter. Everyone calls him Uncle Bai, but now the newcomers and old friends are calling him Boss Bai. It's truly heartless of him to be a rich second generation. Bai Jianhao, after all, doesn't dare to lose his temper with you like he does with women." He still spoke enthusiastically. "Young Master Yi, it's like this. My 50th birthday is in a few days. The fortune teller said I have a special year ahead of schedule and need to celebrate early. Young Master Yi, when would you have time to come and do me the honor? It just so happens you and Susu have something to discuss." In the original story, Bai Jianhao's birthday wasn't celebrated early, and there was no fortune telling involved. His only purpose in doing this was to desperately try to get 200 million from you, especially now that you're no longer acting as a sycophant for Bai Susu. It seems the previous plot changes did indeed affect the original story. Thinking of this, Bai Jianhao replied, "I'm free today, and it's almost lunchtime. How about we have lunch together? He added, I'm free today, and it's almost lunchtime. Bai Jianhao's extreme enthusiasm was actually standard practice. In the past, Bai Jianhao was particularly important to you and wanted to marry his daughter, Bai Susu, to you. It wasn't until you were ruined by the supernatural that Bai Jianhao turned his back on you, refusing to lend you even a few hundred yuan and instead mocking you. He bluntly told you that you were just a worthless country bumpkin. If it weren't for your wealthy family, I wouldn't have paid any attention to your stubbornness. My daughter and the supernatural are a match made in heaven. This toad thinks he can really eat swan meat? Thinking of the original plot, a sharp glint flashed in your eyes. Back to dinner, no need for that, but don't worry, I'll definitely be at the birthday party tonight. Qing hung up the phone late at night. In the office, Bai Jianhao looked somewhat worried. In the past, he wouldn't have had a problem getting Ye Feng to have dinner with him, or even massage his feet. The root of all these problems was his good-for-nothing daughter. If Ye Feng really gave up, not only would the Bai family's hopes of marrying into the Ye family be dashed, but with the Bai family's current financial situation, whether they could even survive the summer was questionable. No, I have to talk to Bai Susu. She's such a grown woman. Bai Jianhao grew increasingly angry, thinking, and picked up his phone to call his daughter again. Meanwhile, you were preparing to have lunch with Gu Yunxiang and take her to the Bai family's dinner party. However, when you arrived at Gu Yunxiang's company, you learned she was out entertaining clients. It was only 11 a.m., still a long way from lunchtime. You weren't in a hurry and planned to wait for Gu Yunxiang to return and give her a surprise. But then you overheard some strange things. Why would President Gu's talented and beautiful daughter choose to start her own business? Exactly. If I were as beautiful as President Gu, I'd marry a rich second-generation heir. Don't tell me all those pursuing President Gu are rich second-generation heirs. It's just a pity President Gu seems to have someone she likes, and she hasn't agreed to any of them. So, shut up. How could such a strong and independent woman like President Gu rely on a man? That's true, but I feel that the young Master Zhong who took President Gu out today is not simple. He's not only an important client of ours. The elves are known as the dog tycoons. Hearing this, you frown. You might not know this part of the original story, but do you know who this young Master Zhong is? Zhong Zaihao's family owns a clothing company. Zhong's clothing business is one of the top in the entire Jiangnan region. Because the Zhong family isn't very educated and likes to spend money recklessly, everyone calls them dog tycoons. But the Zhong family seems to like this title, they even seem to have patented it. Zhong Zaihao is the current young master and future heir of the Zhong family. He's just not as good as the elfin Zhu Chenwang Jiao Sai Xiao, much less Ye Feng. Excuse me, which client did your CEO go to? You ask, stepping forward. You're not worried about Gu Yunxiang getting involved with other men given how devoted your former assistant is, you completely trust him. But how can you let others lay a hand on your woman? It's just money, after all. Who dares to be so insolent in front of you? Why are you still here? Several employees from the design company stared at you. You were impeccably dressed and well-mannered, especially that Rolex on your wrist, who knew it was worth over 200,000? You were clearly some rich second-generation heir pursuing President Gu. But what kind of rich second-generation heir could be with young Master Zhong Zaihao? Sir, you've come to see President Gu, haven't you? The employees asked you rudely. Regarding your relationship, they leaned towards young Master Zhong Zaihao because he was wealthy enough. If President Gu were with him, the company wouldn't be in such dire straits, and President Gu wouldn't have to work so hard to secure investment. So they were wary. It's all right, just say it, you said, looking them directly in the eye. Hua Xiao's gaze was sharp as a knife, and his aura was palpable. The female employees were immediately annoyed by this kind of presence reserved for those in positions of power. One of them replied, it's at Ye Feng restaurant on the commercial street. President Gu is there discussing a contract with Zhong Xiao. Also, the owner of Ye Feng is a close friend of Zhong Xiao. Hearing this, the employees finally breathed a sigh of relief. They've said that, they thought, this guy should understand now. The owner of Ye Feng is equally wealthy and powerful, one of them thought. A top position? Ye Feng was bewildered. Isn't this where I had dinner with Bai Susu and the others last night? If I remember correctly, one of Xian's bosses was his own pet dog. You're a super-rich second-generation heir with tens of millions in pocket money every day, but you just happened to fall for a scheming woman, and because of her, your family was ruined. In the end, your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the roof. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn, so you decided to live a ruthless life for yourself this time. You immediately stopped pursuing that green tea girl. Your mother, Gu Yunxiang, upon hearing this, immediately introduced you to a blind date. That day, as usual, you rode your $100 million Lamborghini to find your blind date, Gu Yunxiang. However, you learned from his company employees that Gu Yunxiang had gone out to sign a contract with a young Master Fu, and the owner of the restaurant he went to was none other than your dog, Li's dog. Ye's dog isn't an insult, but a compliment after all. What's wrong with being a dog in this era, especially a dog from the elite Ye family? After learning that Gu Yunxiang went to a restaurant, you smiled slightly and turned to leave. This guy isn't really going to compete with young Master Zhong for President Gu's affections, so what? As long as it benefits President Gu, that's fine. The company's burly people were gossiping amongst themselves. They didn't know that the person in front of them was the famous Ye Feng, Ye Da Song. They only cared that President Gu could find a suitable husband. There's no need to be so calculating on the road to entrepreneurship. You don't need to bother with them. As a rich second generation, isn't it a bit like? Your only goal now is to rush to Ye Feng and make a phone call to the owner of Ye Feng. Young Master Zhong, there's no need for a meal at Ye Feng restaurant. Let's just sign a contract. I'm too embarrassed to let you break. Gu Yunxiang was somewhat conflicted. She had originally come here only to sign the contract, but Zhong Zihao, who insisted on having a meal instead of the agreed-upon arrangement, was acting contrary to the contract. Fortunately, he wasn't unreasonable, otherwise Gu Yunxiang would have definitely turned around and left. Miss Gu, this isn't urgent, she said. Zhong Zihao, a man in his early 30s with a fair complexion and a thick gold chain around his neck, looked like he was about to explode in anger. He said, this deal is bound to happen sooner or later. Let's have a meal first. I'm your client and your patron. You can't possibly refuse a meal, can you? Miss Gu really doesn't give me, Zhong, any face? While speaking, Zhong Zihao didn't forget to steal glances at Gu Yunxiang. He had to admit, this girl was truly beautiful, especially her refined demeanor, which was completely different from his own inner self. Zhong Zihao admitted that this woman had piqued his interest. Young Master Zhong, if we're discussing a contract, we can continue. But if it's just about dinner, then forget it. Although Yunxiang was a woman, she knew that a gentleman would not accept unsolicited drinks. Speak, Gu Yunxiang said, getting up. She was outwardly gentle but inwardly proud and very intelligent. How could she not see what Zhong Zihao was thinking? Gu Yunxiang understood that it wasn't easy for a woman to make her way in the world, but she had her bottom line and would never sell her body for anything. Miss Gu, you're exaggerating. Seeing Gu Yunxiang about to leave, Zhong Zihao was startled and quickly said, Miss Gu, let's sign the contract right away. He quickly took out the contract, signed it, and handed it to her, saying, Miss Gu, don't worry. I, Zhong Zihao, only admire your talent. Besides, what bad intentions could I possibly have? The contract was presented to Gu Yunxiang, Zhong Zihao's attitude extremely humble. As long as it didn't involve emotions or violate any rules, Gu Yunxiang would accept it. She also signed her name on the contract. Miss Gu, since the contract is signed, would you like to have a meal together? I'll go back immediately after this meal and give you the deposit, Miss Gu. I just admire your talent. Even my mother liked your clothing design sketches. Zhong Zihao continued in a humble tone. As a seasoned player in the dating scene, Zhong Zihao knew very well that Gu Yunxiang was the type of woman who responded better to gentleness than force. Trying to exploit her weaknesses would be futile. So, he changed his strategy and prepared to launch a charm offensive. A woman's mother simply wants to find an outstanding man. His Zhong family is so wealthy, is he good enough? Besides, Bai Susu's boss is his best friend. Today's lunch is his performance stage, a simple meal will suffice. Young Master Zhong doesn't need to go through the trouble of giving him a lesson. Gu Yunxiang was still wary and didn't want to give Zhong Zihao any opportunity. But after all, he was a partner and a precise one. If she really wanted to walk away, it would be too heartless. As long as he didn't cross the line, Gu Yunxiang could make many friends, so of course. Zhong Zihao was overjoyed and prepared to start his performance. He gestured to the waiter to teach him the English pronunciation of ter. Gu Yunxiang couldn't help but correct him. Zhong Zihao's momentum immediately plummeted, and he no longer dared to pretend to be high class. He returned to his usual self. Zhong Zihao let Gu Yunxiang order first. He thought to himself that with so many delicacies on the menu, Gu Yunxiang must have never eaten them before. How could a woman resist such delicious food? But to his surprise, Gu Yunxiang only ordered 2 vegetarian dishes. I'll order myself, Zhong Zihao said, speechless. Why is Gu Yunxiang so stubborn? Is she shy? The mystery was revealed. Zhong Zihao then ordered more than a dozen dishes in one go. All the dishes were Ye Feng's signature dishes, but after more than 10 minutes, apart from the 2 vegetable dishes Gu Yunxiang ordered, none of Zhong Zihao's dishes were missing. "These are my dishes." Zhong Zihao called over a waiter and questioned, "Excuse me, sir, all the dishes you ordered have been eaten." The waiter replied, "Eaten?" Zhong Zihao's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he saw a waiter carrying the dishes he had ordered to the next table. If he remembered correctly, Zhong Zihao, who had just arrived at the table, was furious. "You think you can mess with me? Do you know who I am? Call your boss over here." "Sorry, sir, our boss isn't here today." "And what can you do about it if I mess with you?" The waiter chuckled. Gu Yunxiang, confused, wondered what he was talking about. Zhong Zihao had never been insulted like this before. This restaurant was owned by his friend, how could he be bullied here? Enraged, Zhong Zihao threw a punch at the waiter but missed. The waiter nimbly dodged, but still landed on the ground, yelling, "Security! Someone's assaulting someone here." Security guards arrived quickly. They recognized Zhong Zihao. "I want to see your boss." Zhong Zihao snapped angrily. He thought to himself, "Finally, someone I know. Damn it, I must have lost face in front of Gu Yunxiang. I have to get my revenge." "So you hit someone, huh? Pretty arrogant kid. Do you even know where you are?" The security guards, not jealous, looked at Zhong Zihao with a puzzled expression. "Don't you recognize me? I'm Zhong Zihao, the young master of the Zhong group, and your boss's best friend." Zhong Zihao was extremely annoyed. "If I don't recognize you, do you?" "I don't know him either, but if he dares to cause trouble in the store, let's drag him out and beat him up first." "Okay, let's beat him up first." Several security guards rolled up their sleeves and stepped forward, dragging Zhong Zihao out in full view of everyone. Zhong Zihao struggled incessantly, but he was just a pretty face and no match for the security guards. This scene completely stunned Gu Yunxiang. "Miss, this is a dish from the gentleman at the next table. Please enjoy." Before she could react, a waiter brought several exquisite dishes to the next table. Gu Yunxiang subconsciously looked over. Suddenly seeing a familiar face, she blurted out, "Brother Ye Feng." "Brother Ye Feng. Don't misunderstand, I'm here to discuss a contract." Overjoyed, Gu Yunxiang hurriedly explained, but the more anxious she became, the more flustered and at a loss she was. Yu, suppressing a smile, said, "Don't worry, how could I not believe you? In the original story, Gu Yunxiang would do anything for you, even give her own life. Besides, someone like Zhong Zihao, if you were a woman, you wouldn't even look at her." "Go on," Gu Yunxiang continued, "I just think that new employees in a company will have all sorts of problems. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. There's no need to shoulder everything alone. Brother Ye Feng, you know I don't want to be a nobody." A hardened look flashed in Gu Yunxiang's eyes as she said, "I want to become a woman that Brother Ye Feng admires." Gu Yunxiang's thoughts were deeply influenced by her family. The more self-respecting, independent, and strong a woman is, the easier it is for her to be respected. Otherwise, given the relationship between her family and the Yi family, plus the fact that she is now Ye Feng's girlfriend, wouldn't being a young mistress be comfortable? But if she really did that, she wouldn't be Gu Yunxiang. "Brother Ye Feng, look, the contract has been signed, hasn't it? This is our company's first deal." Gu Yunxiang held the contract in her hand. 3 parts showing off, 7 parts showing off. Suddenly, Gu Yunxiang came back to her senses and remembered Zhong Zihao, who had been dragged away by the security guards in a sorry state. She asked anxiously, "Brother Ye Feng, is that young Master Zhong all right? He was afraid of making a big fuss and causing you trouble. He's tough and backward, what could possibly happen to him? At most, he'll get a beating." Gu Yunxiang couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. "Brother Ye Feng, you're so naughty. Did you arrange those security guards just now? Hey, don't misunderstand. They just don't want to see a toad trying to eat a swan." "What?" Gu Yunxiang rolled her eyes. "Brother Ye Feng, the person I like is you. I don't even care about other men. If I really had to sell my looks to get something, I'd rather give up this voice." These words sounded quite flattering, especially since they were the truth. You just came in and stood there quietly observing. Gu Yunxiang's firm attitude didn't give Zhong Zihao a chance to record anything. "If I were a poor guy and you still like me, then go ahead and hit me." "Of course," Gu Yunxiang answered without hesitation. "If you have no money, I'll support you for life." "Who told you to marry a chicken?" Gu Yunxiang said this, her face flushing red. Then she shrugged. In the original house, Gu Yunxiang did indeed keep her word. Back when you were ruined by the supernatural, Gu Yunxiang stayed by your side and even lost everything for you, including her life. The most sincere emotion in this world is unwavering loyalty. Okay, you're so poor that you can only order 2 vegetables. You still want to support me? Hurry up and eat. I ordered these dishes, so you can't not reward me. You pretend to be domineering. After hearing this, Gu Yunxiang started eating. He ate faster than usual, seemingly hungry. After finishing his meal, he went back to change his clothes. Come with me to the Bai family tonight. Gu Yunxiang raised his head, and the first person he thought of was Bai Susu. But you didn't explain why, and Gu Yunxiang didn't ask further. Bai Susu's father, Bai Jianhao, had spent the entire day distributing invitations because he had arrived halfway through the day. The guests didn't arrive until 6 o'clock in the evening. At this time, you took Gu Yunxiang to an ancient road not far from the Bai family villa. Brother Ye Feng, what are we doing here? Gu Yunxiang asked curiously. He was dressed in a classic white dress, with stars on his fingers, and his elegant and noble temperament seemed somewhat out of place in the market atmosphere of the antique street. The antique street was a place where all sorts of people mingled, including all kinds of shady characters. Jian Bao, you smiled slightly and said, Jian Bao. Gu Yunxiang looked at him incredulously. Let's not even talk about whether you can find any treasure in these shady things on the antique street. Even if you could, your Yi family wouldn't be short of money, right? Don't worry, I'll handle it myself. Under normal circumstances, you definitely wouldn't come here because it's unrealistic. But today is different because the male protagonist of this book, Lin Yi, is going to make his appearance here, and he is a child of Qi. You stumbled upon a darling right off the bat. You spent 200 million chasing after a scheming woman only to have her use your money to date a penniless guy. As the first sentry, you couldn't stand by and watch. So you ordered your men to target that poor guy, the supernatural being. But you never expected the supernatural being to be the chosen one. You were subjected to all sorts of humiliations, even losing your family. Finally, your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the roof. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and had acquired a system. The system told you that you had lived in a novel world, and you were actually the main villain in the book. No wonder you always got beaten up by Lin Yi in various ways. Realizing this, you decided you couldn't be a fool like the sergeant anymore. So you decided to live for yourself this time. You knew that only by stopping Lin Yi's rise could you avoid repeating his mistakes. Today was Bai Susu's father, Bai Jianhao's, 50th birthday, and Lin Yi also had a huge opportunity today. So you brought Gu Yunxiang, the blind date your mother introduced you to the antique market. As soon as you entered, you heard an old man and a young man haggling over a price. Shopkeeper, do you really want 300 yuan? 250 won't do. Pa, you're the one who's a fool. Young man, if you don't want to buy, then forget it. Why are you cursing? A street vendor was setting up his stall. A young man selling all sorts of random ancient figures stood nearby. He was of average appearance, not as handsome as Lin Yi, but possessed an inexplicable charm. This man was none other than Lin Yi, the male protagonist of this book. He had his eye on a self-portrait. Shopkeeper, Lin Yi pleaded, I'm just a bunch of students, fresh out of school, and haven't even received my internship salary yet. I'm almost at my breaking point paying rent. Why don't you sell me this painting for 260? The stall owner thought for a moment. It's strange that I said it so casually, okay? I'll just consider the 40 yuan discount as a magic trick I got at the shop next door. Normally, the owner doesn't charge a penny less, that's the rule of the antique street. Just because I can't afford 300 doesn't mean others can't. This is a city with 6 dynasties, there are plenty of people who want to make money off Wang's antiques. And that's part of my godlike charm as the male protagonist. Hey, what a coincidence! You walk up, smile, and greet me, you're Ye Feng, young Master Yi. Lin Yi stared at you, slightly stunned. He knew very well who you were, and that you had never given up on Bai Susu. The last time you were stood up by Bai Susu at the movie was because of you. It was also said that Bai Jianhao's early worship this time was because of you. Lin Yi really couldn't have a good impression of you, but out of politeness, he smiled and replied, what a coincidence, I was also planning to escape here. Your smile was a sign of your presence. Lin Yi's aura in the antique street was this calligraphy and painting in front of him. This calligraphy and painting was quite accomplished. Ordinary people would never have given it a second glance, but you, who were familiar with the original work given by the system and were proficient in calligraphy and painting, naturally knew that this was a painting of a hill and sunset by the mysteriously famous painter Nizan. So you asked the owner. 300 yuan. But before I could finish my sentence, you waved your hand and said, 500, young man. The fortune teller said I'd meet a benefactor today. It must be you, right? 500, deal. The boss was stunned, then suddenly became energetic, rolled up the painting, and handed it back to you from where the supernatural was. Boss, you clearly agreed to sell this painting to me. How come you're reselling it to someone else? How can you do business like this, breaking your promise like this? Lin Yi demanded anxiously. What did you say? You're telling me to do something? The stall owner frowned, pointing at Lin Yi's earnest face. Don't say I'm lying. Here's what I'll do. I'm not making any big money today. If you can come up with 300 yuan, this is yours. What? No money? The stall owner sneered. Didn't we agree on 260? Lin Yi gritted his teeth. What are you talking about? I bid 290. Do you think I'd sell it to you at a loss? The stall owner was shameless too. He could bid 20 yuan and then bid more than 10 times that amount. I only have 270 to 260 yuan on me. I'll buy your calligraphy and painting, and I'll have 10 yuan left. I need to take a taxi home. Lin Yi tossed the money out of his pocket, his face practically empty. No money? What are you even talking about? The stall owner scoffed, then put on a smiling face and said, Young man, this calligraphy and painting is for you. Just as the stall owner was about to give him the painting, Lin Yi rushed forward again, saying, Young Master Ye Feng, your Ye family is a powerful and wealthy family. What can't you get? Why are you fighting with a poor student like me? Lin Yi, are you mistaken? I bought this calligraphy and painting from the stall owner, not snatched it from you, you said casually. That's right, I sold it to this young man. The stall owner nodded hurriedly. At that moment, the supernatural charm had completely lost its effect in the face of a huge sum of 500 yuan, but he still didn't want to give up. He took a deep breath, and his supernatural breath softened a bit. Young Master Yi, this calligraphy and painting is of great importance to me. Please give me the honor. I will be eternally grateful in the future. Studentling, are you joking? What do I need your honor for? That thing is not as useful as a twig for wiping your butt. You smiled slightly. Looking at this scene, Gu Yunxiang was a little curious. Now she finally knew why you came to Gulan Street. It was obvious that you were after. Although Gu Yunxiang had just returned to the elf world, she had studied many people because of you. This supernatural being seemed to be very close to Bai Susu. Was Brother Ye Feng retaliating? Thinking of this, Gu Yunxiang felt a little disappointed, but then she shook her head violently. What was she thinking? She was Brother Ye Feng's girlfriend, and Brother Ye Feng had said not to look at idols too much. Hearing this, the supernatural being was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said, Young Master Yi, don't bully me. You're too shameless. What, you think things will change for the better? You chuckled and ignored the supernatural being, saying to Gu Yunxiang, do you have 500 yuan? No, I don't have any cash on me. After Gu Yunxiang handed over 5 red bills from her wallet, and you accepted the calligraphy and painting, you left the antique street with Gu Yunxiang in your hand. Lin Yi stood helplessly in place, looking at the stalls again, pointing to a bowl and asking, Boss, how much is this? 270, no less. The stall owner said honestly, you. Lin Yi was a little annoyed. You clearly know I only have 270 on me, and you're still selling me this fake? Are you trying to make money off my taxi fare? Hey, do you want it? The stall owner raised his head, half his old face falling, and gave Lin Yi a card. The entrance to the Bai family villa was bustling with traffic and firecrackers were going off. Although the Bai family was on the verge of collapse, Bai Jian was still a formidable opponent. Quite a few people still came to show their support. Some did so out of courtesy, while others came to curry favor with the Yi family. As everyone knows, Ye Feng had been pursuing Bai Susu for several years without success. But what if Bai Susu came to her senses and became the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yi family? So even though the Bai family was putting on a show of force, no one dared to even think about it. Instead, they had to curry favor with them to secure a place in the Yi family's inner circle. Young Master Yi is here. Young Master Yi is truly a man of exceptional talent and dashing charm. Who is that girl beside young Master Yi? Her looks are in no way inferior to Boss Bai's daughter. Needless to say, she must be young Master Yi's girlfriend. Young Master Yi is approachable and handsome. If I were a woman, I would have a whole bunch of children with him. Anyone who wants to be young Master Yi's wife would have to line up from the head of the Yangtze River to the bend of the Yangtze River. I long for you every day, but I cannot see you. I drink the waters of the Yangtze River in my heart. What a fine writing style. What a fine writing style. Seeing you come, everyone is full of praise. Bai Jianhao's face darkened. These people are really a bunch of sycophants. They are just trying to curry favor with Ye Feng. They had completely covered him up. To make matters worse, a stunningly beautiful woman, comparable to his own daughter, had appeared beside Ye Feng. And judging from their intimate manner, she might actually be his girlfriend. Bai Jianhao was terrified. Although the Bai family could still afford to build a grand mansion and entertain guests, without Ye Feng, half of that mansion would crumble. Young Master Yi, you've arrived. Bai Jianhao put on a smiling face and went to greet him, deliberately ignoring Gu Yunxiang beside him. But someone was so rude as to ask, Young Master Yi, is this lady your wife? Please introduce her to everyone. Bai Jianhao's face instantly turned pale. They really knew how to rub salt in the wound. Today's birthday is for Boss Bai. I'm just here to have a drink. Please stop making a fuss because of me, he said, then, holding Gu Yunxiang's hand, he led her into the villa. Please all go inside and rest. The banquet will begin shortly. Bai Jianhao greeted them with a smile. He had just thought about it carefully. Given how much Ye Feng had always loved his daughter, he would never give up so easily. If he really did give up, he probably wouldn't have come to this banquet. The reason he brought a girl along was probably to create a crisis for his daughter. That explanation made sense. Thinking of this, Bai Jianhao finally smiled broadly. As long as his daughter still had a chance, the Bai family could definitely rise again and even become a phoenix. Entering the villa, Yu and Gu Yunxiang found a corner seat. Your purpose in coming today wasn't to socialize. You could count the number of people you knew on your fingers, besides the Qin master Huang Jiaxiang, and the Chen family father and son from the 4 major families. Huang Jiaxiang was the piano teacher Ye Feng found for Bai Susu. He gave the Ye family face, and the Ye family also took him along. The Chen family, like the Ye family, belonged to the elite upper class. You drank with the Chen family's girls quite a bit, but what you really cared about was the unassuming, elderly man with grey hair beside Chen Tianlei, the head of the Chen family. He was the very man Lin Yi, the male protagonist in the original novel, who encountered this opportunity. Yang Wenjing, a master of traditional Chinese painting, was born into a scholarly family and had profound attainments in traditional Chinese painting. He himself was an incredibly powerful and influential man with 3,000 disciples, all of whom were outstanding talents in society. Don't be fooled by the Yi family's influence in Jinling. Whether they could even rank among the elite in the entire Jiangnan region is debatable. Compared to Yang Wenjing, they were utterly insignificant. In the original story, Lin Yi's ex-wife's rapid rise to power was undoubtedly aided by the warmth and support Yang Wenjing provided to the impoverished student who became a pillar of society. But is this appreciation of the male lead something you're prepared to accept? Young Master Yi, what are you looking at? Just then, a young man in a well-tailored suit approached you. This man was none other than Chen Zixuan, the young master of the Chen family, one of the 4 great elven families. When he saw your gaze turn towards the old man beside his father, Chen Zixuan said, "That old man is my father's friend. He seems to have quite an important background, but I don't talk about him much." Young Master Yi, if you want to get to know Chen Zixuan, why are you here? You looked at him curiously. Although the Chen family and the Yi family didn't have much interaction, they were both in the circle of rich second-generation kids. You had drunk with Chen Zixuan a few times. However, the Chen family's discipline was particularly strict. Chen Tianlei forbade his son from associating with stubborn kids like you. Moreover, Chen Tianlei asserted that as long as a stubborn person like you took charge, the Yi family would definitely decline. The saying wealth doesn't last 2 generations sounds exhausting, but Chen Tianlei would never have thought that the Yi family he was helping was because of the Lini college entrance exam. You squandered your money in less than a year. My dad has social engagements and doesn't have time to manage me. Chen Zixuan looked at you with disdain. He grew up under the corporal punishment and was very afraid of his father. Other rich second-generation kids would sit with their legs crossed when they went to their family companies. If things weren't handled well, he could be scolded by his father from the moment he got to work until he came home, and then the scolding would continue. What left Chen Zixuan speechless was that even making friends was a problem for his father. He wasn't a child anymore, and he had finally gotten this opportunity to get closer to Ye Feng. After all, the Yi family was at its peak, and the Chen family was far behind. He had to build a good relationship with the future successor of the Yi family. Chen Zixuan looked at the beauty next to him and asked with a smile, "Young Master Yi, this must be Miss Gu Yunxiang. You know quite a lot." "There's nothing I can do, everyone in the circle is talking about you now," Chen Zixuan laughed. "This must be young Master Chen Zixuan." The Chen family is one of the four great families of the elves, and young Master Chen is the future successor in the eyes of the Chen family head, Gu Yunxiang said with a smile. Business is business. I've studied every elf with any standing, and who knows, we might cooperate someday. Nobody is bad. Chen Zixuan, in his past life, was quite clever. He gave you plenty of advice when the supernatural was dealing with you. Unfortunately, the protagonist's halo in the supernatural world was too strong, and no one could withstand it. I'll take you out once and then leave, Chen Zixuan replied with a smile. Suddenly, he leaned close to your ear and asked, Young Master Yi, are you really not going to pursue Bai Susu? As soon as Chen Zixuan finished speaking, a commotion broke out in the villa's hall. Miss Bai looks so beautiful today. No wonder young Master Yi has been pursuing her for years. It's such a pity that Boss Bai has such a daughter. It's said that Miss Bai is a highly accomplished student of Master Huang Jiaxiang and plays the piano beautifully. Is that true? Tonight, she must play a piece. Bai Susu, dressed in a simple white robe, emerged from the courtyard. Her face was like a painting, her temperament exceptional. Although only 20 years old, she possessed a captivating beauty. Even Chen Zixuan was stunned by this sight, thinking, no wonder young Master Yi is so persistent in pursuing you. He's been trying to win you over since you were 16. Thank you all, uncles and elders, for attending my father's birthday banquet. Practice, I'll begin shortly. This maidservant will now play a piece of blessing for you all. Please excuse my poor skills. Bai Susu then played a piano. The villa staff carried it up. Bai Susu remained silent. As if marveling at her beauty, the audience played a very famous piano piece, dedicated to the guests and also to her father. The music was beautiful, and even those unfamiliar with music found it delightful. 3 minutes later, the piece ended, and thunderous applause erupted. Truly, Miss Bai is beautiful. No one expected her to play the piano so well. After all, she is a highly regarded student of Master Huang Jiaxiang. Master Huang is known for his discerning eye. Indeed, many of Master Huang's students have gone on to achieve international success. Miss Bai's future is absolutely limitless. The crowd showered her with praise. They seemed to have realized something. Why has Ye Feng been infatuated with Bai Susu for so many years? Who wouldn't fall for her? Now that young Master Ye Feng has found his love, perhaps it's not because she's fallen for someone else, but because Bai Susu's standards are too high and she doesn't find her attractive. As for the Bai family's impending bankruptcy, no one cares right now. As long as it's not truly bankrupt, as long as Bai Susu can still influence Ye Feng, the Bai family can rise from the dead at any time. You flatter me, my daughter is just slightly talented, and it's all thanks to Master Huang's careful cultivation. Bai Jianhao's face beamed with joy. My daughter really made me proud just now. Huang Jiaxiang, sitting to the side, merely smiled politely. Frankly, she had seen far too many musical geniuses. If it weren't for young Master Ye Feng's repeated pleas, he would never have accepted Ye Feng as his disciple. For Bai Susu and Huang Jiaxiang, their relationship was less like master and disciple and more like a transaction. Zhou Ma was simply giving the Yi family face. Yunxiang, I remember you also learned piano in elementary school, he said casually from the corner. Gu Yunxiang chuckled and asked curiously, what's wrong? Go up and play a piece. I remember when we were little, we took piano lessons together, and you would always tutor me afterward. Bai Susu's playing was actually just so it's just that these bosses are uncultured. I didn't expect you to have just entered the Bai family. Bai Susu, the daughter of the Bai family patriarch, appeared before you. Seeing this scheming woman who had taken your money but then turned around and threw herself into someone else's arms, you secretly vowed never to repeat her mistakes. So, after Bai Susu finished her piano performance, you turned to Gu Yunxiang beside you and said, Yunxiang, I remember you also learned piano in elementary school, right? Why don't you go up and try? In your memory, Gu Yunxiang's elective courses in university were aesthetics and piano. While Bai Susu was still worrying about passing the grade 6 piano exam, Gu Yunxiang had already passed grade 8. Moreover, Gu Yunxiang was exceptionally talented in musical instruments, only needing a little guidance to master them. With the system's assistance, Gu Yunxiang was originally someone who could easily defeat Bai Susu. However, because Bai Susu was the female lead with a protective aura, Gu Yunxiang was utterly humiliated by her in the piano competition. Even piano master Huang Jiaxiang said that Gu Yunxiang was definitely a genius, but Bai Susu worked hard enough to surpass him, brother Ye Feng. That's not quite right, is it? People are just too enthusiastic. Gu Yunxiang felt a little embarrassed. What's wrong with that? You're starting a business now, what you lack is fame. If you don't actively promote yourself, do you expect these clueless bosses to come to you? Speaking of starting a business, Gu Yunxiang hesitated. This was the thing he cared about most besides you. You quickly gave Chen Zixuan a wink, and the latter understood. He stood up and greeted everyone. Wasn't Miss Bai's performance a bit off? Miss Gu Yunxiang is young Master Yi's girlfriend. He studied piano in college and even passed the grade 8 certificate. Why not have him play a piece to cheer for Boss Bai? Wouldn't that be wonderful? As Chen Zixuan finished speaking, the whole room erupted in commotion. Night girl, friend, and about this whole thing. I always thought she was just a pretty face. Whatever, I'm just here to join in the fun, the more lively the better. Hearing this, a good-looking guy turned green. What? A piece to cheer for someone online? This guy's here to cause trouble. But haven't you seen my daughter's talent? If you can handle it, that's even better. Senior Sister Gu, please give me your guidance. Bai Susu smiled inwardly. She had just amazed everyone. Gu Yunxiang wanted to help her out, so of course she had no objection. Let's do it on the spot. Since things had come to this point, Gu Yunxiang could only bite the bullet and lift her skirt to walk towards the piano stage. Gui was calm and graceful. Wow, this Miss Gu walks like Roth. Did you guys notice? Miss Gu's classic white dress and her temperament are so good. Even celebrities are nothing special. What are you all looking at? Didn't you see the ring on Miss Gu's finger? If I'm not mistaken, this should be the South African diamond ring, the Starry Night, that was auctioned off to some mysterious tycoon a few days ago. Before, everyone was just flattering Ye Feng. Now, they're really taking a good look at Gu Yunxiang's appearance. Her temperament, face, and figure are absolutely stunning. She's completely captivating. She's in no way inferior to Bai Susu. Bai Susu and her best friend Lin Fengjiao, on the other hand, are a little uncomfortable. The classic white dress originally belonged to Lin Fengjiao, and the Starry Night diamond ring was originally a gift for Bai Susu. Now, these two luxuries, two honors, and two beauties have all been bestowed upon Gu Yunxiang. If Bai Susu was a star just now, then Gu Yunxiang is now the full moon. How can a star compete with the full moon? The piece I want to play is from the romantic city of ballet, Wedding in a Dream, by the maestro Richard Clayderman. I've practiced this piece many times, always wanting to play it for someone, but I've never had the chance to embarrass myself. Sitting on the stool, Gu Yunxiang composed herself, her index finger resting on the piano keys, ready to play. Is this a confession to young Master Ye Feng? How romantic! A confession at someone else's birthday party. Miss Gu truly deserves to be young Master Yi's girlfriend. Miss Gu is too. I decided I'm going to be his lapdog. You're dreaming. You couldn't even get your assistant Zhang Zuihua's attention, and you think you can get Miss Gu's? Before the performance, everyone was already buzzing with excitement. Miss Gu and young Master Yi are childhood sweethearts, inseparable since they were little. I heard that even before they were born, their parents arranged their marriage. Chen Zixuan started the wedding planning. A whole bunch of fabricated stories, is it true or false? It's so exciting. It seems. Young Master Yi was just playing around with Bai, and that woman his true love was Gu Yunxiang, right? Of course. She's so beautiful, she's definitely the rightful wife, the future young mistress of the Yi family. Everyone blindly followed suit, truly envious of young Master Yi. He's got both career and love going. Tell me, what truly defines a life of fame and fortune? To help Ye Feng promote Gu Yunxiang, Chen Zixuan went crazy cheering. But as he cheered, his body instinctively turned back. He turned around and found his father, Chen Tianlei, staring intently at him. Chen Zixuan decisively shut up, and the whole room fell silent. Gu Yunxiang pressed the piano keys, and a beautiful and heartfelt piano piece began to play softly. The wedding in his dream was Gu Yunxiang's deepest wish. Every note he played was extremely precise, every note spoke of love. In the villa's hall, everyone seemed to be in a grand wedding as the piano music played, forgetting that this was someone's 50th birthday celebration. After the piece ended, the scene remained silent. Everyone was still immersed in this love song and forgot to applaud. Suddenly, someone stood up, and everyone realized that this was actually a low-key but significant piano event. Huang Jiaxiang slowly walked towards Gu Yunxiang and said excitedly, "I taught." Moreover, it was Clement's signature piece, known for its high level of difficulty. "I want to take you as my student and take you to Paris for further studies. I will do everything in my power to teach and nurture you. You will surely become a great musician in the world of folk music." Huang Jiaxiang was increasingly excited, not only because Gu Yunxiang's piano music had moved him, but also because he had discovered a genius. If Gu Yunxiang was willing, she would be Huang Jiaxiang's most outstanding student in the future. My goodness! Wasn't Master Huang Jiaxiang supposed to only accept Yang Ku as his student, and only accept geniuses? Huang Jiaxiang is one of the few world-class musicians in China. It would be so lucky to be his student. After the initial shock, everyone was still shocked. Above the piano seat, Gu Yunxiang was clearly moved. The future is a bright path, said Gu Yunxiang. I only practiced this piece too many times. I may not have that much talent, nor am I worthy of the emperor's attention. So I never thought of going to Paris for further studies, nor did I ever think of pursuing a career in music. I'm sorry, teacher. After saying this, Gu Yunxiang slowly walked off the stage. But the entire audience was stunned. Gu Yunxiang, a Chinese woman, had actually refused the invitation to take on a student. Could she refuse? Probably not. Everyone present sighed with pity. Bai Susu was also very disappointed. She had been turned away several times in her attempt to become Huang Jiaxiang's apprentice. In the end, it was Ye Feng who intervened on behalf of the Ye family and managed to persuade Huang Jiaxiang to reluctantly accept her as a disciple. However, after all this time, Huang Jiaxiang had only ever given her normal lessons, never a word of praise, let alone gone abroad to teach her. How could Bai Susu not feel envious and jealous? Fortunately, Gu Yunxiang's decision to give up made Bai Susu feel a little better, but Huang Jiaxiang did not want to give up. He walked toward you and said, "Young Master Yi, you visited me 3 times hoping I could take Miss Bai Susu as my disciple. Today, I also request that Miss Gu Yunxiang study music with me." After a moment's thought, Huang Jiaxiang continued, "I can guarantee you that as long as Miss Gu Yunxiang studies music with me, I promise to take Miss Bai Susu to study at the Qianfu Conservatory of Music. The Qianfu Conservatory of Music is one of the top music conservatories in the country, but compared to that, studying in Paris is a much better choice." My goodness, Mr. Huang truly loves talent. He's really gone to great lengths to take Gu Yunxiang as his disciple. But then again, Master Huang took Miss Bai Susu in as a disciple, not because of her talent. You only just found out? Sorry, the village just got in. But Miss Bai Susu is worth it. Most people can't get into Qianfu Conservatory of Music, at most they can audit classes. But if she's Master Huang's disciple, that's a different story. Everyone was filled with emotion. Bai Susu's face grew increasingly ugly. He respected Huang Jiaxiang and also wanted to study at Qianfu Conservatory of Music, but he said that in public. Had he was wasting his emotional intelligence? It made him seem like he was just a freebie to Gu Yunxiang. Bai Jianhao was also very embarrassed. Gu Yunxiang just played the piano, stealing the spotlight from her own daughter. And Huang Jiaxiang is even doing his belly-shrinking act here. Get this straight, this is my warrior's birthday celebration. I'm grateful for the Huang family's kindness, but Yunxiang has her own ideas. Although she's my girlfriend, I respect her choices. Besides, Yunxiang's main focus is currently on business, and she has no time for anything else. But if she has more free time in the future, I can promise the Huang family I'll try to persuade her more. You replied with a smile. In the original story, Bai Susu became a world-renowned musician under Huang Jiaxiang's guidance, and this identity brought the male protagonist many benefits, allowing him to achieve a complete transformation. Although the Yi family is powerful in Jinling, they are insignificant compared to the rest of the country, or even the world. For the Yi family to truly rise, they need an influential figure, such as a musician from the civilized world. However, this is a long and arduous journey, so there's no rush. After all, musicians aren't celebrities or actors. Let Gu Yunxiang gain more experience in the business world. There's nothing wrong with that, all right then. Hearing this answer, Huang Jiaxiang stopped trying to win her over. He had discovered a genius with even greater talent than himself, someone who could fly even higher than him in the future. He didn't want to miss out, but he also knew that reality was beyond his control and he couldn't force things. As long as there was still a chance, that was enough. Thinking of this, he stopped worrying. Then, you slowly said, "As for Miss Bai Susu, as the saying goes, the master leads you in, but the cultivation is up to you, my imperial master, just go with the flow." Upon hearing this, Huang Jiaxiang was stunned, and everyone else was also stunned. This was clearly a veiled meaning. Could it be that young Master Yi had fallen for someone else and could be so heartless towards his old flame? Bai Susu was even more frightened, her face turning pale. If Huang Jiaxiang didn't take her as a disciple, then in the thorny changes. In the musical jungle where rivals are everywhere, how can she continue? Her body trembled slightly as she looked at you, puzzled. Was this Ye Feng's embrace? Just because she refused to go to the movies with her, she held a grudge. In the future, I hope the imperial tutor will take good care of my daughter. Bai Jianhao quickly smiled and said, more than my daughter's musical path, she cares more about the Ye family's attitude towards the Bai family. Without the Ye family, the Bai family's edifice will collapse at any moment. Gu Yunxiang was so clever, how could he not understand your implied meaning? He just nodded perfunctorily. This was seen as a response to Bai Jianhao, and the crowd sighed even more. Most of them had come here to curry favor with Ye Feng, but Ye Feng seemed to have lost half of his favor towards Bai Susu. It seemed that after tonight, the Bai family would have no one else to befriend. Bai Jianhao's warrior birthday celebration continued until the banquet began, and everyone toasted him, but he remained indifferent. His mind was filled with thoughts of the Bai family falling out of favor, the Bai family's impending doom, the patriarch's concerns about someone trespassing on the villa, and how to handle such a situation. The security guard suddenly came to report this. Do I really need to teach you this? What are you security guards good for? Bai Jianhao flew into a rage. But we can't beat him, the security guard said in a trembling voice. Bai Jianhao was stunned. This is bad. Is it an enemy coming for revenge? He hurriedly asked. Who is it? A poor student replied. It should be brother Lin Yi. I'll go pick him up. Bai Susu hurriedly rushed out. Bai Jianhao and Lin Fengjia were too late to catch up. Not long after, Lin Yi walked in, led by Bai Susu. Lin Yi's poor appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention, especially when Bai Susu stood next to him. He looked particularly calm and composed. Old Bai, I'm not saying this, but this is wrong of you too. Do you know why young Master Yi fell for someone else? Yes, old Bai, you'd rather have a poor student than a wealthy man like her. Someone whispered, trying to persuade Bai Jianhao. Bai Jianhao's face turned green as he scolded his daughter. Bai Susu, are you ignoring all my words? Bai Jianhao has always forbidden Bai Susu from having any contact with Ling Yi, and he's warned her countless times. Ling Yi knows this too. Uncle Bai, I'm here to celebrate your birthday. This is my gift. Speak. Ling Yi took out a broken porcelain bowl that he'd bought for 270 yuan at an antique stall. There was still a chip in it. Ling Yi handed it over as if he were begging for a reward from a rich man. Was he here to celebrate a birthday or to beg for food? I'm dying of laughter. Is he planning to take boss by begging with him in the future? Everyone present burst into laughter. Bai Jianhao's face grew increasingly ugly. Bai Susu, standing to the side, was also very embarrassed, thinking to herself, Brother Ling Yi, I know you don't have money, but you, good heavens, as expected of the male protagonist of this book, your aura is truly invincible. You didn't manage to get Jiuyan Luoxia's servant, but you actually got a piece of blue and white porcelain from the Ming dynasty's orthodox period. You couldn't help but feel a little smug. At the same time, you also noticed that Yang Wenjing, the master painter standing next to Chen Tianlei, the head of the Chen family, had also opened his eyes. He had been uninterested in Gu Yunxiang and Bai Susu playing the piano, but now he was interested. Are you teasing me? Bai Jianhao's face turned extremely ugly as he shouted, Security, throw him out. Just as the security guards were about to act, a voice as clear as a red bell rang out, Stop. This kid is very interesting. The money he's keeping here is like you spending 200 million to chase after a green tea bitch, only for that green tea bitch to use your money to find a poor guy as her boyfriend. As the first sentry of the elf chamber, you naturally couldn't stand it. Therefore, you ordered your men to target that poor guy at every turn. But you never expected that Ling Yi was actually the chosen one. You were repeatedly humiliated, even driven to the brink of family ruin. Finally, your mother died because she couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and possessed a system. The system told you that you had lived in a fictional world, and you were the main antagonist. You knew that only by stopping the protagonist Ling Yi's rise could you avoid repeating your mistakes. Continuing from the previous episode, today is the 50th birthday of Bai Jianhao, the head of the Bai family. Ling Yi also received a tremendous opportunity today. Thinking of this, you brought Gu Yunxiang, the blind date your mother had introduced you to the birthday banquet. A security guard rushed in and said someone had come to cause trouble. Just as everyone was about to chase the person away, Master Yang Wenjin calmed down. Wait a minute, this young man is indeed here to help. Yang Wenjin's appearance aroused everyone's curiosity. Who is this old man? Does he have any right to speak here? Keep your voice down. Didn't you see that the Chen family head is standing next to him? It's true, how come the Chen family head looks like a servant in front of him? Does our elf have such a powerful person? Bai Jianhao was also stunned. The old man was very simple, and even Chuan Shue was very simple. But he dared not act rashly and went up to ask, "Old man, who am I?" "It doesn't matter. What matters is that this young man is indeed here to congratulate you," Yang Wenjin said calmly, then stepped forward and looked at the broken bowl in Ling Yi's hand. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a blue and white porcelain bowl from the Jingde period of the Ming dynasty. Its market price should be over 800,000. Unfortunately, it's missing a piece and is only worth a little over 100,000. As soon as he said this, the whole place erupted in excitement. "This broken bowl is actually worth more than 100,000? What? Is it that easy to make money? No way, this broken bowl?" Bai Jianhao was shocked. If this broken bowl were given to a beggar, even a beggar would curse. The old gentleman said this was a blue and white porcelain shrine from the Jingde period of the Ming dynasty. Could it be that the Bai family isn't assertive enough? Chen Chenlei's jealousy wasn't mentioned. No, Bai Jianhao quickly nodded. He and Chen Chenlei had many business dealings before, which was why he was able to invite him to this birthday banquet. But the Chen family was one of the 4 great families of the elf clan, and Bai Jianhao dared not offend them. This evening was truly short. Bai Jianhao took the inscription from Lin Yi and studied it carefully. The old man said, "That's it. If it weren't for that, I would compensate you at the price." Chen Chenlei's words immediately silenced Bai Jianhao. Everyone was curious again about who this old man was who could make the proud Chen Chenlei willingly do such a favor. "Sir, you have a good eye. This is indeed an antique from the Jingde period. I specially escaped from the antique market to give it to Uncle Bai. I wonder if Uncle Bai likes it?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "I like it, of course I like it." Bai Jianhao quickly replied, "What a joke! Who doesn't like receiving money? Besides, considering of all those present, Ling Yi's gift is the most precious, isn't it? And you even had security kick Ling Yi out?" Bai Susu grumbled, "Let's go. I didn't expect Ling Yi to give you such a gift. He's truly worthy of his reputation. Even a young man like him understands antiques." Yang Wenjing looked at Ling Yi and said, "I only know a little bit." Ling Yi humbly replied, "For someone so young to have such insight, I'm truly honored. It's just a pity I only know a little bit, otherwise I could have a good exchange with Xiao Liu." Yang Wenjing smiled and said, "His strength lies in his extensive knowledge of painting and antiques. It's just a hobby. Even so, the antiques and calligraphy he collects are worth over 1 billion. Young man, your name is Lin Yi, right? It's rare that the old gentleman likes you. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to come to the Chen family to find me." Chen Chenlei could see that Yang Wenjing really liked this young man, so he didn't hesitate to help him. Everyone was shocked again. Lin Yi had already made connections with the Chen family. This was incredibly lucky. Clearly, Chen Chenlei was more valuable than that broken bowl or antique. "Thank you both for your kind words," Lin Yi said politely. Suddenly, his tone changed. "Look, in the picture I came across, I had my eye on a piece of calligraphy and painting worth millions. It's a pity that someone deliberately targeted me and snatched it up. Who did this?" Yang Wenjing's face turned ashen. He liked collecting antiques, but he loved collecting them even more. It's certainly not unethical to have expertise in calligraphy, paintings, and antiques, but who was so shameless as to snatch them from him? It's outrageous, a robbery. Bai Jianhao was shocked. If the calligraphy and paintings worth millions hadn't been snatched, wouldn't they have been a gift to him? This was the first time Bai Jianhao had felt a connection to the supernatural. Chen Chenlei also asked, "Who is that person?" "Little brother, do you know him?" "I know him, but I dare not." This person was quite influential among the elves and was present at the scene. Lin Yi shook his head and said, "Young brother, don't be afraid. As long as you're among the elves, no matter who he is, I'll stand up for you." Chen Chenlei himself loved chivalry and chivalry. Hearing Lin Yi's words, he immediately expressed his indignation. "Fine, today I won't be afraid of power and will speak frankly." Lin Yi took a deep breath. He had been waiting for Chen Chenlei to say this. "Speak freely. How can such shameless behavior be tolerated?" Chen Chenlei spoke righteously. Lin Yi thought, this young man seems quite pleasing to the eye. Why is he speaking so slowly? This person is Ye Feng. After saying this, Lin Yi's gaze turned to him. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, as if struck by lightning. How could this be? Are you kidding me? I would never believe that the Ye family, with all their wealth, would rob others. I've never heard of young Master Ye Feng having any interest in calligraphy and painting. Don't you understand? Think about it carefully. Miss Bai Susu is so close to this guy called Ling Yi. Maybe young Master Yi is deliberately trying to discourage nouveau riche. Everyone was talking. Young Master Yi, what are you doing? Bai Jianhao was shocked. Chen Qianlei was also shocked. He hadn't expected it to be Ye Feng, that spendthrift son. Chen Qianlei wasn't afraid of the Yi family, but he didn't need to retaliate against them. However, out of his disgust for you, he glared at his good-for-nothing son beside you. Chen Zixuan was startled and scrambled back to his father's side as fast as he could. Brother Ye Feng, you don't even like calligraphy and paintings, why are you trying to steal from Brother Lingy? He has no grudge against you, why are you targeting him? Bai Susu called out to him indignantly. Bai Jianhao nodded subconsciously, but his thoughts ran deeper. Ye Feng certainly didn't understand calligraphy and painting, but his snatching of the painting by the supernatural was probably not so simple. Was he just acting out of spite for his daughter? Ye Feng, stop pretending. Your Yi family is a powerful and wealthy family. Even if that painting is worth millions, I'm sure your Yi family isn't short of money. This painting is the domain I was preparing to give to Uncle Bai. Please return what you owe me. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me, young Master Yi. I am just a poor student and don't deserve your deliberate apology. You find it inexplicably funny. Your seemingly innocent act is actually quite cunning. If you don't return what you owe me, it means you, this young lady, are deliberately bullying this poor student, and you'll be condemned by the moral TV. But if you do return what you owe me, it confirms that you deliberately targeted me because of Bai Susu, and in other people's eyes, you'll still be that simp, Ye Feng. You're not stupid, are you? Since you want to have a magical duel, let's see who's more powerful. He immediately retorted coldly, you're joking, aren't you? I bought that painting, I didn't steal it. Do you think you recognize it as of autumn swallows and sunset glow, but I don't. Besides, you can't even afford the 300 yuan for the painting, while I spent 500. Everyone, translate this. What does steal mean? What does Jeff mean? What does targeting you mean? Autumn swallows and sunset glow, what is that? I just looked it up on my phone. Good heavens, it's actually the name of the ritual of one of the 4 great schools of the primordial era, Mi-Zon. I know Nizan is listed among the top 10 ancient painters and was also selected as one of the 100 most famous people in the British world. There is a memorial hall for him in Liangxi City, Jiangnan. His age is actually Nizan's. Could it be that young Master Yi is knowledgeable in calligraphy and painting? When you mentioned calligraphy and painting, the whole audience was in an uproar. Lingy's eyes widened. He never expected that you would have this ability. In that case, the claims about targeting Lingy and intercepting him halfway are completely unfounded. Lingy, little friend, this is not right of you. Young Master Yi is also knowledgeable in calligraphy and painting. How can you say that he stole from you? Yes, you can't even come up with 300 yuan. Young Master Yi spent 500 yuan to buy it. Buying things is not like dating. Why do you have to be first to arrive? Why do you have to be first to arrive when dating? Don't even mention that the girl doesn't have a boyfriend. Even if I did, it would be a match for her. Dude, something's not right. If you agree with Kaomenga, then suddenly Lingy becomes the target of everyone's criticism. Spit flies towards him. Even Yang Wenjin's approving gaze gradually turns towards him. You want to fight me? Your lips slightly curl up. So what if you're the male protagonist of a novel? So what if you have extraordinary aura? So what if I plunder all your aura and opportunities? You can't say that. That Lingy classmate not only understands calligraphy and painting, but also. Who knows if some people are intentionally following him? It's like a singer writing a good song, and some people not only plagiarize it but also suppress the original. Just mentioning the name of a piece of calligraphy or painting proves that he understands calligraphy and painting. Suddenly a voice rang out, and Lingy was overjoyed. It felt like a ray of light shining into the darkness. He turned around and was surprised to find that it was Ling Fengjie who spoke. Ling Fengjie glanced at him and said, I used to have a good impression of you, but I couldn't figure out Ling Yi's feelings. However, ever since you blocked all my contact information, I've gone from being a fan to a hater. Fengjie was right. With Yi Xiao's abilities, he should be able to find out that this painting isn't by a man. But I do know a little about the painting of Qiuyang Luoxia. Ling Yi quickly said, if this statement is true, you'll be considered to be bullying the weak and maliciously buying it. Although you don't have to return the painting, your reputation will definitely suffer. Besides, Chen is also present. You were helping the supernatural out of a sense of justice, but unexpectedly, upon hearing this, you suddenly burst into laughter. Then, your tone shifted abruptly, and you said with a sharp gaze, you're truly the biggest rooster in the world. Without exaggeration, no one here knows more about calligraphy and painting than me. Upon hearing this, everyone was speechless. Young Master Yi, you're too arrogant. We were all thinking of siding with you. Yang Wenjin frowned. He felt you were slapping him in the face, though he meant no harm. Chen Qianlei's expression deepened, his opinion of you dropping even lower. Everyone, please look at what I'm saying, you said, then took out the calligraphy and painting, pointing to it and saying, this is Mi Zon's autumn swallows falling on the sunset, I dare say. Just as Ling Yi was about to speak, you pointed to a line of geese in the painting and said, look closely, these geese either have heads missing or are missing a wing. Do you know what this means? The others didn't understand. Yang Wenjing was slightly curious. It was also his first time seeing this painting, and he didn't know much about it. However, he knew Ni Zon well. Ni Zon lived a free and unrestrained life, painting with a flowing style. He couldn't have created such a work without reason. Ling Yi, you say I don't understand? Then I want to ask you, what do these geese represent? You asked again whether it was about spiritual meaning and Sai. When he was looking for calligraphy and paintings, he only saw that it was Ni Zon, but he didn't notice the great thoughts in these paintings. You don't know, right? Then let me tell you. Ni Zon paused and said, as we all know, Ni Zon was a person from the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. The Yuan dynasty only lasted 98 years. During Ni Zon's prime, the world was relatively stable, but in his later years, the world collapsed and rebel armies rose up everywhere. As the crown prince, Ni Zon lamented the destruction of the country and the changing of the imperial empire. The people suffered, but there was no democracy to emerge. At that time, the warlord Zhong Shicheng controlled Jiangnan. Zhong Shicheng's territory and Zhong Shishing asked Ni Zon to paint, but Ni Zon looked down on them and kept refusing to paint. He threw away the tiger-slaying scroll Zhong Shishin had sent, along with the money he had given him, into a latrine. For this, Nizan later encountered Zhong Shishin while traveling on Taihu Lake and was beaten up by him. Nizan not only looked down on the Zhong brothers, but also on the Ming Taizu, Emperor Hongwu. Throughout his life, he never encountered the democracy he desired. He lamented his own fate and the plight of the people, which is why he painted these broken and bewildered geese in the autumn wind. As your words fell, the entire audience was shocked. Was this really the sister-in-law Yi they knew? This knowledge is almost excessively powerful. Even Yang Wenjing would be impressed. What you said perfectly matches Ni Zon's experiences. Anyone can make up a story. Lin Fengjiao muttered, making up a story? You chuckled and pointed to the line in the lower left corner of the painting. A river of autumn water, faint cold smoke, who can name their love like a lover's gaze? Separation from the trees of enmity, a banquet in the snowy, clear sky. Ni Zon's line uses the Han Dynasty calendar to describe his political revenge. Expelling Dalu and recovering the Han Dynasty's territory. What he wanted was to restore the Lingguang of the Han Dynasty. Miss Lin Fengjiao, what do you think of my story? You sneered. Lin Fengjiao, shot, couldn't utter a word. All eyes were on him. Lin Fengjiao wished she could disappear into a hole. It was truly unbelievable. When did Ye Feng become so knowledgeable? This was completely out of character for him. A river of autumn water, faint cold smoke, who hides their name like love, separation from the tree of enmity in the eyes, a banquet in the snowy sky. This line comes from Mr. Nizan's moon bridge peach blossoms. The preceding line is the jade tree in the back garden, the pitiful merchant girl of that time, not knowing the kingdom, flying towards the purple orchid Xiao Yi. Young Master Yi has only just learned this, making this old man sigh in admiration. Yang Wenjin laughed loudly and stepped forward to praise you. He couldn't help but admire you. When the spirit came again, he heard Chen Qianlei mention A. But now it seems Chen Qianlei misjudged the situation. The old gentleman overpraised me. I only have a slight understanding. You smiled slightly. This painting, Autumn Swallows and Sunset Glow, is a ceremonial work from the Mud Battle. The background story of its creation has been lost along with it. No one present, including Yang Wenjing, could possibly know it. But you are different. You possess specialized skills in self-painting. You know everything about self-painting from the past 2,000 years. Are there still people saying I'm targeting Ling Yi? You smiled at everyone, but Ling Yi's expression turned awkward. You spent 200 million to pursue a scheming woman, only for her to use your money to date a penniless guy. As the top elf master, you couldn't stand it. So you ordered your men to target that penniless guy at every turn. But you never expected Ling Yi to be the chosen one. You were then subjected to all sorts of humiliating beatings, even ending up with your family ruined. Finally, your mother died because she couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and had acquired a system. After learning more, the system told you that you had lived in a novel world, and you were actually the protagonist's supernatural being. You knew that only by stopping the protagonist's supernatural rise could you avoid repeating the same tragic ending. So, you started stealing the male protagonist's supernatural artifacts. Hey supernatural guy, that's not right of you. Young Master Ye Feng is so talented, why would he need to solve your problems? Yes, don't develop paranoia. I keep feeling like someone's targeting you. I mean, you're not exactly hostile, are you? I feel like you're targeting Ye Feng. Young lady, being poor isn't a problem, the important thing is to strive and have ambition, you understand. The supernatural almost got extinguished. The spittle flying towards the empty spirit Feng Jiao quickly dodged. Yuan had always thought she was useless, but she still is. Bai Jianhao frowned, secretly relieved he hadn't said too much earlier, otherwise, where would his old face have gotten? Only Bai Susu felt sorry for the supernatural being criticized by everyone. On the contrary, you were being praised by everyone. Gu Yunxiang was also very happy. He had just been worried for Brother Ye Feng, but he didn't expect Brother Ye Feng to be so knowledgeable. He liked Brother Ye Feng more and more. What should he do? Young friend, this old man has a favor to ask. At this moment, Yang Wenjing walked towards you. The whole room fell silent and laughed. Although everyone did not know Yang Wenjing's identity, they knew that his background must be even greater than that of Chen Tianlei, the head of the Chen family. Old Yang, please speak. You replied calmly, you know me. Yang Wenjing was extremely surprised, and even Chen Tianlei was dumbfounded. Yang Wenjing was always low-key and rarely showed his face. Most people had only heard his name but had never seen him in person. Chen Tianlei had only met him by chance more than 10 years ago in Yanju. How did Ye Feng know him? Since I have some knowledge of calligraphy and painting, how could I not recognize the master of traditional Chinese painting, Yang Wenjing? Ye Feng replied with a smile. The crowd erupted again. My God! This is actually the master of traditional Chinese painting, Yang Wenjing. What kind of status does a master have? How could he be here? Everyone was stunned, including Bai Jianhao. They couldn't believe that their warrior master had actually encountered such a powerful doctor, Yang Wenjing. Yang Wenjing was not only a master of traditional Chinese painting but also a renowned figure with immense influence. His 3,000 disciples were all social elites. Although the Yi family was the most powerful family among the elves, their economy ranked near the bottom in the province. They were considered formidable rivals throughout the north and south of the Yangtze River. However, if they could establish an alliance with Yang Wenjing, the Yi family could definitely advance even further. And that was Yang Wenjing. At this moment, Lingyi was also staring blankly at Yang Wenjing. She hadn't expected the old man who had just praised her to be such a magnanimous person. If she could establish a connection with Yang Wenjing, what grudge wouldn't she be able to rise to the top? But this great opportunity had been lost because of Ye Feng's performance just now. Now, neither Yang Wenjing nor Chen Tianlei had any interest in her. If only she had known this earlier and hadn't mentioned Qiuyan Luosha too. Since young Master Yi knows me, I'll be so bold as to say that I greatly admire this painting, Autumn Swallows and Sunset Glow. I wonder if young Master Yi could transfer it to me? I know your Yi family is not short of money, but I'm willing to pay above market price. Upon hearing this, Yang Wenjing caused another stir among the crowd. Just how much was this painting worth? Lingyi had previously said it was worth tens of millions, but how much exactly? Elder Yang is a master of traditional Chinese painting. Even if I were to give the painting to Elder Yang, I have no objection, Yi replied calmly. A hint of joy shone through Yang Wenjing's expression, not because of the money, but because she could obtain this coveted calligraphy and painting. Suddenly, your tone shifted, and you sighed. It's a pity I'm going to give this calligraphy and painting away. I'm sorry, Elder Yang, you're giving it away. Everyone was shocked. Young Master Yi, are you so easy to give away? A calligraphy and painting worth millions is being given away. Don't you know this is an opportunity for your Yi family? Who could be more valuable than Yang Wenjing? Hearing this, Bai Jianhao trembled with excitement. Today was his 50th birthday. Ye Feng bought this calligraphy and painting. Besides giving it to me, who else could he give it to? He truly deserves to be called Young Master Yi. I knew you couldn't forget Susu. As long as you're willing, I'll definitely marry my daughter to you. Give it away. Yang Wenjing was also stunned. With his status and position, there was almost nothing he couldn't obtain. Even when buying calligraphy and paintings at auctions, others would refrain from competing out of respect for him. This could be considered the first time Yang Wenjing had given alms, but he harbored no resentment. After all, it belonged to Ye Feng, and it was rightfully his decision. Yunxiang, take this calligraphy and painting. Under everyone's gaze, he handed the calligraphy and painting to Gu Yunxiang. Gu Yunxiang was extremely shocked, such a valuable piece of calligraphy and painting. Brother Ye Feng actually gave it to him. He subconsciously waved his hand and said, "Brother Ye Feng, I can't accept this." He knew that starting a business was difficult. Brother Ye Feng wanted to help him, but he didn't do it this way. "You gave me the money when you bought the calligraphy and painting. Logically speaking, the calligraphy and painting should have been yours. You directly stuffed the calligraphy and painting into Gu Yunxiang's hands. He wanted to say something, but you didn't give him any chance to write it down. Then you said, 'Elder Yang, this calligraphy and painting is not mine, so please forgive me.' Young Master Yi is indeed kind and righteous." Yang Wenjing's eyes showed even more admiration for you, and at the same time, he became more curious about this young man whose initial impression of him was not good. "Old Master Yang, Brother Ye Feng just joked, I don't understand calligraphy and painting, but I know that people should make the best use of their talents and things. This calligraphy and painting means money to me at most, but it must have other meanings for Old Master Yang. Since Old Master Yang likes it, I will give it to you for free." With that, Gu Yunxiang presented the calligraphy and painting. He was very clever and knew what good words would come from befriending someone with Yang Wenjing's mind. He wasn't greedy for small gains. Anyway, this calligraphy and painting cost 500 yuan. He might as well do Yang Wenjing a favor. He had a vague feeling that one day in the future, Ye Feng's brother would need Yang Wenjing's help. Yang Wenjing was somewhat surprised. He had almost given up on buying the calligraphy and painting, but now it was before him again. Besides the surprise, Yang Wenjing was even more astonished. The calligraphy and painting belonged to Yunxiang. "No matter what he arranges, I will support him," he said, smiling at Yunxiang. "Ha ha, these two young friends are indeed quite interesting, but this old man has no habit of taking favors for nothing." Yang Wenjing laughed heartily. "How about this? I think this calligraphy and painting is worth around 20 million. I'll buy it for 20 million. I won't let you two suffer a loss." "No need, Elder Yang," Gu Yunxiang quickly waved her hand. What she really wanted was Yang Wenjing's favor. The calligraphy and painting weren't valuable, Yang Wenjing was the one who was valuable. Yang Wenjing, a negotiator, handed her a bank card. The latter insisted on refusing it. Finally, Yang Wenjing directly handed over the bank card. "I can't accept this calligraphy and painting if you refuse," said Gu Yunxiang. "I don't have the habit of taking things for free. Young Master Yi, is my money so hot to handle? Since Elder Yang insists, Yunxiang, please accept the money." He added calmly, in the original story, the supernatural is that taking Yang Wenjing's money and gaining his favor isn't contradictory. The point is, this transaction shouldn't become purely commercial. "All right, thank you," Elder Yang replied. Seeing this, Gu Yunxiang had no choice but to accept the bank card. "Young Master Yi, how long have you been studying calligraphy and painting?" After receiving two offers, Yang Wenjing asked with great interest, "I wouldn't call it research, just something I'm interested in." "Your humble reply is quite something," Yi replied. "Such insight at such a young age. As a rich second generation, yet so modest and unassuming. Young Master Yi, you are truly a promising talent. Here is my contact information. If young Master Yi has the opportunity to test me, I will certainly fulfill my duty as your confinement master." With that, Yang Wenjing gave everyone his contact information. Everyone was astonished indeed. Young Master Yi was worthy of Yang Wenjing's appreciation. Even the 20 million was pocketed. This was clearly a trick. Ling Yi couldn't help but mutter to himself because he often used this method. Unfortunately, few people present paid attention to him. Bai Jianhao, however, did. With a wave of his hand, two security guards came up and escorted Ling Yi out. As for the blue and white porcelain bowl, what blue and white porcelain bowl? I don't know. Bai Susu wanted to catch one, but Bai Jianhao glared at her as if to say, "Isn't this embarrassing enough? I'm warning you, you're not allowed to have any dealings with this kid Ling Yi anymore. And Lin Fengjiao, you should cut ties with him too." Just now, Lin Fengjiao helped the supernatural deal with Ye Feng. Bai Jianhao was worried that Ye Feng would hold a grudge and include the Bai family in the mix. "Now we must sever ties." "Dad, how can you be so domineering?" Bai Susu felt extremely wronged. "Do you even know I'm your father?" Bai Jianhao angrily said, "Our Bai family is about to go bankrupt, and you don't care at all. Do you even consider me your father? If you were more capable, even if young Master Yi's calligraphy and painting were a gift to us, our Bai family wouldn't be in this predicament for 2 years." "Dad." Bai Susu also became worried. If the Bai family really went bankrupt, she and her parents would starve. "Susu, think of a way to find young Master Yi and finalize the investment." Dad believes you, but brother Ye Feng already has a girlfriend. He seems to have already. Bai Susu looked at Ye Feng, who was talking with Yang Wenjing and others not far away, and sighed silently. Why don't you want to, girl? How long has Ye Feng been pursuing you? And how long has Gu Yunxiang only been around? She's nothing more than someone who hates someone because of love. If she really let go of all that, is it necessary for her to come to my birthday banquet today? Humble yourself a little and get along well with Ye Feng. She'll come back to you. Bai Jianhao, like a seasoned lover, lectured her daughter Cae endlessly. I'll try it later. Bai Susu never thought about having a romantic relationship with Ye Feng. She only wanted to return to the way things were before with Ye Feng, to the Ye Feng brother who doted on her. The Bai family's birthday banquet lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening before gradually dispersing. You've eaten and drunk your fill and are preparing to leave with Gu Yunxiang. Walking to the front garden of the villa, Gu Yunxiang. You asked, puzzled, you bought this, so it should belong to you, Gu Yunxiang. Do you want to be self-reliant and not just a pretty face? Fine, I'll return the 500. As you prepare to transfer the money, Gu Yunxiang quickly grabbed you. Brother Ye Feng, I'm your girlfriend. We don't need to be so calculating. You know you're my girlfriend? You should know we're both short of money, but you. And this money wasn't originally mine. You blurted out. That's simple, isn't it? Gu Yunxiang was speechless. It seemed to be true. He had accompanied you all this way and naturally knew that calligraphy and paintings were often taken advantage of, and this money was also unexpected. Thinking of this, Gu Yunxiang spoke again. Brother Ye Feng, I can only take half of this money. I can still return the remaining 10 million to you, okay? You nodded. 10 million is enough for Gu Yunxiang's business. You want to hone Gu Yunxiang's abilities, and also because someone needs to help her marry into the Ye family, a huge family business. So Gu Yunxiang needs to grow quickly. In this assistance, Gu Yunxiang is prepared to use her own company as part of the marriage into the Ye family. In your eyes, yours and mine don't need to be so clear. Anyway, they'll all be yours in the future. Miss Bai, Gu Yunxiang suddenly saw Bai Susu standing behind her and Ye Feng. Is there something you need? Ask away. Bai Susu suddenly became serious. She had been standing there for a while and had seen how affectionate Ye Feng and Gu Yunxiang were. They were a truly loving couple, especially Gu Yunxiang. Bai Susu could sense that Gu Yunxiang genuinely loved Ye Feng and was willing to give anything for him. Thinking back to how Huangsha praised Gu Yunxiang's piano playing, Bai Susu felt deeply ashamed and lost the courage to approach Ye Feng about the investment. He didn't want to humiliate himself. What's wrong? Bai Susu asked curiously. Because the details have changed, you don't know why Bai Susu came to see me. I actually wanted to ask Sister Gu Yunxiang why you refused to study music with Huangsha. Bai Susu quickly replied. He was actually very curious about this question because he wanted to start a business. I want to design a dowry for myself and then marry brother Ye Feng in style, Gu Yunxiang replied with a smile. Is that so? Bai Susu felt even more disappointed. Was becoming a world-class musician not as good as marrying Ye Feng? Bai Susu couldn't understand. Suddenly, he remembered what Ye Feng had said to Huang Jiaxiang. The master leads you to the door, but the practice is up to you. Master Huang should go with the flow and make things better. He asked nervously, Brother Ye Feng, do you think Master Huang will think I'm not going to teach me anymore? No, Master Huang is still a man of his word, she said, waving her hand gently. In the original story, Bai Susu's later success as a world-class musician was due not only to his own hard work but also to Mingxia's guidance. In the original story, he first received help from himself and later from supernatural forces, which is why Bai Susu's path was so smooth. His teachers weren't just Huang Jiaxiang and you. Before, you just wanted to tell Huang Jiaxiang that Bai Susu had nothing to do with you and that he could do whatever he wanted with her. Huang Jiaxiang is not a cold or aloof person and would never give Bai Susu any special treatment just because she is pretty, nor would he sever his career ties with her for no reason. He would only give her a normal lesson. This is precisely what is meant by spiritual cultivation. Under such circumstances, Bai Susu's musical journey would likely come to an end. However, Bai Susu seemed to have taken a calming pill, and his mood was no longer depressed. He felt that his talent was not bad, and as long as Master Huang was still willing to teach him, even without Ye Feng, he could still soar to great heights. It's like spending 200 million to chase after a green tea BTCH, only to find that green tea BTCH using your money to find a poor guy as her boyfriend. As the most arrogant elf, you naturally couldn't stand by and watch. So you ordered your men to target that poor, eccentric character at every turn. But you never expected that the eccentric character was the chosen one. You were subjected to all sorts of humiliating defeats, even having your family destroyed. Finally, your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and had acquired a system. After learning more, the system told you that you had lived in a fictional world, and you were actually the main antagonist. You knew that only by stopping the protagonist, the eccentric character, from rising to power could you avoid repeating your mistakes. So you began to steal the protagonist's energy and take on higher-level tasks until you left. Bai Susu couldn't muster the courage to mention the investment to you, but knowing that there would be no changes in the music aspect, Bai Susu's mood became exceptionally beautiful. Bai Jianhao was even more excited when he saw this scene, thinking that his daughter's honey trap had failed. Ye Feng had transformed back into Taguchi. After sending Yunxiang back, you also returned to your own home. Ding! Congratulations, host, for altering the original plot and affecting the original work. You have gained 100 billion seat points. Congratulations, host. You've gained 1000 counterattack points by plundering supernatural aura. System notification. Supernatural aura boost 500. System notification. Hidden supernatural charm directly pays 100. The system's voice rang out again in the bedroom. You were overjoyed. This harvest was even more substantial than the previous two. System, what's this supernatural aura? The host asked. Supernatural aura is the aura of the male protagonist in the novel, Aura of Extraordinary Power. Aura levels are divided into Extraordinary Power Aura, Divine Aura, Advanced Aura, Human Aura, and Ordinary Aura. When the male protagonist's supernatural opportunities, harem treasures, etc., are plundered by the host, the supernatural aura will decrease until he becomes an ordinary person. Hearing this, you nodded in approval. Then he's a complete waste, and everything he has will become a stepping stone on his own road to success. It seems he needs to spend more time with the supernatural and cleanse himself before using the system to exchange skills. After you finished speaking, the system shop appeared in your mind. You looked around and focused on the self-painting mastery skill. Although it's based on the connection between Yang Wenjing and the system, there will definitely be future interactions and influences. Self-painting mastery allows you to understand all self-painting related knowledge from the past 2000 years. 1000 counterattack points can be exchanged for self-painting specialization, which allows you to understand all self-painting related knowledge from the past 5000 years. 2000 counterattack points can be exchanged for skills, which are also divided into levels. From lowest to highest, the levels are general knowledge, familiarity, proficiency, specialization, and perfection. After some consideration, you decided to forego the calligraphy and painting specialization. For now, proficiency in calligraphy and painting is sufficient. Although there will be several more opportunities in Yang Wenjin's domain later in the story, it's not now, so there's no need to rush. The system recommends exchanging for a business specialization. Ultimately, you chose business skills. The reason is simple. Great boss is only temporary, while mastering the core skills of business is for a lifetime. Congratulations, host, you have learned the business specialization. Consuming 2000 secret seat points, the host's business acumen is equivalent to that of the heads of the top 10 business empires in the country. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the derivative skill Bewitching Host. In business, your words will be highly persuasive, greatly increasing your success rate. Soon, a large amount of business-related knowledge will flood your mind, making you exclaim, wow, with this ability, how can the Ye family not soar to new heights? And you possess an additional persuasive skill compared to the heads of those business empires. A new day begins. Gu Yunxiang's design company, with a fresh injection of 10 million yuan, immediately begins recruiting and becomes incredibly dynamic. Meanwhile, you are searching for new investment opportunities. The Ye family isn't short of money, but the elf market is only so big. Besides the Ye family and the four major families, other families have also carved up some market share. For example, Zhong Zhehao's Zhong family almost occupies 60% of the elf clothing market. Once a market is captured, any attempt to seize it will come at a bloody price. Moreover, although there is open and covert competition between various industries, if an external enemy rashly enters, it's not that the business specialization skill is weak, but the market for elves is really just SOSO. Otherwise, how could the economy of a provincial capital city rank so low in Jiangnan province? The Shui family hasn't been able to make any progress in the past 5 years, and the entire family is still just what your father built up before. Suddenly, you receive a call from Chen Zixuan. He invites you to afternoon tea. What is Chen Zixuan up to? You can't help but be curious. Although he gave you face last night, the two of you don't have a deep relationship. You've only had a few drinks together. Moreover, his father, Chen Tianlei, dislikes you very much. After thinking for a moment, you still go to the appointment to see what kind of goods Chen Zixuan is selling. At 3 p.m., in a private room on the first floor of the Yuguang Hotel, Chen Zixuan, the young Master Yi, was waving to you while drinking tea. Several of his men, who were with him, greeted you, asking, "What's going on? Why aren't you at your dad's company? You've come to have afternoon tea with me. Did your dad punish you for what happened last night?" You laughed. "Hey, don't even mention it," Chen Zixuan chuckled. "My dad went home last night and lay in bed for 3 hours before coming to me and saying, 'Zixuan, you should try to build a better relationship with young Master Yi in the future. Young people should interact more.'" Hearing this, you looked at him with some surprise. "Isn't it because you performed so well last night that even the old man looks at you with new respect, and my dad's impression of you has also improved?" Chen Zixuan said. He, you don't seem to care. So, you called me here today to build a relationship. It's not entirely about that. My dad approved my investment, but I don't know what to do. I wanted to ask young Master Yi for advice." Chen Zixuan said solemnly, "The Chen family's strategists are not like the Yi families, but they have clearly encountered the same predicament as Ye Feng. Business is tough right now, let's talk about it another time." You replied to a group chat, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "Do you know anyone in the clothing business?" Hearing this, Chen Zixuan was a bit taken aback. "Clothing business? You'll have to contact the Zhong family. Their current head is Zhong Zuohao. Besides him, it doesn't necessarily have to be the clothing industry. Other industries like jewelry and brand design are fine too." Hearing this, Chen Zixuan suddenly laughed shrilly. "Young Master Yi, are you finding clients for your wife?" Gu Yunxiang studied fashion design, but actually, as long as the idea is good enough and the design software is fluent enough, any design is possible. Gu Yunxiang's design company isn't short of money, but it's probably short of clients. If you know anyone, could you introduce them? There really is a big boss from Jiangbei, whose business is no less successful than the Zhong families. He has a good relationship with our Chen family. I'll have him come over and introduce you to him another day." Chen Zixuan said, "Okay." You nodded. This is just a side trip, a little help out. Gu Yunxiang's business mainly depends on herself. She has the ability. After talking with Chen Zixuan, you left the hotel together. Unexpectedly, Liu Wenbao, the boss of Ye Weishuan, suddenly called you. "Young Master Yi, something terrible has happened. That guy Zhong Zuohao brought people and smashed up Miss Gu's company." "What did you say?" Your gaze darkened on the phone. Liu Wenbao quickly explained what had happened. Yesterday, Zhong Zuohao caused a ruckus at a restaurant and, feeling resentful, wanted revenge. So this afternoon, he led a group of people to cause trouble at Gu Yunxiang's company. Liu Wenbao tried to stop him, but Zhong Zuohao's group outnumbered him. "I'm coming right away." After understanding the situation, you drove directly to Gu Yunxiang's company, but Zhong Zuohao had already left. The company was a mess. Tables, chairs, and computers were smashed to pieces. All the employees looked at each other in dismay. Gu Yunxiang was slumped over her desk, sobbing softly. You went over to comfort her. "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll definitely take care of everything." Gu Yunxiang wiped away her tears. Zhong Zuohao not only tore up the contract but also caused a scene, which was a serious blow to the morale of Gu Yunxiang's newly established company. Fortunately, Gu Yunxiang and the other employees were unharmed. Liu Wenbao walked over, his face full of apology. "Sorry, young Master Yi, I couldn't stop Zhong Zuohao. Please forgive me. You didn't tell that guy I hired someone to do it. Can we talk?" His brows were still furrowed. It's because he knew it was you that he didn't dare to cause trouble for you and me, so he vented his anger on Miss Gu. Liu Wenbao lowered his head and said, "That Zhong fellow is really asking for death." "You're furious." The Zhong family has indeed made a lot of money in the clothing industry in recent years, but in terms of consideration, is just a child, not even comparable to the four great families, let alone the Yi family. This is also why he doesn't dare to directly retaliate against Ye Feng. This Zhong fellow knows the Yi family is not to be trifled with, but does he think my woman, Ye Feng's woman, is so easy to mess with? Normally, Zhong Zuohao would have just gotten away with it. He deserved it. But he dared to retaliate, which shows he takes the Zhong family too seriously, thinking the Yi family will diminish his fame or only fight him. Liu Wenbao suggested, "Young Master Yi, should I have someone beat up another pair of Zhong Zuohao?" Although he and Zhong Zuohao were good brothers, he was a dog raised by the Yi family. At this moment, he would definitely side with his master. Giving him a beating is too easy, he sneered. Zhong Zihao had the Zhong family backing him up, but in the eyes of the Ye family, the Zhong family was just a child. A disobedient child should be given a good beating. Screw Yi Xiao, Liu Wenbao thought, his heart skipped a beat. Young Master Yi, are you planning to take direct action against the Zhong family? If that's the case, then the Zhong family's days are probably numbered. I say, you two, stop chatting for a moment. You've offended Zhong Zihao, she's our company's only client. Now she's torn up the contract. What are we going to do next? A girl stepped forward and said, my name is Ju Ting, I'm Gu Yunxiang's assistant. Ye Feng met her last time. Compared to this little loss for the company and so-called face, the company's future development is clearly what everyone cares about. Without clients, the company is just empty shells. How dare you speak to young Master Yi like that? Liu Wenbao roared, immediately firing at Ye Feng. Young Master Yi, you're Ye Feng. Ju Ting stared at him in shock, dumbfounded. He thought you were some rich second generation like Zhong Zihao. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Ye Feng was the only person in Jinling who dared to call himself Young Master Yi. As for the client's matter, I, Young Master Yi, will handle it myself, he said calmly. At this moment, I do have some responsibility, but believe it or not, in at most 3 days, the company will have countless orders. You can start preparing to work overtime now. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. This was like trying to come up with a solution during a famine when there wasn't even rice. I don't believe it, Ju Ting and the other employees were speechless for a moment. Since young Master Ye Feng had given his assurance, they wrote 2 more letters. But it seemed the rumor said Ye Feng was a sycophant to Bai Susu. What was his relationship with Gu Yunxiang? Could it be that he was pursuing Gu Yunxiang, or were they already boyfriend and girlfriend? If that were the case, then the relationship with Chiao Company couldn't continue. Afterwards, you comforted Gu Yunxiang, and seeing him cheer up, you left with Liu Wenbao, feeling relieved. I noticed that young Master Yi was tall and handsome, just like a TV star. It's said that there are many families in the entertainment industry, but young Master Yi is a devoted and good person, and he's also very responsible. I was just worrying about the company's development. Watching Ye Feng's departing figure, Ju Ting and the other girls couldn't help but praise him. Gu Yunxiang also composed herself and began to redo the office furnishings. Just as Brother Ye Feng said, she could start considering overtime. When will Brother Ye Feng break his promise? After leaving Gu Yunxiang's company, Liu Wenbao pulled her into a group of 100 people. Besides Zhong Zihao, there were many clever rich second-generation individuals and high-level bosses in the group. Zhong Zihao was chatting with someone. Talking about which club's magic array you're talking about, you directly tagged Zhong Zihao and started running around like crazy. Yesterday, I was the one who had people beat you up. If you're not happy, come at me, Ye Feng. What kind of skill is it to bully women? You think you're so tough just because you know a few thugs? I'm going to your company right now. Go ahead and have people beat me up. If you dare, I promise I won't fight back. You can beat me to my heart's content. This statement immediately caused an uproar in the group. It was tantamount to a public slap in the face. Over 100 people flooded the chat with messages. Zhong Xiao, don't go head-to-head with Ye Xiao. I believe you can do it. Zhong Xiao, I admire you so much. You're the first person in Jinling to cause trouble for the Yi family. Where is Zhong Xiao? Weren't we just discussing how awesome he is? Call him for Ye Xiao. Has anyone seen him? This is so annoying. Zhong Zihao was tagged at least 100 times, but he seemed to have vanished. Nobody could recall him. Many rich kids and bosses tried to message him privately, but Zhong Zihao didn't reply at all. Just 3 minutes ago, he was chatting and laughing with people. Where is he? I overestimated Zhong Zihao. I didn't expect this family. He was a real jerk, but he really humiliated the Zhong family, making them lose face. Everyone started relentlessly attacking Zhong's account in the group chat, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. They might even be able to curry favor with him. But some people were different. A man secretly called Zhao Wenquan said, Young Master Yi, we're all celebrities, we see each other all the time, harmony is the key to making money. Zhong's account may be wrong, but let's resolve our differences. Young Master Yi, please calm down. It's like you spent 200 million to chase after a green tea bitch, and she ended up using your money to date a poor guy. As the first vigilante among the elves, you couldn't stand by and watch. You then ordered your men to target that poor, eccentric character at every turn. But you never expected that the eccentric was actually the chosen one. You were subjected to all sorts of humiliating defeats, even having your family destroyed. Finally, your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and had acquired a system. After some research, the system told you that you had previously lived in a novel world, and you were actually part of a major faction within the book. You knew that only by preventing the protagonist, the eccentric, from rising to power could you avoid repeating the same fate. So, you began to fight against the male lead, the eccentric, and connect with Zhao Wenquan. They actually managed to bring him out. No wonder his President Zhao he speaks with more composure, unlike some people in the group who just fawn over Ye Feng and young Master Yi. Maybe we should give President Zhao some face. Zhong Zihao is just a sycophant. I'll find someone to take care of him. Zhao Wenquan is a member of the Zhao family's elite faction, and the Zhao family is one of the 4 great families of Elf. His appearance also brought out many lurkers. Almost all of them have business dealings with the Zhao family. Meanwhile, those who supported Ye Feng and those who supported Zhao Wenquan began exchanging views with the Yi family. The atmosphere was relatively friendly, and the topic revolved around whether or not to let Zhong Zihao go. Zhao Wenquan, you're meddling in this. What business is it of yours? I'll show you my face. The Yi family can kill those Zhongs like it's an ant. And you, Zhao, what are you? Who do you think you are to call me Shimon? After the message was sent out, the whole room fell silent. Good heavens. Young Master Yi even bothered Zhao Wenquan, who was trying to mediate the fight. It took Zhao Wenquan a long time to reply with 2 messages. Everyone guessed that Zhao Wenquan must be incredibly frustrated. He probably had never been contradicted in his life, but he couldn't accept it. Although Zhao Wenquan was a powerful figure in the Zhao family was a lower level than the Yi family, and Ye Feng was the only son of the Yi family. In terms of utilizing family resources, he was definitely stronger than Zhao Wenquan. Soon, Zhao Wenquan went into hiding, and even his supporters were completely subdued. What a joke! Who would go and provoke the Yi family for no reason? I'm not that stupid, Zhong Zihao, you said in the car, putting down your phone. Liu Wenbao, sitting next to you, asked, Young Master Yi, where are we going next? If it's Zhong's clothing, I'll call a few more people. He then asked, why are you going there? To beat up Zhong Zihao? Look at this. If you really want to beat up Zhong Zihao, I can do it alone. If Zhong Zihao dares to fight back, I'll change my name. But what you want isn't just to beat him up. Just now in the group chat, you were openly targeting Zhong Zihao. But actually, it's a message to Jinling and the others. The Zhong family has offended the Yi family. Normally, if the Yi family rashly enters the clothing market to seize the opportunity, they'll definitely face resistance, either openly or covertly. But this is different. You're completely aiming for revenge against the Zhong family. This is the political maneuvering you've learned after acquiring business expertise. Liu Wenbao looked at you with some repression because you're completely different from the young Master Yi he used to know. If it were the old you, you would have immediately found someone to fight back. But now you've not only become shrewd and calculating, but you also have grand ambitions. You want to enter the clothing market and seize the Zhong family's influence. The Zhong family's 60% market share in the elf clothing market won't be easy to acquire, but regardless of success or failure, it's already enough to give the Zhong family a good thrashing. In the Zhong family clothing headquarters office, Zhao Wenquan put down his phone and took off his glasses. He was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. He said meaningfully, Young Master Zhong, you're in big trouble. Ye Feng probably won't let you off easily. Heh, does he want to smell or kiss me? Zhong Zihao scoffed, glancing at the dark mass of bodyguards standing guard outside the door, about 50 people. If Ye Feng wants to come here, with so many bodyguards here, do you think I'm afraid of him? Even if I don't dare to hit Ye Feng, Mr. Zhao, do you think Ye Feng can hit me? If he wants to smell me, then please tell me. My Zhong family clothing has absolutely no connection with the Yi family. If they want to use the Yi family's power to impose economic sanctions on my Zhong family, it will only be temporary. In the end, the Yi family will only lose their own prestige, while my Zhong family will actually benefit from it. Besides, if my Zhong family really can't beat the Yi family, don't we still have your Zhao family to back us up? It turns out that not long ago. In order to seek development in other industries, the Zhong family signed a strategic cooperation agreement with the Zhao family. The Zhao family promised to give the Zhong family free rein to make money together, but the price was that Zhong's clothing would have to give up 10% of its market share to the Zhao family. This is why Zhong Zihao had the courage to be dissatisfied with Ye Feng and also the audacity to retaliate against Gu Yunxiang. Zhong Shang said that this was true, but Ye Feng was the only son of the Yi family. He's always been reckless in his actions. If he's serious, you'd better be careful. The family sent me to discuss cooperation with you, but you know my power in the Zhao family is limited, and the resources I can mobilize are also limited. If you have any issues, you'd better contact our young master. Zhao Wenquan said calmly. He was a seasoned veteran. To be honest, he didn't think much of Zhong Zaihao's stubbornness. He wasn't Ye Feng with a family as large as the Ye family. But Zhong's clothing's 10% share was still relatively small and stable. His elder brother also valued it highly. That's why Zhao Wenquan kindly reminded him. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, I just called young Master Zhao not long ago. He's returning to Jinling tomorrow. I'll give him a proper welcome back then. Zhong Zaihao said with a smile. The Zhong family has gone to such great lengths to curry favor with the Zhao family. You definitely need to curry favor with their future successor. And if you can win over young Master Zhao's support, you'll have more leverage when Ye Feng seeks revenge. Does Ye Feng really think he can do whatever he wants just because the Ye family is behind him? Meanwhile, you also receive a call from Chen Zixuan. He invites you to dinner at Sister Mingguang's restaurant at 8 p.m. Hearing this, you ask, Young Master Chen, we just had tea together this afternoon, why are you asking me to drink now? Yi Xiao, didn't you ask me to find a client for your sister-in-law? So that evening, you came to the Mingguang Hotel again. Chen Zixuan, robust and strong, quickly stood up to greet you, then glanced at the somewhat balding middle-aged man beside him and said, This is Mr. Li Yonghua. Mr. Li came from Jiangbei. Yi Xiao, I've heard so much about you. Li Yonghua smiled broadly, picked up a bowl of rice from the table, and said, Yi Xiao, Mr. Chen already told me. Coincidentally, our company is also preparing to launch a batch of new clothing. We trust Yi Xiao's abilities in the design work. Mr. Li's clothing business in Jiangbei is no less successful than the Zhong family's. I'll handle your matter seriously, Chen Zixuan interjected with a smile. Clothing design is a small matter. You calmly placed the contract aside. Mr. Li is here today, perfect timing. We've come to discuss something important. This is something Li Yonghua and Chen Zixuan questioned Ye Feng about before. Jiangbei is also dominated by powerful families, and their market share is almost completely taken over. You smiled slightly and said solemnly. Mr. Li, are you interested in entering the elf clothing market? The two were stunned. Young Master Yi, are you kidding me? I know you don't like Zhong Zaihao, but there's no need to go this far. Chen Zixuan shook his head violently. Today you were angrily criticizing Zhong Zaihao in the group chat, and by the way, the matter with Zhao Wenquan is just a private feud circulating in the rich second-generation circle and business circles. No, it's not that serious, Li Yonghua said, his older brother needing to be more composed. He used a cough to cover the awkwardness and continued, Young Master Yi, forgive my bluntness, but in the clothing industry, the Zhong family holds 60% of the market share. The remaining 40% is divided among various companies. If we enter the market now, we'll only get scraps, at best we won't make much money. If young Master Yi really wants to invest and do business, come to Jiangbei in 100 days. I'll definitely help you make a name for yourself. Li Yonghua's words were very reasonable. If it was just a clothing design event. Even if the design is a disaster, it doesn't matter. Just consider it a chance to make connections with industry leaders. But to enter the clothing market and steal business from others is a joke that goes too far. You might not even make a penny and end up losing your investment. Mr. Li, I have a foolproof plan, which is why I brought this up with you. You expected Li Yonghua and Chen Zixuan's reactions. You paused and said, the reason the Zhong family was able to rise to prominence in just a few years is entirely due to Zhong Zaihao's father, Zhong Yuanshan, marrying a good wife. She was an only child and had been married before. After the marriage, the two families merged, which is why there was that 60% anger. But in terms of strength, whether it's capital or connections, the Zhong family is no match for my industry leader. Now that I intend to eliminate the Zhong family and enter the clothing market, I've turned the conflict into a personal grudge. In other people's eyes, my target is the Zhong family, not the entire clothing industry. The other clothing merchants probably wish I would eliminate the Zhong family so they could get to know me. Your words are extremely inflammatory. The two were stunned after hearing this. Chen Zixuan rubbed his eyes. Was this still the young Master Yi he knew? This cunning and calculating young master doesn't seem like a typical 24-year-old. Of course I believe the Zhong family is no match for your Yi family, Li Yonghua asked in a deep voice. But the problem is, other clothing retailers aren't stupid either. How can you guarantee they won't unite against me? He had to admit he had underestimated this rich second-generation heir. Ye Feng wasn't the stubborn brat the rumors suggested. He was simply fighting within his own industry, but he wouldn't allow outsiders to interfere. After all, no one could guarantee that if the top retailers were eliminated, the middle and lower tier retailers wouldn't suffer the same fate. Everyone understands the principle of survival of the fittest these days, and once market share is determined, there wouldn't be much change. If Ye Feng only targets the mid to lower tier merchants, it probably won't work, since even the top merchants wouldn't dare to easily step forward. However, this way, the profits wouldn't be too great. But if Ye Feng wants to deal with the Zhong family, it's no exaggeration to say that he's challenging the entire industry. How can he ensure that the merchants in the clothing market don't unite against him? The answer is simple. I will make them believe that I am indeed targeting the Zhong family. I will not touch their market share. I only need to eliminate the Zhong family, and I can even dismember them. But once the Zhong family falls, the other businesses are nothing to fear. Mr. Li should know that the conquest of 6 kingdoms relied on the strategy of forming alliances with distant and nearby states. Your answer was resounding. Li Yonghua and Chen Zixuan were stunned again. They were completely shocked. Ye Feng's business acumen is, without exaggeration, even surpassing that of Yi Longju, the top businessman in the elves. Moreover, his words are incredibly persuasive. Li Yonghua and Chen Zixuan's hearts are already pounding. You, on the other hand, smile slightly. With your specialized business skills, your business acumen rivals that of the heads of the top 10 business empires in the country. Your martial arts skills can penetrate hearts, increasing Ye Feng's success rate with words. Young Master Yi, if that's the case, then taking down the Zhong family might not be difficult. Li Yonghua drinks a glass of water to calm his excitement. He thinks the method you just mentioned is feasible. Others might think the same, but lack the necessary resources. Behind you is Sister Yi, and there's also Yi Xiao. Why did you come to me about this? With your Yi family's connections, you shouldn't lack wealthy people to enter the market. My Yi family does indeed have extensive connections, but none of them are in the clothing business. Different industries have barriers, as defenses recklessly entering would lead to certain death. Although my Yi family has money and connections, these aren't panaceas. He pointed to his head. To break through industry barriers, you need knowledge. Therefore, Premier Li is the best choice in my mind. Good. Li Yonghua, his blood boiling, raised his thermos. I'll toast Yi Xiao. What to do? Yi Xiao, just give the instructions, and I'll do it. You've reached an agreement. Chen Zixuan pursed his lips and said, I also want to get involved in this business war. The investment money is secretly calculated. If you can convince your father to invest, we can do it together. He replied indifferently, forget it. My dad only approved tens of millions for me to try. If I go and ask him for hundreds of millions, he'll definitely send me back to work the next day. Chen Zixuan felt helpless. His father, Chen Chenlei, was quite shrewd in business. In his youth, he was full of passion and dared to take risks, but as he's gotten older, his mindset has become more conservative, and he's unwilling to take risks. Young Master Yi, Li Yonghua asked after calming down a bit, what do you think our chances of winning are? He replied, if I say 100%, you can take it as me boasting. The most reliable thing in this world is working for someone else, not investing or doing business. Mr. Li is also a businessman. Of course I know that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. I can only say that we have an 80% chance of winning. You thought about it for a moment. 80% should be a minimum guarantee. Li Yonghua was stunned. Good heavens, that's so high. You know, if you have a 50% chance of winning, you can take a gamble. Isn't 80% practically a guaranteed profit? No way. But Ye Feng seemed to think that 80% was a bit low. However, I have one condition. Young Master Yi, please speak. Li Yonghua's attitude became more respectful. Mr. Li, cooperate with me in terms of investment. The investment ratio is not fixed, but I will hold 70% of the shares, and Mr. Li, you will hold 30%. At the same time, Mr. Li must personally serve as the president. After you finished speaking, the thermos in Li Yonghua's hand clattered to the ground. He was dumbfounded. You spent your money to chase after a scheming woman only for her to use your money to find a poor guy as a boyfriend. As the top elf master, you couldn't stand it. So you ordered your men to target that poor guy, Lingy. But you didn't expect Lingy to be the chosen one. So you were subjected to all sorts of elaborate schemes, even to the point of ruining your family. In the end, your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and had even obtained a system. After learning about it, the system told you that you had lived in a fictional century, and you You know that only by preventing the protagonist's supernatural rise can you avoid repeating the same mistakes, so you start to seize the male protagonist's supernatural power. Regarding the issue of investment ratios and shares, Li Yonghua can understand. After all, Ye Feng and his Ye family are the core, but it's too much for him to be in charge of everything. He can't focus his energy and business on Jiangbei. He immediately said, "Young Master Yi, I have many people under me who are stronger than me. You can pick anyone to be the president. I'm afraid I don't have the energy. President Li, if you don't want to come. Who will suppress those middle and lower level players in the elf clothing market? My Yi family may be strong, but I don't understand the clothing market. Be careful." We finally managed to take down the Zhong family, only to end up protecting others. This seemingly unrelated sentence immediately struck a chord with Li Yonghua. One aspect of Ye Feng's strategy was to involve other merchants in sharing the Zhong family's profits, bringing them to the Zhong family's doorstep before systematically eliminating them and recouping every penny. This was a crucial strategy. Li Yonghua's reputation was well established with him in charge. Those obsessed online trolls could definitely be suppressed, preventing them from growing too powerful. But without him, things would be different. So Li Yonghua said firmly, "All right then, young Master Yi, I'll stand under the Golden Spirit Pillar and fight alongside you to build this empire." The next day, you'll take 250 million from the Yi family account and, together with Li Yonghua, invest a total of 500 million to establish Yi's clothing. Furthermore, you'll have someone publish an article declaring that Jinling business has failed and is declaring war on the Zhong family, angrily denouncing Zhong Zihao for leading people to smash his girlfriend's company. The Zhong family is a family with shady dealings, and you must avenge your girlfriend against the Zhong family. Once the newspaper was published, the entire Jinling business world was in an uproar. Wow, I thought young Master Yi had calmed down after cursing Zhong Zihao in the group chat yesterday. Damn it, I didn't expect this move today. I thought young Master Yi could only take on one of Zhong Zihao's men at most. Good heavens, this is practically digging up their ancestral graves. The Yi family is powerful, the #1 elite family among the elves. The Zhong family is probably finished. But you can't say that. Although the Zhong family can't compare to the Yi family and the 4 major families, they are still the leaders in the elf clothing market. The Yi family might not be able to beat them on their home turf. Even the mighty Bear family fell in the imperial graveyard back then. Anyway, I don't care. If the Yi family wins, I'll just watch the show. If the Zhong family wins, I'll still just watch the show. What's the point of watching? Brothers, things are about to change. Come with me, bring your money, and let's follow young Master Yi. He bet on Zhong Zi, which is right. The clothing industry has suffered under the Zhong family for a long time. I've known for a while that the Zhong family patriarch, Zhong Yuanshan, is unhappy. He even married a widow who had been married before. He's shameless. Almost everyone in the business world thinks that Ye Feng is going to fight for his girlfriend in a fit of rage, but no one knows that the president of Yi's clothing is actually Li Yonghua, a big shot in Jiangbei. Even when checking the disclosed information, Li Yonghua's name wasn't found among the shareholders. His shares were likely held by someone else. Meanwhile, you acted swiftly, directly targeting the Zhong family's Achilles heel. On one hand, you sent people to negotiate with all of the Zhong family's partner factories, securing clothing orders at prices higher than the Zhong family's own, signing 1-year cooperation contracts, and prohibiting these factories from supplying the Zhong family again. Most factories readily accepted, as it's only fair to turn down money. However, some factories had close ties with the Zhong family and were unwilling to cooperate. These were all included in your elimination plan. As for those people who accepted your preferential treatment but secretly supplied the Zhong family, you said your legal team would have a good chat with them. On the other hand, you also targeted all of the Zhong family's physical stores in Elf, causing landlords to breach their contracts and sell their stores through the night market clothing market. You also prohibited landlords from selling other stores to the Zhong family. On the online storefront, you've also established a dedicated e-commerce department to target the Zhong family. For a time, the entire Elf Mall was in a state of panic. Ye Feng was actually serious, and he even targeted the Zhong family's production and sales channels. Fatty, only the Yi family with money dares to play like this. I didn't expect young Master Yi to be so good at crying. This time, the Zhong family is probably in deep trouble. Don't say it's too early. I want to see how long this spendthrift Ye Feng can burn money. Go to hell. You look down on my young Master Yi. The Yi family can crush the Zhong family like an ant. You idiot, what do you know? Although the Yi family has many congestion and many people believe that if the Zhong family loses, most people don't think Ye Feng can defeat them. The most likely outcome of this business war is that the Zhong family will burn through all their money and then have to pay compensation and apologize. However, this is a lose-lose situation, but given Ye Feng's character, this is standard practice and won't change just because of his outstanding performance. Even Zhong Zihao, who is enjoying a massage from his secretary in his office, thinks the same way. Ye Feng, you spendthrift, huh? Go ahead and burn it all, Zhong Zihao thinks, not worried at all. Although production and sales were hampered, causing the Zhong family's business to stagnate, he wasn't panicked. The family didn't even hold a meeting. Let's see what happens, he said, remaining unmoved. He was lying at home, laughing. Young Master Zhong, how long do you think Ye Feng can burn through money? I heard the Ye family's assets are in the tens of millions. His female secretary, while pinching and rubbing against him, asked worriedly, what do you care how long he burns? It's not my money anyway. Zhong Zihao rolled his eyes and said, did I ask you to pinch my fingers? You're so clueless. Do you still want to raise? Zhong Xiao calmed down. The female secretary quickly apologized, then glanced at Zhong Zihao's zipper. You've been busy all day, and it's 7 p.m. when you finally get home. Your father, Ye Longju, was sitting at the dining table with a plate of peanuts, some side dishes, and 2 bottles of beer. Seeing you come back, he waved and said, son, come have a drink with me. Dad, you got off work so early today. Curious, you asked his father, Ye Longju, isn't Ye Longju a workaholic? He usually works overtime until after 10 p.m. Your night market clothing business has 500 million in capital, right? The other 250 million came from Li Yonghua from Jiangbei. Ye Longju looked at you calmly. He was always silent, composed, and indifferent, and was known as the #1 genius in the elf business world. He saw the crux of the problem at a glance. As expected of me, you really are right. You smiled and said, the elves don't know about Li Yonghua's deep-rooted secrets. He's your hidden card. In the early stages, he can lull the Zhong family and other merchants into a false sense of security. In the later stages, he can hold down the fort of the night market clothing business and suppress the infatuated Wang Lian. However, this wasn't a difficult task for Ye Longju, as the core members of the night market clothing team were all drawn from the night market group. Ye Longju, who was usually stoic, suddenly laughed, patted your shoulder, and said, all right then. Do a good job. If 250 million is too little, you can keep throwing money at it. Dad, are you drunk? You were a little curious. Your father wouldn't have acted like this before. He would definitely curse him as a spendthrift and then silently condone Ye Feng's actions, but something was strange today. Drunk, Ye Longju chuckled to himself he'd only drunk 1 bottle of beer. He continued, I just feel that even Li Yonghua is involved, so it seems you're not really alive. Our Ye family's business hasn't expanded in the last 5 years. If you succeed, it'll be my contribution to opening up new territories for our family. Besides, you're not young anymore, you need more experience. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter. As long as your abilities improve, our Ye family will have hope for the future. Do you know how those people laugh at me behind my back? They say I, Ye Longju, am a hero for life, but my heir is a good-for-nothing. Our Ye family needs 20. Ye Longju was visibly excited. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely succeed in taking down the Zhong family and seizing the clothing market. It's not just to avenge Yunxiang, but also for the expansion of our Ye family. You were also somewhat moved. Although it was a story from a book, you saw a father who struggled for his family and silently endured everything. He could provide not only material conditions but also long-lost family affection. Ha ha. Of course I believe you. Come on, let's drink. Ye Longju laughed, picked up a beer and chugged it down the bottle. With your father's support, you're very happy too, so naturally you'll keep me company. The father and son each downed a case of beer. When their mother, Zhu Xuehua, returned home, she saw the scattered bottles and the father and son fast asleep on the sofa. She wasn't just jealous and angry, both father and son had drunk candy and made a mess of the house. Because there were only 3 people in the family, the Yi family hadn't hired a housekeeper, so Zhu Xuehua started cleaning up the bottles. But Zhu Xuehua was also happy. It had been a long time since the father and son had been so harmonious. In the past, Ye Feng was useless, and Ye Longju would only scold him for being a spendthrift. But now, Ye Feng was not only dating Gu Yunxiang peacefully, but he had also started to work on business. Regardless of the success or failure, Zhu Xuehua felt gratified from the bottom of her heart. For days later, Ye Longju got up from the sofa and went to work. He didn't hesitate and went to his company as soon as he woke up. He only ate 2 pieces of bread for breakfast. Because he had negotiated a lot of things with manufacturers and landlords yesterday, he was busy until halfway through. Fortunately, Li Yonghua was there to take charge. Li Yonghua was indeed worthy of being called the king from Jiangbei. He's so organized and efficient that you can't help but admire his expertise. Seeing you arrive, Li Yonghua said, "Young Master Yi, we'll continue to send people to negotiate with the manufacturer and landlord today. The shop we acquired yesterday has ready-made renovations and can be opened immediately. I brought a batch of clothing from my own company from Jiangbei to start the business. Next, what we need to do is establish our brand. You'll handle the design aspects." He can find many design companies to collaborate with, but clearly, Ye Feng has his own ideas. Besides the contract Li Yonghua brought last time, the night market clothing itself also has many design needs. "I'll go find Yunxiang later." You nodded slightly. "We promised to give Yunxiang Company a new order within 3 days, of course I can't lose my job. This is your secretary, Tang Xuelan, entering the office. Yi Bai, the head of the Bai family, Bai Jianhao, is outside requesting an audience." You refused outright. "Fine, I'll go tell him right now." "You're busy, Tang Xuelan, go do it immediately. He's someone you transferred from the Yi group. His abilities are outstanding. Besides, his appearance is also stunning. Bai Yueshio, dressed in professional attire, is a beautiful sight in the company. The Bai family is in the building materials business, right? I heard they're almost bankrupt. They're probably here to find Yi Xiaomin to invest." Li Yonghua slightly choked, while also reminding Ye Feng that investing was irrational, but acquiring them was possible. Building materials business. The only thing is that you're not in a hurry to make money in any industry. You smile slightly. You don't have any good feelings towards Bai Jianhao. As for his daughter, Bai Susu, you're not his sweetheart. The only thing you have for them is, "I want to stay young and not go bald." "Yes, Mr. Gu, you are so beautiful. It would be such a waste if she turned into a pig-headed little darling." Everyone looked at Gu Yunxiang pitifully, while simultaneously being amazed by her efficiency. "Ms. Gu's boyfriend is really great. Working overtime is fine. The company can hire more people too. Hurry up and get the clothing designs done. We need them in time." You smiled slightly. Many manufacturers had already made deals and started to refuse Zhong's clothing orders. You can't let them be idle. Starting work early is beneficial to both sides. However, besides him, Gu Yunxiang's company only has 5 female designers. Such a huge workload must make it difficult for them to recruit more, Gu Yunxiang said firmly. "Brother Ye Feng, leave it to me. I won't let you down." Gu Yunxiang was very happy that she could finally help brother Ye Feng. Moreover, with the 10 million from last time, her company wouldn't be strapped for cash. Seeing that the tables, chairs, and computers that Zhong Zihao and his men had smashed a few days ago were now completely renovated and ready to start working, she smiled and said, "I won't bother you anymore." Then Gu Yunxiang went to post the job advertisement and began working on the clothing drawings. "Young Master Yi," Gu Yunxiang said as she walked out of the office building where Gu Yunxiang's company was located. "You seem a little confused." "I know you're busy, so I'm waiting for you here," Bai Jianhao said with his most humble smile. "Young Master Yi, about that investment, I think we can talk about it for another 100 days. I have other things to do." He then left. "Young Master Yi, I know you're unwilling to give us the investment because you've given up on Bai Susu. But I've already given her a good talking to. Young Master Yi, we also know you have a girlfriend now, and I know that Susu is no match for Miss Gu. However, as long as you and Susu are mutually in love, we don't mind Miss Gu's existence." Bai Jianhao hurriedly caught up and pulled you aside, saying. Hearing this, you almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that Bai Jianhao meant he wanted to give his daughter to him. "You spent 200 million to chase after a green tea bitch, but that green tea bitch took your money and found a poor guy as her boyfriend. As the first vigilante among the elves, you couldn't stand by and watch. You then ordered your men to target that poor, eccentric spirit at every turn. But you never expected the spirit to be the chosen one. You were subjected to all sorts of swearing and betrayal, even having your family destroyed. Finally, your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and had acquired a system. After learning more, the system told you that you had once lived in a novel world, and you were actually the villain in the book. You know that only by stopping the protagonist's supernatural rise can you avoid repeating the same mistakes, so you start stealing the male protagonist's supernatural power. Connecting to the machine, Yi Xiao, do you want me to challenge Susu? It's almost noon now, you can have a candlelight lunch. Bai Jianhao keeps drooling, afraid you'll say you can't see him. You didn't say anything. Bai Jianhao mustered his courage and called Bai Susu. Susu, where are you? Xuanwu, did you go to Xuanwu for no reason, you little brat? Come back right now. After hanging up the phone, Bai Jianhao continued with a smile, Young Master Yi, Susu is coming right away. Please wait a moment. He's in Xuanwu, right? Send me his location, I'll go find him directly. Okay, I'll have him send his location right away. Bai Jianhao then called his daughter again, telling her to stay put and not move, and then sent her his location. Soon, you received Bai Susu's subscription on WeChat. Young Master Yi, you still haven't completely let go of Susu. My good daughter, you must seize this opportunity. Watching her departing figure, Bai Jianhao revealed a long-lost smile. Although Ye Feng hadn't agreed to the investment, he was still willing to go and talk to Bai Susu. Bai Jianhao didn't care these days, rich kids are all womanizers. As long as Susu could get rid of Gu Yunxiang and become the main wife, that was fine. But you were thinking about something else entirely. According to the original story, at this point in time, Lingyi had a special opportunity at Xuanwu Lake. The reason Bai Susu went to Xuanwu Lake was mainly to meet Lingyi, so you had to go and seize the opportunity, otherwise, once Lingyi rose to power, you would die quietly. And these past 2 days, you've been so busy with company matters that you almost forgot about such a good thing. Thanks to Bai Jianhao's reminder, on the other side, Susu, my good best friend Yi Xiao is coming over, why are you still chatting with Dr. Lin? You're not allowed to chat anymore. Seeing her best friend's good-for-nothing behavior, Lin Fengjiao was furious and reached out to grab the phone, but Bai Susu was prepared and didn't get it. Fengjiao, I remember you said that brother Ye Feng blocked you and that you hated him so much. Bai Susu looked at her in confusion. Mentioning this, Lin Fengjiao blushed. Her questioning of Ye Feng at the Bai family's birthday banquet was a major blunder, but it wasn't that she was angry with Ye Feng. Besides, he had a girlfriend and wasn't he no longer fawning over Bai Susu? Now that Ye Feng had taken the initiative to suggest going to Xuanwu to find Bai Susu, it was clear he hadn't given up. After all, being a simp is mainly a psychological issue. Stopping for a while might feel like life is suddenly much better, but going for a long time feels like an illness, making one feel uncomfortable all over. And Bai Susu was the cure for Ye Feng's problem. Lin Fengjiao, hands on her hips, said eloquently, that's different. I hate Ye Feng, but I'm doing all this for your happiness. Think about the foolish situation your Bai family is in right now. Take your father's birthday banquet the other day, for example. You didn't go to Ye Feng to ask for investment. How angry was your father? He even wanted you to break off our friendship. My dear best friend, how old are you? Don't you think things through? Even if you're not interested in Ye Feng, he's still better than that loser Lin Yi. Brother Lin Yi isn't a loser. Bai Susu quickly retorted. Then she said, Fengjiao, didn't I already say I only see Ye Feng as a brother? Besides, Lin Yi and I are just friends. Why are you and my dad forcing me to be with Ye Feng? My happiness is my own decision. Lin Fengjiao was speechless. My best friend, can't you come up with a more thoughtful way of putting it? Besides, you talk to Lin Yi about your personal feelings every day, but you don't have that kind of sentimentality with me. You openly admit you like Lin Yi. No, I'm tired. The world should just end already. Young Master Yi is here. Lin Fengjiao glanced sideways and happened to see your Rolls-Royce parked at the intersection. She immediately perked up. To ensure the date went smoothly, she quickly snatched the phone while Bai Susu wasn't looking, preventing him from ruining young Master Yi's date with Lin Yi. Fengjiao and Bai Susu were furious. Lin Fengjiao hid the phone in her pocket and ignored it. Seeing you approaching, she quickly went up to greet you, young Master Yi, you've arrived. I've kept you waiting. You smiled slightly, it's all right, it's nothing. Lin Fengjiao was flattered. You're so easygoing, it seems you're not angry with me about what happened last time. And considering your status as young Master Yi, if you were to hold a grudge against me, it would lower your own status. So Lin Fengjiao instantly went from hating you to loving you. And you, of course, remember the time he helped the supernatural and questioned you. But who is Lin Fengjiao anyway? You could send him flying into the Pacific Ocean with a sneeze. Keeping him as a tool is like recycling trash. Young Master Yi, the weather is sunny and not hot today, let's go for a walk. Lin Fengjiao, while giving birth to her younger sister, frantically winked at Bai Susu, smiling. The weather in early May was perfect for Jiangnan, with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Xuanwu Lake, located at the foot of Zijin Mountain, is the largest ancient royal garden lake and the only remaining royal garden in Jiangnan, boasting a history of over 1,500 years. Don't underestimate the business of elf business. It's still a famous ancient site from the 6th Dynasty's period, with many historical sites to explore. You replied, but your body remained motionless because the most important protagonist hadn't appeared yet. Seeing this, Lin Fengjiao thought you were dissatisfied with Bai Susu's attitude, feeling he wasn't proactive enough. Just as she was about to give her best friend some advice. He was almost there when his phone rang. It was Bai Susu's phone, and the caller was Ling Yi. Ling Yi, brother. Bai Susu's eyebrows twitched as she reached for her phone, but Lin Fengjiao, quick as lightning, hung up. It's Ling Yi calling, isn't it? Why didn't you answer? She too startled. Night girl, Lin Fengjiao thought she'd misheard. This was Ye Feng speaking, not her. Get this straight, Ling Yi is your rival. Before Lin Fengjiao could think any further, the annoying Ling Yi called again. Answer it. The weather's nice today. It'll be more lively with one more person in Xuanwu High, you smiled slightly. Hearing this, Bai Susu picked up her phone. Even brother Ye Feng doesn't care, why do you care? This best friend is really just meddling in other people's business. Ling Yi, we're here, can you see me? Bai Susu put down her phone. Sure enough, Ling Yi was not far away, waving at her. Susu, Fengjiao, let's go. Ling Yi walked over with a smile. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar-looking man next to him. His eyes widened in surprise. Young Master Yi, what are you doing here? Seeing Ye Feng, Ling Yi's mood was ruined. He had finally gotten a day off today. I specially arranged to meet Bai Susu to choose the 5 barbarians for a children's tour, but Ye Feng was also there. The last time I saw Ye Feng, nothing good ever happened. Not only did he steal the Autumn Swallow and Sunset Glow painting, but Yang Wen, whose opportunity should have been mine, also favored him. He even caused me to be kicked out by Bai Jianhao, and the blue and white porcelain bowl I bought for a hefty 270 yuan was given to me for free. Even though I hated Ye Feng, I still used my special skill, shameless laughter, and said, Young Master Ye Feng, you actually have time? How's your night market clothing going? Everything's going well. It's only a matter of time before the Zhong family is brought down. After all, those who let my Yi family go, no matter how far away, will be punished. You said casually, Ling Yi is indeed the male lead. Even as a poor loser, he's so well informed. He angrily denounced the Zhong family. You're only dealing with the elf injury report. Your affairs are almost entirely limited to your trip to the elf injury realm. Ling Yi is clearly not at that level yet. Young Master Yi, is your Yi family going to enter the clothing industry? Lin Feijiao's eyes gleamed with admiration. Not really, just revenge, you replied lightly. Just kidding. How can you speak the truth carelessly? As expected of young Master Yi, you're truly a peerless gentleman, Lin Fengjiao praised again, while also selecting her best friend's opinion, meaning. Bai Susu's family's efforts ensured that Yi Xiao was completely snatched away by Gu Yunxiang, but Bai Susu didn't react. Lin Fengjiao was furious and looked at the loser Lin Yi next to her, pointing at him and saying, Lin Yi, look at how romantic Yi Xiao is when he helps his girlfriend get revenge, having the Zhong family stay hidden and accompany her. And look at you, so poor you even borrow money from Susu to rent a place. Do you even deserve to be called a man? Lin Yi was speechless. How did this get onto him? But Lin Fengjiao was telling the truth, and he couldn't refute her. Fengjiao, don't say that. Lin Yi has already tried his best. I lent him the money for the rent. Everyone has difficult times. Besides, Lin Yi said he'd treat us to a big meal today. Bai Susu was dissatisfied and quickly defended Lin Yi. Susu, are you all right? Lin Fengjiao almost fainted. Young Master Yi is here, how could you say such a thing? Have you forgotten what your father told you? I hope young Master Yi won't mind these things. Of course I'm not sick, but Fengjiao, you're targeting Ling Yi. It's also my fault for not acknowledging you as my best friend, Bai Susu said, somewhat angrily. All right, let's go for a walk. We'll be at the restaurant soon, you said with a smile. Of course you don't care, Bai Susu said, equally uninterested in watching this best friend's private affairs. You have your own proof, she replied. Okay, let's go now. Lin Fengjiao hurriedly said. She glanced at the poor-looking Ling Yi beside her, mustered her courage, approached, and pulled her forward, leaving Ye Feng and Bai Susu alone. Ling Yi had no choice but to walk in front, otherwise, if she was too slow, Lin Fengjiao would kick her. Bai Susu frowned, increasingly dissatisfied with her best friend. Brother Ye Feng. Bai Susu forced a smile as they walked. Both Bai Susu and Lin Yi were distracted the entire way. Because of Lin Fengjiao's presence, they couldn't have a proper date. Bai Susu regretted bringing her best friend along. Lin Yi also wanted to find a chance to be alone with Bai Susu, but to no avail. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the restaurant. Everyone was tired. Let's eat at this restaurant, they said. They stopped at a very ordinary restaurant. Remember, in the original story, it was here that Lin Yi treated Bai Susu to a big meal before setting off. The chance encounter. Wherever Yi Xiao says, that's where it is. Lin Fengjiao quickly reconciled. Although this restaurant isn't high-end, Xuanwu Lake is a tourist attraction after all, so we can't expect too much. Okay, let's go here. Lin Yi agreed. To treat Bai Susu to a big meal for this date, she had taken an advance from her internship company, which was just enough to afford the meal. However, with Ye Feng there, she definitely wouldn't be paying, so she could save that money. Saving is earning. Eat more later, Ye Feng said as he entered the restaurant and started ordering. Ye Feng and Lin Fengjia weren't particularly interested in the place, so they just ordered some casual dishes. Bai Susu wasn't in the mood for food. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was a different story. He ordered over 20 dishes by himself. Can you finish all that? Slow down. Lin Fengjia was jealous but didn't scold him. Lin Yi must be a reincarnation of a starving ghost. Being able to eat is a blessing. She said. If you think it's not enough, you can add a few more, Lin Yi said with a smile. Okay, then I'll add 2 more. So Lin Yi added a few more dishes. Goodness, a total of 30 dishes. The waiter was speechless. Seeing this, you sneered inwardly, you idiot, do you think I'm going to pay your salary? You've already prepared all the money you got from the company in advance. Because Ye Feng's table was full of big customers, the food was served very quickly. Lin Yi, thinking she could get something for free, was overjoyed and ate heartily. Seeing that he was truly a starving ghost, Lin Fengjia felt even more disgusted. Halfway through the meal, the next table suddenly became noisy. No money? What are you eating? Hurry up and pay. You want to eat? Don't you know where you are? Several waiters glared at a basket of food. We only ordered 3 dishes, how come it cost 300 yuan? This is a rip-off. A girl of about 17 or 18 shouted at the waiter. She was short but had a strong presence. Although young, she was pretty and charming. You have a captivating beauty, huh? You must have just come from some remote mountain village, don't you know this is a tourist area? 3 dishes and 2 rice dishes cost 300 yuan, and they even smudged it on the menu. It's written there too. If you don't pay, you're not leaving today. The manager, amused, waved his hand, and several more waiters came to stop the grandfather and grandson from escaping. Kun Fanglin was about to cry. He realized he was in the wrong, but he didn't have much money. Meanwhile, the old man was frantically trying to extort money. The waiters almost vomited the bill, and seeing this, they all took a step back, fearing the old man might have some strange illness. Grandpa Qi Fangling was so anxious he burst into tears. He had brought his grandfather to the city for medical treatment, and the family was very poor. He only had 800 yuan on him. If he gave the old man 300 yuan for the meal, how would he pay for the medical treatment? He'd heard that city hospitals weren't exactly charities. They wouldn't treat patients without money. Thinking of this, Grandpa coughed even harder, and Senator Fanglin burst into tears. I said, little girl, you owe me your meal money. Why are you playing the victim here? Don't blame me for not warning you. If you don't pay, don't blame us for being impolite. Find out the meal money. The manager pulled down 2 men, and the waiters under his command were about to move, but he stopped them. In broad daylight, you dared to bully a little girl and even search her body. Who gave you the right and audacity? At this moment, you shouted and cursed, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The little girl in front of you, Senator Fanglin, was none other than Lin Yi from the original work. The opportunity you encountered this time was because you spent 200,000 yuan to pursue a green tea bitch, but that green tea bitch took your money and found a poor guy as her boyfriend. As the first vigilante among the elves, you couldn't stand by and watch. You then ordered your men to target that poor, supernatural being at every turn. But you never expected the supernatural being to be the chosen one. So you were subjected to all sorts of elaborate schemes, even to the point of your family's ruin. Finally, your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the roof. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and had acquired a system. After some research, the system told you that you had once lived in a novel world, and you were actually the protagonist's rising star. You knew that only by preventing the protagonist's supernatural rise could you avoid repeating the same mistakes. So you began to disrupt the protagonist's supernatural aura, following your superior's advice and bravely earning everyone's praise. Although the little girl didn't pay for her meal, the actions of these waiters were indeed appalling. Lin Yi was even more startled, thinking, wow, Ye Feng's speed is incredible. I was actually planning to intervene. Lin Yi realized this girl wasn't ordinary. She possessed a mysterious aura. If he wasn't mistaken, she came from southern Xinjiang, and she was clearly a martial arts expert with such high skill and power that even dozens of ordinary people couldn't get close. Ling Yi was indeed right. In the original novel, Center Fanglin was a standing unit. Although not the strongest, he is special because he comes from the southern frontier and can consume ancient trees. In the original story, Lin Yi, who paid for Chen Fanglin's meal, gained a bodyguard and harem because of this act. In later plot developments, Chen Fanglin helped Lin Yi resolve crises multiple times. However, the plot is about to change, and you must seize this opportunity. Who the hell are you? The old man next to you who ordered 30 dishes didn't lie. Who do you think you are? The manager looked down on him, but as he looked, he realized something was wrong. Young Master Ye Feng, how is it you? The manager was so frightened that he knelt down unsteadily. Young Master Yi, we didn't recognize you just now. You were shocked. To outsiders, you were always someone whose name was never seen, so how could the manager of this small restaurant know you? Young Master Yi, this restaurant is your family's property. The manager answered tremblingly, my family's property. Wasn't that a slap in the face for Tenyu? You snapped, get out of here. If this happens again, you're fired. Yes, young Master Yi, please calm down, the manager said, quickly covering himself and leaving. Wow, this is the legendary young Master Yi. I finally met him in person. Young Master Yi is truly a righteous leader, even his own employees love him. Who dares to say a bad word about young Master Yi? I'll be the first to object. Your actions have undoubtedly won you all applause. Wow, how come all my good luck was stolen by Ye Feng? Ling Yi felt depressed. He realized that ever since he met Ye Feng, he had been preparing to do something. Young Master Yi, thank you. Center Fangling timidly walked over to apologize. Although she didn't know exactly how powerful young Master Yi was, she knew this shop belonged to her. And he even waived 300 yuan for his meal. No problem, it's nothing. I just couldn't stand them bullying little girls. You repeated a bit of what the former assistant, Ling Yi, said. Ling Yi was shocked. You were just about to know what I wanted to say. Just now, when Ling Yi was about to make his move, he even had his lines ready. It's just a pity Ye Feng was a little too fast. Suspiciously, not too fast, not too fast. Ling Yi could no longer have a chance with him. He could only resent Ye Feng as he ate his food heartily. You just saved me, and indirectly saved my grandfather too. According to our local custom, I must repay you with my body. Center Fangling blushed and said this with great difficulty. Without Ye Feng, she definitely wouldn't have been able to save the 300 yuan for the meal. Before coming, she had inquired and learned that treating her grandfather would cost at least 700 yuan. Ye Feng had essentially saved her grandfather. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. He was already repaying her with his body? What are your rules? If I had known, I could have done it too. It's just 300 yuan, exchanging wives is such a good deal. It's just a pity the opportunity has been missed. On the surface, the loss is 300 yuan, but with a few transactions, it's 100 million. It hurts 100 million. My conscience is aching. Am I dreaming? President Lin pinched his arm, it hurt. It wasn't a dream, but this was too surreal. Bai Susu was even more shocked. Lin Yi realized he had lost even more and angrily ate his vegetables. Hey, I said, little girl, you're only 17 or 18, right? The law doesn't allow us to get married. You continued, following the instructions of the young man, Center Fuqiang, who was not young. Center Fuqiang, Center Fanglin's grandfather, hurriedly said, we have no way to repay your great kindness. Please promise us, otherwise. Center Fuqiang, agitated, started coughing up blood again. You were speechless. This plot is so cheesy, isn't it? I told you long ago, the author couldn't have written this kind of plot without 10 years of brain hemorrhage. Grandpa, are you all right? Grandpa! Center Fangling cried out anxiously, supporting him. But the unconscious grandfather's eyes welled with tears again. He pleaded for help, asking those around him, who can save my grandpa? I'll do it. The surrounding bachelors all volunteered, though some suggested they never do such a thing. Any good person would be willing to do it. However, the fastest was Ling Yi. He rushed to Center Fangling like the wind and said, I know some medicine. Let me save your grandpa. Thank you. Center Fangling's eyes were filled with gratitude. It was a combination of lung and pulmonary embolism. Ling Yi had diagnosed the illness at a glance. Tuberculosis is a common and difficult to treat disease among the elderly, but the supernatural has its own methods to save him. It shouldn't be a problem for now. Hey, supernatural guy, Are you a doctor? A slightly speechless tone. This supernatural thing is really real. How come it's so easy to find a way out? No, but I can dismantle medical techniques. This is a matter of life and death. We can't wait any longer. The supernatural finished speaking and prepared to begin treatment. Little girl, your grandfather has tuberculosis. It could be fatal. Are you sure you want this guy to save him? Ah, is it that serious? Center Fanglin was somewhat frightened and began to reconsider. Of course, especially if someone who doesn't understand medicine panics, the chances of death are very high. Young Master Yi, it's not as serious as you say. Even if my medical skills are lacking, it's definitely not a problem for me to find someone to help this old man. Ling Yi retorted, Young Master Yi, do you also understand medicine? I don't, you can admit it openly, but I know people who do. Little girl, think it over. If Ling Yi tries to save your grandfather, he will most likely die. But if I find someone to save your grandfather, he will definitely live. You said firmly, I believe in young Master Yi. Center Fanglin had no choice compared to Ling Yi. He still trusted Ye Feng, who had just helped him out of a predicament, more. He felt closer to Ye Feng in his heart. Don't worry, if the person Ye Xiao called isn't good, I can treat him later. Ling Yi stepped aside, but he wasn't flustered. He realized that the lung fusion in this abdominal wall was not simple. Ordinary doctors couldn't see it, but only a few top doctors in the Elf City could. He then called Director Wu, the director of the Elf City People's Hospital and the private doctor hired by the Yi family. His mother, Zhu Xuehua, had a heart condition, and his father smoked and had lung problems, all of whom relied on him for care. After the call, Director Wu arrived in an ambulance as quickly as possible, 10 minutes later. Where is the patient, young Master Yi? Wu Tianmin, carrying a first aid kit, strode in. Ling Yi was stunned to see him. How could it be him? Wu Tianmin was a renowned doctor, far superior to anyone else in medical skills. With him there, how could he not see that the old man, Kung Fu Chang, had contracted a lung virus from martial arts training? Fortunately, the patient had only fainted due to oxygen deprivation from the poisoning. I'm already beyond saving. Wu Tianmin immediately recognized Kung Fu Chang's symptoms, including the other viruses he had contracted from martial arts. He gestured, and the nurse behind him brought a ventilator and 9 silver needles. The ventilator was for Kung Fu Chang's care, while the silver needles were used for bloodletting to treat him. I just recognized him. Isn't this Director Wu from the People's Hospital? It really is Director Wu. Last time my dad was dying, he was the one who came back. Little girl, your grandpa is saved. I found out that Yi Xiao's man, Mai Haoqiang, made a phone call and actually summoned Director Wu. After recognizing Wu Tianmin, everyone praised him. Thank you, Director Wu. Thank you, young Master Yi. Center Fanglin was overjoyed and cried tears of joy. Her gratitude towards you was even greater. She decided that she would marry no one but you. There was no other way to repay your kindness except by offering herself to you. Ling Yi, on the other hand, had his face covered in black blood. The opportunity that belonged to him was stolen by Ye Feng again. If he was the one who saved Center Fuchang and offered himself to him, would that still have anything to do with Ye Feng? Although it doesn't necessarily require a physical relationship, Center Fanglin will definitely be a very useful person in the future. Now, equivalent to 100 swords, a few minutes later, Center Fuchang opened his eyes and woke up. He apologized to you again, Yi Xiao, for your great kindness. I have no way to repay you. Please accept my apology. Center Fuchang bowed, saying this as he was about to kneel. Elder Center, there's no need for such formalities. Righteousness and courage are our duty. You quickly stopped him. Yi Xiao, you're too kind. If all the rich second-generation elves were like him, wouldn't the human world be all about righteousness and courage? I could too. Is that righteousness and courage? You're just harassing this young girl's body. You're despicable. Yes, I'm too embarrassed to call you out on it. Everyone praised Ye Feng again. Grandpa Center's illness is quite serious and requires long-term hospitalization, Wu Tianming said as he approached you. All right, Director Wu, please arrange it. You were slightly sweating. Thank you, young Master Yi. Center's father was deeply grateful. Young Master Yi is such a good person. He's definitely not stopping in promoting his granddaughter Xu Peiqi. Grandpa needs to be hospitalized. Miss Center, what are your plans? You asked Center Fanglin. Center Fanglin, his face beaming, was quick-witted. When Ye Feng rescued me and my grandfather again, I already considered myself young Master Yi's person. How about this? I see Miss Center is no ordinary person. Why don't you be my bodyguard? I need someone to protect me. Ye Feng chuckled. Bodyguard, this little girl is a trained martial artist. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Center Fanglin was petite and delicate, seemingly a frail woman. How could Ye Feng have known she was a trained martial artist? Center Fuqiang and Center Fanglin were also stunned. They were successors of the Southern Frontier Golden Cicada sect, but they had always lived in the rural areas of Southern Frontier, making a living by farming. Their martial arts skills were always hidden, only occasionally revealed. How did Ye Feng know? Besides seeking medical treatment, Center Fuqiang also wanted to help his granddaughter find her father, Center Fuqiang's son. Center Fanglin was born in the Elf Kingdom. Her father took her back to his hometown in southern Xinjiang and then returned to the Elf Kingdom, disappearing without a trace. What kind of supernatural abilities does this damn Ye Feng possess? His eyes widened. At first, he thought Ye Feng was just after Center Fanglin, but he hadn't expected his eyesight to be so accurate. Last time he stole his autumn swallow sunset soil, and now he's stolen Center Fanglin's. Could this guy be some kind of cheat code? Why wouldn't you want to? Just ask. Yes, yes. Chen Fanglin nodded hurriedly. From now on, I'll protect Ye Feng 24/7. Ye Feng is my and my grandfather's benefactor. How could Chen Fanglin refuse? Besides, being a bodyguard is a job, and she can support herself in Jinling. So Wu Chenmin took Chen Fuqiang to the hospital, while you took Chen Fanglin home. Young Master Yi saw Ye Feng leave. Lin Feng and Ye Feng crossed paths. Wasn't young Master Yi supposed to be on a date with Suxing today? Why did he leave so soon? Could it be that the newcomer, Xing, suddenly lost interest in Susu after saving someone? Meanwhile, Bai Susu was busy feeding Ling Yi, probably worried he hadn't eaten enough. Ling Feng Jiao, furious, pulled Bai Susu aside and said with exasperation, Susu, you need to be more careful. At this rate, you won't even be a proper maid. Bai Susu frowned deeply. This was a blatant insult. She immediately ignored her best friend and went to Ling Yi, saying, Brother Ling Yi, let's continue exploring Xuanwu Lake. Ling Yi readily agreed, finally having a chance to be alone with Bai Susu. Just as they were about to leave, the restaurant manager and waiters. Bai Susu was taken aback and said unhappily, Didn't you see we're with Brother Ye Feng? You're still trying to charge me? We naturally wouldn't dare charge young Master Yi for ordering food, but this guy ordered 27 dishes, which comes to 3,000 yuan after rounding up. We have to pay for this meal today, or you'll see. The manager became arrogant, and the waiters behind him surrounded Ling Yi. If he were young Master Yi's friend, the manager wouldn't dare to ask him for money, but he had just seen clearly that this guy was obviously young Master Yi's rival, and he even wanted to lay a finger on Miss Center Fanglin. This wasn't his chance to curry favor. 3,000 yuan. Ling Yi drooled. He had already gotten an advance of more than 1,000 yuan from the company. How could he afford to pay the bill? But they wouldn't pay. I obviously can't leave today, he said to Bai Susu. Susu, can you lend me some money? I got paid, I'll pay you back. It's okay, Brother Lin Yi, I happen to have 3,000 here. Bai Susu took out her phone to transfer the money. Although the Bai family was almost bankrupt, they could still come up with this amount of money. A grown man actually asking a woman for money, don't you have any shame? Lin Fengjiao reached out and snatched the phone away again, then ran out without looking back. Lin Fengjiao, how could you do this? Bai Susu was furious and quickly chased after him to get the phone back. Lin Yi was dumbfounded, thinking, I didn't offend Lin Fengjiao, did I? Why is this woman always targeting me? Kid, quickly give me the money. The manager glared angrily at the man, asking if a written receipt would suffice. The spirit suggested, what nonsense. Do you believe I'll beat you up? The manager retorted angrily, fine. The spirit, helpless, pulled out his phone and called his boss, Zhao Hongying, the daughter of the Zhao family. The spirit said on the phone, Sister Hongying, could you give me another 2,000 yuan in advance? I urgently need the money. The spirit continued, you spent 200,000 yuan chasing after a green tea bitch, but she used your money to find a poor guy as her boyfriend. As the first spirit to act like this, you couldn't stand by and watch. So you had people target that poor guy at every turn. But you never expected that the supernatural was actually the chosen one. You were subjected to all sorts of humiliating setbacks, even suffering the destruction of your family. Finally, your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the roof. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and had acquired a system. After learning more, the system told you that you had once lived in a novel world, and you were actually the protagonist of the book. You know that only by preventing the protagonist's supernatural rise can you avoid repeating the same mistakes, so you begin to steal the male protagonist's supernatural luck. Connection, ding congratulations, host, for changing the assistant's plot. Plundering supernatural luck, gaining 1,500 counterattack points. Ding supernatural hidden charm value reduced by 100. Ding supernatural luck value reduced by 1,000. Supernatural luck value reduced by another 1,000, lowering it by 1 level. In the car, Ye Feng was preparing to take Center Fanglin home when the system's voice suddenly sounded. What happens when it lowers it by 1 level? Ye Feng asked curiously. After lowering it, the male protagonist's supernatural opportunities will be greatly reduced. This reduces his luck while simultaneously increasing the host's luck level. Luck is divided into 5 levels. Heavenly luck, divine luck, primordial luck, human luck, and ordinary luck. The host currently has ordinary luck. Why is my luck so low? Ye Feng was very dissatisfied. Host, you are the main villain in the book, how could your luck be high? Ye Feng was speechless for a moment. It seems I've exaggerated a bit. But it doesn't matter, he can just get closer to spiritual energy in the future. Host, would you like to use your reversal points to exchange for skills, attributes, or items? Reversal points can be stored for future use. I'll store them for now. Ye Feng replied, I don't need to rush to exchange them. After all, my superpowers are enough to solve most things. Saving them for future use is better than nothing. He then added, congratulations, host, on your first deposit of reversal points. You will receive a random reward from the system. He then congratulated Ye Feng on obtaining attribute enhancement. His current attribute is luck. Ye Feng's gender is currently male, and his stamina is 200. An ordinary person has 60 spirit, 150 martial arts, 150 talent, 300 charm, 1500 counterattack value, and skills. Self-portrait proficiency, business specialization, derivative skill. Bewitchment. And this is even more amazing. As his physical condition improved, Ye Feng was astonished. You have this operating system? Why didn't you say so earlier? Ye Feng asked, system, can I look at the supernatural? Don't look, Ye Feng replied, he's the protagonist, his attributes are definitely stronger than yours, but the host doesn't need to feel inferior. His strongest ability is actually money. I'd call it a superpower system. He kindly drove back to the Ye family villa. Chen Fanglin, now Ye Feng's bodyguard responsible for close protection, naturally also had to stay at the Ye family villa. It was the weekend, and Gu Yunxiang, the mother, was also enjoying a rare day off. When she saw her son bring home a pretty young woman, she was immediately shocked and jumped up from the sofa. Indeed, Gu Yunxiang was dumbfounded. This was the first time her son had ever brought a girl home from outside. Of course, Ye Feng had always been a sweetheart to Bai Susu and hadn't shown much interest in other girls. Her son's sudden flirtatious behavior made her, as his mother, a little uneasy. This is my aunt's bodyguard, she'll be responsible for protecting me from now on. Of course I can protect you and Dad, Ye Feng explained. Protect what again? Gu Yunxiang stared in disbelief at the petite and delicate Center Fanglin, unable to process what was going on. With that build, she can be a bodyguard? Who's protecting whom, Auntie? Center Fanglin greeted timidly. Hello, please sit down. Gu Yunxiang responded warmly. No matter what, he is. The girl your son brought back isn't even likable. She can be anything, bodyguard or something else. Then Gu Yunxiang pulled Ye Feng aside and said, Xiao Feng, are you serious? Of course. Ye Feng replied. Our Ye family is the #1 wealthy family in the Elf Kingdom. Countless people are eyeing our money. You and Dad are so carefree, not even hiring bodyguards. Look at the 4 major families, each of them could form a reinforced company of bodyguards. Back in the 9 Realms era, the son of a certain richest man in the country was kidnapped, and it cost 1 billion to ransom him. And that was 1 billion back in the 9 Realms era. Converted to today's purchasing power, it's at least equivalent to 20 billion. At the very least, that could buy the entire combined wealth of the 4 major elf families. The Ye family's big move in the elf tree. Who knows, we might encounter the same situation someday. Of course, although the Ye family doesn't employ bodyguards, they have many dogs that can come and bother us at any time. For example, Liu Wenbao last time, don't underestimate him just because he's a restaurant owner. His rise to power was far from savory. Of course, having a personal bodyguard is much better and more secure. Who's discussing bodyguards with you? Gu Yunxiang rolled her eyes and said, I just think that girl is so pretty. Don't get any funny ideas. You absolutely can't betray Yunxiao. Ye Feng was speechless. Mom, you don't even trust your own son? Bah. Don't think you're a good person just because you didn't act like that fool for Bai Susu. You know, everything has its limits. Many boys start out incredibly infatuated, but later they end up living a life of debauchery, falling in love with one woman after another. There's a saying, when an avalanche occurs, every snowflake is caught in the throes. Gu Yunxiang declared confidently, when an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Ye Feng corrected, that's right, that's the meaning. Xiao Feng, we can't be simps, but we also can't be scumbags. Gu Yunxiang continued, I'm not going to say anything more. I'm going to tidy up the room for that girl. She's staying at our house, we can't let her suffer. With that, Gu Yunxiang turned and left. Her aunt turned back and asked, is she staying in the same room as you? Didn't Mom say she wouldn't be a scumbag? Finally, under Ye Feng's arrangement, Center Fanglin lived on the second floor. During the following period, under Li Yonghua's manipulation, Ye's Clothing continued to negotiate cooperation with manufacturers and sign contracts with landlords, using all its resources to undermine Zhong's Clothing. Soon, Zhong's Clothing lost 80% of its market share in channel sales, and its online stores collapsed entirely. Because Zhong's Clothing was short-supplying and disappointed customers, it was bombarded with complaints and spam. Ultimately, due to the overwhelming number of complaints, the e-commerce website shut down Zhong's Clothing store. Ye's Clothing seized the opportunity and rose to prominence. At noon, Zhong's group. Should I also marry that pretty new girl from the finance department? Suddenly, the office door was kicked open and a middle-aged man barged in, slapping Zhong Zihao across the face. You spendthrift! What the hell are you doing? I just left the elf, and you've already offended the Yi family. If I hand over the family business to you, you'll squander it all sooner or later. I might as well just kill you now. The newcomer was Zhong Zihao's father, Gu Yunxiang. He was furious, his anger reaching its peak. Dad, listen to me, Zhong Zihao said hastily, touching his swollen face. This was all my scheme. I deliberately set up this punch to lure Ye Feng into it. Dad, don't get agitated. Put your fist down and listen to me. Zhong Zihao quickly stopped his father's seemingly innocuous actions and calmly said, currently, Zhong's Clothing has lost 80% of its market share, but this is only temporary. Ye Feng's current success is due to two factors. Firstly, he's spending money recklessly, and secondly, we haven't retaliated. But Dad, think carefully, how much money does Ye Feng have to burn through for this period of time? He'll burn at least 2 nights, at most a month. I bet their night market clothing industry will be in financial crisis. That'll be our chance to counterattack. Not only will we be able to reclaim our lost territory, but we can also turn the tables on the Yi family because of their financial crisis. By then, the elves will have 5 major families, and the Yi family will not only be unable to remain a powerful family, but also unable to be recognized as a clan because of Ye Feng's generation. After Zhong Zihao finished his analysis, he was somewhat smug. He was sure his boss would look at him with new respect. No matter how disappointing he was. Isn't it better than Ye Feng's thing? Zhong Zihao, you idiot! I should have pinned you against the wall back then. Zhong Yunxiang, far from appeased, became even angrier and slapped Zhong Zihao hard across the face again. Dad, what's wrong? Zhong Zihao, trembling and dizzy from the blow, asked, You moron, don't you know what this is? There's something called a loan. You dare compare yourself to the Yi family? We've only accumulated for our 5 years' worth of wealth, while the Yi family has accumulated over 20 years. Zhong Yunxiang was furious. But didn't we sign a cooperation agreement with the Zhao family? With the army in trouble, how could they ignore it? Zhong Zihao chuckled. The Zhao family, you expect them to help you? Why don't you just expect billions to fall from the sky and crush the Yi family? Zhong Yunxiang, furious, pulled a photo from his pocket. Look at this. Ye Feng. Zhong Zihao looked at the photo and prayed. Who's that bald man next to him? What bald man? That's Li Yonghua from Jiangbei. Did you crawl out of a pig's belly? Are you blind? Zhong Yunxiang cursed his deceased wife, Li Yonghua, in a fit of rage. Zhong Zihao's eyes widened. How could Li Yonghua from Jiangbei be in Jinling? He was a clothing tycoon, no less powerful than the Zhong family in any way. So why was he in Jinling, firing shots and breaking ground, and even with Ye Feng? Moreover, since Li Yonghua was personally overseeing the operation, he certainly wasn't just going to fire a couple of shots and leave. In that case, the Zhong family was indeed in great danger. You idiot! How dare you still have the mood to have hot pot in the office? Hurry up and apologize to Ye Feng. Ceding territory and paying reparations are all fine, as long as he's willing to back down. Let me make this clear first. If you don't handle this well, don't blame me. I'll make you pay for the sacrifice on Children's Day next month. Gu Yunxiang cursed. As the saying goes, why pay respects to ancestors on Qingming Festival? Children's Day is just as good. I'm going right now. Zhang Zihao was so frightened that he was covered in rashes, like he had malaria. He was banging on the board. The offensive situation was very good. Ye Feng and Li Yuhua finally got their hands dirty. Ye Feng was actually quite good at being a hands-off manager. He only needed to talk. Li Yuhua did all the specific work. He was already suffering in middle age, and now he was even more miserable.
The clothing company failed to retaliate or organize a defense, allowing the Ye family to seize market share. Ye Feng, Li Yuhua, and other executives discussed the situation and concluded that Gu Yunxiang was away on a business trip, the chairman was absent, and General Manager Xiao and Zhang Zihao were merely financial advisors. The business daily just called. They received a submitted photo. Please take a look with General Manager Li. At this moment, Ye Feng's secretary, Tang Swilin, entered, took out her phone, and handed over the photo. The photo showed Ye Feng and Li Yuhua chatting and drinking coffee together in the company office. This directly revealed that Li Yuhua held the remaining 30% of Ye's clothing shares. Ye Feng and Li Yuhua colluded to try and take over the entire elf clothing market. Needless to say, the photo was taken by Zhang's dog. Who took this photo? There's a mole in the company. Li Yuhua slammed his fist on the table, glaring at all the high-ranking executives. They were also very puzzled. Investigate this immediately. I want to see who dares to collude with Zhang. Ye Feng said calmly. He wasn't really concerned about this matter, what he cared about was the traitor. You see, to keep Li Yonghua's existence a secret, everyone in the company who could contact Li Yonghua was from the Li and Ye families. The mole must be one of them, young master Ye. What's next? Li Yonghua asked. Although the photo was taken by the Elf Business Daily, his identity had been exposed. In the original plan, to avoid arousing the discontent of other merchants in the clothing market, Li Yonghua couldn't show himself beforehand. It's easy, Ye Feng said calmly. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Xuelan, call and thank editor Yang of the Elf Business Daily for me. Let him publish the photo. Tang Xuelan was stunned. Even Li Yonghua was stunned. What kind of operation was Ye Feng making editor Yang? Li Yonghua, lazily, and Lin instructed all the night market clothing staff to learn from General Manager Li's advanced corporate experience. Ye Feng said calmly. What a brilliant scheme. Everyone was astonished. What was supposed to be a crisis was so easily dismissed by him. If Zhang were to accuse Ye Feng of colluding with Li Yonghua, the accusation would be incredibly difficult to fabricate. But if Ye Feng himself said it, it would be a different story. Ye Feng is an amateur, is he not allowed to find a mentor to learn from? Does he look down on the Ye family's connections or something? As for editor Yang, after all, their company, Elf Warrior, is a private enterprise and needs to make a living too. Ye Feng then pulled Tang Swilin aside and spoke privately about the mole. You brought people from the Ye group to investigate. I suspect there's a traitor within our Ye family. Many of the senior and middle managers at Ye's Clothing are veterans who have followed the Ye family for over a decade, with the lowest tenure being at least 5 years. It wasn't that Ye Feng didn't trust them, but rather that Li Yonghua only brought a few core members, all of whom held positions within Li's Clothing and had no reason to become moles. Furthermore, the Ye group is too large, with a diverse workforce, it wouldn't be difficult for a traitor to emerge. After all, these days, people tend to go to the night market immediately, gather your men and form an investigator team. Young Master Ye, not long after. The company's security guards hurried away. Zhang Zihao brought people to see you. Zhang Zihao, yes, he brought more than 30 bodyguards. I'm afraid they're up to no good. Mingjian still won't see you. Of course I want to see you. Ye Feng smiled slightly, a chilling glint in his eyes. I not only want to see them, but I want to see all of them. Let Zhang Zihao's bodyguards come in with him. You spent 200 million to chase after a green tea bitch, but that green tea bitch took your money and found a poor guy as her boyfriend. As the richest young master in the elf chamber, of course you can't stand by and watch. Then you had people target that poor, supernatural being at every turn. But you never expected that the supernatural being was actually the chosen one. So you were repeatedly humiliated, even driven to the brink of family ruin. Finally, your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and had acquired a system. After learning more, the system told you that you had lived in a novel world, and you were actually the main villain. You knew that only by stopping the protagonist's rise to power could you avoid repeating your mistakes. So you began to steal the male lead's supernatural artifacts. The following is a separate, unrelated sentence, connecting to the machine. Young Master Ye, should I go find some people? In case Zhang Zihao causes trouble, we'll be better able to handle it. The security guard suggested that although the company had many employees, most of them were ordinary workers, and the management was mostly elderly. There were only 4 security guards, and 2 of them were in trouble. He was afraid that if a fight broke out, he would suffer. He didn't need to call anyone, he, Ye Feng, was right here. If Ye Feng wanted to hit him, he would let him hit him, if Ye Feng wanted to vandalize the company, he would let him vandalize it. Ye Feng's expression was intimate. He was worried that the conflict with the Zhang family wasn't sharp enough. Business people who were just watching the show might not be completely happy. He had to make the conflict as personal as possible. Of course, if Zhang Zihao really came to cause trouble, he might not be able to vandalize the company. Fang Ling alone could fight against all of them. He was Ye Feng's personal bodyguard, and Ye Feng took him wherever he went. Soon, Zhang Zihao entered the company with more than 30 security guards, but he refused to go to his office because the office couldn't hold so many people. Zhang Zihao, are you addicted to smashing up the company? Ye Feng sneered. Come on, smash it all up. I'll even treat you to dinner. Young Master Yat, you misunderstand. I have no such intention. Zhang Zihao laughed and said, Old Eight gave a death order to apologize to Ye Feng. How could he have the guts? The reason he brought so many people was simple. He was afraid Ye Feng would take the opportunity to beat him up. He hadn't been injured in that fight at a restaurant for long. What kind of house do you have? Ye Feng said coldly. It's like this, young Master Yat, our two families have always kept to ourselves, there's no need for such a big fight. As he spoke, Zhang Zihao pulled out a bank card from his pocket and said, there's 3 million in here, it's compensation for my sister-in-law. I was wrong, I apologize. He handed the bank card over when there were bodyguards present. Zhang Zihao had originally wanted to hand it over himself to show his sincerity, but he was worried about security. 3 million. You're quite something, Ye Feng sneered, putting away the check and instructing the finance lady to go to the bank and transfer the money to Gu Yunxiang. Last time, Gu Yunxiang's losses of tables, chairs, and equipment totaled tens of thousands. Even with new equipment, it only cost a little over 100,000. This 3 million is practically worthless. Young Master Yat, since the compensation has been received, can we talk business? Zhang Zihao said with a smile. Business? Ye Feng chuckled coldly. Do you think I spent so much money establishing Ye's clothing to mess around with you? Young Master Yat, what's wrong with you? Zhang Zihao's smile vanished, his face changing drastically. The compensation is what you should do, and this money isn't for me. Do you think you can get away with this? But money is money, and grudges are grudges. I'm going to kill you all. You son of a bitch. Zhang Zihao, furious, pointed at Ye Feng and shouted. You and Li Yonghua are in cahoots, not for revenge, but to get involved in the clothing industry, right? What the hell? What does this have to do with President Li? Ye Feng immediately denied it. He didn't let Li Yonghua out. Anyway, Zhang Zihao only has one mouth, what could he say? Young Master Yat, I was ignorant and offended you before. I know it wasn't easy for you to set up the night market clothing business. It's incredibly expensive. How about this, we'll make peace. You'll get the manufacturer to restore our union's online store, and you'll stop targeting our physical stores. We'll talk to the landlord ourselves. I won't let you work for nothing. We're willing to pay 20 million in compensation and give you 10% of the entire apparel industry's market share. Please, young Master Yat, grant me this favor. Zhang Zihao said with difficulty. This is completely out of reach. 20 million is a small matter, and the lost time to make money is also a small matter. The key is this 10% market share, which is of utmost importance. We already gave up 10% of our market share before, in order to curry favor with the Zhao family. Now, with the compensation and concessions, Zhang's clothing only has 40% market share left. This is a huge loss, but his father is terrified and has given him a strict order. He has no choice but to comply. Ceding territory and paying compensation is the only option. Young Master Yat, if you agree, let's sign the contract and take Zhang's place. With that, Zhang Zihao took out the contract that had already been prepared. Although Ye Feng has already burned through 200 million, they have also seized the market that originally belonged to Zhang's. The money can be returned, and he even gets a 100% market share bonus for free. He's already made money. Zhang Zihao, are you deaf? I told you, I'm going to wipe out your Zhang family. You either fight me to the death or get out of here. Perhaps your Zhang family clothing business still has a chance to survive. Ye Feng smiled coldly. Ye Feng, don't push your luck. Zhang Zihao was completely enraged. This debt has been settled. I've swallowed my anger, paid the fines, and even ceded the land. What more does Ye Feng want? Zhang's clothing company thought. If they bring in their own spirits, they'll have no chance of survival in the fiercely competitive Jiangnan and Jiangbei regions. Get out of here if you have nothing to do. Of course, if you want to smash my company, that's fine too, Ye Feng said coldly. Zhang Zihao was speechless. He did want to lead his men to rush up and beat Ye Feng up, but that would only escalate the conflict further. He feared the Ye family wouldn't let him get away with it, and he estimated his father would kill him before June 1st. Zhang Zihao swallowed his anger and looked behind him. His gaze fell upon a handsome young man wearing a casual t-shirt and with long hair. As expected, young Master Ye walked out with a smile and said, I wonder if young Master Ye still recognizes you? We had drinks together 2 months ago. Zhao Hengbo, the eldest son of the Zhao family, what are you doing? Ye Feng looked at him. This man was the future heir of the Zhao family. He had just returned from studying abroad at the beginning of this year. Zhao Hengbo was cunning and treacherous, and his reputation among the rich second-generation elites was very high, far surpassing that of his peer Chen Zixun. It's just a pity that he was also a villain in the original work. Because he offended Lin Yi, he was beaten all the way and eventually died in the toilet. It is worth mentioning that his sister Zhao Hongying was beautiful and was even taken into Lin Yi's harem. Young Master Yat, I wonder if you could give me some face? I sincerely apologize to Uncle Yu and the Zhang family. If young Master Ye feels the apology is insufficient, we can discuss it further. Continuing this farce will only lead to mutual destruction and ultimately benefit others. Zhao Hengbo smiled and persuaded me, last time, your uncle Zhao Wenquan made me wonder in the group chat. What brings you here today? But I still maintain my stance, I, Ye Feng, am determined to destroy the Zhang family. My name is Zhang, and I, the head of the Ye family, will punish them no matter how far they are, break them no matter how strong they are, and kill them even in the face of countless calamities. Ye Feng pointed at Zhang Zihao with a chilling and pitiful expression and said, the business world is like a battlefield. There's a saying in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Today I'm giving you this: if you can fight, fight; if you can't 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 walk, walk; if you can't walk, walk; if you can't surrender, die. Why wag your tail and beg for reconciliation? You, Ye Feng, are you trying to kill me? Zhang Zihao was furious, and at the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. Would his father beat him to death if he went back? He knew it was good. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Then, so be it. Zhang Zihao stormed out with his men, and Zhao Hengbo followed. They left the night market clothing market. Zhang Zihao was still puzzled. What was Ye Feng thinking? Did he really want to enter the entire clothing industry? Zhao Hengbo couldn't help but ponder. As a fellow rich second generation, he could understand Ye Feng's impulsive desire to make a big splash. But Ye Feng's current advantage is entirely due to his spending spree and the lack of retaliation from Zhang's clothing. Of course, no one knows that Ye Feng is in cahoots with Li Yonghua, they just think Ye Feng is simply a spendthrift acting on impulse for a woman. Young Master Zhao, you absolutely have to help me. Otherwise my dad will definitely beat me to death when I get back. Zhang Zihao cried out for help. Don't worry, I will absolutely not sit idly by. Zhao Hengbo readily agreed. After all, 60% of the Zhang family's market share, including 10%, goes to the Zhao family. Moreover, if Zhang retaliates, Ye Feng will have to continue to use the money he has prepared for him. As long as he brings the Ye family into the midst of war, then it will be an opportunity for the four major families. Furthermore, no one wanted to see him continue doing this. Although it wasn't good to be against the Ye family, secretly sending funds to the Zhang family wasn't a problem. Zhao Hengbo then asked, did you submit that photo of Ye Feng and Li Yonghua last time? He continued, don't worry, young Master Zhao, I already sent the photo to Yang Sheng, the editor-in-chief of the Elf Business Daily. With just a word from us, it can be published at 6 p.m. Zhang Zihao nodded hurriedly. This was their backup plan, and it actually came in handy. It would definitely catch Ye Feng off guard. That's good. It wasn't in vain that we spent so much money bribing Ye Feng's men. Zhao Hengbo also broke out in a slight sweat. As for Yang Sheng, he had taken a lot of money from the Zhao family, so he had to do his job diligently. At 5:40, in the CEO's office of the night market clothing company, Ye Xiao said, Editor-in-Chief Yang has finished writing the article. Please take a look. His secretary, Tang Xian, sent the document to Ye Feng's work account. The title was Li Yonghua's Guidance to the Night Market Clothing Company. Besides the photo of Ye Feng and Li Yonghua taken by an inside agent, the article included numerous pictures of people from the night market clothing company listening to Li Yonghua's lectures. No matter how you looked at it, he was clearly a teacher Ye Feng had found, not a collaborator. Okay, Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction, and also sent this article to Editor-in-Chief Yang. The article was written by Ye Feng himself. The accompanying picture shows Zhang Zihao with bodyguards at the night market today, but the angle of the shot is very tricky, completely turning the negotiation into a photo of him looking for a seat. Ye Feng's title is even more exaggerated, Zhang Zihao, from the Black Family, smashes up the night market clothing. Ye Feng says he is fighting against evil forces. Tang Swilin immediately exclaimed upon seeing it, good heavens. Young Master Ye has really turned the conflict into a personal grudge, and there are pictures and evidence. Besides, Elf Business Daily is a private company, and they are just looking for an opportunity to curry favor with the Ye family. They will definitely do their best to promote these two articles and have Editor-in-Chief Yang publish them on the front page. As Ye Feng spoke, a smile crept onto his lips. Zhang Zihao, you dare to play tricks on me behind my back? Let's see how you handle this. At 6 p.m. sharp, the two-day headline article in the Elf Business Daily was published, causing an uproar in the Elf business community. No way, Zhang Zihao is so arrogant, daring to go to the miscellaneous clothing industry? Why? I feel like it's Ye Feng who's selling men. Zhang Zihao is definitely not smart enough. Does he really treat the business world like a battlefield? Is that how you do it? Damn it, a spendthrift and an idiot. They actually started a battle between the elf warriors. What kind of weakling is Kudro? Ye Feng isn't a spendthrift. The Ye family has so many dogs, just a few of them could easily get Zhang Zihao involved in Axie, but he didn't. What does that mean? It means Ye Feng is good at hiding and is a man of great things. He's right, what's the use of beating up Zhang Zihao? Bankrupting the Zhang family is the most satisfying way. There's an old saying, strike the snake at its 7-inch mark, dig up a person's ancestral grave. The Elf Business Daily's public opinion was very unfriendly towards Zhang's clothing, believing that Zhang Zihao was courting disaster while simultaneously trying to whitewash Ye Feng's image. To call him a spendthrift was simply a matter of being blind and insane. When did I ever lead people to vandalize Ye's clothing? I brought bodyguards purely for self-defense, I was afraid Ye Feng would take the opportunity to attack me. In Zhang's clothing's office, Zhang Zihao was on the phone explaining to the company executives one by one that these were all company employees, and that Zhang Zihao had to call them uncle. After explaining more than 10 times, Zhang Zihao's throat was dry, and he still hadn't explained clearly. They also believed that Zhang Zihao had been framed, but the key question was what to do now. Just then, the official from the elf room called to inquire whether Zhang Zihao had engaged in illegal competition through violence. Zhang Zihao wanted to cry. At this moment, a man in a suit walked in. Zhang Zihao recognized him, he was his father's driver. The driver said, your father wants you to go downstairs. He has something to ask you. Can you not go? Zhang Zihao trembled and said, "No." The driver shook his head. "Your father said if you don't go, I can take coercive measures." "Young Master Zhang, please." The driver was very polite. Zhang Zihao was so frightened that he trembled and got off the sofa. Editor-in-Chief Yang, don't tell me you have a bad signal. I know you can hear me clearly. I just want to ask you, my Zhao family has not mistreated you, so why are you helping Ye Feng? Zhao Hengbo suppressed his anger and asked Yang Sheng, since you insist on knowing so much, young Master Zhao, I'll just tell you straight, because I want to be a dog for the Ye family. On the phone, Yang Sheng was righteous and said, I see you're a real dog. You've taken too little money from my Zhao family. You damned bastard, still acting as Yejia's dog? Yejia actually thinks highly of you. Zhao Hengbo roared in fury. It's precisely because I looked down on you before that I'm seizing this opportunity. Okay, I'm not saying anything more. I need to brainstorm tomorrow's draft on how to help Ye Xiao get ahead. Otherwise, if I go play, this dog will be snatched away by someone else. After saying this, Yang Sheng hung up the phone. Zhao Hengbo was even more furious and cursed angrily. So what if your Ye family can raise dogs? I'll see what makes you, Ye Feng, so capable of killing the Zhang family. Just because you, Ye Feng, can raise dogs and go out chatting with other people doesn't mean my Zhao family can't. You spent your money chasing after a green TBTCH, and that green TBTCH used your money to find a poor guy as a boyfriend. As the most extravagant elf master, of course you couldn't stand it. So you ordered your men to target that poor guy, Ling Ai, at every turn. But you didn't expect Ling Ai to be the chosen one. And so you got slapped in the face in various ways. Even after your family was destroyed and your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and had acquired a system. After learning more, the system told you that you had lived in a novel world, and you were actually the main villain. You knew that only by stopping the protagonist's supernatural rise could you avoid repeating the same mistakes. So you began to steal the protagonist's supernatural power. Continuing from the previous episode, Zhao Hengduo thought it through. He knew he couldn't compete with the Ye family in raising dogs, since they were professionals, but recruiting people outside wouldn't be a problem. The only ones who dared to challenge the Ye family were the four great families of elves. He made a phone call to Chen Zigzun. What are you doing, bro? Didn't I just get back to Elf City? Let's get together tonight, brothers. At 8 o'clock, the business street outside the company was brightly lit. Ye Feng looked at the bustling scene outside the window, full of fighting spirit. Li Yonghua and the others were still working hard for the company's business. Ye Feng was waiting for news. Young Master Ye, we found the mole. Secretary Tang Swilin left and handed Ye Feng a photo. The group found out that this person often secretly contacted Zhao Hengbo. In other words, it was Zhao Hengbo who was behind my troubles. Ye Feng was jealous. The person in the photo was a middle-aged man around 40 years old named Lu Hao, a mid-level manager in the company. However, Ye Feng was not under his command. There were too many employees, and countless mid-level managers, so it was reasonable for one or two scoundrels to emerge. Young Master Ye, this Lu Hao isn't working overtime tonight, Tang Swilin reminded him. It's all right, I'll teach him what happens to a traitor, Ye Feng said coldly. This Lu Hao is just a nobody, not worth mentioning. But it's Hengbo's doing this from behind that the Zhao family is living too comfortably. The Ye family is the most powerful family among the elves, followed by the four great families. This is the elf's social standing. Since the Zhao family doesn't know what's good for them, I won't be polite. I'll just use you as a reminder. If destroying the Zhang family and seizing the clothing market is just for expanding their territory, killing the Zhao family would break the current dominance of the elf family, making the Ye family the true overlords of the elf realm. At that moment, Ding Lingling heard Ye Feng's phone ring. It was Chen Zigzun calling. Young Master Ye, Chen Zigzun said, that guy Zhao Hengbo just called me to drink and discuss important matters. But I heard that Zhao Hengbo is involved with the Zhang group, which might not be a good thing. I guess Zhao Hengbo is trying to spread rumors about me, that's why he called me. Just as Ye Feng finished speaking, a captivating fragrance wafted from beside him. His secretary, Tang Swilin, whispered in his ear, Young Master Ye, just now the group called to investigate. Lu Hao is planning a secret trip to Zhao Hengbo tonight. Did you agree? Ye Feng frowned, his face flushed with urgency, and asked into the phone, of course not. We're brothers. Chen Zigzun immediately retorted, are you kidding? Ye Feng is appreciated by Yan Wenjing. Of course he has to be on the same side as Ye Feng. Call Zhao Hengbo right now and tell him you're going to the appointment, then send me the address. Ye Feng said, what's wrong, young master Ye? You're not planning to get him, are you? Yes, I'm going. Chen Zigzun was stunned for a moment. After hanging up, Ye Feng called Lu Wenbao again, asking him to call a few people over, not too many, with a look of unease. Then, Ye Feng said to Chen Fanglin, who was sitting in his office eating spicy snacks, Fanglin, come with me. Brother Ye Feng, where are we going? Hearing this, Chen Fanglin quickly put down his snacks. He'd been acting as brother Ye Feng's bodyguard for days. But he found that Ye Feng usually posed no threat, and Sen Fanglin felt like he was freeloading. Now that he finally had a chance to use his skills, he perked up. According to the location sent by Chen Zigzun, they were in the Emperor's Hall private room at the Emperor's Pavilion Entertainment Club. Chen Zigzun was already inside. Ye Feng, along with Sen Fanglin, Lu Wenbao, and several others, also entered the club. What were they doing there? The club's security guards, with their keen eyesight, immediately recognized that Ye Feng and his group were up to no good. Several guards surrounded them. Lu Wenbao, extremely arrogant, slapped a guard across the face and shouted, I'm Lu Wenbao. If you don't recognize me, Go ask around outside. So it's Lu Wenbao. What does this guy want? Didn't I hear he opened a restaurant and became a boss after joining the Ye family, having already cleaned up his act? Is he going back to his old ways? I'll be bold and domineering. He even dares to smash a factory owned by the Ye family. Many people knew Lu Wenbao. A few years ago, he was notorious. Several security guards were also frightened, especially the one who had been slapped, who dared not stop Lu Wenbao again. Ye Feng continued leading his men towards the Emperor's Hall. After taking a few more steps, a burly man blocked his way and sneered, Lu Wenbao, you've got some nerve. Coming to the Zhao family's territory to cause trouble, what are you doing here? Lu Wenbao was taken aback. What? It's Chu Liang. I once knew Chu Liang as the #1 fighter in the martial arts world. He actually joined the Zhao family. Damn it, Lu Wenbao has kicked a hornet's nest. He's met someone even more tiring than him. Everyone was surprised by Chu Liang's appearance. Most of them didn't actually recognize Chu Liang, but he was far more ferocious than Lu Wenbao in the original story. He was a well-known and extremely loyal man, but unfortunately, he offended the male protagonist, Lin Yi. Zhao Hongbo was killed by Lin Yi in the toilet, and Chu Liang's martial arts were also crippled by Lin Yi. Lu Wenbao, you and I have no grudge. Today I'm doing a job for the Zhao family. It's not your place to be presumptuous. If you come to spend money, I welcome you with open arms, but if you come to cause trouble, get out of here immediately. Chu Liang remained calm and composed. His head was high, his hair was long, and his aura was overwhelming. We're here to cause trouble. What do you want? Ye Feng stepped forward and said softly. Hehe, this must be young Master Yet. Your Ye family and the Zhao family have no grudge. It's not that bad, Chu Liang said with a chuckle. He planned to try diplomacy first, then resort to force. There's no real grudge, Ye Feng sneered. Then said to Lu Wenbao and the others, let's continue inside. If anyone tries to stop us, just beat them up. Yes, Lu Wenbao replied, since we've chosen to be the Ye family's dogs, we must be loyal and protect them. Even if the other party is Chu Liang, we can't back down. Besides, since young master dared to come, he must have been prepared. Although Chu Liang's appearance was indeed unexpected, young master Yet, have you lost your mind? You still insist on causing trouble here. I've already been very polite to you. I hope you won't make me the doorman, otherwise you'll blame me for being ruthless. Chu Liang went up to stop him. It was impossible for him to let Ye Feng go to the Emperor's Hall. There was someone Ye Feng absolutely couldn't see there. However, the other party was the eldest young master of the Ye family. Chu Liang didn't dare to do anything to him, but stopping him without hurting him was no problem. Dare to attack young master Yet? I'll fight you to the death. Lu Wenbao saw this and quickly led his men to protect Ye Feng. At the same time, a harmonious voice rang out. If you want to move against brother Ye Feng, you have to get past me first. Kun Fenglin threw a punch. No way. Young master Yet actually needs a woman to protect him? Seriously. Money really is a virtue. Even such cute girls are using their bodies to protect young master Yet. The crowd once again felt the benefits of wealth and recognized the handsome young man before them as Ye Feng. I don't hit women, Chu Liang frowned, but didn't stop her attack. I'll beat him first, then we'll talk. Kun Fenglin, jealous, hadn't said anything, so he'd offended her. Chu Liang snorted coldly and threw a punch. As long as Ye Feng wasn't hurt, she didn't care about the others. Anyway, this girl had charged at her own expense, she hated people who were courting death. Bang. The rich second-generation's loyal woman slapped my hand. In their first exchange, Chu Liang staggered backward, clutching his arm and crouching on the ground, sweating profusely from the pain. Wow, this girl is incredibly strong. Chu Liang is no match for her. What a rip-off. You all thought she was just a pretty face, now you've been proven wrong. We were just saying Ye Xiao is rich and arrogant, who is he? Did I misspoke? If Ye Xiao wasn't rich and charming, would he be able to find such a beautiful girl as a bodyguard? Seeing Chu Liang's defeat, everyone started a commotion. Lu Wenbao was also shocked. She and Chu Liang were both from the martial arts world, so she naturally knew how powerful she was. But she actually managed to withstand one move from Sen Fenglin. Just how strong must this girl be? Thinking of this, his awe of Ye Feng and the Ye family deepened. Ye Feng didn't take Chu Liang seriously. However, the Golden Cicada sex crew easily defeated him. Ye Feng then led his men inside. Seeing Chu Liang's attitude, the club's security guards and staff dared not stop him. Chu Liang was loyal, but he must have some minor fractures, even a slight movement hurt. Suddenly, a loud bang. The door to the private room was kicked open. Who's so arrogant? Didn't young Master Zhao say that no one is allowed to enter without his permission? Young Master Yet, what brings you here? The private room was filled with several people. Aside from the mole, Lu Hao, they were all shrewd and influential rich kids. They were all startled when Ye Feng walked in with his entourage. It wasn't that Ye Feng shouldn't be there, but rather that his manner of entering was rather uncivilized. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was here to cause trouble. Young Master Yet, what's going on? The speaker was a rather flamboyant young man with gold-rimmed glasses. This man was Zhou Wenbin, the young master of the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families. At this moment, just like everyone else, he was in a daze. None of your business, Ye Feng ignored him, his gaze falling on a middle-aged man. This man was none other than Lu Hao, the trader of the Ye family. Seeing Ye Feng barge in, he was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. He wanted to run to the toilet, but Lu Wenbao said, please go first, grabbing him and dragging him to kneel before Ye Feng. Young Master Yet, let me explain. Lu Hao trembled with fear. Slap, Lu Wenbao slapped him across the face, angrily shouting, "You traitorous dog! The Ye family doesn't even have you in their ranks. How dare you collude with Zhao Hongbo to betray young Master Ye? Young Master Ye, let me kill him." Lu Wenbao asked, "Hey, we're all civilized people, let's be more civilized in our dealings." Ye Feng shook his head. "Young Master Ye, here's your stuff." Chen Zixun sat up from the sofa and handed Ye Feng a voice recorder. Because Zhao Hongbo firmly believed that the four major families would unite against the Ye family, he confided in Chen Zixun that it was inappropriate to leave him behind. Chen Zixun took the opportunity to record the evidence of Lu Hao's involvement in corporate espionage. "Young Master Ye, considering how many years I've served the Ye family, please spare me, even if I haven't done anything particularly meritorious. I have elderly parents to support and a young son who's still breastfeeding. I beg you." Lu Hao is desperate and hopes Ye Feng will have mercy. He married a woman 18 years his junior and doesn't want to go to jail. Ye Feng remained unmoved and simply handed the recording pen to Lu Wenbao. "Hat, now you know to beg for mercy and betray the Ye family. You know this is your fate. But don't worry, you'll only be imprisoned for 20 years at most. As for my wife, I'll take care of her myself." Lu Wenbao isn't a good person. He inquired about Lu Hao's wife before coming. "She's a stunning beauty. Anyway, Lu Hao's surname is Lu, and I'm from the same family. He's a good husband, but I'm not." "Lu Wenbao, you bastard, how dare you lay a finger on my wife? She won't betray me." Lu Hao roared, "Don't make things too difficult. You betrayed young Master Ye for money, how do you know your wife won't betray you for money? I'm much richer than you." Lu Wenbao was very confident. Damn it. Lu Hao grew even angrier, knowing his wife was a gold digger. So he kept cursing at Lu Wenbao, knowing he was doomed anyway. Lu Wenbao waved his hand, and his men rushed forward and took Lu Hao to the authorities. "Let's settle this privately. It's a small matter, please excuse the commotion," Ye Feng said, smiling at Zhou Wenbin and the others. His forced smile was a sign of Ye Feng's ruthlessness. Although Lu Hao had betrayed him, it wasn't enough to punish him alone, he had even gone so far as to destroy his family. It's truly baffling that Zhao Hongbo is dead. Ye Feng searched the area for the body but didn't find him. Zhao Hongbo had been in the toilet for several minutes. Chen Zixun then kicked the toilet door, intending to trap him like a turtle in a jar. The door was kicked open with a bang. Chen Zixun was stunned. The room was empty except for an open window. Damn it, this was a double-decker. It was several meters high. Zhao Hongbo jumped down from here. Chen Zixun was shocked. He looked out the window, there was no one there, but the roof of the car was dented. Without a doubt, this was Zhao Hongbo. He ran quite fast. Ye Feng didn't care. He surveyed the height difference between the toilet window and the ground. While it wouldn't necessarily kill anyone, a few days in the hospital should be enough. Zhao Hongbo is a smart man, he knew he wouldn't get away unscathed, so he mimicked a gecko's leap to save himself. "Young Master Ye, may I ask what's going on?" "Young Master Zhao, you just returned to Elf, you shouldn't have any grudge against him, right?" Zhou Wenbin and the others asked him curiously. They had only been there a short time and were completely bewildered by the scene before them. Zhao Hongbo was actually scared by Ye Feng and jumped from the second floor of the toilet. What kind of deep grudge could there be? Even if he poached people from Ye Feng's company. It can't be this bad, can it? Ye Feng thought. Zhao Hongbo invited you all here today. Don't you know why? Ye Feng looked at them. Weren't we here for drinks? He said it was to welcome him. Oh right, young Master Zhao wants to invest. He said he wants to help us with a big business deal. Someone remembered, but still didn't understand what this had to do with Ye Feng. The Zhao family and the Ye family don't keep to themselves. It's just a business deal between guests. Zhao Hongbo's big business deal referred to helping the Zhang family deal with the Ye family. As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, Zhou Wenbin and the others' expressions changed drastically. You spent 200 million to be a sweetheart to a green tea BTCH, but that green tea BTCH took your money and found a poor guy as her boyfriend. As the most arrogant elf, you naturally couldn't stand by and watch. So you began battling that poor, supernatural being at every turn. But you never expected the supernatural being to be the chosen one. You were subjected to all sorts of elaborate schemes, even to the point of your family's ruin. Ironically, your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and had acquired a system. After some research, the system told you that you had once lived in a novel world, and you were actually the main villain in the book. You know that only by stopping the protagonist's supernatural rise can we avoid repeating the same mistakes, so you started to steal the male lead's supernatural powers. We picked up young Master Ye, we didn't know about this, otherwise we wouldn't have come. We have nothing to do with Zhao Hongbo. Everyone quickly stated their position. What a joke. Who would want to offend the Ye family for no reason? Even if they wanted to bring down the Ye family, they couldn't do it openly. Besides, they have no such intention for now. And Zhao Hongbo doesn't even know his own strength right now. You were so scared by Ye Feng that you jumped off the second floor of the toilet, and you dare to bring down such a despicable person as the Ye family? Fine, I, Ye Feng, am not an unreasonable person. I believe this has nothing to do with you. Ye Feng, slightly sweating, added, I see that everyone here is a spirit. They're friends worth making friends with. Our night market clothing business is preparing for an IPO. How about this, all of you invest. The Zhang and Zhao families haven't started their counterattack yet. Once the market war starts, there will be many places where money will be burned. Ye Feng didn't want to use too much of the Ye family's money, so now was a good time to attract investment. He continued, let's start with 10 million each. I'll give you 6 shares. 1% is enough. Everyone was stunned. Your night market clothing business only has a total investment of 500 million. 1% of the shares is only 5 million. 6 people here is 60 million. Are you kidding me, brother Ye Feng? If you all find it difficult, that's all right. I'll personally visit each of you uncles and elders to explain the situation. I'm sure they won't refuse. Ye Feng laughed and said, how could it be difficult? It's just 10 million. I, Wang Duo, have invested. Yes, young Master Wang has invested. How could I, the young master, not invest? The 6 men became generous. Damn it, this Ye Feng is clearly ripping people off. And this is something they got themselves into. Why did they come here to drink with Zhao Hongbo? Damn it, they drank 10 million in cash. Most importantly, if their elders knew they had offended the Ye family, wouldn't they break their legs? This 10 million in cash is a loss for now. By the way, young Master Zhou, your Zhou family is one of the 4 most shrewd families. 10 million is a bit beneath you. Why don't you invest 50 million? That way you'll get a 0.5% stake and better dividends in the future. Ye Feng said with a smile. Young Master Yat, I'm just a poor kid raised by a stepmother. My uncle and grandmother don't love me, so don't look up to me. I'm already honored to invest 10 million. Zhou Wenbin quickly refused. 0.5% of the shares is a lot. And you're talking about dividends? Yat, your clothing business hasn't even started to make a profit yet. Even if it does, the market size for elf's clothing is only so high. At this rate, when will you ever give me a share? As for you, Ye Feng, you can't handle Zhang's business. I'll have to put my principal in the bank. Young Master Zhou, you're too kind. Our brightest star could invest 50 million, wouldn't he? As a certain master once said, the amount you invest determines your magnanimity. When your father sees your magnanimity, choosing you as his heir will be a piece of cake. Besides, young Master Zhou, your stepmother is only about 10 years older than you, practically your peer. Just ask her, she dotes on you so much, she'll definitely support your career. After saying this, Ye Feng walked up and patted Zhou Wenbin on the shoulder. Zhou Wenbin's face turned green. Ye Feng, you idiot. Why is it that such a good deal is being taken from me? However, Ye Feng is right about one thing, to compete with his brothers for the Zhou family's heirship, Zhou Wenbin has gone to great lengths to please his stepmother. He usually buys things for her, like hairpins. Asking his stepmother for money shouldn't be a problem, but if Ye Feng were to ask his younger brother for money, that would be a huge issue. The heirship will definitely go to him in the future. Ye Feng has him cornered. Since young Master Ye is giving him so much face. I'm sure about the money, but you'll have to give me some time. Zhou Wenbin forced a smile. Brother Wenbin, you're indeed straightforward and honest, you're bound to do great things in the future. Ye Feng praised him highly. I hope Brother Wenbin can finalize the investment within 3 days, he said. Okay, Zhou Wenbin smiled. Wouldn't it be more embarrassing if I cried? You, Ye Feng, are you in such a hurry for money? Go to PC. He cursed inwardly, but Zhou Wenbin dared not refuse the money. Perhaps by getting to know Ye Feng, he could secure the position of heir in the future. Otherwise, offending Yejia and Zhou Wenbin would likely result in his father simply putting money in his bank account for a year or 2, or a 20-year fixed deposit, where he would only earn interest each month. How tragic. After securing the 100 million investment, Ye Feng returned and began discussing increasing the investment with Li Yonghua. In fact, 600 million was enough to compete with Zhang Xiao, and even if it wasn't enough, they had the confidence to increase the investment. However, with the Zhao family's capital entering the fray, they had to increase the investment to ensure victory. They could also drag the Zhao family into the war and destroy them. Ultimately, Ye Feng and Li Yonghua each invested an additional 200 million, bringing the company's total capital to 1 billion. 3 days later, all the funds arrived, including those from Zhou Wenbin and others. Young Master Yat, Li Yonghua said earnestly, I've invested my entire fortune. I must say this beforehand, if we fail, you'll have to marry my daughter. The Li family and the Zhang family are roughly the same size, with assets of around 500 million. Aside from fixed assets that can't be touched, Li Yonghua has practically no cash on hand and is even on loan. Don't worry, we can't possibly fail, Ye Feng said confidently. He possessed exceptional business acumen, enough to easily outshine top figures in both Jiangnan and Jiangbei. He couldn't find an area where he would fail. In the following days, the Zhang family secretly attracted the attention of the Zhao family's capital and began a counterattack. They also seized the factories, shops, and ironworks that Ye Feng had previously taken from them, offering high prices to buy them back. In terms of sales, they launched a price war, selling clothing at prices lower than Ye Feng's clothing line. Their motto was simple, as long as they sold it and didn't lose money, they would sell it to the death. Ye Feng. So Ye Feng did the same thing as the Zhang family again, and the clothing samples designed by Gu Yunxiang's company had already started production. Both the quality and style of the clothes far surpassed those of the Zhang family. In the end, both the manufacturers, landlords, and customers were doing well, and both companies were losing money. In just 5 days, both sides lost over 100 million each. Ye Feng still managed to grab 51% of the Zhang family's clothing market share, previously it was 80%. The reason for the drop was simple, if they didn't let the Zhang family lose ground, how could they afford to burn money? Without burning money, how could the Zhang family go bankrupt? Soon, the battle between the two sides reached a fever pitch, and the entire elf business world was filled with the smoke of war. A few days later, Zhao Hongbo secretly transferred another sum of money to the Zhang family. The Zhang family launched a fierce attack, burning through his bank account. I still have over 500 million waiting for them. One Zhang family, one Zhao family, dare they compete with me in terms of money? Ye Feng, in his office, was brimming with fighting spirit. Let's kill the Zhang and Zhao families. They've been working overtime to death lately. Wouldn't it be better to surrender and be acquired? Why do they have to go against young master yet? The other executives in the office were also in a frenzy. They were bloodthirsty, and under Li Yonghua's command, they began a new round of battle, determined to destroy the other side. Zhao Hengbo, get out here. The door to the VAP ward of the city's central hospital was kicked open. Zhao Wenwei, the head of the Zhao family, stormed in, his aura startling the nurse beside him. Dad, my leg is injured, I can't roll. Zhao Hengbo exclaimed, startled. He had been lying in the hospital since escaping from the restroom of his clubhouse. An examination revealed a fracture in his right leg, requiring a month or two of rest. Lying next to him was Chu Liang, whose hand was also fractured. Seeing his father's state, Zhao Hengbo asked, Dad, what happened? I'm asking you, what did you do with the 3 people in our group's account? Zhao Wenwei demanded angrily. Investment. Zhao Hengbo answered truthfully. Zhao Wenwei spat and cursed, I think you're just a spendthrift. What business is it of yours with the Zhang family? And you're still throwing money around with Ye Feng? I think you're a real idiot. Dad, I don't like what you're saying. The Zhang family is just one of my wives. My goal is to bring down the Ye family. Dad, don't think that just because the Ye family is richer than our Zhao family, it's not just our Zhao family that wants to bring down the Ye family. As he spoke, Zhao Hengbo handed over his phone. The above is some of his chat content. Zhao Hengbo continued, Chen Zixun from the Chen family and Zhou Wenbin from the Zhou family are all preparing to join us in dealing with the Ye family. Other families, such as Wang Duoduo and Xia Sui, are also preparing to join. Our fund is definitely bigger than the Ye families. As long as the Ye family dares to continue burning money, they can just wait to die. Zhao Hengbo was very confident. They've agreed to join. Where's the money? Zhao Wenwei was even more furious. It should be arriving soon. I'll go urge them. Zhao Hengbo panicked and was about to make a call. What the hell are you calling? You've been taken advantage of by Ye Feng. Zhao Wenwei shouted angrily, throwing a document onto Zhao Hengbo's lap. The pain made Zhao Hengbo gasp for breath. Looking at the document, he was so shocked he forgot about his legs, his face turned green. How could this be? Zhou Wenbin, Wang Duoduo and their relatives, how could they invest in Ye Feng? Zhao Hengbo was dumbfounded. This is unacceptable. Everyone should work together to bring down the Ye family. That's what their master said when they visited him at the hospital these past few days. I don't know about Zhou Wenbin, but Chen Zixun is in cahoots with Ye Feng. Chen Tianli, the head of the Chen family, has a mysterious friend from Yanzhou with supposedly immense influence. This mysterious person greatly admires Ye Feng. Do you think the Chen family would oppose Ye Feng? Zhao Wenwei was trembling with anger. Zhao Hengbo directly confronted him on the spot. Zhao Wenwei has a son and a daughter. His daughter, Zhao Hongjian, has long been working for the family business, while Zhao Hengbo, who recently returned from studying abroad, is his chosen successor. As it turned out, this guy was no different from other rich kids lacking ability but arrogant and wanting to get rich quick. Instead, he was completely outmaneuvered by a shrewd old fox like Ye Feng. Zhao Wenwei's disappointment was greater than his anger. From today onwards, your privileges in the family are revoked. You will be given 20,000 yuan a month for pocket money. You'd better watch yourself, Zhao Wenwei sighed. Turning away from the ward, Zhao Hengbo was terrified. He tried to stop his father, but accidentally fell to the floor. Young Master Zhao, your leg can't be injured again, or it'll be ruined. The nurse quickly helped Zhao Hengbo up. Zhao Hengbo was about to cry, he was almost crippled by his father, how could he care about his leg? It was entirely his fault. That woman is so smug. You, Chen Zixun and Zhou Wenbin, dare to mess with me. I'll kill you all. Zhao Hengbo roared in fury, then fainted from a stroke. Young Master Zhao. Help. Young Master Zhao has fainted, the nurse screamed in fright. It was 5 p.m. in Ye Feng's office. Young Master Ye had just received a call from the family head. The Zhao family stated that their financial assistance to the Zhang family was unrelated to the Zhao family, it was solely Zhao Hengbo's doing. Zhao Hengbo's privileges had been revoked. The Zhao family hoped for a reconciliation, even an alliance with the Ye family. The family had agreed. Tang Swilin, the secretary of the Zhao family's intelligence agency, said, all right. The Zhao family is quite clever. If we form an alliance, our Ye family's funds can infiltrate the Zhao family's businesses. Knowing when to stop is also an option. Ye Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Although it was a pity that he couldn't take the opportunity to bring down the Zhao family, he still gained considerable benefits. The Ye family needed to expand and enter industries they had never ventured into before. The 4 major families in the Ye family had never had any conflicts of interest or dealings. This alliance was also an apology from the Zhao family for Zhao Hengbo's irrational behavior, allowing them to make concessions to the Ye family. Of course, if a real war were to break out, and the Ye family launched an offensive, the Zhao family would definitely not be able to compete. However, the other 3 major families, they would absolutely not sit idly by while the balance of power among the elves was disrupted by 1 superpower and 4 strong contenders. The Zhang family could fall, but the Zhao family could not. The Ye family currently lacked the strength to deal with all 4 major families simultaneously, but that did not mean the Ye family would back down. Ye Feng wanted more than just to dominate the elves, or even just to dominate Jiangnan. He wanted to build the Ye family into a commercial empire. And among them, the enemy families, powerful warriors and everything else were constantly changing. Ye Feng cared that only the Ye family could profit. Since only the Zhang family remained, it was almost a guaranteed win, and everyone in the company relaxed. Brothers, you've worked so hard lately. Let's go to karaoke tonight for team building, Ye Feng said to everyone in the company. They've been working like crazy lately and really need rest and entertainment, otherwise they might die of overwork. Ye Feng didn't like profiting from others' misfortunes. All right, long live young master Ye. Everyone cheered. Except for Li Yonghua and other senior executives from the Li family who couldn't attend, all of the company's more than 100 employees participated in the team-building activity. Ye Feng booked the best KTV in the company, Jinchai Ronghua, and reserved several rooms. At the same time, Ye Feng also invited Zhou Wenbin and a few other small shareholders. They were busy picking up girls and didn't want to come, but they didn't dare not. Chen Zixun wasn't a shareholder, but Ye Feng invited him too, since he was a key figure in guiding Zhang Hengbo. As soon as they entered the KTV lobby, Ye Feng suddenly spotted a familiar face. His lips curled into a smile, and he exclaimed, "Ah, isn't this Lin Yi? What brings you here today? You spent 200 million to sweeten the heart of a scheming woman, only to have her use your money to date a penniless guy. As the first-rate spirit, you couldn't stand by and watch, so you started constantly opposing the poor, supernatural man. But you never expected that the supernatural man was actually the child of heavenly snow, so you were subjected to all sorts of elaborate schemes, even to the point of ruining your family. Ironically, your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and had acquired a system. After learning more about it, the system told you that you had once lived in a novel world, and you were actually the main villain in the book. You know that only by preventing the protagonist's supernatural rise can you avoid repeating the same mistakes, so you start to steal the male protagonist's supernatural energy. Upon connecting with Ye Feng saw him and called out to him. The supernatural's originally smiling face instantly darkened. How did I run into this troublemaker again, he thought. Damn it, every time I meet him, I'm prepared. Take the last time at Yusun Yuhu, for example. He didn't get a free meal and even lost 3,000 yuan. Luckily, Hong Yingzhe foresaw his salary. You guys are having a team-building event too. Ye Feng walked over and found that there were quite a few people with the supernatural, seemingly his colleagues. This guy is really handsome, he said, and he even has a Rolls-Royce car key hanging from his waist. He must be some young master from a wealthy family. That's not right of you, Ling Ai. Shouldn't you introduce your friend? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Du Zhongxiao, and I'm Ling Ai's colleague. Many of our colleagues know Ling Ai, and they've all come over to greet him. They actually think very little about Ling Ai. This guy has no real talent, yet he's liked by so many girls in the company. Even Zhao Hongying, the boss, looks at him with admiration. Everyone envies him greatly, but that doesn't affect their. Don't misunderstand, everyone. I'm not familiar with Ling Ai, Ye Feng chuckled nonchalantly. Damn, I knew it. A user like Ling Ai can wear a cheap, oily t-shirt for a month, how could he possibly know any rich people? That's right, Ling Ai is the kind of person who will be poor his whole life. Brother, actually, we're not familiar with Ling Ai either, but that doesn't stop us from being close. The last person to speak was Du Zhongxiao, a bit chubby with a musty smell. Ling Ai was speechless. I didn't say I was familiar with Ye Feng, how did they manage to drag me into this? Even rich people aren't this sweet, especially that Du Zhongxiao, who's usually sleazy enough, now looks like a bastard with a thick tongue, disgusting to look at. What are you guys doing here? Should we go to the private room? Suddenly, a murderous aura came from the side. A girl in sportswear with a ponytail walked in. She was slender with long legs, but unlike her hot figure, her face was like a block of ice that had never melted for 1,000 years, a true ice queen. Everyone quickly stepped forward and respectfully instructed her that this person was none other than Zhao Hongying, the young lady of the Zhao family. So this was young master Ye. Indeed, 100 words are not as good as a sword. Handsome and dashing, Zhao Hongying gave Ye Feng a forced smile. She had never been familiar with this kind of scheme, and this scheme had even caused her family to lose 300 million due to her worthless singing, and had even led her father to go to the Ye family to pay for the Ye family's affairs. Although forming an alliance with the Ye family and opening up their business channels was a last resort, Zhao Pengying was deeply ashamed. My looks are all right, aren't they? I'm still a bit more handsome than Lin Yi, whom Miss Zhao admires. Ye Feng smiled slightly. After all, his charm value was 300 points, equivalent to a male god, while Lin Yi's was 100, the rest being several hundred hidden charm points. Lin Yi is my capable subordinate, so naturally he can't compare to young master Ye. But when it comes to people, ability is what matters. Countless literary works have turned their fathers' fortunes into nothingness, and countless humble individuals have risen from humble beginnings to ultimately laugh at the changing world. Young master Ye is worthy of it, Zhao Hongying coldly sneered, clearly praising Lin Yi while belittling Ye Feng. Well said, Ye Feng couldn't help but chime in, looking at Lin Yi again with a smile. Lin Yi, I truly admire your ability to recognize the autumn swallows and sunset glow painting after finishing your work at the street stall. Lin Yi was filled with shame and indignation. Damn it, why are you dragging me into this again? I was almost forgetting about the autumn swallows and sunset glow painting, and you're just being stubborn. Do you really think you're an honest man? This was actually true. Zhao Hongying was shocked. She had heard of this story but initially didn't believe it, thinking it was fabricated by Ye Feng. How could someone as ignorant and incompetent as Wang Quzhe have such abilities? But judging from the supernatural's reaction, this statement must be true. In that case, Zhao Hongying's earlier words would be a slap in the face. Zhao Hongying was somewhat displeased. At this moment, Chen Zixun, Zhou Wenbin, and others also arrived. They recognized Zhao Hongying immediately. It turned out to be young Master Chen and young Master Zhou. Zhao Hongying greeted them politely. Originally, she had a good impression of these two people, after all, they were the future heirs of the family. But they actually followed Ye Feng to do something with Zhao Hengbo, that simpleton. This incident caused Zhao Hongying, a member of the Zhao family, to develop some feelings of envy towards them. However, upon reflection, she realized that without this incident, her father would not have transferred the privileges belonging to Zhao Hongbo to her. Her father was disappointed in Zhao Hongbo but began to value her more. In a way, she should thank them. However, Zhao Hongying still didn't like Ye Feng. Suanji said, Ye Xiao, we still have team building to do. Goodbye. I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Zhao Hongying said the word cooperate through gritted teeth. She would not forget the Zhao family's promise, nor would she forget the 3 people who had been wronged. She would get her revenge. Suanji, Zhao Hongying then left with her people. Young Master Yat, I feel that Zhao Hongying seems to have a problem with you, Chen Zigzun said. She prefers those with exceptional talent, like those with spiritual power. I'm not good enough, I only have money, Ye Feng sighed, and the others fell silent. Young Master Yat, don't pretend. In what way are you inferior to this person? I think Zhao Hongying's mother is simply holding a grudge because your family lost money. Chen Zigzun analyzed, and his analysis was actually correct. Both the Ye and Zhao families lost money, but the Ye family's money would be recovered, while the Zhao family's money amounted to tens of billions, and 300 million was a crippling sum for them. The average assets of the 4 major families were around 5 billion, and if only cash flow was considered after deducting real estate, they would be lucky to come up with 1 billion. But Ye Feng wasn't wrong. In the original work, Zhao Hongying did indeed admire talented men who were captivated by the supernatural, even though her half-brother Zhao Hongbo was killed by the supernatural in the toilet. He didn't hesitate to defy his father and die fighting the supernatural. In the end, he even put aside his pride and married Bai Susu, with Bai Susu becoming the eldest son and him taking the throne. This plot was simply unbelievable. A smile appeared in Ye Feng's eyes. He had no interest in Zhao Hongying, but after all, it was the supernatural's harem. As long as it involved people and things related to the supernatural. Ye Feng was interested. After all, the protagonist's rise to power was the core element of his own success. The company, with over 100 people, booked 7 private rooms. Ye Feng, Chen Zigzun, Zhou Wenbin and others were in one room. The atmosphere of the 9 countries, 3 tours was lively. Young Master Yat, where are you going for your racing this year? Chen Zigzun asked while playing on his phone. Damn, I heard there's a racing god in Jiangbei. Hearing this, Zhou Wenbin became interested, even his gold-rimmed glasses perked up. What racing god? Chen Zigzun scoffed, then asked again, Young Master Yat, are you going? This is a great opportunity for us to shine. Jiangnan and Jiangbei are adjacent, but separated by a great river, with a huge gap between the two. Jiangnan has been a political, cultural, and economic center since ancient times. Furthermore, the complex cultural composition and economic development of Jiangnan have been thoroughly outmatched by Jiangnan, a situation that reflects the principle that economic foundations determine policy decisions. Jiangbei's wealthy second-generation members, feeling humiliated, organized a racing event to regain face. While called a racing event, it had little to do with professional racing, it was just a bunch of rich kids racing against adults. Jiangbei was very united. Launching a challenge every May. Jiangnan was somewhat annoyed because the provincial capital's economic development meant they weren't allowed to participate, and no one respected them as Jiangnan's representatives. Moreover, Ye Feng's driving skills were mediocre, and he would be easily defeated if he went, so he made excuses not to go every year. As a result, the wealthy second-generation members of Huzhou City in Jiangnan province became their representatives. If they won, Huzhou, the rich second generation who cursed Jinyan, was utterly useless. Of course, not all rich second generations are interested in this. After all, most people prefer to focus on their careers. However, this race was a bit special. There was indeed a racing god in Jiangbei, and a rich second generation from Zhanggusu was frantically grinding on the ground, but the winner was a strange character. He originally went with Zhao Hongying to join the fun, but ended up stealing the spotlight. Not only did he gain the admiration of wealthy second generation heirs from both Jiangnan and Jiangbei, but he also won the favor of Zhao Hongying. From then on, he was furious at the supernatural. Fortunately, Ye Feng didn't go in the original story, otherwise he would have been humiliated again. Seeing that Ye Feng didn't answer, Chen Zigzun continued to ask, are you going or not? If you go, I'll pick you up in a sports car. I'll give you such a good opportunity to become famous, why wouldn't I go? Ye Feng smiled slightly, full of fighting spirit. As the saying goes, fame is the foundation of success. If the Ye family wants to expand its reputation, it is indispensable. The Ye family's reputation is currently limited to the elves. After all, the families in Suzhou and Jiangdu are indeed quite powerful. As for sports cars, Ye Feng doesn't own one right now. He usually drives a Rolls-Royce worth over 9 million, but not as much as Chen Zigzun. Ye Feng has his own plans. The race is in 3 days, and coincidentally, a limited edition Ferrari F12 supercar has arrived at the Force store on the commercial street. Ye Feng knew about it in advance and planned to buy the car. How much does it cost? Ye Feng took out his calling card and got straight to the point. He didn't want to encounter any trouble. The Force store clerk's dog-eye-like sneers were utterly uninteresting. Young Master Yat, this car was ordered by someone else, the deposit has already been paid. The owner is here today to replace him. The beautiful saleswoman stammered, who is it? Ye Feng was curious. The surname was Zhu, he didn't recognize the name. Ye Feng didn't remember such a person. There was, however, a character named Zhu Hong in the book, but wasn't he from Jiangdu City? How much? I'll just swipe my card. Young Master Yat, this car really can't be sold. The sales clerk said, what's wrong with you, clerk? Young Master Yat is buying a car and you're not buying it. Go, go, go. Call your manager over here. Tell him I, Chen Zigzun, want to talk to him. Chen Zixun said. The sales clerk had no choice but to call the manager. Young Master Yat, young Master Chen, what's the matter? A moment later, the manager arrived. My brother likes this car. Can you give me a 20% discount? Chen Zixun said. The manager was about to agree to this car, but when he saw that it was a Ferrari F12, he choked. What's wrong with you? I'm asking you to sell a car, what are you dawdling about? Do you believe I'll have my second uncle drive it? Chen Zixun was slightly angry. Yes, it's me. I'll process the paperwork for young Master Ye right away. The manager was startled and hurriedly went to process it. Your family drives it. Ye Feng was curious. It's not my second uncle driving it. I thought my dad was too strict with me, so I ran away in a fit of anger. And he even started a sports car club. Chen Zixun said. Okay, Ye Feng replied. I know, Chen Zixun said. He has a second uncle who's a complete slacker, a notoriously stubborn young man. It just so happens he's come here to buy a car. Young Master Yat, this car originally cost 9.8 million, but after a 20% discount, it's 7.8 million. I applied it for you for a little while. The manager took the contract and left with the car. Ye Feng swiped his card and picked up the car. Ye Feng drove his limited edition Ferrari F12 supercar and left the Ford store happily. As he walked down the street, girls looked at him with envy. That car is so cool. Chen Zixun said with a smile. I've saved up enough pocket money in 100 days. I have to order one too. Zhu Xiao welcomed him to Elf Business Street. Zhao Hongying stood gracefully in front of him. A minivan was parked in front of him. A chubby boy got out of the car and said with a smile, Sister Hongying, you came to greet me personally. How can I accept this? It's only right since we're friends. Zhao Hongying smiled slightly. The other party was Zhu Hong, the young master of the Zhu family in Jiangdu. He was also Zhao Hongying's classmate from elementary school to high school. Zhu Hong had pursued Zhao Hongying before, writing her more than a dozen cheesy love letters, but Zhao Hongying didn't agree because she thought he was too fat. Later, as Zhao Hongying grew more and more beautiful, Zhu Hong felt like he was bribing someone and was like Pigsy chasing after an ordinary person, so he gave up. But he became Zhao Hongying's chief envoy, and Zhao Hongying often used him as a shield. In terms of feelings, the two were purely friends. After all, one disliked the other's pampering, and the other knew he was pampered. Zhu Xiao, let's go check out the lane you set. Tonight, we'll rely on you to show your prowess and win first place for Jiangnan. Zhao Hongying smiled. Speaking of showing off my skills, I won't lose to that bastard Kui Ren this year. All the people from Suzhou have won twice in a row. Kui Ren definitely doesn't know I've been practicing my driving skills behind the scenes. Zhu Hong said enthusiastically. He was actually a pathetic rich second-generation heir who spent money on girls but wasn't interested in them. The girls he was interested in always rejected him, so he was thinking about whether he could improve his driving skills. To enhance her charm and conceal her love, the two arrived at the Ford store only to be told that Zhu Hong's limited edition Ferrari F12 supercar had been sold. What do you mean? This car is our order. We even paid the deposit. And you sold it to someone else. Call your manager over. I want to see which bastard is so arrogant as to steal my friend's car. Zhao Hongying angrily shouted. You spent your money chasing after a green tea bitch, and she took your money and found a poor guy as her boyfriend. As the first sentry of the elves, you naturally couldn't stand by and watch. So you ordered your men to target that poor, supernatural being at every turn. But you never expected that the supernatural being was actually the chosen one. So you were subjected to all sorts of oaths and torture, even to the point of your family's ruin. Finally, your mother died because you couldn't afford medical treatment, and you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn and had acquired a system. After learning more, the system told you that you had once lived in a novel world, and you were actually the protagonist of the book. You knew that only by stopping the protagonist's rise could you avoid repeating the same mistakes. So you began to fight for the male lead's supernatural abilities. The last sentence appears to be a separate, unrelated statement. Miss Zhao, I'm really sorry, we are also. The manager was about to explain, but Zhao Hongying was only focused on her temper and continued to yell and curse. Ha, your Ford store is really something. You dare to sell my friend's car. Tell me, which arrogant guy did you sell it to? I want to see who the hell is so cocky. Zhao Hongying said angrily, her face full of malice. It's young Master Yat. The manager had no choice but to reveal Ye Feng's name. What? Ye Feng. Zhao Hongying immediately flew into a rage. What do you mean? Do you think Ye Feng is someone you can't mess with? I'll mess with him. Miss Zhao, we didn't want to sell it to him, but young Master Chen is here too. We're just employees, after all, and we don't dare to go against his wishes. The manager didn't dare to breathe loudly. He could only shift the blame, haha, so Chen Zixun was also involved. Just you wait. Zhao Hongying's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. Although her father had repeatedly forbidden her from provoking the Ye family again, she would remember this grudge today. At the same time, she felt guilty towards Zhu Feng. He had come to Elf to order a sports car in preparation for tonight's race because he trusted her, never expecting that Ye Feng would cut his bone. Zhu Xiao, this is truly apologetic. How about I lend you a sports car? Zhao Hongying said gently. It's all right, as long as you have good driving skills, any car will do the same. Although Zhu Hong was annoyed and wanted to punch Ye Feng, he had no choice but to agree. Zhu Hong had heard of Ye Feng before, he was a complete spendthrift. He always made excuses to skip races in the past. Why had he finally decided to go and embarrass himself this time? As long as he dared to go, Zhu Hong was absolutely confident he could humiliate him. After all, his driving skills were comparable to those of a professional racer. Because races prohibited harassment. Therefore, the race was scheduled to start after midnight, on a nearly deserted lane of the Yangtze River Expressway. Participants, regardless of whether they were racing or not, were required to pay an entrance fee of 10,000 yuan and a registration fee of 100,000 yuan as a prize for the champion. The registration fee wasn't much, even wealthy second-generation kids living on pocket money could afford it. After all, it was a good opportunity to make an appearance and build relationships with other wealthy second-generation kids. Besides racing, another important function of the race club was socializing, but recently, with the requirement to pay an entrance fee, the prize money quickly accumulated to over 10 million yuan. This included not only the wealthy second-generation kids participating in the race but also. There were also other groups, mostly girls, with varying motives. Some were looking for investment, while others were simply looking to attract customers. The Yangtze River Expressway was packed with people, even uncles and aunties who had come for late-night snacks rushed over, afraid these pampered rich kids would go hungry. Young master Yat, why didn't you bring your girlfriend/sister-in-law? And your super-capable bodyguard? Chen Zixun asked curiously after the girl entered. Although I don't race, I brought a girl with me. He continued, Yunxiang has been working too hard lately, I told her to rest well after get off work. As for Chen Fanglin, he needs to practice his skills at this time. Ye Feng leaned against the car and said casually, this must be young master Yat. He's as handsome as the rumors say. Hello, young master Yat, my name is Tang Xiang, I'm a streamer on Douyu. The beautiful woman next to Chen Zixun gracefully extended her hand to greet Ye Feng. Ye Feng politely shook her hand. Suddenly, he felt Tang Xiang's fingers hook around his palm, a very flirtatious gesture. After their hands separated, Tang Xiang acted as if she didn't care, only showing a sweet smile. Young master Yat, Miss Tang is so beautiful, I wouldn't usually let anyone shake my hand with her, Chen Zixun said with a smile. She thought Ye Feng was fierce, especially since Ye Feng had a girlfriend. Ye Feng asked curiously, isn't it for now? Chen Zixun replied that he was currently pursuing Tang Xixing, but success was just one step away. There were many people at the scene, and apart from the late-night food vendors, there were no ordinary people around. Tang Xixing also met Bullet and Yi, a fellow streamer, who was chatting with him. Is Tang Xixing trying to seduce you? Ye Feng looked at Chen Zixun curiously. No, it's Bullet and Bai Jin. He's a very talented streamer. To be honest, I've only given him a few super rockets. I was able to get invited out because of my own charm, Chen Zixun said with a touch of pride. Rich second-generation men don't lack women, they lack women with genuine feelings. Fine, Ye Feng said, too lazy to think further. As time passed, the number of people on both sides of the road increased, forming a dense, dark mass. Sister Hongying, I didn't expect your company's young man to have such amazing driving skills. I'm completely impressed. Not far away, Zhao Hongying and her group walked and chatted. Zhu Hong especially praised Lin Yi. Young Master Zhu, you're too kind. I was just lucky. Of course, it's also because Sister Hongying's car is good, Ling Ai said modestly. This made Zhu Hong like this little brother even more. Actually, Ling Ai didn't think much of Zhu Hong. This guy's driving skills were nothing short of professional racing. If he wasn't afraid that he would lose too badly and make things difficult for Sister Hongying, this little fat guy couldn't even see the back of his own car. Ling Ai really didn't expect your driving skills to be so good. Why haven't I seen you like this before? Zhao Hongying discovered that Lin Yi was truly a treasure, there was almost nothing he wasn't good at. Sister Hongying, I don't even have a car. Lin Yi said modestly. Okay, as long as you help Jiangnan win the race, I'll give you one when I get back. Zhao Hongying generously promised, thank you, Sister Hongying. Lin Yi was overjoyed. With his driving skills, winning the race would be a piece of cake. Just as Lin Yi was smiling happily, he suddenly saw someone ahead. His smile instantly froze. What's wrong? Zhao Hongying curiously followed Lin Yi's gaze and immediately became serious, her face turning grim. It was Ye Feng. Walking up, he gritted his teeth and said, young Master Yat, what a coincidence. I've encountered several second-generation Jinling women. Ye Feng casually replied, suddenly noticing Lingling behind him. He smiled brightly and said, Ling Ai, we meet again. For some reason, Ling Ai suddenly had an ominous feeling. It was better to stay away from this guy. This must be young Master Yat. Zhu Hong walked up and said, suppressing his anger, this chubby guy is Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong's expression grew increasingly dark as he stared at the Ferrari F12 supercar not far from Ye Feng, his teeth itching with hatred. What's wrong? Ye Feng knew perfectly well that I had ordered this car, yet you stole it from me. Ye Feng, what do you mean by this? Zhu Hong pointed at the Ferrari and asked, who is this chubby kid? How dare he yell at young Master Ye like that? I know him. His dad is a tycoon from Jiangdu. He owns a building in the city center and is a landlord. It's a pity he's not good looking enough for young Master Yat, so I'm taking young Master Yi's spot. The onlookers were still confused about what was going on. Whoever is handsome is right, Yan Zhou said, taking sides first. Zhu Hong's eyebrows practically exploded with anger. Is there any justice left in people's hearts? So this car was ordered by you. Ye Feng smiled slightly and slowly looked at Chen Zixun, saying, he said he'd sell it to me. Go find him. So what if I sold it? What are you going to do about it? Chen Zixun shouted loudly, who said anything? You ordered the car from my second uncle's shop. I'm selling it. Everyone was speechless. Good grief, this shouting and yelling was clearly designed to give Zhu Hong a head start on high blood pressure. He was already fat enough, and Zhu Hong was furious. Her mind was full of curses, but she couldn't utter a single word. She couldn't even refute Chen Zixun's words. Seeing this, Zhao Hongying angrily pointed at Ye Feng, gritting her teeth. What? Buying a car? Food? Ye Feng asked. Stop pretending. Zhao Hongying shouted. You stole Zhu Xiao's car. So you're just going to participate in tonight's race? Dare to race us? If not, Ye Feng shook his head. Zhao Hongying was furious, thinking, this Ye Feng is so unpredictable. Young Master Ye is definitely here to represent Jiangnan. You guys are so clueless. That's right, if I were Young Master Ye, I wouldn't come either. The crowd echoed, continuing to stand in their lines. Ye Feng's flushed face turned a deep red. He stepped forward and shouted, Ye Feng, I think you're a real daredevil. If you're really capable, race me. If I win, you'll give me back my car and kneel down to apologize. If you win this car, I won't argue. Whatever the price, I'll pay you back and kneel down calling you dad. Zhu Hong was extremely arrogant, bluntly looking down on stubborn young masters like Ye Feng. What's the use of being handsome? Does he even deserve to compare himself? Fine, this car is 10 million. Since the other party had said so, Ye Feng immediately replied, 10 million? What nonsense? Didn't you buy it for over 7 million? Zhao Hongying coldly retorted. This is clearly extortion. Don't be fooled by the fact that Zhu Hong's family collects rent, he still got the money to buy the car from his mother. Zhu Hong's annual allowance plus bonuses is less than 1 million. Ye Feng wants to eat 2 years' worth of his income with one bite of his mouth. Young Master Ye can get a discount on his car, but you guys. The Ferrari's original price was 9.7 million, and after 4 or 5 transactions, it's exactly 10 million. The twists and turns. Chen Zixun's reply. Zhao Hongying was once again furious. She hadn't realized Chen Zixun's eloquence was so good. 10 million it is, I'm just afraid you can't afford to lose. Zhu Hong gritted her teeth. She didn't think she would lose, so why not let Ye Feng buy her the car? Don't worry, so many people are watching. Ye Feng smiled and said, the rich second-generation values face the most, otherwise, they wouldn't be involved in racing. Besides money, there are many other things that can be compared. Ye Feng then prepared to race with Zhu Peng. Many eyes in Jiangnan were also focused on the two of them. Hey, where's Zhu Peng? At this moment, an untimely voice rang out. Everyone looked and saw Yi Ming, a rich second generation wearing sunglasses and with a pretty girl in his arms. Who is this kid? How dare he provoke young Master Ye and young Master Zhu at the same time? This is not the young master of Suzhou. I heard the Kui family of Suzhou is incredibly wealthy, no less so than the Ye family. And look at how young Master Kui, representing Jiangnan twice, crushed those reckless rich kids from Jiangbei. No wonder he dared say young Master Ye and Pig Grandpa were just chickens fighting. It turns out he's got real talent. After recognizing Kui Ren, many people became respectful. Tonight's theme is racing, and young Master Kui has won 2 championships. Kui Ren, you arrogant fool. If you're so capable, why don't you race your grandpa Pig Grandpa? Pig Red roared, he was trained by Kui Ren for the past 2 years. That's why he was determined to practice his driving skills diligently. He was very confident that he was second to none among everyone present, except for Ling Ai. Alright, but let me make this clear first, even if you lose, you have to buy me a car. He smiled and walked towards the Ferrari, praising, this car looks really good. It is good, but it's not for you. It's a limited edition. Night Breeze lazily arrived. This must be the young master of the elves. Why did you come to your senses this year? Are you going to be humiliated? Kui Ren said with a smile. Whether you're humiliated or not, we'll know after the race. Ye Feng continued, how about this, the 3 of us race, the loser each pays for a car, and the winner takes all. Okay. Kui Ren replied with a smile. As Kui Ren entered, the atmosphere became even more heated. According to the old rules, whoever finishes 100 kilometers first wins and nets 20 million, which is more than the prize money at the racetrack. Someone clicked their tongue, the prize money at the racetrack is just a bonus, the important thing is the betting. You think a bunch of rich kids come here to race? Aside from vying for fame, all for that 10 million plus prize money, that's right, I'll bet on Kui Shaizai first. Who the hell is hosting? Hurry up and collect the money. The rich kids downstairs were all very excited. Anyway, betting on Kui Shaizai wouldn't be a loss. Damn it. Are these people crazy? They're all betting on Kui Ren. Chen Zixun held his bank card, he also wanted to bet on Kui Ren. Everyone wanted to bet on Kui Ren, which resulted in no one acting as the bookmaker. Damn it. Who's going to pay without a bookmaker? Young Master Chen, why don't you be the bookmaker? Ye Feng said. Young Master Ye, don't joke around. I'm not a sucker. Chen Zixun said seriously, what are you afraid of? You be the bookmaker and bet on me. Ye Feng also said seriously, young Master Ye, we're brothers, that's true, but brothers are brothers and money is money. Why are you cheating me? Chen Zixun complained. If it weren't for Kui Ren, he would definitely bet on Ye Feng. After all, Kui Ren is a 2-time champion, his skills are undeniable. He can't refuse. I'm betting you to listen to me. Just bet on me, even if you lose, Ye Feng cursed. If it weren't for the anti-cheating measures prohibiting players from betting or acting as the bookmaker, he would have been the bookmaker himself long ago. Although Ye Feng's driving skills were mediocre in his original life, the current Ye Feng never imagined he would lose. Fine, if we win, it's 50/50, Chen Zixun said through gritted teeth. Since it's okay if we lose, Ye Feng is fine too. Didn't we say if we lost, it's on me? Why is it 50/50ths? If we win, it's all mine too. If you want to make money, go bet yourself. Ye Feng retorted. Are you kidding me? If we win, the income will be at least over 100 million. We can split it 50/50ths. In my previous life, I gave 200 million to a green tea bitch as a sweetheart, but that green tea bitch used your money to find. As the young master of the wealthiest elf family, you couldn't stand by and watch the ghosts and supernatural beings fight against them at every turn. But you never expected the supernatural beings to have a protagonist's halo, so you were beaten in all sorts of ways, ultimately leading to your family's ruin and death. Tears streaming down your face, you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that this time you would live for yourself. Although you didn't understand why Ye Feng was so confident in winning and wouldn't share the winnings with you, Chen Zixun was still President Zhao. In fact, with someone urging you, Chen Zixun didn't expect Ye Feng to win anyway. After all, even if he lost, he wouldn't have to pay out of pocket. He just considered himself Ye Feng's tool. When Chen Zixun announced that he would be the bookmaker, hundreds of heads, dozens of rich kids, all stared at me like I was made of charcoal. Young Master Chen is so generous, even throwing money around so lightly. I declare that your Chen family will henceforth be one of the 4 great families of the elves. As a certain master once said, how much money you waste determines how magnanimous you are. I think young Master Chen has quite the magnanimity. That's right, from now on, young Master Chen is my brother. Anyone who crosses him is crossing me. Seeing the crowd's mockery, Chen Zixun's face darkened. He knew he'd be ridiculed, but he hadn't expected it to be so unpleasant. Let's start betting, Chen Zixun said impatiently. Then everyone began placing bets. Because it was mostly for entertainment, the house only needed to pay out 1 to 2, but even so, the bets had already accumulated to 150 million. Even those who weren't rich kids were terrified. Even the auntie selling fried rice bet 1,000 yuan on the curse man silver. Poor Ye Feng was ignored. Those who fawned over Ye Feng had vanished. In a fit of anger, Chen Zixun took out his own money to find someone to bet 2,000 yuan on Ye Feng. The person who bet on Ye Feng was also embarrassed. Young Master Chen, why did you bet 2,000 yuan? You're making me a laughingstock. Watch how I swindle the curse man. Zhu Hong said dejectedly. All these guys bet on the curse man, but no one bet on her. Finally, Zhao Hongying took the lead and started betting on Zhu Hong. Brother, you support me? Zhu Hong looked at Ling Yi and said, of course. Ling Yi took out 50 yuan from his pocket and said awkwardly, it's just that I don't have much money. It's okay, I'll sponsor you. Zhu Hong, being very loyal, gave Ling Yi 5,000 taels of silver. After thanking him, Ling Yi went to place his bets. Besides giving Zhu Hong 50 taels, he bet all 5,000 taels. Are you kidding me? Can you, Zhu Hong, win? At worst, they could just exchange the 5,000 rings bet. The competition was about to begin. Kui Ren sat in the sports car first, with the pretty girl he brought, Zhu Hong, in the side seat. No one knew where he found a girl sitting in his sports car. When it was Ye Feng's turn, everyone looked at him because Ye Feng didn't bring a girl. Someone suggested that he choose one on the spot. There were so many girls present that it would be very easy for Ye Feng to find a female companion, especially since his sports car was a Ferrari F12. Insiders said it was the best in the whole place. Okay then, Ye Feng said. As soon as he finished speaking, a lot of girls rushed over. Choose me, young Master Yat, choose me, choose me. The scene instantly resembled an emperor choosing a concubine, with many girls rushing over. Many of the women there were older and their purpose was to tease a girl who, after makeup, was about an 8 out of 10. Because she ran fast, she ended up in front of Ye Feng. Such looks were enough to make many admirers swoon. After all, girls like Gu Yunxiang, who were over a 9 out of 10, were extremely rare. Well, since she was just a female companion, Ye Feng didn't mind too much. The girl seemed to have won the lottery, extremely happy, and looked at the group of girls behind her with a smug look. Isn't this the woman from the internet? When will she finally stand up? I think she got countered in the last boxing match. It seems like it's him. Didn't he say he started his own business after 3 divorces and is now worth billions? Seriously? You mean this woman got divorced 3 times? My surname is Billion? That's outrageous. A billionaire Ming Emperor? I just earned a lot of money for him. The rich second generation started ranting and raving. This is all making money sound easier than eating. A billionaire is considered a wealthy family? The Ye family's assets are nothing special. With that kind of money, why would you need to kneel on iron? Ye Feng's online ID is when can a woman stand up? The woman's expression changed drastically as she explained to Ye Feng. Young Master Yat, it's all just talk online. I'm not divorced, and I don't even have a boyfriend. Maybe we should just forget about it. Ye Feng was speechless. He figured it was better to stay away from him. He was planning to find a new woman. First of all, no boxers. But soon, Ye Feng discovered that these girls weren't boxers. But they were gold diggers. Thinking about it, that made sense. What kind of good girl would someone who only chases after rich guys? Ye Feng still preferred a more normal girl like Gu Yunxiang. Young Master Yat, if you don't mind, I can be your date. Before Ye Feng could decide on a candidate, a girl approached him. Her voice sounded slightly familiar. Turning around, he saw it was Chen Ziai. Ye Feng's tone implied that Tang Xiying had been invited out by Chen Zixun. Chen Zixun, looking equally eager, said, but being a female companion is the most important thing, racing is the priority. Tang Xiying is mainly thinking of Ye Feng. Rich kids racing without girls are easily looked down upon. Okay then, Ye Feng turned to Chen Zixun and said, young Master Chen, can I borrow your friend for a bit? I'm just using her as a tool for you. You go racing with the girl I like. She and Tang Xiying are just friends, it can't restrict Tang Xiying's freedom. Although it's only a cameo role, I'm extremely. Ye Feng's reason for choosing Tang Xiying was simple: this girl looked cleaner and less offensive than older women. Besides, Ye Feng genuinely just wanted. Many people were shocked, but even so, no one thought he would lose. What's with the arrogance? Zhu Hong was furious, but he dared not concede his martial arts skills. After all, it would be embarrassing to lose if you lost. Young master Yat, I know your driving skills are average. If you think 5 kilometers isn't enough, I can have the construction worker Kui Ren continue to look down on Ye Feng. His family is a wealthy family, while Zhu Hong is just an aristocratic family. He only sees Ye Feng as an opponent. Fine, you can give way. Ye Feng didn't care. He said, but I have to give way to you too. We're not going to go back to the way things are. I'll choose a slightly less expensive car. After all, you know that Ferrari F12s are dedicated to racing. Ye Feng walked towards the uncle selling fried rice next to him and said, Uncle, I want a race car. Can you lend us your martial arts skills? Everyone was just as full of pride as the fried rice vendor. You're too pretentious. Finally, under the stunned gazes of the entire audience, Ye Feng. You're holding this thing. Can this even race? No way. It doesn't have that function, you know that? Ye Feng, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Kui Ren's face darkened. Even if this minivan wins, it won't be honorable. As long as your driving skills are good, it doesn't matter what you change it to. Ye Feng calmly and confidently asked Tang Xiying beside him, you don't mind the minivan, do you? Tang Xiying indeed didn't mind, just a little embarrassed. Okay, don't humiliate yourself. Kui Ren angrily got into his sports car. The reason he gave up his car was not only to show off, but also because he enjoyed his driving skills. But what did Ye Feng have? A minivan race? He really wanted to embarrass himself like that? These two idiots are courting death. I'm not sure. Zhu Hong was overjoyed. He was confident his driving skills were no less than Kui Ren's, yet this guy had given him a 10-kilometer head start. As for Ye Feng, even if he were flying a plane, let alone using a minivan, he'd win easily. The race quickly began. Ye Xiao, are we okay? Tang Xiying, sitting in the passenger seat of the minivan, was a little worried. No problem, Ye Feng casually replied. He was currently looking for the system to exchange for the driving skill mastery skill. He had seen this skill while browsing the system shop before. Ding. Congratulations, host, for exchanging for driving skill mastery. 1000 counterattack points consumed. 500 counterattack points remaining. Driving skill mastery. The host will possess the level of a top-tier professional racer. Before long, Ye Feng had integrated the skills and could now race a car with one hand, let alone easily defeat these two amateur rich kids. Fasten your seatbelts, let's get going. Ye Feng said, stepping on the gas. Martial arts red light shot out. Zhu Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so easygoing and have such good driving skills. I love you so much. The beautiful woman next to Zhu Hong kept praising her. Although Zhu Hong was a bit chubby and not very pretty, her family was rich. She even owned a house. Damn it. Zhu Hong had never looked down on this kind of gold digger. What she wanted was pure love. All her attention was on the race car. She was already almost 10 kilometers per hour. Although she was maintaining her speed. They were about to leave, and as for Ye Feng, driving a woolen red light van was just a joke. Zhu Shang, look behind us. Suddenly, the beautiful woman next to Zhu Hong shouted, what? Zhu Hong chuckled and instinctively glanced in the rearview mirror, then swerved to the side in fright. Has Ye Feng gone mad? Zhu Hong stopped the car, watching Ye Feng speed away. The woolen red light van's top speed was 250 kilometers per hour, but this guy was at least 220. The whole car was swaying wildly. I almost crashed into him. It scared me to death. In the van, Kong Xiang kept spitting out oil from a paper bag, almost vomiting. Young master Yat, you're driving too fast. My head is spinning. Luckily I'm wearing a condom, otherwise I'd be in big trouble. Tang Xiang's head was fuzzy. She was starting to regret getting into Ye Feng's car, or rather, this van/sports car. How could this happen? But Ye Feng, in the driver's seat, was perfectly fine, maintaining a speed of 220 kilometers per hour, even handling it with ease. Brother, didn't you notice the car was swaying so much? I was afraid you'd accidentally drive it into the Yangtze River. Tang Xiying also became more curious about Ye Feng. This top-tier rich kid seemed completely different from what she had imagined. Zhu Hong, what are you doing driving so slowly? And you call yourself no less than a professional driver? Someone chased after her, raising their stop button at Zhu Hong. What are you so arrogant about here? If you're so capable, go chase Ye Feng. Zhu Hong retorted. Ye Feng's reckless driving just now really scared me. This guy's name is sealed. They're all crazy, haha. Even the van messed with you, you're really pathetic. Kui Ren laughed. No matter how fast the van goes, how fast can it go? Overtaking it is a piece of cake. So Kui Ren quickly gave chase, but he still couldn't see Ye Feng's car. Damn, could this guy have fallen into the Yangtze River? Kui Ren couldn't help but speculate. Young Master Kui, look ahead. He pointed to the intersection ahead. Ye Feng's van is parked there. Ye Feng, what are you doing here? Waiting for you? Waiting for me? Kui Ren asked curiously, somewhat puzzled. Hey, I've already reached the finish line in the 100-mile race. Ye Feng reminded him. What? Kui Ren was shocked and suddenly realized what Ye Feng meant. It's only been half an hour, how fast were you going? 220 km/h. Ye Feng said calmly. Are you kidding me? This beat-up van can go 220 km/h. Kui Ren felt a chill run down his spine. He knew his sports car only reached 180 kilometers per hour, which was the fastest he could handle, and the highway had so many curves. Why didn't Ye Feng just fall into the river? Then Kui Ren saw Tang Xiang squatting beside him, completely dazed by Ye Feng's antics. Fine, you win. Finally, Kui Ren had to admit defeat. Okay, pay up. Ye Feng smiled and held out his hand. Although Kui Ren had lost to Ye Feng, who drove a minivan, he still transferred 10 million to so many people, he still had to save face. A little while later, Zhu Hong arrived too. Ye Feng continued to demand money from him, and finally, he had 20 million in hand. Zhu Xiao, haven't you forgotten something? Ye Feng reminded him. What? Zhu Hong replied rudely, clearly annoyed. You said you'd call me dad on the ground, didn't you? Lots of people are listening. Ye Feng said. He did say that, but who would have thought Ye Feng would be such a coward? Zhu Xiao, if you refuse to call me dad, I'll spread the word. This is something you yourself admitted to. You lost another 10 million on your sports car and then threw money at us. You guys are furious. Shouting is shameful, not shouting is humiliating, you will be ridiculed either way. He thought for a while and decided to dilute the celebrity's fame. He walked up and said, Young master Ye, I can shout, but you have to promise not to spread this around. I promise. Ye Feng nodded. He saw the person next to him taking out their phone. Dad, didn't you hear me? Don't you know we old folks have hearing problems? Zhu Hong was furious, but she still gritted her teeth and shouted again, Dad, haven't you knelt down yet? Ye Feng reminded her again. 1,000 horses galloped through Zhu Hong's mind, she thought, Ye Feng, are you kidding me? But then she suddenly knelt down, shouting angrily and humbly, Dad, okay. The filming was finished, and someone nearby shouted excitedly, as if he were Zhu Hong's father. The following is a separate, unrelated anecdote. In my previous life, I was a two-faced man who was a sweetheart to a green tea bitch, but that green tea bitch took my money and found a poor boyfriend. As the young master of the wealthiest elf family, you couldn't stand by and watch, so you constantly antagonized that poor, supernatural being. But you never expected the supernatural being to have a protagonist's halo, so you were constantly proven wrong, ultimately leading to your family's ruin and death. Tears streaming down your face, you jumped from the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that in this life, you would live for yourself. Hey, what are you doing? Zhu Hong's face contorted with rage, as if he wanted to scream in pain. This guy was secretly taking pictures. Then he glared angrily at Ye Feng, why are you looking at me like that? It wasn't me who filmed it. Ye Feng is an honest man who always keeps his word. He said he wouldn't spread it if he didn't want it to. He said to Kui Ren, send me a copy of the video. Although he was very unhappy with Ye Feng for losing 10 million, he had to admit that Ye Feng's driving skills were indeed amazing. As for the video of Zhu Hong's servant's father, he said, I'd rather have some fun than anything else. You surnamed Kui. I'm going to kill you. Zhu Hong rushed towards Kui Ren. What are you doing? I called the bodyguards. Damn, we were speeding and the bodyguards couldn't keep up. It was terrifying. The two of them ended up wrestling and beating each other. I was terrified. The two girls next to them. Ye Feng, meanwhile, hid and led Tang Xiang back the way they came. Are Ye Xiao and the other two all right? In the car, Tang Xiang looked back at the guy who was beating Zhu Hong and Kui, and I was a little worried. What could happen if things got out of hand? Thick-skinned guys can just take a beating. Ye Feng didn't care. He just wanted to go back and count his money. Having just suppressed his urge to win over 100 million, Ye Feng leisurely returned to his original spot. Not long after, Zhu Hong and Kui Ren followed. The two began beating each other up, leaving each other bruised and battered, their clothes torn, and looking like beggars. Did you two have a car accident? Seeing this, someone couldn't help but make a bold guess. Kui Ren coldly retorted and posted the video he had just recorded directly to his WeChat moments. Wow, young Master Zhu, what's going on? Racing is one thing, but why are you calling someone dad? Don't you know? Young Master Zhu lost to young Master Ye in a fight and called him dad? So, young Master Zhu definitely lost. Then who's the champion? Seeing Ye Xiao's mockery of Zhu Hong, everyone realized something was wrong. They had all bet on Zhu Hong, and this guy lost. Are you kidding me? You're a two-time champion, how could you lose to Ye Feng? You bastard. Zhu Hong was furious. She was fine with yelling as long as it didn't get out, but this group of people had practically killed her. You think you're the only one who can cause trouble? Don't you guys know about revenge? Zhu Hong shouted at the top of her lungs. Do you know why Kui Ren made Shi Gongli come out? Do you know why Chen Zixun ran out to act as Ye Feng? These two sentences immediately invigorated everyone. So, it seems that you, Kui Ren, and Ye Feng are making money together? 150 million, although everyone loses a little when split, you guys are making a lot. Why, everyone, don't misunderstand, my car's infotainment system is indeed not as good as young Master Yi's. He drove off in a van. Kui Ren was startled and hurriedly explained, but the angry crowd didn't listen at all. You're also surnamed Kui, you truly deserve to be called the young master of the wealthy Kui family of Suzhou, you're a real businessman. You son of a bitch surnamed Kui, don't be alone or I'll kill you. You son of a bitch, pay me back. The angry crowd terrified Kui, who trembled with fear. Luckily, he had enough bodyguards, otherwise it would have been dangerous. No way, bullying an honest person. I clearly won first place based on my own strength, how come Kui let me win unintentionally? Ye Feng, sitting to the side, a bank card in his hand. Are you sure you didn't collude with the person who urges you? Chen Zixun couldn't help but suspect something was amiss. Brother, I'm sorry, you lost your 50 yuan too. After calming down, Zhu Hong faced the supernatural energy. If he hadn't been holding the supernatural energy back, it wouldn't have been able to suppress it. He had just asked Zhao Hongying about it, that 50 yuan was the supernatural energy's breakfast money for a week. Unfortunately, after losing 10 million, Zhu Hong only had 2 steel rods left. He figured he'd have to rely on Hongying for supper. It's all right, young Master Zhu, we're brothers, we don't need to be so formal. Besides, with Sister Hongying here, I won't let him starve. The supernatural is also very short and straight. Zhao Hongying chuckled. He values the supernatural highly, of course he supports him. Zhu Hong also thought about going back to borrow some money from her buddies to save the supernatural's life. Supernatural classmate, so you're here. At this moment, Chen Zixun slowly walked over, followed by Ye Feng. The supernatural's face instantly turned cold. What did he say before? Meeting Ye Feng was never a good thing. Zhu Hong had given him 5,000, which he had used to bribe people. Without Ye Feng, he could have recouped 10 million and made a net profit of 10,000, meaning he could have lived a life of luxury this month. Now, he's starving. What are you doing? Zhao Hongying was jealous, but aside from mentioning how much she disliked him, don't misunderstand, I have something to discuss with Lin Yi. Chen Zixun pulled out a receipt from his hand, a note written by Lin Yi. He kept a record of it. Chen Zixun handed over the receipt, feigning regret, and said, Lin Yi, what a pity. You bet on Kui Ren, but he lost. Zhu Hong and Zhao Hongying glanced inside in unison, their faces contorted with pain. He bet on Kui Ren? Shouldn't he have bet on Zhu Hong? And that 5,000 yuan was given to him by Zhu Hong. If a customer loses, they lose, why come all the way to tell me? I think you're deliberately trying to cause trouble, aren't you? Just as Lin Yi was about to lash out, Chen Zixun suddenly turned and left. Lin Yi could only mutter curses at his and Ye Feng's backs. Brother Lin Yi, explain yourself. Is this how you support me? Zhu Hong's face darkened. He had paid Lin Yi to bet on him, if he won, it was on him, if he lost, it was on him. This guy had actually cheated him by buying tickets and losing money. He'd even considered him a brother. Lin Yi had gone too far. Zhao Hongying also frowned. This was the first time she'd felt disappointed in Lin Yi. She felt a little sorry for Zhu Hong. Despite his weight, he was very loyal and valued courage. On the surface, it seemed Lin Yi hadn't cheated, he just wanted to make some money. But in reality, he had deceived Zhu Hong. Sister Hongying, young Master Zhu, let me explain. Lin Yi panicked a little and was about to explain when suddenly there was a commotion ahead, and a very arrogant voice rang out. Damn it. Jiangnan is truly a master of internal strife. I'm telling you, you're really going to any lengths to make money, even pretending to lose to Ye Feng. Where's Ye Feng? Why don't you dare come out? I heard you drive that van really well. The speaker was a burly man, about 1.8 meters tall, riding a horse. He looked around, trying to find Ye Feng in the crowd to humiliate him. Damn it, what's your background? How dare you call young Master Ye by his full name? Chen Zixun looked at him with disdain. We're both rich kids, why are you so arrogant? What's my background? The burly man chuckled, and his lackey pointed arrogantly and introduced him. Look closely, this is Han Tianlong from Jiangbei Huainan, the young Master Han. He's the racing god of Jiangbei, Han Tianlong. It's said that Han Xiao has raced against professional racers and won 3 races in a row. To be fair, Han Xiao is handsome and comes from a wealthy family, and he's not any less handsome than Ye Xiao, is he? Huaiyan is the capital of Jiangbei, and Jingling is the capital of Jiangnan. If Ye Feng loses, what a disgrace to you Jiangbei guys. You're just showing off your wares here. I'm officially betting on Ye Xiao. Don't even mention Ye Xiao, I bet even Kui Xiao could beat him. Kui Xiao is a 2-time consecutive champion. When Han Tianlong appeared, many rich second-generation kids from Jiangbei cheered for him. It's mainly because Han Tianlong represented Jiangbei, and his fame isn't very high, mainly because he's been abroad for many years and only returned last year. However, this also attracted the attention of people in Jiangnan. Although it's unclear whether Kui Ren has actually let go, Ye Feng certainly has. Kui Ren is useless, he's too trash. If he doesn't want to make a fool of himself, he should obediently step aside when he hears my name. Han Tianlong sneered. His purpose in coming here was simple, to make a name for himself in the circle of rich second generation. I think I'm the one with status. With status comes connections. With connections comes business. With business, why should my brothers compete with me for the airship? Kui Ren retorted, last year, I was swept away from my position. I heard you got caught red-handed, Han Tianlong PC? I have to check, damn it, it's true. Hey Han, if you're really capable, I'll introduce you to some young demons. PC isn't afraid of anyone. Everyone quickly cheered, you're supposed to be an intelligence agent, how did you know such confidential information? Han Tianlong's face turned green. He originally wanted to show off, but instead, he got ripped off. This is incredibly embarrassing. Don't try to fool me with your words. Today we're here for a contest of chariots versus soldiers versus generals. My opponent is Ye Feng. Han Tianlong, blushing, challenged Ye Feng. Where are you? Stop hiding, come out now. Do you want to represent Jiangnan in the battle? Hey, do you have too many votes? My eyesight is bad, haven't I been here the whole time? Ye Feng said speechlessly. Han Tianlong indeed hadn't noticed that Ye Feng was right across from him. The first time he looked for him, Han Tianlong didn't use his eyes at all, it was just to make himself look better. But just now, he was being pressured and his mentality was a bit too strong. Doomsday, is this the god of cars in Jiangbei? Are the wheels driven on women's bellies? The Jiangnan crowd continued to mock him. They have something to say about mindset manipulation, Ye Feng said, getting straight to the point. How do you want to compensate? He continued, the old rule is that whoever finishes the 500 kilometers race wins the prize money. This year is the same as always, with a bet of 300 million. Han Tianlong explained that the betting was somewhat special. The two sides agreed on an amount, and then paid out or split the winnings according to their purchase ratio at a 1:3 odds. The representative athletes couldn't bet, but if they won, they would receive an extra 10% commission. This extra commission was also given to the loser. The prize money was over 10 million, but it was just a tip, nobody cared. The reason this money went to the champion was the purpose was to fund the entrance fee for a theater. The bulk of the money came from the 10% commission. In previous years, the losing side would pay out 900 million over 3 months, with the commission at 90 million. Adding the prize money of over 10 million, that's just over 100 million. But Ye Feng clearly looked down on this small amount. He had just won 170 million. Han Tianlong, known as the god of cars, was only after this much. Ye Feng smiled slightly. What did that mean? Han Tianlong wasn't too bothered, he was there to make a name for himself. And winning that 100 million is already a lot, okay? Even a professional racer couldn't earn that much in 10 years. I mean, you and I bet 100 million each, whoever loses wins. Ye Feng said with a smile. Yes, Han Tianlong didn't expect Ye Feng to think that's too little and want to win another 100 million. But although I'm from a wealthy family, I'm not an only child like Ye Feng, so I can't come up with 100 million. Damn, Ye Feng is quite something. Han Xiao, don't be so mean. We'll make up the difference. It's already 100 million, right? We can make up the difference. It's not like we can't come up with it. The people of Jiangbei are known for their generosity, after all, they have a lot of confidence in Han Tianlong's driving skills. Since both sides have more than 100 rich second-generation heirs of all ages, betting money together isn't a big deal. This matter was resolved quickly. Ye Feng wanted to throw money around, so of course we had to play along. The competition was about to begin, with Ye Feng and Han Tianlong representing Jiangnan and Jiangbei respectively. Each side also had over 20 rich second-generation heirs participating. Rather than competing, they were just there to distract the other side, since the outcome would depend on the representatives chosen by each side. Zhu Xiao, are you still participating? Ling Yi asked Zhu Hong, who hesitated. After witnessing Ye Feng's driving skills, his confidence was severely shaken, and he was considering not going anymore. If I can't go, could you give me your spot? Ling Yi pleaded. If he won the championship, he would not only receive 200 million yuan, but also become famous and achieve the pinnacle of life. All right, Zhu Hong said, not being stingy, and immediately gave him his spot. As for the sports car for the competition, it was originally provided by Hong Ying, but there was still a problem. Ling Yi didn't have a girlfriend, and he needed to bring a girl as the passenger to participate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be allowed to participate, as it was a matter of pride for a rich second generation. Sister Hong Ying, could you be my date? Lin Yi shamelessly pleaded, as long as I participate, I'm sure I can win the championship. You really can win? Zhao Hongying asked. Absolutely. Sister Hongying, please believe in my driving skills. Lin Yi was very certain. Zhao Hongying thought for a moment. She and Lin Yi had a superior subordinate relationship, and Lin Yi's earlier restraint of urging others made her a little uncomfortable, but she still believed in Lin Yi's driving skills and immediately said, okay, but it doesn't matter if I don't win the championship. While saying do your best, Zhao Hongying also hoped that Ling Ai could win the championship. This was better than Ye Feng winning, especially since it would also be a blow to the arrogant companies in Jiangbei. The system prompted the protagonist, Ling Ai, to participate. If the host chooses to stop it, the original plot will be changed. And 1,000 counterattack points will be gained. However, if the host does not stop it and surpasses Ling Ai to win the championship, 2,000 counterattack points will be gained, along with a chance to enhance attributes. Host, do you choose to stop it? Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Ye Feng's mind. Night Breeze immediately awoke. In your previous life, you gave 200 million to a scheming woman to be her sweetheart, but she took your money and found a poor boyfriend. As the young master of the richest elf family, you couldn't stand it and constantly opposed that poor guy. But you didn't expect that he had the protagonist's halo, so you were slapped in the face in various ways and ended up with your family ruined. You jumped off the rooftop in tears, but when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that in this life, you must live for yourself. Upon connecting, a system notification popped up. The protagonist, Ling Ai, is going to participate in a competition. If the host chooses to stop him, the original plot will be altered, and you will gain 1,000 comeback points. However, if you don't stop him, and he surpasses Ling Ai to win the championship, you will gain 2,000 comeback points and a chance to enhance your attributes. Host, do you want to stop him? Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Ye Feng's mind. Ye Feng immediately snapped out of his daze. Why should he stop him? Isn't Ling Ai his experience point generator? A short while later, Ling Ai and Zhao Hongying came out. Miss Zhao Hongying, you're also going to participate. But could you bring a handsome male model with you? Some people were commenting on Lin Yubin's participation in the competition, saying they'd be his date. Zhao Hongying casually retorted, what the heck? Miss Zhao, if you've been kidnapped, just blink, and we'll take care of it for you. Damn, this guy looks like a complete idiot, why would he get Miss Zhao to be his date? The group from Jiangnan, especially the rich kids from Jinling, were utterly astonished. Zhao Hongying was known for her aloofness, she wouldn't even look at a rich kid like Ye Feng. What charm did this Lin Yubin have? While it's not strictly necessary for a female companion to bring a girlfriend to temporarily fill in, Zhao Hongying's stalker-like private encounter with the supernatural is truly something I've never seen before. If you have nothing else to do, let's begin. It's already past 1 a.m., and the supernatural force is reminding us to start. Han Tianlong immediately nodded. He wasn't interested in the supernatural, only in defeating Ye Feng or winning the championship by pushing someone. No rush, Ye Feng suddenly said. What do you want to do? Han Tianlong and Lin Yi asked in unison. You. Han Tianlong was curious, while Lin Yi pressed him hard. Ma Dai, this Ye Feng is full of bad intentions. We've won 2 championships in a row in Jiangnan, while the previous 2 champions were defeated by my men. I don't want to be so arrogant. How about this, I'll give you a one-handed advantage and I'll race with one hand on the road, Ye Feng said calmly. Everyone was speechless. Ye Feng, what are you doing? This track has so many curves, are you afraid you'll drive into the river with one hand? You might not even be able to get it out then. Young Master Yat, are you kidding me? You're fighting for Jiangnan. Young Master Yat, please think twice. If you lose, we'll be bankrupt. Yes. I even sold my underwear to support you. The rich kids of Jiangnan were all shocked. This is a 3-on-1 bet. Losing means paying 990 million. However, Ye Feng never needed to explain his actions to others. He simply had his right hand tied behind his back. Everyone was speechless. Who gave Ye Feng such confidence? Liang Jingru cursed, Young Master Yat, you're really too amazing. Just now you were driving a minivan, now you're driving a reversible vehicle with one hand. What can I say? This is incredible. Let's disperse. Young Master Ye will definitely leave in peace later. Remember to invite Chu Yishui. We can only rely on young Master Chu Yishui. We absolutely cannot lose. Jiangnan's crowd was about to cry. Ye Feng, however, remained calm. His skill level was comparable to that of a top professional race car driver. He could race with one hand. So what? Many disabled people race with both feet. Whatever. Han Tianlong felt insulted and was very unhappy. But he also knew there was no need to compete with Ye Feng, winning was the most important thing. Otherwise, Ye Feng would only become a mere prop. By the way, Ye Feng said with a smile, this Ling Ai's driving skills are no worse than mine. I suggest he also drive with one hand, that would show Jiangnan's sincerity. His goal was to drag Ling Ai down with him, to nip his hopes of winning in the bud. Wow, this kid is hiding his true abilities. No wonder Miss Zhao looks at him with such respect. I agree with young Master Yi's suggestion, let this kid also drive with one hand, otherwise his race will be cancelled. Yes, this kid should also drive with one hand, otherwise he's not allowed to participate. Many people expressed their agreement. Originally, Zhao Hongying was Ling Ai's. Let them be jealous. Besides, Ye Feng controlled the race just like he controlled Lan. They were speechless but couldn't stop him. They couldn't control young Master yet, but surely they could control a poor loser like him. I really thank you. Ling Yi felt like he'd made a mental covenant. He knew Ye Feng had ulterior motives, but he hadn't expected him to be so skilled. He considered himself a strong driver, but only a suicidal person would dare to drive with one hand on the wheel. This was too much. Zhao Hongying frowned, her face grim, and said to Ling Yi, let's not compete. Let these guys talk amongst themselves. Ye Feng driving with one hand on the wheel is courting death. Ling Yi still had a chance to win. But these rich kids are courting death. Since they're so eager to lose the race, let them be. Anyway, even if they lose, they only need to pay a few tens of thousands of yuan, it doesn't matter. It's such a pity that Sister Hongying is giving up like this. Why don't I give it a try? Ling Ai is a bit stubborn with those two. Ling Ai, don't be stubborn. If it doesn't work, we'll give up. Zhao Hongying is still angry. Sister Hongying, although I've never tried one-handed racing, with my driving skills, winning the championship is still no problem. Ling Ai is still very confident, and his confidence comes from his strength. In the original work, Ling Ai's driving skills were already far superior to Han Tianlong's. Giving up one hand is actually no problem. He just didn't know that his current opponent wasn't Han Tianlong but Ye Feng. Are you sure? Zhao Hongying asked cautiously. Are you sure? Ling Ai said confidently. Okay, I believe in you. Finally, Zhao Hongying agreed. Ling Ai would compete with one hand. There were still 10 minutes until the start of the match. Both sides began to formulate strategies. Since the focus was on the representative contestant, they had to create obstacles for the opponent, but there was a premise, they couldn't break the rules. Forget about things like crashing into someone's car. Originally, Kui Ren planned to just be a runner-up, but because Ye Feng was going to drive with one hand on the reverse lane, he felt this was his chance. You think the van could win because I let the construction workers pass? You think you can win with one hand this time? Just be thankful you don't crash into the river while turning, okay? Kui Ren's current goal is to defeat Han Tianlong and win the championship. The competition will officially begin soon. Miss Tang, if you're scared, it's not too late to get out now. Sitting in the Ferrari, Ye Feng glanced at Tang Xiang, who seemed a little uneasy in the passenger seat. I'm genuinely afraid of oil, he said. But if you don't care, then I'll gladly accompany you. Tang Xiang smiled calmly. Ye Feng's life is longer than mine. Besides, judging from your driving, you don't seem like you're messing around. Hold on tight. Ye Feng said, preparing to grip the steering wheel with his left hand and press the accelerator with his right. Ye Feng, I actually have a question for you. Was your one-handed driving intentionally aimed at the supernatural? Tang Xiang asked. You even know that? Ye Feng looked at her curiously. Although what he had just done was indeed a bit obvious, At this moment, no one should be paying attention to the supernatural. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Xiang said, actually, Bai Susu and I are alumni. We both went to the Elf Art Academy. He studied music, and I studied dance. I know Bai Susu is very close to Ling Ai, so young master yet, you want to take revenge on Ling Ai because of Bai Susu. You and Bai Susu are alumni. Ye Feng was surprised. He didn't expect that the Elf Academy was so big, yet the circle was so small. They were alumni, but their relationship wasn't that close. Tang Xiang blushed and said, actually, the main reason I came here was because young Master Chen told me you would be here. I wanted to see what a lovesick man like you looks like. Tang Xiang quickly swallowed the word Tian Go back. That's about it. He's not quite as good as Aaron Kwok, but he's very talented. Ye Feng didn't really want to explain about Bai Susu. He pressed the car key, and the Ferrari's engine roared to life. I'm going to drive. Tang Xiang nodded obediently. He had already fastened his seatbelt, but he was still careless. Ye Feng gripped the steering wheel with one hand and stepped on the gas. The Ferrari zoomed off. It was so fast, especially when Ye Feng was driving with one hand and overtaking other cars. It felt like he was brushing shoulders with death. Throughout the entire competition, he was almost always protecting Ye Feng and Han Tianlong, the two representative players, and doing his best to create opportunities for the opposing team. However, there were exceptions. Although Lin Yi and Kui Ren were in the Jiangnan camp, they were both aiming for the championship. Lin Yi, why don't we withdraw from the race? Driving with one hand on the wheel like this is too dangerous. Zhao Hongying, sitting in the passenger seat, felt her heart pounding. We almost crashed into the car in front of us when we turned the corner. It scared Zhao Hongying so much that her face turned pale. Don't worry, Hongying, I'm fine, Lin Yi said confidently. He found that driving with one hand on the wheel wasn't actually that stressful, and his opponents were all too tough. The only one who gave him some pressure was Han Tianlong, whose sports car was better and faster, and who had someone protecting him. Thinking of this, Ling Ai accelerated, but suddenly there was a loud bang as he turned a corner. A car in front of him suddenly reversed, and Ling Ai crashed into it. The rear-end collision between the two sports cars was completely smashed. You idiot, get out of the car. The owner of the car in front roared angrily, grabbing a baseball bat and rushing out, yelling at Ling Ai and Zhao Hongying. They were both dumbfounded, not expecting the car to catch fire so quickly, and that it would crash. It's no exaggeration to say that Kui Ren has completely exposed the most promising people in Jiangnan who are worthy of the championship. Moreover, Kui Ren has always been at odds with himself and Zhu Hong, and he will definitely not let this go. How could you drive like that? Running? You don't have a driver's license to turn, so you can just change lanes? Ling Yi got out of the car and asked, damn it, are you trying to kill me? This is a race. If you want to follow traffic rules, then why are you running? You bastard. Kui Ren was so angry that he was trembling, and the baseball bat in his hand could hit Ling Yi at any moment. Lin Yuqi knew that in this kind of racing competition, as long as there was no crash, there was almost no need to worry about anything else, but he couldn't afford to lose face. Just as he was about to continue arguing with the driver shouted, I'm not saying anything, this sports car is a shrewd one. The repair cost is at least 500,000. 500,000? Why don't you just rob me? Lin Yuqi was furious and then asked, you can't just file an insurance claim? You poor loser, are you out of your mind? Why should I file an insurance claim for you? 500,000, not a penny less. Otherwise, I'll have someone kill you later. Of course you don't have to pay, but someone has to pay for my car repairs, he said, turning to Zhao Hongying. Miss Zhao, why don't you pay for it? I think this sports car is yours, right? I can pay, but the amount is a must. Zhao Hongying was worried that he might retaliate later. I can kill these bastards like it's easier than crushing an ant. Hurry up, don't be silly, I'm going to continue the race, he urged. Zhao Hongying had no choice but to transfer the money to him. Then Kui Ren flagged down a car belonging to a competitor from Jiangnan to continue the race. But every minute and second of the 500-mile race was precious. He could only manage about a minute before losing the championship, and he was afraid he would never have a chance again. If it weren't for Kui Ren, we wouldn't be like this, Ling Yi complained, cursing Ye Feng 100 times in his heart. Why did this guy have to do one-handed racing? And if you're going to do one-handed, why the hell did you have to do it with me? Isn't that crazy? Looking at his car's wrecked front, Ling Yi asked, Sister Hongying, what do we do with this car? I'm so sorry to make you spend money again, Lin Yi sighed. This sports car isn't that expensive. But it'll still cost over 10,000 after repairs. Zhao Hongying retorted softly, Lin Yi, I told you before, if it's not working out, I'll back out. You insisted on being stubborn. Can't I just not pay? She continued, Sister Hongying, you can't entirely blame me. You saw it yourself, it was that person driving recklessly. Lin Yi explained, of course it's not your fault, it's all my fault, okay. With that, Zhao Hongying left without looking back. She now deeply regretted supporting Lin Yi. Ye Feng's decision to drive with one hand on the wheel was his own doing, but why did he have to agree to let Ling Yi follow suit? Paying compensation and repairing the car were minor issues, 6 or 700,000 yuan wasn't much to Zhao Hongying. But what happened left him feeling utterly miserable, and he was incredibly disappointed in Ling Yi. If it weren't for Ling Yi's greed for the prize money and the bet, this whole thing wouldn't have happened in the first place. Why be lazy when you don't have the skills? Sister Hongying suddenly seemed like a stranger to him. Ling Yi was extremely nervous. He didn't know whether to apologize to Zhao Hongying or drive the broken car back first to avoid it becoming a roadblock and getting hit again. Haha, Ling Yi and Ling Yi crashed into each other. In the car, Ye Feng practiced his driving skills while listening to the conversation on the radio. He had originally only intended to create some opportunities for Ling Yi to be eliminated naturally, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected surprise. This urging was quite effective, though his only regret was not killing Ling Yi. Now, Ye Feng had only one goal, to surpass Han Tianlong and become the champion. Ye Feng had caught up. He's supposed to be racing with one hand on the wheel, yet he's going this fast. Damn, this guy's got some skills. No wonder he dares to race with one hand on the wheel. Ye Feng quickly caught up with Han Tianlong. Stop him. He's almost at the finish line. Han Tianlong shouted on the Jiangbei camp's broadcast channel. He realized that his driving skills were indeed not as good as Ye Feng's. Ye Feng was racing with one hand on the wheel and going this fast. Soon, 7 or 8 cars occupied the lane, completely blocking Ye Feng's path and slowing him down considerably. If he wanted to break through their defenses, 9 times out of 10, a crash is inevitable. For Han Tianlong, as long as he can win the game, what does martial ethics matter? This Han Tianlong is too despicable. Even Ye Xiao can't outrun you with one hand, so he resorts to dirty tricks. Damn, why doesn't this Han Tianlong go play football? Using his method, wouldn't 11 national champions be guaranteed a win by surrounding the circle? Whatever, for victory, I'm going to crash into him. Brothers, remember before I called for a car repair, many people from the Jiangnan camp cursed and some even yelled that they wanted to crash into it. They tried to reason with Ye Feng, but he just played tricks on me. Ye Feng chuckled and said to Tang Xiying next to him, hold on tight. Tang Xiying immediately said that he hadn't been sitting very steadily, and both hands were on the armrests. Suddenly, he saw Ye Feng's right hand, which had been tied behind his back, break free. In his previous life, he was two-faced, acting as a sweetheart to a green tea girl, but that green tea girl used him to find a poor boyfriend. As the young master of the wealthiest elf family, you couldn't stand by and watch the ghosts and supernatural beings thwart your plans. However, you never expected the supernatural beings to have a protagonist's halo, leading to a series of humiliating defeats and ultimately, the destruction of your family. Tears streaming down your face, you leap from the rooftop. But when you open your eyes again, you find yourself reborn. You decide that this time, you will live for yourself. Continuing from the previous episode, the Jiangbei camp, in an effort to ensure Han Tianlong wins the race, has 7 or 8 cars blocking the lane, completely obstructing Ye Feng. Ye Feng chuckles and says to the Tangxi camp beside him, hold on tight, search, search, search. Tang Xiying felt dizzy and nauseous, even more so than a pregnant woman. Damn it, Ye Feng is so fickle and resourceful. Honestly, if it were me, I would have crashed the car. Ye Feng's driving skills are ridiculously good. Is he from Mount Akina? No, young master Ye uses both hands. When did he free his right hand? While everyone was talking on the radio, someone noticed Ye Feng speeding. On the Jiangbei side, people started cursing and swearing. Ye Feng is so untrustworthy. We agreed on one hand, but now he's using both hands. That's right, people like him should be boycotted. Anyone who does business with him in the future will be cursed for 8 lifetimes. What's wrong with the Jiangnan side? You're all acting like scoundrels, and we have to tolerate it. Have some shame. Young Master Yi's one-handed dribbling was a concession. You really take it as the rule? To be honest, your Han Tianlong's driving skills are really bad. He can't even outrun young Master Ye with one hand, and he even uses a one-handed dunk. I still say, Han Tianlong should go play football. With his methods, the national team will definitely win the championship. The people from Jiangnan and Jiangbei were arguing heatedly, while Ye Feng quickly caught up with Han Tianlong. At this moment, the distance to the medium-short distance was less than 20 kilometers. Han Tianlong was tense, his forehead covered in sweat. Ye Feng was speeding and steady. If this continued, he would lose sooner or later. Han Xiao, you have to stay calm. I absolutely cannot let Ye Feng win. Han Xiao, quickly lift the hood. If we win this last round, I'll introduce you to the twins. Han Xiao, you are the hope of our village. If we lose, we'll have lost 3 times in a row. The rich kids on the Jiangbei radio station were in a hurry, making Han Tianlong feel immense pressure. Seeing Ye Feng getting closer and closer to the championship, Han Tianlong made up his mind and increased his speed, risking falling into the Yangtze River to compete with Ye Feng. Suddenly, Ye Feng also accelerated and left everyone in the dust, stopping at the finish line of the 500-mile race. He waited for a full minute before Han Tianlong caught up. At the same time, the radio channels in Jiangnan were deserted, while the channels in Jiangbei were broadcasting greetings to Han Tianlong's ancestors. Han Tianlong was furious and asked, Ye Feng, what the hell do you mean by giving me a handicap? You gave me 2 hands when I said 1. I also want to ask you, what do you mean by making people line up in a single line to read me? I gave you a handicap with 1 hand just so I wouldn't be seen as arrogant and domineering, but what about you? If you're not as good as others, go back and practice more. You think you can win with tricks? You're laughable in the face of real strength. Ye Feng chuckled coldly. These words immediately silenced Han Tianlong. He was furious and wanted to beat Ye Feng up, but he was afraid he couldn't win. In the end, Ye Feng won against 2 opponents amidst cheers. Countless people admired Ye Feng's driving skills immensely. His championship was well-deserved. He could swiftly and rapidly maneuver through the opponent's defenses in an S-shape. Even professional players might not be able to do that. As for why Ye Feng used both hands in the game, well, even if you invited a world champion, they couldn't break through with 1 hand. Besides, Han Tianlong's behavior, while not explicitly prohibited, is still considered shameful. Without this, Ye Feng's chances of winning tonight would be slim, and the supernatural would be hard to forgive. He still can't forget those 2 people who said I'm sorry. But the most important thing now is how to appease Zhao Hongying. Tonight, He really angered her. Ye Feng, don't be arrogant. One day I'll teach you a lesson. Han Tianlong stepped forward and boasted to Ye Feng. He lost a lot of money in this match, which also made him look bad in the Jiangbei rich second-generation circle. You're still not convinced? How about this, you and I have another one-on-one match. I'll still beat you with one hand. If you lose, I'll pay the other 100 million. Ye Feng said with a smile. Without anyone interfering, he single-handedly crushed Han Tianlong. Young Master Ye is too arrogant. Young Master Han, don't insult me. I support you fighting Ye Feng and teaching him a lesson. I think 100 million is too little. I'll bet 10. The rich second-generation heirs of Jiangnan started causing trouble. Han Tianlong, somewhat swayed by Ye Feng's cunning, wanted to say something threatening. To save face, he didn't believe his driving skills were better than Ye Feng's. But was Han Tianlong still jumping around? Everyone in Jiangbei vented their anger on Han Tianlong. In the end, Han Tianlong could only slink away. He was afraid someone in Jiangbei was sabotaging him after he lost the race. He ended up carrying his sports car back home. Ye Feng also prepared to go back to sleep. The race lasted until almost 3 a.m., and tonight's earnings were substantial, a total of 370 million. This was definitely a huge sum. Many listed companies couldn't earn that much in a year. He wanted to come back next year. Young Master Ye, let's exchange contact information, he said, urging everyone to leave after the race. Okay, Ye Feng readily agreed. Adding Kui Ren was also a talented man for him tonight, and with the strength of the Kui family, there might be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Young Master Ye, let's add him too. Yes, we rich second-generation kids from Jiangnan province need to unite as one. Young Master Ye, do you know that in Jiangnan province, only our Jin Cao is the boss? We don't care about anything else. So, let's add each other's contact information, and you'll be our boss from now on. For a while, a lot of rich second-generation kids surrounded Ye Feng, taking turns asking for his contact information. They even managed to remove Chen Zixun from Ye Feng's side. Ye Feng and Zhao Hongying had mixed feelings. In fact, they didn't like Ye Feng at all. Thinking he was just a good-for-nothing who did nothing but waste money and be a farm dog. But now, he actually won the race tonight. In contrast, the supernatural figure beside him looked like a complete idiot. Finally, he added Ye Feng on WeChat through the rich kids' friends WeChat moments. The verification message showed Zhao Hongying saying her father had said the Zhao and Ye families were allies and should keep in touch. Zhao Hongying finally gave in to her hostility. Looking at the verification message, Ye Feng felt a surge of joy. Sure enough, this person appreciated talented men. But Ye Feng still believed he was just handsome and charming, lacking real talent. So he rejected Zhao Hongying's friend's emotional congratulations. The host has changed the original plot, affecting subsequent events. The host has also received a congratulatory message. Zhao Hongying's affinity for the supernatural has decreased. The host has gained 2,000 counterattack points and 1 attribute point bonus. Current counterattack points, 2,500. System notification, blue protagonist supernatural luck value -1,000. System notification, blue protagonist supernatural luck value has decreased. Currently at God level luck. Congratulations, host's luck value has increased to human level luck. The host's opportunities will greatly increase. He heard the system's pleasant voice in his mind. Ye Feng smiled knowingly. He looked in the direction of the supernatural being and a smile of amazement appeared on his lips again. The reason the supernatural being was the male protagonist in the original story was because he possessed extraordinary luck. Although the supernatural being's luck value had decreased while his own had increased, there was still a considerable gap between a god level and a human level being. Despite the fact that the supernatural being had repeatedly defeated him, Ye Feng, who was well versed in popular online novels, knew that as long as one possessed luck, one could rise to power at any time, and he would still become that lovable villain. It seems we'll have to get closer to Ling Ai in the future, Ye Feng sneered. Zhao Hongying only felt some aversion to Ling Ai now, but during the aid mission, he was still part of Ling Ai's harem and could easily regain favor. Ye Feng's next step was to completely make Zhao Hongying hate Ling Ai and forcefully seize his favor. It's so late, let me take you home, Chen Zixun said, trying to curry favor. When we were speeding earlier, Tang Xiang had acted as Ye Feng's girl twice, which made Chen Zixun feel threatened. He wanted to win her over as quickly as possible. Tang Xiang was still hesitating, preparing to find an excuse to refuse Chen Zixun. After all, everyone who came here tonight wanted to see Ye Feng. After all, heaven owed him a sweet and devoted lover. What time is it? Aren't you going back? Ye Feng was about to drive back to rest. In 3 hours, it would be dawn. Everyone at the scene had already left. Ye Xiao, is your home near the commercial street? Tang Xiang suddenly asked. Ye Feng replied, the Ye family bought the villa near the commercial street mainly for convenience in commuting to work. That's no secret in Jinling. I'd like to go to the commercial street. Could you give me a ride? Tang Xiang pleaded. Aren't you going back to school? Ye Feng asked. He remembered that Tang Xiang was a boarding student. Our company is also on the commercial street. I have to go to work tomorrow. Tang Xiang playfully stuck out her tongue. I don't want to be late, okay? As long as you don't get carsick, just get on. Ye Feng didn't care. Tang Xiang followed Ye Feng's footsteps. He had indeed been quite dizzy while speeding earlier, but that was just speeding. Ye Feng's driving skills were so good, what did he have to worry about? But actually, thinking about it carefully, if he did get carsick on the way back, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Young Master Ye was so kind, he wouldn't just abandon him. Thinking of this, Tang Xiang's smile became even sweeter. Chen Zixun was completely stunned. Zhang Feng wasn't cold at midnight, in fact, he was even a little hot. But Chen Zigzun's heart was ice cold. Alone and bewildered in the wind, he walked back home. Ye Feng and Tang Xiang exchanged contact information. After seeing him off to the commercial street, Ye Feng also prepared to go home to sleep. Besides gaining money and status, Ye Feng had also received self-drawing proficient, business expert, driving proficient. Besides the 100 increase in stamina, the other 3 attributes each increased by 50. Ye Feng still felt full of energy. He went home and slept for 3 hours before waking up. You came home so late last night, and you woke up so early. Why don't you sleep a little longer? His mother, Zhou Suihua, was making breakfast and was particularly friendly to Ye Feng. I'm not going to sleep anymore. I'll go to the company later, Ye Feng said. Now that Zhang's clothing has lost the Zhao family's investment, it's already in his pocket. He needs to speed things up. You made a lot yesterday. Suddenly, his mother asked mysteriously, you know all this? Ye Feng casually replied, of course. Everyone in the circle is saying you're the Akina mountain racing god. Zhou Suihua felt incredibly proud. This was the first time in Ye Feng's life that he had felt so proud, but he was still a little uneasy. He asked, what kind of place is Akina mountain? Are there many racing gods there? Ye Feng didn't know how to explain, since it was a joke among young people, so he immediately changed the subject. Mom, I'm going to work now. Wish me luck. Zhou Suihua nodded. Seeing her son looking so good on camera, she was naturally happy. Suddenly, she remembered something and instructed, Ye Feng, don't neglect Yunxiang. She's been working until midnight several times lately to help you. You have to take good care of her, Mom. Ye Feng replied firmly, these past few days, to keep up with the pace of garment production, Gu Yunxiang's design company has been almost always brightly lit. To ensure quality, Gu Yunxiang was the one who made many design modifications. Everything she did wasn't for money, but simply to help Ye Feng. It could only be said that with his girlfriend's wealth and the company's poverty, and with Li Yonghua as witness, Ye Feng was still relatively free. In the morning, he bought some snacks and gao tea to go see Gu Yunxiang. However, upon arriving at the company, Ye Feng was told that Gu Yunxiang had gone to the hospital last night. He's in the hospital now, what happened? Ye Feng asked hurriedly. President Gu has been working overtime lately, he's too tired. It's nothing serious. The company's assistant, Zhou Ting, said, we've tried to persuade President Gu, but he won't listen. He wants to finish designing all the clothing styles as soon as possible. Which hospital? Ye Feng asked quickly. The People's Hospital. When Ye Feng arrived, he asked Director Wu about Gu Yunxiang's condition and learned that it was just overwork and she only needed to rest for a few days. Only then did Ye Feng feel relieved. I'll tell this girl well later. Health is the foundation of entrepreneurship. Ye Feng then prepared to go to the second floor ward to visit Gu Yunxiang. As he reached the door, a man's voice rang out, Yunxiang, really? You're such a grown woman, why don't you take better care of yourself? I bought you some supplements, my dad specially brought them back from abroad. I know you don't like taking things from others, but we've been together for years, you can't refuse me, can you? Just pretend you didn't eat breakfast, I'll peel you an apple. Hearing this, Ye Feng frowned, preparing to go in and see who the man inside was. Suddenly, 2 bodyguards wearing sunglasses stepped out and said, this is Our Lady's ward. You're not a doctor or nurse, you can't enter. In your previous life, you gave 200 million to a scheming woman to be her sweetheart, but she used your money to find a poor boyfriend. As the young master of the richest elf family, you couldn't stand it and constantly opposed that poor guy. But you didn't expect the supernatural to have a protagonist's halo, so you were slapped in the face in various ways and ended up with your family ruined. In tears, you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that this time you must live for yourself. Continuing from the previous episode, your wife Ye Feng frowned and stared at the 2 dogs wearing sunglasses. Hehe, our wife Gu Yunxiang and our young master were classmates in college. Kid. Who do you think you are? Don't even dream of a toad eating a swan. The bodyguard sneered. Having followed their young master for years, they knew perfectly well that Miss Bulan Yunxiang was incredibly popular in college. This guy was clearly one of her suitors. Who do I think I am? A chilling glint flashed in Ye Feng's eyes, his smile growing even colder. I'm your young master's father. The bodyguard was taken aback, then called out, are you fucking asking for death? Brothers, teach him a lesson. When Ye Feng arrived, Sun Fanglin hadn't gotten up yet, so he hadn't brought him along. But Ye Feng was, after all, someone whose attributes had been enhanced twice. With a combat strength of 200, dealing with these 2 dogs would be a piece of cake. In the ward, Mr. Sun, could you please stop this? The doctor said I'm just overworked, it's not a serious illness. Why did you buy so many things? Also, I'm not hungry right now, stop peeling the apple. Lu Yunxiang frowned, her expression extremely impatient. Back when she was in university in Yandu, this Sun Yunxiang had been relentlessly pursuing her, and she had clearly rejected him many times. She never expected him to return to this business. This guy actually ran all the way from Yandu again. Gu Yunxiang was speechless. Yunxiang, how can you not eat or nourish your body like this? Sun Yun became serious, his expression softening as he said, I'm just worried about you. Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out. Who cares about my woman? Who is this? Seeing someone push open the door and enter, Sun Yun was furious and glared at him. To get along well with Gu Yunxiang, he had his bodyguards outside. How did this guy get in? When Ye Feng saw Gu Yunxiang, she was initially delighted, but then, remembering something, she quickly explained, Brother Ye Feng, don't misunderstand. He and I are just college classmates. Of course I believe you. Ye Feng smiled and walked over. Just a simp, I don't mind. In the original novel, Sun Yun was a wealthy young man who competed for attention. He was surrounded by beautiful women, but he seemed to have been relentlessly pursuing Gu Yunxiang and Bai Susu, those green tea types who strung people along like brothers. Gu Yunxiang had clearly expressed her rejection, but Sun Yun remained undeterred. Even after Gu Yunxiang became Ye Feng's woman and they had a physical relationship, Sun Yun still fawned over her. Every time Gu Yunxiang was bullied, deceived, and taken advantage of, leaving her heartbroken, he would always seize the opportunity to bleed her dry, relentlessly trying to undermine her. Fortunately, Gu Yunxiang was very loyal in love and didn't seek revenge. Today, on their first meeting, Ye Feng was extremely disgusted with him. Kid, who are you? Stay away from Yunxiang. Sun Yun angrily retorted. I'm Yunxiang's boyfriend. You're the one who should stay away. Ye Feng sneered. Boyfriend. Sun Yun stared at Gu Yunxiang, speechless. Although it was Ye Feng who slapped me. You dare hit me. Sun Yun was even more incredulous that she, a young lady from the prestigious Sun family of Yandu, had been slapped. So what if I hit you? Ye Feng coldly retorted. What happened between Yunxiang and me is between us. It's none of your business, an outsider, to interfere. If Yunxiang felt tired being with me and wanted to leave, that was the freedom I gave her. But who do you think you are, Sun Yun? You dare to try and undermine me? This slap is a lesson for you. If you're not satisfied, we can have another round. Sun Yun was so angry he was speechless. At the same time, he saw the two bodyguards lying at the door of the ward. He knew this guy in front of him was not good. Okay, you wait. Then Sun Yun stormed out. Although this place was not Yandeng and Sun Yun could sit idly by, it didn't matter. He had acquaintances here. After leaving the hospital, he made a phone call to a friend. Young Master Zhou, this is Sun Yun. I'm at Elf. Do you have time to have dinner together tonight? Sure, it's been a long time since we brothers got together, Zhou Wenbin laughed on the other end of the phone. Then he asked if there was anything wrong in Jinling. Nothing much, just want to pursue a girl. Then you should pursue her well and try to win her over as soon as possible. Hey, don't you understand? That girl has a boyfriend. At this point, Sun Yun sighed. Zhou Wenbin was stunned. Okay, so Sun Yun is trying to steal someone else's girlfriend. But then Zhou Wenbin became interested. Brother, this is something I'm good at. Just let me know if you need anything. In the ward, Ye Feng said, Brother Ye Feng, the reason I'm in the hospital is because my health isn't very good, and I'm happy to be able to help you. I have absolutely no intention of leaving you. After Sun Yun left, Gu Yunxiang quickly explained that she was afraid Ye Feng would misunderstand that this relationship was hard won. Of course I believe you, but you don't need to work so hard. Your health is the foundation of your business. In the future, with such a large Ye family, if you don't help manage it, won't I be exhausted? Ye Feng replied quickly. Of course. Gu Yunxiang said blushingly when she heard the words Ye family. Brother Ye Feng, are you planning to marry me in the future? Suddenly, Ye Feng stared at Gu Yunxiang and asked, What's wrong, Brother Ye Feng? Why are you staring at me? Gu Yunxiang was curious. I didn't expect you to look so charming in a hospital gown. For some reason, a movie suddenly popped into Ye Feng's mind. Gu Yunxiang lowered her head, her face as red as a monkey's bottom. Brother Ye Feng, you're so annoying, teasing me like that. Just as Ye Feng was about to take a closer look at what was under the hospital gown, his phone rang. It was Zhou Wenbin calling. Young Master Ye, are you free tonight? A friend of mine is coming to Elfs and wants to get to know me. On the phone, Zhou Wenbin said something outrageous. Ye Feng didn't really want to give Zhou Wenbin face. Even though he was a member of the Zhou family and the head of his company, he wasn't qualified to befriend him unless Zhou Wenbin became the future heir of the Zhou family. Zhou Wenbin, from Yandu, said cautiously, surname Sunday. Ye Feng smiled and said, Okay, I'll definitely come tonight. After hanging up, Gu Yunxiang also received a call. It was Sun Yun calling. Gu Yunxiang didn't know whether to answer. She was more concerned about Ye Feng's feelings. But if she answered, what bad intentions could Sun Yun possibly have? Ye Feng laughed and said, Really, really? Answer me quickly, or I'll be unhappy. Hearing this, Gu Yunxiang was speechless and could only answer the phone. Yunxiang, I'm leaving Jinling soon. Would it be convenient for us to have dinner together tonight? Why don't you invite your boyfriend too? I think he's misunderstood me a bit. Sun Yun said, Forget it, young master son, we don't really want to go. Gu Yunxiang refused directly. Ye Feng took the phone and said, Sun Yun, are you going to treat us to dinner? We'll definitely come tonight. Okay, he hung up the phone. Sun Yun pressed her relentlessly. Gu Yunxiang didn't agree, but her boyfriend actually agreed. Did this guy want to freeload? See if I don't make you lose face at the dinner table. Sun Yun, how is treating you to dinner? Zhou Wenbin just said he invited a young master tonight, supposedly from the prestigious Ye family. Brother Ye Feng, why did you agree to go to dinner tonight? Gu Yunxiang asked, puzzled. Because I want to eat dog meat. Ye Feng said, What? You're not a dog lover, are you? Dogs are so cute, why would you eat their teeth? Gu Yunxiang laughed. Of course, Gu Yunxiang knew that the dog Ye Feng was referring to was Sun Yun Hao. After all, everyone hates sycophants. But this brother Ye Feng has so many bad ideas every day. Zhou Wenbin also called Ye Feng earlier, and the Sun Yun Hao he mentioned. Since Zhou Wenbin wanted to stand up for Sun Yun, Ye Feng decided to go see just how much power he had. He quickly went to eat as well. Although the Ye family couldn't suppress the four major families, in Ye Feng's view, if any of the four families harbored any ambition, they had to be suppressed. At 5 p.m., the Lightyear Grand Hotel, one of the most upscale hotels in Elf City, was opened. The owner behind it was Lu Wenbao, who acted as a scapegoat for the Ye family, with the Ye family holding a 51% stake. Young Master Zhou, you're too generous. Coming to such a nice place for a meal. Looking at the hotel's opulent decor and the exorbitant prices on the menu, Sun Yun couldn't help but exclaim. It's all right, the owner of this restaurant said. He gave me a discount. At this, Zhou Wenbin couldn't help but smile. This place is young Master Yi's own turf, he said. Tonight, watch our performance. Sun Yun was extremely grateful. Thank you, young Master Zhou. But I must make it clear, I paid for this publicity. After you win that girl over, you have to let me have a say too. Zhou Wenbin said, no way. I truly love her. Sun Yun was unhappy. Fine then, I'll consider it doing a good deed. Zhou Wenbin chuckled, but inwardly he was very annoyed. Sun Yunal, what are you drinking for? Do you think Laws is helping you chase girls? This is Laws' territory, and the girl is an elf too. Believe me, by the time you win her over, Laws will be eating dumplings. Thinking of this, Zhou Wenbin began to get excited, feeling very thrilled. Young Master Yat, why aren't we here yet? It's already 5:30. Zhou Wenbin called Ye Feng. Young Master Yat, are you treating tonight? Ye Feng asked. Of course, it's my treat, Zhou Wenbin said with a chuckle. Can you bring some people over? Young Master Ye asked with a chuckle. Of course, the more the better, Zhou Wenbin readily agreed. He didn't care about the cost of the meal, but since young Master Ye could bring people over, the effect of the publicity would be significant. That girl's boyfriend will definitely be scared out of his wits. Let Miao Long show him the power of the Elven High Society. Young Master Zhou is indeed generous. Ye Feng laughed and hung up the phone, then called Lu Wenbao. Come over for dinner tonight. Young Master Zhou is treating you to the Lightyear Hotel. Bring some people. Is 10 enough? Lu Wenbao asked. 10. You're looking down on young Master Zhou? Bring 100 of them to Laws. Also, expose your VIP room. You've been doing group sex in there all day long. Do you think Laws doesn't know? Ye Feng cursed. Inside the VIP room, Zhou Wenbin and Sun Yun waited for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, a waiter approached and said, Young Master Zhou, our boss has invited you to enter the VIP room. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenbin said, I'm coming in. It's said that Lu Wenbao's VIP room is only for internal use and never open to outsiders. And Lu Wenbao is a member of the Ye family. So, in Lu Wenbao's eyes, aren't I on the same level as Ye Feng? Thinking of this, Zhou Wenbin, who was not highly regarded in his family, suddenly became arrogant. Brother Sun, do you know what this VIP room means? Sun Yun asked, puzzled. It was his first time at the restaurant. I don't care about anything, the waiter continued, I'm telling you, this VIP room is basically never open to the public. It's no exaggeration to say that very few people can actually dine in it. They're all top-tier members of the elite elf society. Forgive my bluntness, but the girl you are trying to woo definitely isn't qualified to go in, Zhou Wenbin said with a smile. Hehe, of course Sun Yun knows that Villain Counterattack family background is actually quite ordinary. Don't be fooled by the hundreds of thousands she put up for starting a business, this amount is just a drop in the ocean in Zhou Wenbin's eyes. Tonight, she'll broaden his horizons. After all, women without acting skills are easily manipulated by unknown people. However, this night scene that Zhou Wenbin mentioned seems to be quite something. It seems she should make good friends with it, maybe she can even use the elf's funds. Zhou Wenbin and Sun Yun, who had come to help the Sun family grow, arrived at the VIP room with their entourage and were immediately stunned. The room was opulently decorated like a palace, and the dining table was enormous, with at least 100 seats. Haha, young Master Zhou, I'm sorry for the poor hospitality, Lu Wenbao said with a smile as he approached. He had rushed over immediately after receiving Ye Feng's call. The 100 people he had called were on their way. Hello, Boss Lu, Zhou Wenbin greeted with a smile, looking at the room's ambience and saying, isn't it a bit too spacious to eat here? It's not empty, people will be calling soon, Lu Wenbao said with a smile. Where's young Master Yat? Zhou Wenbin asked. He's in the back, come in right away. Lu Wenbao had barely finished speaking when Ye Feng walked away with Gu Yunxiang. Lu Wenbao was about to go up and greet him when Ye Feng suddenly said, this must be the owner of the Lightyear Hotel. Nice to meet you, young Master Yat. Are you seeing things? I'm Lu Wenbao, the dog raised by your Ye family. Don't you recognize me? Lu Wenbao was extremely nervous. Ye Feng ignored him and continued to pretend to be nonchalant, saying to Zhou Wenbin, this must be young Master Zhou. As rumored, he's a handsome guy. Damn it, young Master Yat, don't call me handsome. I'm not, and I don't have any money for you to swindle. The last time Ye Feng called him Liangzi, he swindled 50 million from him. Wait, Zhou Wenbin immediately realized something was wrong. He stared at Ye Feng, breaking out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the girl Sun Yun wanted to pursue was Ye Xiao's woman? In your previous life, you had 200 million to be a simp for a green TBTCH, but that green TBTCH used your money to find a poor boyfriend. As the young master of the richest family among the elves, you couldn't stand it and constantly opposed that poor supernatural being. But you didn't expect the supernatural being to have a protagonist's halo, so you were repeatedly proven wrong and ended up with your family ruined. Tears streaming down your face, you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that in this life, you must fight for yourself. It's all my fault for being so unsuccessful. Young Master Zhou ignores me, Ye Feng said with a chuckle. This act of feigning indifference was mainly to warn Zhou Wenbin that if he wanted to stand up for Sun Yun, he should be prepared to be taken advantage of. Young Master Zhou has such a high status, and you have such a low status, why would he bother with you? Sun Yun retorted sarcastically. Back in college, Gu Yunxiang said she had someone she liked, someone who was supposedly his mother's best friend. Sun Yun subconsciously concluded that Ye Feng wasn't a lover. I'm just here to freeload. I'm not worthy to cling to the powerful, Ye Feng said with a chuckle. Suanji added, Sun Yun, it's your treat today, right? I'm going to eat my fill. Eat up. Sun Yun looked at him with an expression of surprise. I really don't know what's so great about him. Gu Yunxiang is so bewitched. I didn't even order anything, and I don't have as much money as him. Since that's the case, let's start ordering. Zhou Wenbin handed the menu to Gu Yunxiang. Tonight's dinner is supposed to be Gu Yunxiang's treat. You order. Gu Yunxiang then handed the menu to Ye Feng. This made Sun Yun even more annoyed. For some reason, she felt sullen. Even though Zhou Wenbin was supposed to pay tonight, it was her treat. But despite her anger, Sun Yun wasn't discouraged. She'd wait until everyone was there and start praising her. Let's see if she could still keep her money. Ye Feng wasn't in a hurry to order because everyone wasn't there yet, but soon. All 100 men and women that Lu Wenbao had invited arrived. Hello, Boss Lu. Hello, Young Master Zhou. Hello, Young Master Sun. Dinner's on tonight. This Young Master Sun must be from Kyoto, right? He has such an impressive air about him. Indeed, Young Master Sun is incredibly handsome. If I had a woman, I'd definitely make him my son-in-law. Since Young Master Sun is treating, I won't be polite, otherwise I'd be disrespectful. The crowd surrounded Sun Yun, showering him with cold compliments. Sun Yun, however, smiled smugly. This was the first time he'd ever seen someone like this, an enemy, someone trying to curry favor. Ye Feng thought, this guy only knows how to freeload. He'll never experience this kind of thing in his life. Zhou Wenbin cursed Sun Yun inwardly, he's an idiot. You think people are really praising you? Being a rich second generation, this is called hiding your true feelings with a smile. As Zhou Wenbin predicted, these guys were incredibly good at ordering food. After Ye Feng finished ordering, he ordered for these 100 people in half an hour, totaling over 500 dishes. These dishes were worth over 500,000 yuan. If he used that money to raise pigs, he could open 2 pig farms. Brother, you're really awesome. You actually invited so many people to support us. Sun Yun said happily. Awesome. Zhou Wenbin's face darkened. He realized that Ye Feng was here to mess with him, pretending not to know him, just waiting for Sun Yun to take the bait so he could swindle his money. I said, now that we've ordered the food, let's get some wine. Zhou, let's have something high-end, like the 1982 law fight. Ye Feng laughed and said, Ha, you even know how to drink red wine. Sun Yun, still feeling disdainful, spoke softly to Gu Yunxiang. Yunxiang, what would you like to drink? Just order whatever you like. My boyfriend said he wants law fight, so let's have law fight then. Gu Yunxiang smiled and replied, your boyfriend. Sun Yun frowned, why are you acting like a billionaire? However, to prevent Gu Yunxiang from leaving with Ye Feng, Sun Yun readily agreed, then let's have the 1982 law fight. Okay, then everyone, 1 bottle each, let's take a few sips. Ye Feng snapped his fingers, and Lu Wenbao quickly called over a waiter and led people to get the wine. Zhou Wenbin was unhappy, there's not a single bottle of 1982 law fight. The market price has been inflated to over 50,000 per square meter, which is 5 million per square meter. Zhou Wenbin hurriedly said, how about we order a little less? We can't finish all this wine. What can't we finish? Young Master Zhou, you look down on me, right? Just a little red wine? I can chug 3 bottles in one go. Young Master Zhou, I'm a master of 1,000 cups without getting drunk, known as the wine immortal. Are you afraid of getting me drunk? Young Master Zhou, you're not just writing this because you're broke, are you? If I'd known, I wouldn't have come, everyone protested. Zhou Wenbin wanted to back out. Damn it, Ye Feng is just here to screw me over. Why did that idiot Sun Yun have to provoke Ye Feng? Now he's in a dilemma. Fine. Let's each have a bottle and drink first. Sun Yun was quite easy to tease, afraid of losing face in front of Gu Yunxiang. After all, beauties love strong men. Damn you. No, you're just being a jerk, aren't you? Zhou Wenbin pulled Sun Yun to a table and cursed, you dog of a bitch, you're trying to screw me over, aren't you? Young Master Zhou, why are you saying that? Didn't you invite him? Besides, didn't we agree that as soon as young Master Ye arrived and the food was served, we'd give Yunxiang's boyfriend a hard time? Sun Yun said, you son of a bitch, Zhou Wenbin is so angry his heart hurts. Young Master Ye is right in front of you, and you're still waiting? Young Master Ye has never seen such an idiotic rich kid like you. Zhou Wenbin was about to leave, saying he wouldn't be a sucker. Suddenly, Ye Feng stepped forward and said, Young Master Zhou, is this your treat today? No, it's me. Zhou Wenbin immediately denied it. Seeing this, Sun Yun pulled him aside and said, brother, that's not fair. I'm not fair either. I don't have money to pay. Zhou Wenbin was furious. How about this, we split it in half. Let's drink a few million. It's just a drizzle. As long as you help me get a girl, I'll owe you a favor, Sun Yun said. Zhou Wenbin wanted to slap this guy, he just looked like he deserved a beating. However, he noticed that young Master Ye didn't seem to want him to leave and even asked if he was the one who bought it. Did he want to drag him down with him? Putting aside the fact that this was Lu Wenbao's territory, could he even get out? Even if he did get out, what if young Master Ye retaliated? It's said that these past few days, because of Ye Feng's targeting of Zhang's clothing, Zhang Zihao has been beaten at home every day, almost to the point of mental illness. Zhou Wenbin is a little scared. What if he goes back and suffers the same fate? After all, Zhou Wenbin is not well regarded at home, except for his stepmother's pity. So he dares not back down and can only bite the bullet and go. Indeed, a good brother is generous. Sun Yun gives Zhou Wenbin a thumbs up, but he doesn't notice. Tears welled in Zhou Wenbin's eyes. Ma De knew he shouldn't have been lusted by women. He was dragged down by Ye Feng and Sun Yun's wife. Soon after, the leeks were served, and everyone started eating. To be fair, the people Lu Wenbao had invited, both men and women, were incredibly heavy drinkers. 100 bottles of Lafite were quickly gone. What? No more wine? Bring another 100. This wine is really delicious. It's worth 50,000 yuan a bottle. Yes, and it's 1982. 1982 Lafite is rare on the market. Young Master Zhou is so generous. Young Master Sun is so generous, everyone shouted, ordering more wine. Zhou Wenbin almost fainted upon hearing this. Why are you still drinking? Even Sun Yun, though foolish, sensed something was wrong, especially when he and Zhou Wenbin had split the bill. He started to feel sorry for Sun Xiao. Could you get some more Lafite? Yunxiang and I aren't full yet. Ye Feng stepped forward, looking at his granddaughter with a gaze that was 3 parts mockery and 7 parts provocation. Seeing that Sun Yunxiang didn't dare to speak, Ye Feng continued, Sun Xiao, I thought you knew Vo-Rish spent money like water. You're scared by just a little Lafite? Hey, you said you'd treat Yunxiang and me to dinner, but you didn't even provide enough wine. If you don't have money, don't treat us. And don't invite so many people. After saying that, Ye Feng turned to Gu Yunxiang and said, if Yunxiang isn't full, let's go get some ramen later. Okay, Gu Yunxiang and Xiao Yan, you look down on me. Sun Yun was furious, but 100 bottles of Lafite cost 5 million, plus what he'd ordered before, bringing the total to 10 million. 10 million for a single meal, even split equally, would still cost 5 million. He felt his father would kill him when he got home. He walked over to Zhou Wenbin and asked, brother, what's going on? Shouldn't the people you called be listening to us? And when is that young master yet arriving? Zhou Wenbin simply rolled his eyes and ignored him. Finally, Sun Yun was helpless. He dared not order any more drinks, but with so many people around, like anxious, impatient children, he smiled and reassured them, brothers, you all know there aren't that many Lafites on the market. These Lafites are all from Boss Liu's collection. Don't let him drink it all, bro. You're looking down on me. I have plenty of Lafite, not to mention thousands, just order whatever you want. Lu Wenbao waved his hand generously. The crowd echoed, Boss Lu, so domineering. Thousands of bottles of 82 Lafite. Why don't you say so? Your family owns a Lafite winery. I've already been polite enough, why don't you bring out the rest? How much Lafite is there in China? How much is yours? You bought empty Lafite bottles filled with fake wine, do you think I don't know? Sun Yun had thought Lu Wenbao would side with him, but now it seemed this guy was a treacherous scoundrel, trying to swindle him, right, young Master Zhou? What do we do now? Sun Yun hurriedly asked Zhou Wenbin, not wanting to be ripped off but also not wanting to lose face in front of Gu Yunxiang. I don't know, Zhou Wenbin replied. Sun Yun was stunned. Brother, you don't know anything? What are we going to do about paying the bill later? I don't know, Zhou Wenbin rolled his eyes. After eating a royal meal, the worst that can happen is a beating. Zhou Wenbin was completely caught in a dilemma, and could only try to prevent the infection from escalating, since he hadn't agreed to wait. If Sun Yun wanted something, he'd pay for it himself. As for the 2.5 million he was supposed to pay, he could still afford it. Sun Yun was speechless. Damn it, Zhou Wenbin, you promised to support me tonight and help me pick up girls, but the people you called are unreliable. How come you've betrayed me too? Young Master Sun, want some more drinks? Everyone's waiting. Ye Feng asked him with a smile. Sun Yun gritted his teeth and said angrily, kid, you're deliberately trying to trick me, aren't you? Pulling a plane isn't cheap. If you want to drink, order some yourself. Hat, if you don't have money, just say so. And you say I'm tricking you? Really? Yes, sir, Ye Feng said. Boss Lu, another 100 bottles of Lafite, please. Lu Wenbao immediately went to instruct the waiter. I don't care what you ordered, I'm not responsible for the Lafite. Sun Yun was a little frightened, afraid that the cost of the wine would be charged to him. I ordered it, Ye Feng said to Lu Wenbao again. I'll pay for these 100 bottles later. Hehe, where did you get the money? Don't let Yunxiang order for you. Let me tell you, Yunxiang's business has not been easy. It's one thing for you, her boyfriend, not to help you, but to do this to her is another. Yunxiang's business has not been easy. You're eating Yunxiang's flesh and drinking Yunxiang's blood. Sun Yun said indignantly, no way. Ye Feng was amused. Even Gu Yunxiang couldn't help but joke, that sounds nice, but unless you pay first, Sun Yun obviously didn't believe Ye Feng. In the end, he'd still be the one to feel sorry for her. Gu Yunxiang said, what are you talking about? Can I take money from someone who's come to me for drinks? Lu Wenbao seized the opportunity and said, waving his hand, I'll just wave it for him. Wait, you were greedy for money when you were ripping me off, why are you waving it for him? Sun Yun couldn't help but ask, kid, who are you? You must have some connections. My surname is Ye, the Ye family. Of course, my Ye family is only worth a few 100 billion, not comparable to young Master Sunday. Ye Feng said with a smile. Sun Yun was shocked and pointed at him, saying, are you Ye Feng? Before I came, Zhou Wenbin had told me he would introduce me to young Master Ye Feng. But now everyone was here except for Ye Feng. I never expected him to be right in front of me. Sun Yun was dumbfounded. No wonder everyone here was supporting him, even Lu Wenbao and Zhou Wenbin had betrayed him. Sun Yun wondered how many mistresses he had at home. Although he was also a second-generation rich kid, and lived in Yandu, he couldn't compare to the Ye family. He lowered his head, his face flushed red. Young Master Yat, I can leave now. This has nothing to do with me, Zhou Wenbin said, stepping forward. He knew his relationship with Sun Yun was over, and he didn't care. He only begged Ye Feng to spare him and stop trying to harm him. Young Master Yat, please stop your tricks. I can't handle it. Wait for me outside, Ye Feng said calmly. So Zhou Wenbin left the private room and could only wait at the door. He dared not leave without permission. Fearing Ye Feng's retaliation, Lu Wenbao demanded the bill and threw it in front of Sun Yun. It cost over 5.5 million in total. I'll pay half, the rest will be Zhou Wenbin. Sun Yun swallowed hard. He had no time or courage to show any interest in Gu Yunxiang right now, he just wanted to get through this. Young Master Zhou is gone, how am I supposed to ask him for the money? Just tell me if you are buying or not. I'm doing business with my doors wide open, I'm not afraid of people like you who try to dine and dash. Lu Wenbao roared. Hotel security guards immediately came in, each with a metal locker, specifically to deal with people who don't want to pay. Sun Yun was terrified and quickly lost face, his hatred for Ye Feng growing stronger. However, looking at the bill, he felt a lump in his throat and asked, we agreed on a 20% discount, but you didn't get it. Here's the signal, here's the money. Pay up. Lu Wenbao slapped him on the head. Sun Yun had no choice but to take out his money, but he only had 5 million on him, 500,000 short. He really couldn't come up with that much, and he didn't dare ask his family for it. He could borrow from his friends, even though they were all rich kids, their wallets were emptier than his own face. Lu Wenbao pressed him, and Sun Yun walked towards Gu Yunxiang. Ganda Yunxiang, can you lend me some money? I'll pay you back when I get to Yandu. You mean it? You mean it? Didn't you just say? Starting a business in Lingxiang is tough. I'm eating his meat and his shoes. How dare you ask Lingxiang for money? Besides, you're asking my girlfriend for money? Do you think you can get it? Ye Feng sneered and ate without any politeness. In your previous life, you had 200 million to be a sweetheart to a green tea bitch, but that green tea bitch took your money and found a poor boyfriend. As the young master of the richest family in the elves, you couldn't stand it, so you constantly opposed that poor ghost. But you didn't expect that the ghost had the protagonist's halo, so you were slapped in the face by all sorts of oaths, and in the end, your family was destroyed. You jumped off the rooftop in tears, but when you opened your eyes again. Hey, you're all hustling here with the surname Yat, what do you want? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're a Ye family aunt. If you're so capable, go ahead and kill me today. Sun Yun was furious. He felt like an idiot, completely manipulated by Ye Feng from the start, and he was still stuck here playing along. If you weren't playing along, would I have ordered so much alcohol like a fool? And now you're making me pay the bill? Are you kidding me? What good would it do me if I killed you? Ye Feng chuckled. Boss Liu's factory is open for business. Can you not pay the bill? Of course not. Lu Wenbao rubbed his hands together, eager to fight. He was a rough man who only knew how to fight. He used to be a well-known figure in the underworld, but ever since he followed young Master Yat, he realized that dealing with people didn't require animals, there were ways to kill the other party anyway. He also wanted to see what tricks Ye Feng had up his sleeve this time. How about this, he said, don't accuse me of cheating you out of this 500,000. I'll give you time to come up with it. Write an IOU first. If the money isn't in your account by 6 p.m. tomorrow, don't blame us for being ruthless. Ye Feng chuckled and said, all right. Hearing this, Sun Yun quickly agreed. You, Ye Feng, said it yourself. You think you can stump me with just 500,000? Wait until we get back to Yandu, then I'll figure out how to deal with you. Gu Yunxiang will have to write the IOU herself sooner or later. After that, Sun Yun left. Ye Xiao, are you really going to let him go like this? Lu Wenbao asked, puzzled. I feel this isn't Ye Feng's usual way of speaking, and besides, the other party dared to have designs on his sister-in-law. The last one who targeted Gu. Ye Xiao is practically bankrupting his family. If he could get 500,000, he would have done it already. Why wait until tomorrow? Ye Feng smirked. 500,000 isn't much to a rich kid, but the money comes from his family, not his own. If Sun Yun obediently confessed to his father, he could indeed pay off the 500,000. But Sun Yun clearly didn't realize this. Sure enough, after leaving, Sun Yun tried to borrow money everywhere, but his friends were all as clean as dirt. They had no money to lend him. Sun Yun didn't dare tell his father that he'd been swindled out of 5 million while eating out. So, by 6 p.m., he still hadn't been able to pay back the money. Ye Feng and Lu Wenbao didn't bother to find him. So, Sun Yun prepared to buy a plane ticket back to Yendi, only to be told he couldn't buy a plane ticket. Why can't I buy one? What do you mean? Sun Yun, seething with anger, snapped. Sir, you're a person with poor credit records, you're not qualified to buy tickets, the salesperson coldly replied. To put it bluntly, Sun Yun was a deadbeat, definitely owing money and unable to pay. He was being forcibly executed, so he caused a scene at the airport service hall and was eventually kicked out by security. He then tried to buy a train ticket but was told he wasn't eligible. Finally, he bought an unlimited bus ticket, but a black cab charged him 10,000 yuan and it took 10 days to get him back to Yandui. After returning home, Sun Yun fell seriously ill. Because Lu Wenbao refused to accept the 500,000 yuan, Sun Yun could only continue being a deadbeat. When his father learned of this, he was furious and broke Sun Yun's legs, yelling, "You coveted someone else's girlfriend's beauty. I'll beat you to death, you son of a bitch. But that's a story for another time, and it's all in the past. Ye Feng then called Zhou Wenbin in. Zhou Wenbin, you are quite something. Last time you helped Zhao Wenbo get back at me, and this time you are standing up for Sun Yun. I don't think you are the heir to the Zhou family. Why are you so picky? Ye Feng asked, smoking a cigarette. Young Master Yat, I'm innocent. Zhou Wenbin wanted to cry. How could he dare to go against Ye Feng? Last time with Zhao Wenbo, he didn't know Ye Feng was setting a trap for him, and this time he knew even less. At first, Sun Yun didn't even know he was trying to poach Ye Feng's employees. Young Master Yat, no matter what, I've invested 50 million in your night market clothing business. Shareholders of this Ye market, please let me go. Zhou Wenbin begged Ye Feng to stop his nonsense. Someone like me, nobody loves me, and I can't even handle this? It's ridiculous. You only have 0.5% of the shares, what kind of shareholder are you? Ye Feng was speechless, and Zhou Wenbin was even more speechless. 0.5% of the shares, you want to take 50 million from me? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Sign it. With that, Ye Feng handed over the share transfer agreement he had prepared in advance. Ye Shaizai was going to return the money for the shares to me. Zhou Wenbin was suddenly overjoyed. He would have naturally chosen the 50 million over the shares, but after seeing the details, Zhou Wenbin was dumbfounded. It stated that the company was poorly managed and on the verge of bankruptcy. Shareholder Zhou Wenbin voluntarily transferred 0.5% of the shares to Ye Shaizai, valued at 100,000. Zhou Wenbin was stunned. You've turned 50 million into 100,000? You really did that? Why didn't you give me 10 yuan? You're in the clothing industry or something. You've practically destroyed the Zhang family. All that money you've spent has shown results, and you're still bankrupt? Tell me, are you even making a profit? If it's really that bad, I'll talk to your dad. Ye Feng, wary of repeating his tactics, brought up Zhou Wenbin's father. But Zhou Wenbin, surprisingly, fell for it. He was unloved at home and relied entirely on his stepmother's good relationship to have any hope of winning the inheritance. But with Ye Feng's intervention, not only would he be beaten to death by his father if he went back, but his stepmother would probably stay away from him forever. She probably wouldn't even let him go to buy anti-remedies anymore. I signed. So, with tears in his eyes, Zhou Wenbin signed the equity transfer agreement. Don't forget to come to the company tomorrow to collect your money. Ye Feng kindly reminded him. Young Master Yat, you're so thoughtful. Zhou Wenbin cursed and burst into tears. Damn it. I've been ripped off twice by Ye Feng. I must stay away from this disaster heart garden from now on. This trip to Ye Feng was very fruitful. Dealing with Sun Yun and such was a minor matter, the main thing was these 0.5% shares. These were shares Zhou Wenbin had bought for 50 million. He could go back and get that 50 million back free stuff. How could he not be happy? Ye Feng's income in the past 2 days has reached 420 million. It's worth noting that the Ye Group's investment in Ye's clothing was only 450 million. Rounding up, Ye Feng has practically earned the equivalent of a company's worth. After sending Gu Yunxiang back to the company and forbidding her from working such relentless overtime, Ye Feng also returned to the company to oversee the major decision. Next, Ye Feng plans to launch a major offensive against Zhang's clothing, taking back their hard-won territory. Because the company still has several hundred million in its accounts, the business war has been going smoothly. These past few days, Zhang Yunxiang, the head of the Zhang family, has been extremely depressed. He went back, tied up Zhang Zihao, beat him up, and made some harsh remarks. If the Zhang family is finished, I'll kill you first, remember that. Zhang Zihao trembled with fear. He arrived at the Elf Underground Ancient Workshop late at night, a gathering place for all sorts of people. Zhang Zihao was looking for someone named Wu Tian. Wu Tian, true to his name, was the only one looking for him. Wu Tian's face was fierce, he'd just lost money and was in a bad mood. I've come to discuss a business with you, Zhang Zihao said with a smile. All right, let's talk. Who are we going to fight? Wu Tian was a famous double-flower red stick in the martial arts world. He had previously served under the Zhao family, and his name was Wu Tianhao. Although his gambling income was considerable, he was always short of money, so he was willing to borrow from anyone. Ye Feng, I need Tianji to help me kidnap him. Zhang Zihao handed over a 20 million yuan check. This was all the money he could currently use. Ye Feng, right. Wu Tian nodded and accepted the check. Suddenly, he jumped up. You fucking want me to kidnap who? Zhang Zihao reiterated. Ye Feng. Of course I know you want to kidnap Ye Feng, but do you even know that the Ye family is the #1 wealthy family in Elf City? They have more dogs than I have under my command. If I kidnap someone, I'll be bitten to death by their mad dogs. Wu Tian frowned. Even the famous double-flower red cabinet in the underworld wouldn't dare to provoke the Ye family. Everyone says Tianji is someone who can do great things. But seeing me today, I'm so disappointed. You have such guts. Why not learn from others, beg for grain, find a wealthy family, become a bodyguard? Forget it, Tianj has a history of fighting tribal leaders, nobody dares to take you in, Zhang Zihao sneered. You, surnamed Zhang, you've come here looking for trouble, haven't you? Believe me or not, I'll kill you right now. Wu Yushan roared in fury. His men rubbed their fists, ready to swarm him at any moment. You can kill me now, anyway, if you don't kill me, my dad will kill me in a few days. Either way, I'm going to die. It's just a pity such a good business, Tianj, you don't even dare to do it. Zhang Zihao sighed feigningly and added, I remember you borrowed 5 million from Brother Hu. Right? With interest, it's tens of millions now. You're almost married, Tianj, aren't you in a hurry? Wu Yushan immediately. Tiger is the top dog in the underworld, and even the notorious double flower red stick wouldn't dare to owe Tiger money. But the problem is, he's broke right now, and he just lost the 2 million. Looking at Zhang Zihao, he suddenly became polite. Why did you kidnap Ye Feng? Even if you kidnap him, he won't give up on conquering your Zhang family's clothing market. Tianji indeed knows all the inside stories about my family's Ye Feng's grudges. But I kidnapped Ye Feng purely to extort him and make him cough up over 1 billion. You and I will take our past relationship and fly high. The world is so big, where can't we live a carefree life? Zhang Zihao revealed his anger. You want to repeat the 1990s, a group of robbers kidnapping and tying up? Wu Tian asked. Yes. Zhang Zihao replied, we have the means because the Ye family has many dogs, they don't think anyone would dare to attack them, and indeed, no one would dare. But I'm a desperate man now, we have a high chance of success. Wu Tian admitted he was tempted but shook his head, saying, you're overthinking it. Ye Feng has a female bodyguard. Last time, Chu Liang fought her and couldn't withstand a punch. I know that woman, but she's just one person. Tian Jilin has a group of men under his command. Zhang Zihao's eyes lit up at this. Besides, we can't just target Ye Feng alone. His father, Ye Longzhou, was actually the best target. Tianj thought that Ye Longzhou didn't get off work from the night market group until 11 p.m. the next day. He had been dealing with business all day. Ye Longzhou's back ached. Chairman, you're already so successful, why are you still working so hard? You can actually delegate many things to your subordinates. Taking care of your health is the most important thing. Driver Su Yi said with concern, while going to massage Ye Longzhou's back to help relieve his shoulder pain. He had been Ye Longzhou's driver for more than 10 years and had massaged his back for more than 10 years, but recently Ye Longzhou's shoulder pain had become more and more serious, especially on rainy days when it was excruciating. I have to handle these things personally, some things require my personal attention. This is also for the company's development, Ye Longzhou said with a smile, then sighed, everyone praises me as a commercial equipment manufacturer, but all I can do is elevate the Ye family to the position of the #1 wealthy family in Elf. But you know the business world in Elf. In the vast Jiangnan province, only Jingqiao takes Elf's business world seriously. Cities like Jiangdu and Suzhou are far ahead of us in terms of economic development, not to mention. Even their historical and cultural resistance is no worse than ours, especially Suzhou, which is known as heaven above, wealthy below, attracting many investors. Ye Longzhou felt helpless, he had developed the Ye family into the #1 in the Jiangnan region, but the economy of Jiangnan was only so-so. If he wanted to go further, he had to contact the outside world, and cities like Suzhou and Jiangdu were insurmountable obstacles. Even the richest man in Jiangnan learned from Gushu. I can conquer the world, but expanding the territory is something I can only entrust to Xiao Feng. Thinking of his son's recent changes, and how well he fared in the Zhang's clothing deal, Ye Longzhou's face was full of trust. The young master is indeed a business prodigy. Su Yi couldn't help but sigh. He noticed that the chairman had become exceptionally clean-cut during this period, as if he had returned to his youth. This motivation all came from the young master's change. He saw it and was naturally delighted. Chairman, let me take you home to rest. It's getting late. After pinching his back, Su Yi said, suddenly, I keenly sensed that someone was approaching. They were menacing and there were quite a few of them. Who are they? Su Yi was shocked and immediately got out of the car. At the same time, more than 20 men wielding iron bars and steel knives surrounded them. Get out of the way. We're only looking for Ye Longzhou. One of the leaders is here. We're looking for the chairman. Su Yi was furious. He knew that some people in the business world like to use dirty tricks. He immediately shouted, with me here, you can't touch the chairman. Okay, why don't you try the night market clothing? Fang Lin said, don't bother with the brushes, go home. The company employees gradually left work. Ye Feng was also preparing to go home when Sen Fanglin was watching a TV series called Let's Watch Lei Jinaiyu together, constantly calling the female lead sister. Ye Feng was speechless and quickly told her to go home. She had to practice her martial arts at midnight, and besides, what was so great about this ridiculous show? Calling her sister or mom wouldn't work. Seeing Ye Feng's urging, Sen Fanglin reluctantly put down her phone and walked out of the company. She hadn't gone 2 steps when she suddenly received a text message from her father, Xiao Feng, be careful, someone's trying to get you. Ye Feng was startled. His father was always a steady man, he would never text if he could make a phone call. The fact that his father was texting meant that something had happened to him too. At the same time, a group of burly men rushed out. The leader shouted, young master Yat, come with us. Who are you? Ye Feng didn't ask aloud. Don't worry about us, just come with us. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good if we hurt you, the leader said coldly. Ye Feng's face turned grim. These men might also be attacking his father. So the question was, were they his enemies? Even if your father's enemies want to touch young master Yat, they'll have to get past me first, Sen Fanglin said, glaring at the group rushing towards Ye Feng. There were others lurking in the shadows, but she didn't mention it. Ye Feng's mental strength was a staggering 200, far surpassing Sen Fanglin's. He discovered something, in his previous life, he was a two-faced lover, a sweetheart to a scheming woman, but she used his money to find a poor boyfriend. As the young master of the wealthiest elf family, he couldn't stand it and constantly opposed the poor, supernatural being. But he never expected the supernatural being to have a protagonist's halo, so he was repeatedly humiliated and ultimately ruined, losing his family and his life. Tears streaming down his face, he jumped from the rooftop. But when he fought back, I admit your female bodyguard is very capable, even the ball's rations are no match for her. But my men are using a military formation, though they are still no match for the queen. But that could buy them some time. The man who turned back laughed, a feint attack, a good strategy. Ye Feng couldn't help but worry for this guy. Aren't you nervous about catching me, young master yet? You're so handsome, aren't you afraid this knife in my hand will smear your face? The man who turned back sneered. This is Wu Tian. Who sent you? Ye Feng asked. You don't need to know that. Wu Tian shook his head. If young master Ye doesn't want to get hurt, it's best to come with us. To prevent the villain from dying in the chemical attack, Wu Tian waved his hand, and his men rushed towards Ye Feng. It must be said that Zhang Zihao was quite clever. Not only did he attack Ye Feng and Ye Wenzhou simultaneously, but he also thought of using a feint to get rid of Sen Fanglin. Wu Tian felt like billions were beckoning to him. Suddenly, Wu Tian heard the screams of his men. 2 of them had been knocked to the ground by Ye Feng. Wu Tian was somewhat shocked. These are all his best fighters, yet Ye Feng won so easily. So weak, yet you dare to fight me. Ye Feng sneered. Ordinary people only have a martial arts strength of 60. Although these people can fight 5 or even 7 or 8 at once, their martial arts strength is at most 100. Ye Feng's martial arts strength, however, is as high as 200. Even if they all attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for Ye Feng. You're courting death. Don't blame me if you dare to resist. With a cold shout, Wu Yushan charged towards Ye Feng. Martial arts strength, 220. Ye Feng saw his attribute. He hadn't expected the system to have this function, but when he looked back at the layered snacks, he couldn't see them. The system should only show you how much stronger you are. System, can I defeat him? Ye Feng asked. Host, this is my first time fighting someone, and Wu Tian is experienced in battle and his combat power is higher than yours. But if you learn close combat, you can repay him. The system replied, exchange for fighting mastery. Ding. Congratulations, host. West Germany fighting mastery consumed 1000 counterattack points. Current remaining counterattack points, 1500. Fighting mastery is equivalent to an 8th Dan black belt in various fighting techniques. Soon, countless fighting knowledge and skills were poured into Ye Feng's mind, along with a massive amount of fighting experience. Wu Tian unleashed a series of fast punches, but in Ye Feng's hands, they were full of openings. But they quickly realized what was happening. He quickly knocked these people to the ground and ran towards Ye Feng. Wu Tian failed. Ye Feng looked at him and sneered. This is the name the system just revealed. What? Wu Tian was shocked. Ye Feng actually knew him. Tell me, who sent you to mess with me? Our Ye family doesn't seem to have any grudge against you, Ye Feng asked with a smile. Kill me or mess with me, it's up to you. I won't betray you. Wu Tian was quite lucky. He knew that falling into Ye Feng's hands would definitely not end well. Ye Feng was so powerful that if he fell, so be it. Anyway, there was another team to interrogate his father. Ye Feng didn't ask any more questions. The Ye family had plenty of interrogation methods. He then called Lu Wenbao and asked him to come over. Half an hour later, Lu Wenbao arrived in a van, followed by a group of people. They were also Ye family's subordinates, and they were all of similar nature to Lu Wenbao. Why were there so many people? Ye Feng was a little curious. He just asked Lu Wenbao to come and help him with the interrogation. Xiao Feng, are you all right? Ye Longzhou, Ye Feng's father, got out of the other car. Driver Su Yi followed. Su Yi was covered in blood, but it wasn't his, he was perfectly healthy. Dad, you've been attacked too. Ye Feng frowned, roughly understanding the situation. The man beside his father, Su Yi, was a retired special forces soldier. He could easily take on dozens of men, but his father was worried about Ye Feng and had sent Lu Wenbao and the others to support him. This is what Ye Feng witnessed. He didn't know who did it. Ye Longzhou nodded and said, I will definitely investigate this thoroughly. For so many years, no one has dared to oppose the Ye family like this, escalating to the point of violence, especially with a kidnapping attempt. This is extremely serious. Where is this guy? Ye Feng pointed to Wu Tian on the ground. He and his accomplices had already been taken down. With a gloomy expression, Ye Longzhou said, thank you so much, Miss Chen. Otherwise, Xiao Feng would have been in trouble. Although Ye Longzhou wasn't a member of the martial arts world, he had heard of Wu Tian. Indeed, only someone as lawless as him would dare to attack the Ye family. Chen Fanglin was somewhat embarrassed. He was the young master who beat me up. I didn't do much. Xiao Feng, you have this ability. Ye Longzhou was dumbfounded. He knew that when they were in school, Ye Feng had fought many people. Sometimes, even when he didn't win, he relied on the Ye family's reputation to make others submit. Don't discuss this, Ye Feng said calmly to Lu Wenbao. I'll leave this guy to you for interrogation. I want to see the results by tomorrow morning. Lu Wenbao then took Wu Tian and the others away for separate interrogation. Young master, if you're so capable, why do you still need me as your security guard? Back home, Kun Fanglin asked curiously. Last time at the martial arts restaurant, Ye Feng could tell he was a martial artist, but Kun Fanglin didn't expect young master Ye Feng to be so good at fighting. It's just close combat, he learned it from TV. You can't do without your golden cicada brand. Ye Feng smiled calmly. How did you know? Sen Fanglin gasped, covering his mouth in surprise. He was the last descendant of the Golden Cicada sect, its last successor. How did Ye Feng know his identity? Young master Ye, Sen Fanglin asked, you wealthy family, do you know my father? His name is Sen Ziking, Sen Fanglin replied hastily. I've always lived in the mountains with my grandfather and never been born. But young master Ye Feng knows I'm a successor of the Golden Cicada sect. There's only one explanation, he knows my father. Young master Ye, just tell me where my father is. Don't even mention offering yourself to me, I'd be willing to be your slave. Don't get excited, Ye Feng quickly stopped him from his irrational behavior. Such a good girl, How can your mind be filled with thoughts of offering yourself to me? Besides, you're only 16 years old. Can't we wait a couple of years before bringing this up? Ye Feng continued, I don't know your father, but I promise you, as long as I find out about your father's background, I will tell you immediately. There is no such person as Sen Ziking in the original work. To be precise, he is no longer called Sen Ziking. He was the male protagonist's supernatural encounter. Chen Fenglin and her father hadn't reached the point of recognizing each other yet, and Ye Feng couldn't take him directly to his father for the time being. But the only thing he could guarantee was that the father and daughter would definitely reunite. He went to sleep at 3 in the morning and got up at 6 the next morning. Because Ye Feng's stamina was as high as 300, he could recover his energy very well without much rest, comparable to a certain multi-person exercise athlete. Soon, Lu Wenbao called, saying that Wu Tian had confessed and that Zhang Zihao was the one who ordered his arrest. Ye Feng rushed over, and Wu Tian was already curled up in a corner like a dead dog, covered in blood and motionless. He was now in Lu Wenbao's hands, his life hanging by a thread. Although Lu Wenbao's fighting ability was average, he was very skilled at using torture to extract confessions. Zhang Zihao, right? Can you find out where he is now? Ye Feng asked. We can't find him. He hasn't returned to the Zhang family. Lu Wenbao replied, however, Wu Tian's men are starting to become cowardly. We can use them. Ye Feng nodded. Soon after, Lu Wenbao gathered a group of people, grabbed one of Wu Tian's men, and ordered him to take them to find Zhang Zihao. After a night of entertainment, the crowds at Jinyun Underground Police Station and Jutian Entertainment City had thinned out, but many people still lived there, eating and drinking, treating it as their second home. Zhang Zihao, whom Ye Feng was looking for, was standing there. We're not open now. Come back later. A security guard with dyed yellow hair went up and stopped Ye Feng and the others, asking, Ye Xiao, how dare you stop me? Lu Wenbao slapped him and shouted, Young Master Ye, how dare you stop me? Ye Feng, the young security guard, was trembling with fear. The Ye family was the most powerful family in the Elf Kingdom, and the owner behind this underground gambling den was the Elf royal family. The royal family was only one of the 4 major families, while the Ye family was a powerful family. Even the main branch of the royal family would not dare to neglect the Ye family. I'm looking for your manager, Ye Feng said directly. This place has several floors. Because the environment is simple and the location is remote, it's not valuable, but it's surprisingly large. Ye Feng didn't want to waste time, so he went directly to the manager. Soon, a middle-aged fat man came to Ye Feng. Young Master Ye, what can I do for you? I need to find Zhang Zihao, the young master of Zhang's clothing. Go and fetch him. Ye Feng cut to the chase. The fat manager Wang hesitated. Young Master Ye, this is a bit inappropriate. We can't disclose client information here. Before he could finish, Ye Feng slapped him across the face. You're using official language to harass me? Don't you know what kind of place your entertainment center is? You eat, drink, and eat all sorts of things, and you don't even know what rules are for me. If you piss me off, I'll smash your damn entertainment center today. Why don't you try it? Manager Wang was terrified. He didn't believe Ye Feng was capable of such a thing, and he actually did it. The Wang family would likely dilute the celebrity status. He was just an elf, though also surnamed Wang, but not a core member, and dared not take on such responsibility. Therefore, entertainment was often heavily guarded. Many security guards were called to rescue a man named Zhang Zihao. Young Master Zhang, run. Ye Feng has brought men to arrest you. In a corner on the 2nd floor, someone was speaking to Zhang Zihao. What's going on? Zhang Zihao was shocked. He had intended to wait here for Wu Yushan to return. But now it seems things have been exposed. We don't know anymore, and Tianj hasn't returned either. You should run first, otherwise you won't be able to leave later. The man hurriedly said, Vinian. Zhang Zihao decisively got up and looked out the window. Jumping from the 2nd floor would be an escape, but it could also break his leg. Zhao Hengbo did that last time and is still in the hospital, but Zhang Zihao had no choice. That's all we can see. But then Zhang Zihao saw security guards rushing in through the window, staring at him as he tried to run. A chilling voice rang out, and Zhang Zihao broke out in a cold sweat. He saw Ye Feng standing behind him with his men. Slap, Lu Wenbao rushed forward and slapped him to the ground, cursing, Zhang Zihao, I've known you for so long, I underestimated you back then. You dared to send people to attack young Master Ye and the chairman. It's a pity that Wu Tian is useless. Haha, so what? Zhang Zihao laughed wildly, lecturing Ye Feng like a madman. You, the eldest son, never thought that no one would dare challenge your Ye family, let alone directly resort to violence, right? But I dare. I only regret not bringing Gu Yunxiang, that mother of mine. I shouldn't have just smashed his company. I should have raped him and gotten him pregnant with my body. Then you, young Master Ye, would have died for me too. Lu Wenbao berated Zhang Zihao. Even now, he's still oblivious to his fate, spouting nonsense. What the hell are you doing, Ye Feng? If you're so capable, kill me. I never intended to live anyway. Zhang Zihao spat out blood, clutching his stomach, and said in a trembling voice, He, why aren't you all afraid of death? Wu Tian wasn't afraid of death last night either, but he still didn't survive the interrogation. I know you can't survive, that's why you're saying this, right? Ye Feng chuckled. But I won't let you die. There's a saying, if the people don't fear death, why should they die? Fear of death cannot frighten Zhang Zihao. Anyone who dares to attack him and his father, Ye Feng will make them wish they were dead. He called Zhang Yuanshan and said he'd come to the Jushan Entertainment City if he arranged to meet him. Ye Feng gave the order, and soon Lu Wenbao called Zhang Yuanshan. Hearing it was about his son, Zhang Zihao, Zhang Yuanshan immediately agreed to go. Ye Feng said, going to my father is useless. I'm not afraid of him, and he wants to kill me too. I'm not even afraid of death, so what do you think I'm afraid of? You think you can terrify me and make me surrender? Dream on. Zhang Zihao laughed maniacally, but Ye Feng calmly said, don't worry, your father and I are just discussing business. As for you, don't worry about your fate, because it will be terrible. In your previous life, you gave 200 million to a scheming woman to be her sweetheart, but that woman used your money to find a poor boyfriend. As the young master of the richest elf family, you couldn't stand it and constantly opposed that poor supernatural being. But you didn't expect that the supernatural being had a protagonist's halo. So you were repeatedly proven wrong and ended up with your family ruined. In tears, you jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that in this life, you must live for yourself. Continuing from the previous episode, Zhang Zihao's desperate desire for death stemmed from his deep understanding that Ye Feng had no intention of letting him live. However, he was mistaken. Ye Feng genuinely wanted him alive. Only by living could he truly understand the meaning of human affection. Within just half an hour, Zhang Zihao was curled up on the ground, convulsing, begging Ye Feng for a quick death. I told you, I won't let you die. I've always been a peace-loving person, Ye Feng said with a cold smile. Manager Wang, standing beside him, couldn't help but shudder. Ye Feng's actions were designed to make the other party wish for death. Being his friend might not bring happiness, but being his enemy would certainly drive one mad. Ye Xiao and Zhang Yuanshan arrived. Lu Wenbao came to report the mystery. At the entrance of the second floor of Jushan Entertainment City, Zhang Yuanshan, accompanied by his secretary and carrying official documents, walked quickly. Originally, Zhang Yuanshan did not want to come, but after all, his son was in his hands. Even though Zhang Yuanshan wished he could slap him to death, he couldn't really ignore the situation. Ye Feng, how do you want to talk? Seeing Zhang Zihao curled up on the ground like a dead dog, Zhang Yuanshan's eyebrows furrowed. Your son spent 20 million to bribe Wu Tian to kidnap me and my father. How do you plan to handle this? Ye Feng asked. How do you want to handle this? Zhang Yuanshan's expression grew even more serious. Simply, I'll give you two choices. Your Zhang family will compensate for this. Before Ye Feng could finish speaking, Zhang Yuanshan interrupted, saying, then do as you please. I don't want this son anymore. I'll give him to you. You can do whatever you want with him. If you think just having a son isn't enough, I can give you my wife too. You can make my family ruined. Zhang Yuanshan's face was terrifyingly cold. Currently, the Zhang family had been reduced to this state by Ye Feng, with only tens of millions in cash left. Compensation of 100 million would require selling off assets. Completely surrendering market share to Ye Feng, rendering his life's work futile, was something Zhang Yuanshan couldn't accept. And if the Zhang family lost Zhang Zihao, Zhang Yuanshan felt he might really kill him. He continued, even if young Master Ye doesn't make a move, I still want to kill Chu Xiao. So, young Master Ye, please do as you please. Well done, Boss Zhang, you truly are a man of great things. Leaving in such a humble manner was naturally infuriating. Ye Feng's demeanor became serious, but Zhang Zihao's matter was a minor issue. The main reason I asked you to come here today is to talk about what? Then there's naturally no need to continue burning through cash. Acquiring Zhang's clothing would benefit both sides. It all depends on how Zhang Yuanshan thinks. How much are you offering? Zhang Yuanshan pondered for a long time. Although unwilling, he still asked, how much do you want? 500 million? You're dreaming. Ye Feng chuckled coldly. The clothing market isn't that big. First, it's impacted by online stores, and second, Suzhou is taking business from us. Zhang Yuanshan has worked hard for several years, and his total assets are only a little over 500 million. For him to ask for 500 million like that is just wishful thinking. Then how much do you want? 30 million. Ye Feng said, I think you're dreaming. Zhang Yuanshan was furious and excitedly said, our company has over 100 stores, rent is free, and goods are free. Manpower and utilities, everything costs money, Mr. Zhang. Let me make this clear, I'm giving you 30 million so you can look up to the future with that money. Otherwise, if you keep going, your family will be ruined. I can keep burning money, once I've seized the market, the money will quickly flow back. But you'll only have one path, death. Ye Feng said coldly. Then please go ahead. Zhang Yuanshan didn't want to talk anymore and turned to leave with his secretary. As for his son Zhang Zihao, he had already given up on him. It didn't matter whether Ye Feng killed him or he killed him himself. Ye Xiao simply let him go. There are rules in the business world, Lu Wenbao asked. Don't use any underhanded tactics to tarnish the Ye family's reputation. Ye Feng glanced at him. This wasn't the era of fighting and killing anymore. How could a roughneck like Lu Wenbao, who had been cleaned up and left the business world for so long, still not understand? However, Ye Feng had plenty of ways to deal with the Zhang family. Since he wouldn't take the bait, he'd have to make him suffer the consequences. Outside the Nine Heavens Entertainment City, the morning sun was pleasantly warm. Back at the company, Ye Feng and Li Yonghua began their offensive. The old method, burn money to seize the Zhang family's suppliers and stores. As long as they could successfully capture the market, everything would be fine. As for cash, Ye Feng wasn't worried. Ye's clothing still had several hundred million in its accounts, and he'd won several hundred million at the last race. The Ye family also had over $1 billion in cash on hand. If they really needed more, they could always take out a loan. Possessing the world's most advanced business knowledge, Ye Feng wasn't afraid of not making money, nor was he afraid of being looked down upon for his business empire. At 6 p.m., Ye Feng suddenly received a call. Looking closely, he saw it was from Kui Ren. They had exchanged contact information after the race, but he hadn't expected him to contact him so quickly. Young Master Kui, is something wrong? Ye Feng asked. Young Master Ye, I have some good news. Do you want to hear it? Kui Ren was being cryptic on the phone. He said, just get to the point. I have a ton of things to say, but Ye Feng has no time for guessing. Kui Ren continued, I heard you're fighting Zhang's clothing. You're in the final stages of the battle. You seem to know quite a lot. Ye Feng replied calmly, that's common knowledge in the elf business world. It's not difficult for Kui Ren to know this. Since that's the case, then I'll tell you some good news you'll definitely like to hear. Didn't Zhang Yuanshan marry a woman named Su Shanfang? Half the women at Zhang's clothing are this woman. Su Shanfang is infertile and has always worried that Zhang Yuanshan is having affairs. Unfortunately. I have a video of Zhang Yuanshan having an affair, Kui Ren said smugly. This is really good news. Ye Feng was overjoyed. Perhaps he could end his relationship with Zhang's clothing company sooner. Kui Ren had been busy with business and travel these past 2 days. After the last racing competition, he became quite interested in Ye Feng and inquired about him. That's why he had contacted Kui Zuxuan Club, a business under the Ye family, on the phone earlier. Ye Feng had invited Kui Ren for tea. He hadn't realized Zhang Yuanshan was so tough outside. But less than 3 minutes later, Ye Feng finished watching the video provided by Kui Ren and couldn't help but mock him. Just give this video to Su Shan. A direct attack from the outside is indeed less effective than instigating internal divisions. Young Master Ye, haven't I been generous enough? I even had a friend pull the surveillance footage from here. That guy initially thought leaking client information was a bad idea and wouldn't let him. He smacks his lips, seemingly implying his friend wasn't doing any legitimate business. Ye Feng called, thinking, what kind of legitimate business is this kind of surreptitious filming? However, this also allowed Ye Feng to witness the interpersonal relationships and intelligence network of the Kui family of Gisu. Because the Ye family was based in elf territory, their intelligence network couldn't cover the entire Jiangnan region. But the Kui family was different, their intelligence network covered not only Jiangnan but also Jiangbei. Take, for example, the time with the cold dragon. The Han family had deliberately orchestrated this, but Kui Ren still found out. Ye Feng continued, you're helping me like this, it can't just be about making friends, right? Young Master Ye is indeed clever. Kui Ren snapped his fingers and said, Young Master Ye is the only son in his family, he must have a lot of resources at his disposal. I want to partner with Young Master Ye in the life industry. Ye Feng looked at him curiously, I'm different from Young Master Ye. I have several brothers, each of them very capable, and they're all eyeing the position of Kui family heir. My father is a man who likes to preserve his health, whoever is the most capable will inherit the family business. But my abilities are actually quite unique, so I need Young Master Ye's help. Kui Ren cut to the chase, how can I help you? Ye Feng asked, as long as it's not just about borrowing money. I have a project here, it's to build a high-end commercial street. The bidding for land and construction costs a total of 3 billion. We have 1 billion, so what about the remaining 2 billion, Young Master Ye? Please help me figure something out, Kui Ren said. Where the hell am I going to get that much money? Ye Feng exclaimed in surprise. You, Kui Ren, aren't even that enough? The entire Ye family's cash flow isn't even that much. Do you expect me to take out a loan or sell assets? Therefore, they needed Young Master Ye's help. Kui Ren had no choice but to use his family's funds and almost exhaust all his connections to find various investors. However, with the remaining 2 billion less, the project would have to be handed over. Currently, there are many people in Suzhou eyeing this project. Kui Ren continued, besides the elves, Suzhou is considered the heart of Jiangnan's population, and it's close to the provincial capital, Xincheng. If it's successfully, we'll build the best commercial street in this area. That'll definitely attract the largest flow of people from both provinces, and then all the money will flow to us. Kui Ren said. His face filled with longing. For him, this commercial street, besides being a source of income, was also his biggest asset in his bid for succession. Therefore, he was very eager to make it happen. Spending 31 billion to build a commercial street, while high-end, was indeed expensive. But as Kui Ren had predicted, it could attract traffic from Jiangnan and the rest of the province, so it was worth it. It's true that it can make money. If the Ye family wants to expand and plant their flags in other places, it's indeed a great opportunity. Young Master Kui, you still have too much money. My Ye family must ensure sufficient funds, but don't worry, I'll handle the investment. Ye Feng thought for a moment and told him with his business expertise that this could be done, but he couldn't shoulder that 2 billion alone. Any business is essentially competitive. Ye Feng needed teammates to charge into battle with him. Okay, as expected of Young Master Ye, I admire your spirit. Kui Ren quickly praised him, looking at Ye Feng with even more admiration. Damn it, someone who dares to drive with one hand on his head can't be annoying, right? Stop flattering me. Ye Feng asked, when will the land bidding be held? Early July, I guess. There's only a little over a month left for Ye Fengjian. It's almost the end of May or the beginning of July for the land auction, which means he has to secure 2 billion in investment within a month. Even if he takes 65% from the Ye family's account and adds another 400 million himself, he'll still have 1 billion. Although time is tight, Ye Fengjian isn't panicking. As long as he stays focused, there's always a way to overcome difficulties. However, for now, the most important thing is to quickly end the battle with Zhang's clothing. Soon, Ye Feng found out the location of Zhang Yuanshan and Su Shanfang. Su Shanfang didn't have many hobbies except playing cards. Jingzi Entertainment Club was one of the top leisure clubs in the city. Su Shanfang lost over 100,000 yuan playing cards all afternoon and was very upset. At this moment, a waiter came over and said, someone is looking for you, Mrs. Su. Su Shanfang looked over and saw that the person looking for her was Ye Feng. Although Su Shanfang didn't manage affairs, she knew how badly Ye Feng had harmed the Zhang family. Even Zhang Yuanshan's son, Zhang Zihao, had fallen into Ye Feng's hands and suffered greatly. Madam Su, we can talk, Ye Feng said, stepping forward without moving. There shouldn't be anything between us, right? Su Shanfang's face darkened. You can't say that, Ye Feng replied. I want to ask you, madam, do you really think Zhang Yuanshan is a good man for you? Ye Feng smiled and asked him, my husband and I have a very good relationship. You don't need to sow discord. Su Shanfang sneered, I know what you're up to. You want to take over the rest of my husband's market share. But you're overthinking it, she said. I'm just a woman. I don't have such ambitions. You don't need to work for me. Su Shanfang wanted to continue playing cards, she wasn't in the mood to waste time with Ye Feng, after all, he was her husband's enemy. Although Su Shanfang sometimes watches idols, she's not stupid and won't easily fall for Ye Feng's advances. A woman like you, so devoted to her husband, is truly rare. But I have a video here, you might want to watch it. I think you'll find it very interesting. Before Su Shanfang could react, Ye Feng pulled out his phone and played a passionate scene of Zhang Yuanshan battling his mistress. The video showed Zhang Yuanshan giving 200 million to a scheming woman to be her sweetheart, but that woman used his money to find a poor boyfriend. As the young master of the wealthiest elf family, you couldn't stand by and watch that poor, supernatural being constantly antagonize him. But you never expected the supernatural being to have a protagonist's halo, so you were beaten in all sorts of ways, ultimately leading to your family's ruin and death. Tears streaming down your face, you jumped from the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that in this life, you would definitely avenge yourself. Continuing from the previous episode, I say, young master Ye, what's wrong with you? You're supposed to be a rich second-generation elf, how can you be messing around with Huangzi in public? If you want to cause all this trouble, go find some young girls. We're both over 40, do you still have any interest in that? Upon seeing the video Ye Feng played, the wealthy women playing mahjong all turned pale. Although they outwardly rebuked him, they were actually quite smug. They were willing to be mistresses, even if Ye Feng from the 8th division didn't fancy them, since the Ye family was the most powerful family in the elf kingdom, while their husbands weren't even from a prominent family. Wait, Mrs. Su, how come your husband is in this video? How could 3 minutes pass so quickly? Mrs. Su, your husband? The wealthy women playing mahjong stared at Su Shanfang in disbelief. Su Shanfang always said her husband wasn't good to her, and that he was physically strong, but this was a slap in the face. Mrs. Su, I think you love your husband so much, you don't mind. Ye Feng smiled slightly, finished speaking, and turned to leave. Su Shanfang stood there stunned, her hands trembling as she held the cards. Her husband had always treated her very well. Because she was the father of a wealthy family and couldn't live, she always felt guilty towards Zhang Yuanshan. Aside from merging her life with Zhang Yuanshan's, she treated him almost like a wealthy wife. Even Zhang Zihao was treated like her own son. But she never expected that her perfect husband would have a mistress outside. No wonder he was always so weak when it came to paying his dues, the money was all going to his vixen. Mrs. Su, where are you going? Are you still playing cards? Mrs. Su, you must calm down. Don't be impulsive. Seeing Su Shanfang leave in a huff, several wealthy women hurriedly tried to dissuade her, but their hearts were with Babu, who was enjoying the show. That evening, Zhang Yuanshan returned home from work. The Ye family had begun their official business that day, and Zhang Yuanshan was extremely busy and frustrated. When he got home, he wanted to lie down and rest, but found his wife, Su Shanfang, sitting coldly on the sofa, showing none of her usual enthusiasm. What's wrong with you? Zhang Yuanshan asked. What's wrong? Su Shanfang sneered to himself. Zhang Yuanshan, I underestimated you. You're quite capable. What do you mean? Zhang Yuanshan frowned. Su Shanfang usually had a temper, but most of the time he was understanding. What was wrong with him today? Before Zhang Yuanshan could fully react, Su Shanfang said, Hey Zhang, this is the divorce agreement, right? What are you doing? Zhang Yuanshan asked in shock. I'm already exhausted from outside. Can you please stop causing trouble? If I cause trouble, Su Shanfang will continue to sneer. Aren't you having a good time outside? Go find your young and pretty girls. This divorce is a must. Half of the company's shares belong to the Su family. After signing the divorce agreement, we'll immediately sign the shareholding agreement. Speak. Su Shanfang threw the contract directly at Zhang Yuanshan's face. Zhang Yuanshan's expression grew increasingly grim. How did he know about her affair? Zhang Yuanshan is known for his cautious nature, that mistress is from Suzhou. But the divorce was no longer Zhang Yuanshan's choice. He wasn't afraid of the divorce itself, he was only afraid of losing his half of the shares. If he did, Zhang Yuanshan would only own 9% of the clothing market. Ye Feng could kill him with ease. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanshan's phone rang. It was Ye Feng calling. How's Boss Zhang doing tonight? Ye Feng asked with a smile. Ye Feng, is this the one behind this? Zhang Yuanshan was furious. Ye Feng had exposed his affair. He cursed, Ye Feng, you little bastard. I'll never forgive you. My baby, didn't you say you'd let me ruin your family? Now, I'm just making a promise, and you can't even handle it. Looks like you and your son Zhang Zihao are no different, all talk and no action, but actually incredibly weak. He called specifically to upset Zhang Yuanshan, who was indeed on the verge of a meltdown. He was listless at work the next day. Then he learned that Su Shanfeng had sold that 9% market share of the low-priced network components to Ye Feng for 10 million yuan. Did that spendthrift mother of his know what he was doing? Zhang Yuanshan was so angry that he punched the wall, breaking the leather. The chairman's secretary, his voice trembling, wanted to report something, but seeing Zhang Yuanshan's terrifying expression, hesitated and said. Zhang Yuanshan asked, "What do we do now? Since we lost half of our shares in cash, almost all the manufacturers and landlords have terminated their cooperation with us. We've run out of channels, and our cash reserves are failing. If this continues, we're doomed," the secretary said tremblingly. Humph, doomed. Zhang Yuanshan seemed to age 10 years in an instant. The strong are pushed down by those who push them, and the strong are hammered by those who break them. All partners were cancelling their collaborations, which meant that in their hearts, the Zhang family was no longer a threat. Originally, Zhang Yuanshan wanted to maintain his 18% market share, but with Su Shanfeng's divorce and the sale of his shares to Ye Feng, everything was over. Zhang Yuanshan's career and hard work were all gone, leaving only destruction. Humph, Ye Feng, I underestimated you. But I won't let you get away so easily, Zhang Yuanshan sneered. He ordered, "Sell the company. Sell it to competitors. As long as it sells, a lower price is fine." Ultimately, Zhang Yuanshan sold the entire company for 30 million yuan. His 9% stake was then divided among his competitors. After getting the money, Zhang Yuanshan immediately flew away. "Zhang Yuanshan, you pulled this trick on me in the end. In the end, you still only got 30 million yuan to sell the company," the night market clothing office sighed. The price of 30 million was indeed low, but Zhang Yuanshan was truly helpless. However, spending 10 million to acquire 9% of the market share from Su Shanfeng was a pleasant surprise. This woman was not good at business and was disheartened with life, so she wasn't that attached to money and had Ye Feng under her control. "Young master Ye, what's next?" Li Yonghua asked. The Zhang family had already fallen, and the Ye group currently owned 51% of the clothing market. Zhang Yuanshan's life or death was actually irrelevant. The key was that there was still a stage where his junior brother hadn't been won over. Of course, he had to win over his junior brother. All those who went to participate in the division of Zhang's clothing had to give him their market share. Ye Feng said firmly. To create a reward that wasn't targeted at the entire apparel industry, one of Ye Feng's strategies was to involve these people in the division of the market. But now that the Zhang family was gone, Ye's apparel held 51% of the market share, and Ye Feng was backed by the Elf's #1 wealthy family. These people in the apparel market were insignificant. Before long, Li Yonghua and others had compiled some data. It said that there were currently more than a dozen companies dividing up Zhang's apparel, and 2 people were dividing it up the most aggressively. These 2 were Gu Yunxiang and Zhou Zhengxian, who were second only to Zhang's apparel. They now together held 25% of the market share. 25%. Ye Feng pondered for a while. Previously, Zhang Yuanshan only had 18% of the market share. The tight defenses failed to withstand the stubborn resistance. If Ye Feng wanted to take over this 25% share, he could, but he would have to pay a price. Furthermore, Gu Yunxiang and Zhou Zhengxian were backed by the Elven royal family, and Li Yonghua was also one of the 4 great families. Just how much had they secretly cultivated? Ye Feng frowned. Originally, he was considering whether to let these 2 men's lineage go, only needing them to return the market share they had taken. But now it seemed necessary to strike hard. The righteous royal family originally had no connection with the Ye family, but they admired Ye Feng's expansion strategy. Although the Ye family was a powerful family among the elves, they were not the tyrants of the elves. In Ye Feng's plan, the 4 major families either submitted to the Ye family or were eliminated by it. Therefore, Ye Feng instructed Li Yonghua to deal with Gu Yunxiang and Zhou Zhengxian. After get off work, Ye Feng called Chen Zixun and Zhou Wenbin, inviting them to tea at Quzhou Pavilion. Chen Zixun readily agreed, but Zhou Wenbin hesitated. Frankly, he didn't want to deal with Ye Feng. Every time he met this guy, nothing good came of it. However, he dared not anger Ye Feng, so he reluctantly agreed. "Young master Ye, what brings you here?" Soon, the 2 arrived at Quzhou Pavilion. Chen Zixun greeted them with a smile and congratulated them, saying, "I heard the Zhang family has fallen. Even Zhang Yuanshan has run away. Congratulations, young master Ye. What's the use of congratulating me? You're not a shareholder, so you won't get any dividends." Ye Feng replied with a smile. Chen Zixun helplessly realized that he actually wanted to invest, but he couldn't refuse. His father, Chen Tianli, was indeed quite surprised that Ye Feng could bring down the Zhang family. Don't be fooled by the Ye family's wealth. Business warfare isn't just about throwing money around. Why could the Zhang family occupy 60% of the clothing market? Besides merging companies, they also had their methods. Zhang Yuanshan was definitely not a friend to be trifled with, so even the 4 major families could only try to win him over, not seize him. But Ye Feng did it, and with less than 1 billion yuan. They've captured 51% of the entire clothing market. Although Li Yonghua is in charge, the fact that 24-year-old Ye Feng can manage Li Yonghua is a skill in itself. "Okay, let's get down to business," Ye Feng said. "I called you 2 here mainly to discuss a project. Young master Ye, how much do you want?" Chen Zixun quickly replied. Ever since his father's opinion of Ye Feng completely changed, Ye Feng has become a role model for Chen Zixun in his father's eyes. Moreover, Ye Feng is no ordinary guy. Chen Zixun has realized that following him means he can make a fortune. "Not much, just 21, Ye Feng said calmly. Chen Zixun almost jumped off the sofa in fright. Zhou Wenbin even went further. "Goodness, you've got quite the appetite. Don't rush me." Ye Feng told the 2 men about the project he had previously mentioned, building a high-end commercial street. Then he said, "My Ye family will contribute 1 billion. You guys figure out the rest. Young Master Ye, don't make things difficult for me. If you really want to do this, I'll go back and tell my dad that 300 million is no problem, but 1 billion is not. Chen Zixun reluctantly agreed, okay, then 300 million it is. Ye Feng nodded. Originally, it was impossible for the Chen family to contribute so much money. Where would they get so much cash in their accounts? In business, whether it's starting a business or investing, there are always opportunities. No one would be foolish enough to put all their eggs in one basket. Ye Feng wouldn't be the first to agree. Chen Zixun nodded. He thought there was no problem with this. Young Master Zhou, what about you? Ye Feng looked at him with a smile. Young Master Ye, I absolutely support your project, and I think it definitely has potential. Zhou Wenbin quickly expressed his support. This wasn't flattery, given Ye Feng's silence. But then, Zhou Wenbin's tone shifted, and Liang Zhe sighed. Young Master Ye, you know I'm not favored at home anymore. The 50 million last time, I had to ask my stepmother for it, and she's still quite critical of me. In your Zhou family, who has the authority to come up with 300 million now? Ye Feng asked. No, Zhou Wenbin shook his head and said, I have 2 older brothers, but their abilities are average. My dad doesn't trust them to run around, so they don't have the authority. Damn, how are you going to punish them? Ye Feng was speechless. It seems that only children are truly fortunate. Even when he was a scoundrel, he could freely misappropriate family funds. Young Master Ye, as long as you help me become the heir of our Zhou family, I will definitely invest, Zhou Wenbin casually said. He felt that he actually had some ideas. Okay, let's talk. Ye Feng thought it was a good idea. Zhou Wenbin isn't very capable, so he's relatively easy to control. Zhou Wenbin looked at Ye Feng in shock and disbelief. Young Master Ye, you're really willing to help me? You're not joking, are you? Of course not, but there's a condition, you have to be a capable person for the Ye family. If you stab me in the back, I'll definitely kill you. Ye Feng said with a smile. Zhou Wenbin laughed loudly, he didn't have the guts. His biggest dream was to become the heir of the Zhou family. Young Master Ye, how do you plan to help me? Zhou Wenbin asked curiously. Whom does he listen to the most? Ye Feng asked. Isn't that obvious? Of course, it's my stepmother's words. Zhou Wenbin said. Don't you have a very good relationship with your stepmother? You were the one who helped buy the period money, and he didn't help you. Ye Feng was curious, how can it be so simple? My 2 older brothers are also very attentive. Zhou Wenbin sighed helplessly, I understand. Ye Feng snapped his fingers. As long as he got Zhou Wenbin on his side, he would basically have secured his position as the heir of the Zhou family. Thinking of this, Ye Feng made a call to Kui Ren. Young Master Kui, please check the current head of the Zhou family. His name is Tan Menjia. In the previous life, hello, 200 million to be a sweet dog for a green tea, but that green tea gave all your money to her poor boyfriend. Despite being born into the wealthiest elven family, you were still brought down by a poor, supernatural being with protagonist-like luck, resulting in the destruction of your family. Tears streaming down your face, you jumped from the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that in this life, you would avenge yourself. A few minutes later, although you had already distributed information about Zhou Wenbin's stepmother and the Meng family, you wouldn't know until you looked at Ye Feng. My eyes almost popped out. Zhou Xiao, your stepmother's pretty ruthless. She's kept over a dozen gigolos and even participated in large-scale group sex with over 300 people. Looking at the pictures and information sent by the messenger, Ye Feng felt he'd learned a lot. Chen Zixun was also engrossed. I'm so damn happy. Zhou Wenbin didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Happy because he'd caught his stepmother so easily, angry because his father doted on him so much. He was actually messing around outside. Young Master Ye, I've said it before, the upper class is actually quite vulgar. Chen Zixun clicked the channel. Then Ye Feng called Kui Ren and asked him to check where Tan Menjia was. Kui Ren immediately did it. 10 minutes later, Kui Ren replied, the Black Horse Club is awesome. Ye Feng exclaimed, this Kui family's intelligence system is a bit too powerful. I'll have to create my own Black Horse Club sometime. Where is it? I've never heard of it. Chen Zixun was a bit fierce. I don't know either. Zhou Wenbin also shook his head. He had visited all the flower gardens of Elf, but he didn't know this name. I know. Ye Feng smiled slightly. This Black Horse Club is an establishment opened by Tiger, a powerful figure in the underworld. This club mainly serves high society ladies, so it's all members only. No one knows about the Black Horse Club except its members. Even if you search for someone, you can only find the name Black Horse Club. So it's normal that Chen Zixun and the others haven't heard of it. Maybe someone in their family is a customer of this place. As a powerful figure in the underworld, Tiger is naturally not afraid to offend the 4 major families. During the rescue, the male protagonist, Ling Ai, had a lot of dealings with Tiger and also gained a lot of popularity through the Black Horse Club. However, Ye Feng didn't know Tiger. He needed to find someone to introduce him, otherwise, let alone Black Horse Club fans, he probably wouldn't even be able to find Tiger. Immediately, Ye Feng called Zhao Hongying. Hello, who are you looking for? Zhao Hongying asked him indifferently on the phone. This is Ye Feng. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Hongying on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback, and coldly asked him, Ye Feng, what do you mean? Last time I added you on WeChat, you rejected me, and now you are calling me. I need your help, Ye Feng said, no need to talk. Zhao Hongying bluntly refused. After the last racing competition, Ye Feng won the championship, which impressed Zhao Hongying. She had originally thought of easing the tension with Ye Feng, but since he didn't cherish it, she would never give him a second chance. Your Zhao family is an ally of my Ye family. I need your help, and you still refuse to talk. Ye Feng frowned jealously. Zhao Hongying remembered this incident and angrily said, then what do you want to do? Young master Ye, lend me the chieftain's grain. Ye Feng simply said, yes. Zhao Hongying was stunned again. Just lend it to me. Ye Feng didn't want to explain further because the Zhao family had to appease the Ye family to ease tensions regarding Zhao Hongbo's matter. So, even if Zhao Hongying didn't want to lend him the grain, it wouldn't work. Half an hour later, the chieftain arrived at Guizhou Pavilion. Young master Ye, you are looking for me. The chieftain was equally puzzled. He had just been discharged from the hospital after being injured by Chen Fanglin. He actually harbored resentment towards Ye Feng, but after all, the Zhao family was an ally of the Ye family, so he had no choice but to obey Ye Feng's orders. You used to be the famous Hong Gui in the martial arts world. Take me to find Brother Tiger. Ye Feng cut to the chase. Young master Ye, what do you want with Brother Tiger? Upon hearing this name, Qiu Liang's expression turned strange not towards Ye Feng, but towards Brother Tiger. In the underworld, most people were somewhat afraid of Brother Tiger. Wu Tianting's previous risk in helping Zhang Zihao kidnap Ye Feng was mainly to repay Brother Tiger's debt. Just take me to him, Qiu Liang said in a low voice, you don't need to know anything else. Okay, he added, but let me make this clear first, Brother Tiger might not give me face. Be prepared. Ye Feng nodded. Then he called Sen Fanglin and asked him to go find Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger wasn't at the Black Horse Club, it was mostly male escorts, and he had no interest in men, even some aversion to them. Brother Tiger preferred combat sports, he ran a combat sports club called Tiger Combat Club. Brother Tiger was amazing, with a 13-fight winning streak. I think no one would disagree that Brother Tiger is the #1 fighter among the elites, not just among the elites, but also in Jiangnan. Brother Tiger is incredible. I want to have your babies. Tiger Brother glanced at me. I'm so happy. Jinhu jumped off the stage, wiped the sweat from his body, and sat down to rest. Jinhu wasn't handsome, even somewhat ugly, and his expression was fierce, but many men and women still cast admiring glances at him. He was almost immune to it. Tiger Brother, Qiu Liang is here. At this moment, an anonymous subordinate came to report that Qiu Liang was coming. Jinhu frowned. I remember correctly, he sided with the Zhao family, right? Yes. The subordinate insisted. Then what is it? Still no meeting? Since he's not a member of the martial arts world, why bother meeting him? Jinhu waved his hand and said, I have no interest in the people of the 4 great families. If you're going to spend money at my company, I'm welcome. Meeting is out of the question. Tiger Brother isn't interested in the 4 major families, so what about my Ye family? Just then, a voice rang out. Jinhu turned around and saw Ye Feng. The 5 of them slowly walked over. You're Ye Feng. Jinhu stared at him. Yes, it's Ye Feng. He replied calmly. The entire elf community says you're Tiango, a stubborn young master, but everyone underestimates you. Not only did you bring down Zhangxi, but even Wu Tian fell into your hands. Jinhu sneered, brother whose information network is really impressive. Ye Feng chuckled softly, do you think I'm just being polite? Speak. Jinhu slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Wu Tian owes me tens of millions. You killed him, who am I going to ask for my money? Wasn't it 5 million? Ye Feng smiled and recalled, damn it, you're asking for it. How dare you talk to brother who like that? Young master Ye, you're not leaving today. Nobody can protect you, I said. One of brother who's men, a bald, burly man, rushed forward and threw a punch at Ye Feng. Zhang Fangling stepped in front of Ye Feng and swung his own fist, directly knocking the man. The girl who broke the bone with one punch, right? Indeed impressive, Jinhu said with a half smile. Then can we talk about something? Ye Feng walked up and sat down on the sofa. What is it? Jinhu asked in a deep voice. His men also became alert and closed the doors of the fighting gym. In Jinling, no one had ever dared to threaten Jinhu, not even a young master from a wealthy family. The business world is the business world, and the underworld is the underworld, each has its own rules. I want to find someone at Brother Who's Black Horse Club. Ye Feng said he was looking for someone. Jinhu and the others all knew that the Black Horse Club was Jinhu's cash cow. Even the club's address was kept absolutely secret, let alone the staff or guests inside. This is absolutely not allowed. Why should I help you? Jinhu asked coldly. You must help me. Ye Feng smiled slightly and said, what are you doing talking to Brother Who like that? You're asking for death. Brother Who's men couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward to beat Ye Feng. In Jinling, no one had ever dared to speak to Brother Who like that. Jinhu stopped him, saying, young master Ye has this little girl by his side, how could you possibly be a match for her? Tell me. Jinhu tossed out a cigarette, showing no anger but reflecting, and said, young master Ye, is this how you ask for favors? This is my attitude. Ye Feng said calmly, in Jinling, many people are afraid of Jinhu, but Ye Feng isn't. Compared to others, Jinhu has many men under his command, and the Ye family has many dogs. In terms of martial arts, how could Jinhu be a match for Sen Fanglin? Jinhu also saw this, which is why he tolerated Ye Feng's temper and didn't easily break off relations. Jinhu beckoned to Ye Feng with his finger and said, I'm a man of the martial world. The rule of the martial world is martial arts. Fight me and you win, and I'll help you clean up your mess. You're not bullying me. You're so uncivilized today. Chen Zixun and Zhou Wenbin roared. Even Qiu Liang couldn't help but worry about Ye Feng. How could a pampered young lady like Ye Feng be a match for Jinhu? Only Sen Fanglin wasn't worried. She had personally witnessed Ye Feng's martial prowess, he had defeated Wu Tian in one move. It wasn't necessarily that Ye Feng was inferior to Jinhu in terms of martial arts. Go, kid, you're asking for death. Ye Feng stood up and said. Dare to fight, Tiger? You'd better hide under that pretty girl's skirt and not embarrass yourself, Tiger. Or should I go fight him instead, so people won't say we're bullying him? The crowd around Jinhu laughed. Jinhu smiled, not expecting this rich kid to be so reckless. Fine, it seems they've been arrogant for too long. Today's the day to teach them a lesson. Come on up to the stage. Jinhu stepped forward. At this moment, Gu Liang suddenly called out. Although he was wary of Ye Feng, he didn't want to see Ye Feng die. Jinhu never knew his own strength when he hit people, he was afraid Ye Feng would be beaten to death. Even if the Ye family wanted revenge. It's not necessarily true that they can defeat Jinhu. I don't even consider Jinhu a threat. Ye Feng said as he walked up. Asterisk ding. System notification, Jinhu's combat power is as high as 8. Host, please be careful. It's expensive. Asterisk suddenly, the system issued a warning, be serious, there shouldn't be any problem. Ye Feng remained calm. Although his combat power was only 2, he had a specialization in hand-to-hand combat. In terms of combat experience and skills, he almost completely defeated Jinhu. Just as the two were about to break off, the tightly closed door suddenly opened, and a person rushed in. Brother Tu, something terrible has happened. The man shouted, what's going on? Jinhu asked jealously, the Wang family ransacked our bar. The man quickly replied, what happened? Jinhu jumped off the stage and asked immediately. It turns out that Wang Xiaokeng's girlfriend was harassed while dancing at the bar last night. After learning about it, Wang Xiaocheng brought his men to the bar to beat up the harasser. The bar tried to stop him, since Wang Xiaokeng's actions were considered disruptive and disturbed the bar's noise. As a result, Wang Xiaocheng simply led his men to ransack the bar. The incident resulted in numerous injuries. Ma Dai, a member of the Wang family, had seemingly courted death. Enraged, Jinhu grabbed an iron rod and smashed it against a nearby table. The table shattered with a loud bang, and Jinhu's hand trembled uncontrollably. No one dared to speak, everyone could see Jinhu's fury. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Wang family had gone too far, yet Jinhu was hesitant to retaliate against the 4 families. The Wang family is somewhat different. They rose to power in just 10 years, and many of their businesses are not entirely legitimate. To put it bluntly, the Wang family are practically part of the underworld. Jinhu's former arch-enemies, after being defeated by him, all switched sides to the Wang family. The Wang family seized many of Jinhu's businesses, including the underground entertainment venue, Zhoushan Entertainment City, which is one of the reasons Jinhu dislikes the 4 major families. Brother Hu, what do we do? Someone asked him after a long pause. Jinhu didn't answer. Just then, Jinhu's phone rang. Tiger, it's bad. Wang Xiaocheng and his men are causing trouble at our bar on Financial Street. The brothers can't hold on much longer. Jinhu exclaimed in shock. He had 2 cash cows, the Black Horse Club and that bar on Financial Street. Wang Xiaocheng was clearly targeting Jinhu's weak point. Jinhu couldn't sit still any longer and said, brothers, come with me right now. Ye Feng laughed loudly. This is hilarious. The mighty Jinhu, a veteran of the underworld, has been brought down like this by the Wang family. Yeah, what do you mean? Don't think your Ye family can do anything just because you're rich. You just have more money. If your Ye family fights the Wang family, the Ye family excels in business but not in fighting. The Wang family has gathered so many martial arts figures to work for them, their fighting prowess is such that even a fiery spirit wouldn't dare to easily provoke them. But so what? Ye Feng coldly said, in terms of martial arts, my Ye family is indeed inferior to the Wang family. But go ask that young master of the Wang family if he dares to oppose my Ye family. If he does, Ye Feng, will stand here and let him beat me up. I'll even pay for his medical expenses myself. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. They realized that what Ye Feng said made sense. The Wang family may be powerful, but they are still a family business that needs to make money. In the elven business world, the Ye family is the most prestigious. Jinhu can only deal with the Wang family through hard work, but Ye Feng only needs money and status. This is the difference caused by different circles. Jinhu, it just so happens that I'm also having some trouble with the Wang family. How about this, I'll help you deal with Wang Zaizu, and you help me find the person I'm looking for at the Black Horse Club. Ye Feng steps forward. From a previous life, you gave 200 million to a scheming woman to be her sweetheart, but that scheming woman gave all your money to her poor boyfriend. Despite being born into the most prestigious elven family, you were still defeated by a poor, supernatural guy with a protagonist's halo, the king of men. Tears streaming down your face, you jumped from the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided this was a matter to settle your grudges. Let's go. Jinhu sighed. At this point, he had no other choice. Compared to selling client information, he felt protecting the bar in Financial Street was more important. Call me big brother, Ye Feng said. What? Jinhu was stunned. Call me big brother, otherwise how can I help you? Ye Feng rolled his eyes at him. Jinhu really couldn't bring himself to say it. Never mind, go with the Wang family's fire soldiers yourself. Ye Feng sat back down on the sofa. Jinhu, a burly man in his 30s, accepted the supernatural as a powerful force. Ye Feng did this for 2 reasons. First, Jinhu was a man of principle, known for his loyalty and chivalry. Despite his ruthlessness towards outsiders, he was extremely loyal to his brothers. Otherwise, with Jinhu's wealth, he wouldn't have so many people smiling at him. After all, in this world, everything moves forward. Second, Ye Feng wanted to plunder the supernatural's artifacts and hearts. Jinhu stamped his foot and shamefully called him big brother. Since he had already called him big brother. I'll stand up for you. Ye Feng said, standing up. Chen Zigzun and Zhou Wenbin were stunned. Young Master Ye, you can actually do this? You've taken Tiger Brother as your younger brother? Good heavens. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host. You've subdued the Golden Tiger and gained 500 counterattack points. Current counterattack points, 2000 asterisk the system announced. The reward wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The Golden Tiger didn't play a significant role in the aid, so it didn't have much impact on the supernatural. However, for Ye Feng, subduing the Golden Tiger was essential. He and the supernatural were on different paths. This Golden Tiger would appear in many temples later. And despite the large number of dogs the Ye family kept, none could compare to the Golden Tiger. 6 p.m., Financial Street Golden Tiger Bar. It was during the bar's opening hours, and Golden Tiger Bar was bustling with activity because Wang Xiaocheng, the young master of the Wang family, was causing trouble and right here at Tiger's Bar. No wonder he's the young master, he's got guts. I told you, Golden Tiger can only be arrogant within their own circle. His power is only seen in the Wang family. But what era are we living in? Golden Tiger only knows how to fight and kill, and when he's with his buddies, he has absolutely no brains. Is that so? All of Jinhu's former rivals have sided with the Wang family. Many people are watching the spectacle, eager for drama, and everyone admires the strong, praising Wang Xiaocheng endlessly. Wang Xiaocheng enjoys this state, especially the admiring gazes of the girls. I'll give you 3 minutes to get reinforcements, otherwise I'll continue my chatter, Wang Xiaocheng instructed the bar manager. We've only just started, but the other side doesn't dare to resist. He felt bored. Jinhu isn't exactly a big shot in the underworld. Let's have a showdown tonight. Don't be too arrogant. Brother who will be here soon, the manager roared. In my eyes, Jinhu is a nobody. Wang Xiaocheng urged, I'll give you 10 minutes to get Jinhu over here to die. Young Master Wang's tone is so arrogant. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger has finally arrived. Seeing Jinhu leave with his men, the bar patrons were overjoyed. The onlookers also picked up the melon seeds they had bought. Come to the bar to drink, dance, and watch this kind of performance? Oh, you're here. Wang Xiaocheng looked over and said to Han Sheng, I've been waiting for you. All right, you're at the table. A large group of people poured into the bar, a dark mass of about 200. These were all men raised by the Wang family, many of whom were Jinhu's mortal enemies. This immediately silenced the onlookers, who dared not utter a sound. On the other hand, besides the dozen or so guards from the bar, Jinhu had brought more than 20 men. The numbers on both sides were roughly equal. Even if Jinhu was a formidable fighter, he couldn't withstand Jinhu's attack. I'm going to cripple you today. Get out of here. Wang Xiaocheng said, preparing to order his men to attack. Suddenly, a slap rang out, and 5 people walked in from the bar entrance. None of Wang Xiaocheng's men arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Xiaocheng was somewhat taken aback. Ye Feng was there, and besides Ye Feng, Chen Zigzun and Zhou Wenbin were also present. When did these two get involved with Ye Feng? Wang Xiaocheng, feeling a pang of jealousy, didn't say anything. Young Master Ye. This shouldn't be your business, right? What are you doing here? Excuse me, Jinhu is my brother. You've caused trouble at his bar, how can I ignore it? Ye Feng smiled slightly, then, Equator, with your men. Who the hell is this? So arrogant. Believe it or not, young Master Wang could beat him into a madman with a single order. Damn, I think you're the madman. Didn't you hear young Master Wang say this is young Master Ye? What young Master Ye? Killer elves, how many young Master Ye are there? Of course, it's young Master Ye of the Ye family. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Ye Feng's reputation was actually quite high, but very few people had actually seen him in person. At this moment, Wang Xiaocheng's girlfriend, Xiao Ye, was. He felt like he was the only one in the world who was truly powerful, everyone else was more powerful than him. He stepped forward, pointed at Ye Feng, and shouted, Who are you? So arrogant. Who are you talking to? Jinhu is your brother, so what? Even if you were him, you couldn't protect him. Slap. Suddenly, one of Jinhu's heavily tattooed subordinates slapped her across the face. This was something Ye Feng had instructed her to do beforehand, anyone who dared to be rude was not to be treated politely. He happened to see a woman who seemed particularly rude, he was the one who caused all of tonight's trouble. You dare hit me? Xiao Yu cried, covering her flushed face in disbelief. What if I hit you? Do you believe I'll tear your mouth off? With young Master Ye backing me up, the tattooed woman was incredibly arrogant. She thought, I'm on young Master Ye's side now, who do you think you are? Husband, you have to avenge me. Xiao Yu cried to Wang Xiaocheng, feeling very wronged. However, Wang Xiaocheng smiled and said, You just insulted young Master Ye, go apologize. Apologize? What are you apologizing for? Young Master Wang, I'm the one who got hit. Xiao Yu pouted in dissatisfaction. I'm not going to make you apologize. Wang Xiaocheng slapped Xiao Yu across the face, knocking her to the ground. You bastard woman, even young Master Ye doesn't know that. Serves you right, you're just a toy. Young Master Ye, I'll clean up your mess for you, but this is a personal matter between me and Jinhu. It's inappropriate for you to interfere. I've always respected your Ye family, and I hope you'll give me some face. Wang Xiaocheng smiled slightly. He considered himself quite reasonable and hoped Ye Feng would show some respect. Suddenly, Ye Feng slapped him across the face. I told you Jinhu is my brother, you're messing with him, you're messing with me. The slap stung Wang Xiaocheng's face. Half a minute later, he finally reacted, glaring at Ye Feng with fury. My god, this young master Ye is too much. Wang Xiaocheng had already been very polite. What was Ye Feng doing? If anyone slapped me in front of so many people, I'd fight them to the death. Almost everyone was stunned. The 200+ men Wang Xiaocheng had brought also stared at him. To be honest, they were all incredibly fierce. If it were anyone else, they would have beaten them to a pulp immediately. But Ye Feng was no ordinary person, he was the #1 elf. Jinhu is my younger brother. He works for the Ye family. How dare you come here and cause trouble for Jinhu? You've come to attack my Ye family. Your Wang family is so sycophantic. What do you want with that look on your face? You want to hit me? Come on, I'm standing right here, you can hit me. Didn't you bring over 200 people? Well then, make your move. Ye Feng poked Wang Xiaocheng's forehead as he spoke. Wang Xiaocheng suppressed his hatred but dared not utter a sound. Young master. Many members of the Wang family went up to pull Wang Xiaocheng away, fearing that he might. He's still lying in the hospital, not to mention. Even her position as heir was taken away. Although Wang Xiaocheng is now a young lady of the Wang family, several of her brothers, who share the same wealth, are eyeing her position. Wang Xiaocheng, completely calm, smiled and said, what young master Ye said was my fault. I apologize to young master Ye. Ye Feng sneered, smashing the bar only requires an apology. How about another day I smash up your Wang family's Jushan Entertainment City too? An apology is all I need. Ye Feng snapped his fingers. 1 million. Wang Xiaocheng was shocked. Pay up, or I'll never let this go. You smashed Jinhu's bar, but you've damaged the Ye family's reputation. Ye Feng said coldly. Good heavens, Ye Feng is trying to make dirty money. Damn, should I pay this money or not? I don't know either. The key is, when did Jinhu become Ye Feng's younger brother? Jinhu is over 30, while Ye Feng is only in his 20s. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wang Xiaocheng was furious. He had already admitted defeat, but Ye Feng was still being aggressive. Did he really think he had no temper at all? Young master Ye, here's 1 million, please accept it. An older man behind Wang Xiaocheng handed over a bank card. Smiling, he said, it was all a misunderstanding today, young master Ye. Please don't take it too seriously. If you don't mind, you can leave. Ye Feng accepted the bank card and waved his hand. Wang Xiaocheng, still seething with anger, was led away. The onlookers went about their business. In his office on the second floor of the bar, Ye Feng said, young master Ye, I truly admire you. Looking at Ye Feng with newfound respect, he said, regardless of Ye Feng's martial arts skills, he dares not underestimate this young man anymore. I've said it before, this world is no longer just about fighting and killing. As long as my Ye family still has the upper hand over the Wang family, Wang Xiaocheng will absolutely not dare to keep me alive. Subduing the enemy without fighting is the true way, Ye Feng said. Jinhu deeply agreed. No wonder so many people wanted to curry favor with the Ye family, it was indeed good to have a powerful family under their wing. He then quickly said, young master Ye, I've already made arrangements at the Black Horse Club. I have some business to attend to here. I'll have my men take you there. Besides, I owe you a favor today. If you ever need my help in the future, I'll definitely repay you. Jinhu is a very loyal person. Ye Feng helped him this time, so he'll be willing to betray you next time. This is also why Jinhu has been able to gather so many loyal followers. This is also why he can only survive in the underworld and can never break out of his circle. As an ambassador, how can he not be ruthless? Ye Feng responded and led his men to the Black Horse Club. The Black Horse Club was located in a very remote area, actually in an abandoned community in the suburbs. Who would have thought that, unlike the desolation of the community, the club was magnificent and luxuriously decorated. With many handsome men and noble women partying. Today is Kevin's 28th birthday at our club. A woman who loves him prepared 28 birthday gifts for him. Each year brings new growth and new emotions. Let's wish Kevin a happy birthday and also wish Sister Menjia a wonderful time tonight. The host is enthusiastically cheering on stage, and the audience is filled with envy. Many of the members of the club are jealous of this guy named Kevin. He clearly has a plastic surgery face, yet he's attracted to the wealthy Tan Menjia. Tan Menjia is only in her early 30s, in the prime of her life, and incredibly charming. These 28 gifts must be worth millions, especially that Audi car, it's so enviable. How much would I have to pay to own a wealthy woman like that? An elegant smile graced his face, but inwardly he was groaning. Everyone knew he'd received numerous excuses, but who knew how he'd been tortured by the steel wool? Just then, the club's doors opened, and a handsome young man walked in, instantly drawing everyone's attention. This young man is too handsome. I feel like I'm falling in love. Manager, is this your club's new male model? He's so hot. Just like a celebrity. He's just a male model, look at you all, so infatuated. Watch how I win him over. Ye Feng's appearance instantly attracted many eyes. With his charm boosted by 300 charms, Ye Feng's allure was godlike. These fickle, wealthy women naturally couldn't resist. Who are you going to find? The manager led his men upstairs to inquire. He remembered that the company hadn't had any new openings recently, and wondered how the other party had found their way here. Are you blind? Look carefully who I am. Suddenly, a burly man's voice rang out from behind Ye Feng. The manager was startled and quickly went upstairs with a smile. Brother Tainu, what are you doing here? Is Brother Hu all right? I say, are you out of your mind? Brother Hu told you to greet young master Ye, what are you doing? Tainu slapped her hard across the face. In her previous life, she had given 200 million to a scheming woman to be her sweetheart, but that woman gave all her money to her penniless boyfriend. Despite being born into the wealthiest family in the world, she was still ruined by a penniless man with protagonist's halo. She was left destitute and her family destroyed. Tears streaming down her face, she jumped from the rooftop. But when she opened her eyes again, she found herself reborn. She decided that in this life, she would live for herself. Manager Ye, upon hearing this, suddenly remembered the matter. But this wasn't his fault. After his night with the rich woman, his legs were trembling, and his acting skills had plummeted, causing him to completely forget about it. He quickly said to Ye Feng, "Young Master Ye, fifth brother, you spoke to me before. Please feel free to ask if I need anything." The manager was actually somewhat puzzled. With young Master Ye's power, what kind of woman couldn't he have? Why was he coming here to pick on these used and disreputable women? Did young Master Ye also have a penchant for prostitution? Wow, he's Ye Feng from the Ye family. I never imagined his family was so rich and he'd be so handsome. He's way better than that ghost in my family. Who do you think young Master Ye would fancy? If only I were him. I'd definitely make young Master Ye happy. Many wealthy women whispered amongst themselves. After all, everyone understands the atmosphere at the Black Horse Club. While you don't have to wear a mask here, it's still a place for high society, and people are often quite vulgar. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Under everyone's gaze, Ye Feng walked towards Zhou Wenbin's stepmother, Tan Menjie, and said, "Come with me." Tan Menjie was taken aback, then said, "Young Master Ye, I'm sorry, I'm glad you've taken a liking to me, but I already have someone I like." After saying that, he looked affectionately at Kevin beside him. "He's my boyfriend. I love him deeply. I love him with all my heart. You, Tan Menjie, spending my dad's money, actually going out to find gigolos and playing with love. You're quite the player." A loud shout rang out, and everyone saw a young man rushing into the mirror. Tan Menjie was terrified. "Wenbin, what are you doing here?" Slap, Zhou Wenbin slapped him across the face, cursing, "You shameless bastard. How dare you treat my father like this?" Although he knew from the beginning that Tan Menjie was this kind of person, seeing it with his own eyes, Zhou Wenbin still felt indignant for his father and immediately slapped him across the face again. Normally, Zhou Wenbin would never have dared to do this, he would be too busy currying favor with Tan Menjie. So, a thought arose in his mind, hurry up and beat Tan Menjie. Zhou Wenbin was still not satisfied and said to Tai Nu, "Brother Nu, can you lend me some men? The company's security guards are at your disposal." Tai Nu quickly replied, "After all, he's from the nightclub, so naturally I can't refuse." Soon, the security guards came over and beat this bastard to death. My Zhou family's money isn't so easy to come by. Zhou Wenbin, accompanied by security guards, showered Kevin with thanks. However, due to his carelessness, Zhou Wenbin accidentally stepped on something and knocked Kevin unconscious. Everyone trembled with fear. The South Mormon, fearing he might accidentally injure someone, and the wealthy ladies, worried their families would come to catch them in the act, were venting their frustrations. Afterwards, Zhou Wenbin dragged Tan Menjie to his office. Ye Feng, Chen Zigzun, and the others quickly followed. "Wenbin, let me explain," Tan Menjie cried incessantly. He was terrified. Despite his apparent injury to the Zhou family and the several young masters surrounding him, he had cuckolded the Zhou family head. Who knew what his fate would be when he returned? Tan Menjie's face was already swollen. "All right, stop hitting me. Don't forget the important matter." Ye Feng thought to himself, speechless, "Zhou Wenbin, how repressed are you at home? I never knew you had violent tendencies." Zhou Wenbin immediately stepped aside. After all, he couldn't ignore Ye Feng's words. As Ye Feng approached, Tan Menjie crawled to his feet and said, "Young Master Ye, please don't spread my story. I know you've taken a liking to me. As long as you let me go, I can be with you." Tan Menjie was quite confident in her looks, otherwise, she wouldn't have bewitched Zhou Wenbin's father. Ye Feng, this little brat, although surrounded by beautiful women, was still in love with his father. That's common knowledge. Are you out of your mind? Ye Feng was speechless and quickly took 3 steps back to avoid getting his blood dirty. He then said, "If you don't want this to get out and your husband to find out, you have to do me a favor." "Young Master Ye, please speak." Tan Menjie was completely terrified. It turned out that Ye Feng wasn't after his woman, he had no choice but to be at the mercy of others. Then Ye Feng's gaze turned to Zhou Wenbin. "Young Master Ye, you mean you want me to accompany Wenbin?" But Tan Menjie is a little embarrassed. "It's not that I can't, it's just a little unethical." Ye Feng was speechless for a moment. What was this woman thinking all day? No wonder she put so many hats on the Zhou family head. "What I mean is, I want you to put Zhou Wenbin in the position of Zhou family heir. I'm giving you 1 month. You must get it done, or you'll bear the consequences," Ye Feng said coldly. Ye Xiaodan and Meng Jie were shocked and said, "Is this something I can decide? My husband never allows me to interfere in these matters. If I'm asking you to do it, there's a reason for it. Doesn't Zhou Wenbin have 2 brothers? If you're so flirtatious, go seduce them. They'll definitely lose control. Then you can complain that they're neglecting you. Wouldn't that solve everything?" Ye Feng smiled and said, "Young Master Ye, your plan is brilliant." Zhou Wenbin was overjoyed. His biggest worry was that he wasn't good enough and his father wouldn't approve of him. But if he was better than his 2 brothers, wouldn't that solve everything? Besides, his father valued this woman so much that he would absolutely not allow anyone else to touch her. Now, Zhou Wenbin was ready to kneel down and repay Ye Feng's kindness. At the very least, he would. Chen Zigzun was a little worried. He was the family heir, would his brothers do this? He thought, no, I must quit when I get back. I'll try it myself. To protect her position, Tan Menjie had no choice but to agree. Tan Menjie was quite confident in those 2 boys. Last time they secretly watched some of the director's movies, but she changed the subject. Because Tan Menjie was immersed in the characters, she even slapped them both. With Tan Menjie's weakness, Zhou Wenbin's position as head of the family was already in jeopardy. In this way, Ye Feng had almost finalized the 2 billion investment amount, 600 million was practically guaranteed, and the remaining 400 million was almost no problem. Moreover, given the current situation, the Zhou and Chen families supported the Ye family, and they could be persuaded to join forces. The Zhao family was also currently in an alliance, which was the best course of action for now. As for the Wang family, they still needed to be given a warning. Although Wang Xiaocheng wouldn't dare to retaliate after returning, he would still be resentful. No problem, I'll give the Wang family another slap soon, Ye Feng said with a sly smile. The next day at the company, Li Yonghua drafted a strategy to deal with Huo Qiyang and Zhou Zhongxian, similar to the methods used against the Zhang family. The strategy would be to attack them head-on, but this time the attack would be more intense, aiming to cripple them as quickly as possible. If Ye Feng could capture 25% of the market share in the elf clothing market, he would be unrivaled. According to Li Yonghua's estimation, the market share of night market clothing would exceed 80%, surpassing even the Zhang family's former dominance. This was the result Ye Feng desired. In the following days, Li Yonghua secretly sent people to undermine Ye Feng's power. Since the Zhang family had fallen, Ye Feng was now the sole dominant force. And since the money offered was the most, no one would refuse. A few days later, things were almost settled. Ye Feng hosted a party, inviting more than 10 prominent bosses from the clothing industry to lunch. At noon, Lu Wenbao's Lightyear Hotel, brothers, do you know what's appropriate about Ye Feng inviting us to lunch? In the private room, before Ye Feng arrived, Huo Qiyang asked, isn't it obvious? The Ye family burned so much money, and the entire Zhang family's assets have a 51% market share. They're definitely not satisfied. They definitely want the other 9%. Zhou Zhongxian also took it back. He analyzed that everyone agreed, the Ye family had burned through hundreds of millions, more than the Zhang family's total assets before. They hadn't achieved the expected results, so they certainly wouldn't be happy. Brothers, we're the backbone of Beiji Gantu. We've finally made it this far, we can't back down. Huo Qiyang said. We must unite to protect our territory, don't become the next Zhang family. Brother Huo, you're right. I'll definitely listen to you. Zhou Zhongxian quickly agreed. He and Huo Qiyang had the largest market share, so of course they weren't willing to give it back. The others had also taken a share, so naturally they wouldn't be happy either. Therefore, everyone began to unite and resist Ye Feng. Sorry. I'm a little late. A short while later, Ye Feng entered with his secretary, Tang Swilin. After Ye Feng's arrival, the meal began. At the table, everyone barely ate or spoke. Ye Feng began, Gentlemen, I invited you all here today to discuss something. As you know, we've burned through a lot of money in our business war with the Zhang family, and we only managed to capture 51% of the market share. While that's a lot, the remaining 9% rightfully belongs to the Ye family. So, how much did Zhang Yuan offer to sell you his share? I hope you'll all sell it back to me. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere became even more silent. Young Master Yat, you're young, so I'll assume you're naive. Let me put it this way, the business world is like a battlefield, always full of deceit and treachery. I deeply admire your ability to bring down the Zhang family. The speaker was Huo Qiyang. He continued, but the market anger was caused by Zhang Yuanshan selling it to us, not your Ye family. There's no reason to sell it to you at the original price. Huo Qiyang chimed in, Young Master Yat, are you joking? I'm not joking. You must return this document to me. Ye Feng's face suddenly turned grim. However, Huo Qiyang and the others had a plan. They resolutely avoided a fight with Ye Feng to prevent others from using it against them for provoking the Ye family. They would simply greet him with a smile. If you have the ability. You've also ruined us. The Zhang family collapsed because they lacked backing, and the Zhao family was unreliable. But Huo Qiyang and Zhou Zhongxian are from the Wang family. You, Ye Feng, dared to steal points, which means you've encroached on the Wang family's interests. If it were a minor matter, the 4 major families might tolerate your Ye family, but this is no small matter. If you're so capable, then keep burning money, Ye family. Even if you and the Wang family. You've burned through a total of 1 billion. What are you going to do with the Ye family's cash flow? Take out loans? Do you really think I'm joking? Ye Feng sneered and called out towards the door, President Li. Come in, everyone. Li Yonghua walked in smiling. Why is Li Yonghua still running this business? Wait a minute, my information is that Li Yonghua was just teaching Ye Feng how to do business. How come he's working for Ye Feng? Could what Zhang Yuanshan said be true? Li Yonghua also has shares in the night market clothing. The crowd panicked slightly, but they quickly realized that the Ye family's actions against the Zhang family weren't based on personal grudges. He was clearly after the market share. Huo Qiyang and Zhou Zhongxian frowned, wanting to see what tricks Ye Feng would pull. Gentlemen, Li Yonghua said with a smile, Ye Xiao and I have discussed this. If you all return your market share, we'll be friends, and the expansion of the night market clothing business will stop here. But if you disagree, you might end up like these two. He had revealed himself to suppress these unruly troublemakers. Zhang Shi was fighting a business war with the Ye family because they had no other choice. They also wanted to negotiate, but while they might not be afraid of Ye Feng because he was an outsider, they couldn't help but worry about Li Yonghua. He and the Ye family could easily devour the entire clothing industry together, but the problem is that they discovered it all too late. Li Yonghua, what do you mean? Huo Qiyang asked, but before he could finish, his phone rang. Boss, something terrible has happened. All our manufacturers have refused to cooperate with us. Also, All our landlords have suddenly gone unconscious. All our shops are gone, and our online store has been severely affected. All our products have been taken down. Hearing the words on the phone, Gu Yunxiang was dumbfounded. He knew without a doubt that this was Ye Feng's trick. Ye Feng, you're so arrogant. You're even stirring up a business war. Do you think I or anyone else is so easy to bully? We may not have stores, but we have money. We're united and can make a comeback anytime. Or Qi Yang will be brought down. He was only cut off from suppliers and stores, but his assets weren't damaged. Besides, he has the Wang family backing him up. The Ye family's unruly expansion. The Wang family will definitely not stand idly by. Brother Huo, I support you. Zhou Zhongxian immediately echoed, you're barely holding on yourself, how can you support me? Ye Feng sneered. Then Zhou Zhongxian received a phone call, the content almost identical to Huo Qiyang's, your Ye family is too arrogant. Everyone, don't be afraid to confront them. As long as we're still here, even if they take away our market share, it's only temporary. We can counterattack at any time. I want to see how long the Ye family can burn through money. Everyone united. They knew the Wang family couldn't possibly ignore Huo and Zhou. The Wang family's assets were indeed less than the Ye family's, but if they really started burning money, the Ye family would have to spend several times more to maintain their market share. If the Ye family had a cash overflow problem, then it would be their fault. Don't forget, if you force someone to fall, everyone pushes them down or beats them. Do you even deserve to resist me, Ye Feng? I'll only say one thing, and only once. Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will face life or death. Think it through yourselves. President Li, release our company's financial report and let them see how much money we actually spent to bring down Jiangxi. Otherwise, some people will always think we're incompetent and need to spend several times the amount of money to attack that place. In your previous life, you gave 200 million to a green tea bitch as a pet dog, but that green tea bitch gave all your money to her poor boyfriend. Even though you were born into the richest family in the world, you were still left behind by a poor guy with the protagonist's halo, resulting in the destruction of your family and the death of your loved ones. Tears streamed down from the rooftop under the moonlight, but when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that in this life, you would live for yourself. This is our company's financial report for this period. Let me briefly explain. We burned through a total of 800 million with the Zhang family, and the Zhang family burned through approximately 700 million. Li Yonghua handed over the report with a smile. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is impossible. The attrition ratio is almost 1:1. How did they manage to do that? The Zhang family was already very powerful, and they even received a 300 million investment from Zhao Hengduo, which the Ye family just destroyed like that. 800 million had been burned, meaning the night market clothing business still had 200 million in cash. After reviewing the report, everyone was impressed. Although they already knew Li Yonghua was a shareholder of the night market clothing business, they hadn't expected him to be so powerful. This business battle was fought so beautifully, it was almost a crushing victory. If anyone else wants to be a match for the Ye family, I, Ye Feng, will certainly accept. However, everyone should also understand that Huo Qiyang and Zhou Zhongxian are the ones who will suffer the same fate. Ye Feng chuckled softly. Ye Feng, what's with your arrogance? If it weren't for Li Yonghua, would you be where you are today? You surnamed Ye, I, Zhou Zhongxian, will fight you to the death. Zhou Zhongxian trembled with rage. Ye Feng was purely a petty tyrant. Without Li Yonghua, he wouldn't have been able to break into the clothing market. A normal person would have burned through at least 2 billion yuan. As for Ye Feng, he would have burned through at least 3 billion yuan. Don't misunderstand, the major strategies and tactics were all devised by young Master Ye. I was just his assistant. Li Yonghua said calmly. Although he was in charge of the company, Ye Feng was actually the core mastermind. Li Yonghua had spent his whole life in business and believed that his business acumen was second to none. He just lacked a bit of luck and resources. But after meeting Ye Feng, he finally understood what true business acumen was. Everyone stared in astonishment once again. If all the credit went to Ye Feng, it was beyond their wildest imagination. Although they were unwilling to believe it, one thing was simply inexplicable. Li Yonghua and Zhang Yuanshan were evenly matched, so how could he achieve a near 1-to-1 victory? The other two looked at Ye Feng with complicated and unpleasant expressions. Don't you two have the Wang family as your backer? Then go ask the Wang family for help. I want to see if they dare to oppose me, Ye Feng, with the Zhang family's example as an example. As for your market presence, I, Ye Feng, have it all figured out. Ye Feng chuckled, his voice ringing out. Huo Zhou and his companion trembled violently. They didn't know if it was too late. They knew Ye Feng would never give back the market share he had taken, and they were unwilling to do such a thing. Apart from Huo Zhou and his companion, everyone present only needed to sell Zhang's shares back to them at the original price. Ye Feng wouldn't make things difficult for them. Ye Feng said calmly, young Master Ye, we are willing to return the shares. From now on, you eat the meat and I drink the soup. From now on, the elf clothing industry will follow young Master Ye's lead. Everyone expressed their agreement. Fearing they would become the next Zhang Ji or Huo Zhou, Huo Qiyang and his companion were furious. They had just been united, and now they turned on each other so quickly. Ye Feng gets the meat, you get the soup? Do you even have any soup? A sweet bowl is more like it. Ye Feng was quite satisfied with the customs duties. The business war had progressed to this point. Ye Feng's side had burned through a lot of cash, although half of it came from Li Yonghua's funds. But as the saying goes, the Ye family needed to ensure sufficient cash flow, so there was no need to burn money in a war without significant profits. Ye Feng's ambition was only in the clothing market, but in doing so, he had more than 80% of the clothing market in his hands, a resounding victory. However, as the losers, Gu Yunxiang and Gu Yunxiang were naturally unwilling to accept that their market had been seized by Ye Feng. After leaving the hotel, they called Wang Tianpeng, the head of the Wang family, for help. Don't worry, the Wang family will consider this matter carefully, Huo and Zhou said. But Wang Tianpeng only replied with one sentence and then hung up. Dad, are we not going to abandon Gu Yunxiang and Gu Yunxiang? They've always been quite loyal to our Wang family. Wang Xiaocheng, the Wang family's chief scout, asked curiously. Wang Tianpeng shook his head. Even if the four great families combined, they might not be able to compete with the Ye family. Do you think our Wang family's wealth is enough to start a business war with the Ye family? Wang Xiaocheng fell silent. He hated Ye Feng for slapping him in the face last time, but he had to admit Ye Feng's strength was indeed formidable. Xiaocheng, I know you young people are ambitious and defiant, daring to defy the heavens even with just a whip. But you should know what happened to Zhao Hongbo. He underestimated Ye Feng, which caused the Zhao family to lose 300 million in cash. The Zhao family was forced to cede profits and form an alliance with the Ye family, thus diluting their influence. Wang Tianpeng sighed helplessly. If it were a matter of the underworld, he would be absolutely right, but the business world is a much larger arena. If you are not as strong as others, you have to bow your head. Then Wang Tianpeng asked, Xiaocheng, did you have a falling out with Ye Feng last time? Was Ye Feng being too arrogant? Wang Xiaocheng quickly explained that Ye Feng had interfered in his affairs with Jinhu. All right, as long as we didn't become enemies, Wang Tianpeng added. I heard from a friend that Ye Feng has been getting close to that young master Kui from Suzhou lately, apparently working on a project that's short on investment. Go see Xia Ye Feng in a couple of days, Wang Xiaocheng exclaimed in surprise. A friend? Working together is for friends, being sincere is for friends. Take the money and go, Ye Feng has no reason to refuse. Wang Tianpeng said with a smile. Wang Xiaocheng was speechless. Ye Feng wasn't stupid, of course he wouldn't refuse. But the question was, why should he give Ye Feng money? Just now, Zhou and another person came to us for help, but there was something they found. Do you know who orchestrated the business war between the night market clothing and Zhenji clothing? Wang Tianpeng asked, wasn't it Li Yonghua? Mentioning this, Wang Xiaocheng compared Ye Feng to a despicable villain who had secretly kept everyone in the dark. However, it couldn't be said that Ye Feng was clever, rather, his impulsive act of fighting for a woman certainly fit his character. Li Yonghua. Wang Tianhua scoffed, Li Yonghua doesn't have that ability. The night market clothing market has captured so much market share in such a short time thanks to Ye Feng. Ye Feng is the mastermind behind this business war. That's impossible. Wang Xiaocheng refused to believe Ye Feng could have such abilities. He's just a tattooed guy. He even worked as a lackey for a woman named Bai Susu. Rich kids always make fun of Ye Feng behind his back. Hearing his father's words, Wang Xiaocheng felt his worldview about to be shattered. Impossible. Wang Tianpeng looked at his son and said, how much do you really know about Ye Feng? I have first-hand information here. You may not have confidence in the Wang family's intelligence system, but you have first-hand information about Li Tianhua. Upon hearing the name Li Tian, Wang Xiaocheng was immediately struck by a sudden realization. He didn't know much about Li Tian, the entire Jiangnan region knew of this mysterious organization. Its leaders seemed to be from the southern border, but they possessed extraordinary abilities, primarily selling intelligence, and their information was absolutely reliable. Even the powerful Kui family of Suzhou relied heavily on them. Immediately, Wang Xiaocheng dared not doubt it any longer and reluctantly believed his father's words. Xiaocheng, you must remember that Ye Feng is someone you can only befriend, not someone you can offend. You should learn from Chen Zixun. Our Wang family has taken 10 years to rise, and now we're struggling to make any progress. But you need to know that only by clinging to the powerful can we run faster. Wang Tianpeng sighed and said earnestly. For the next 2 days, Ye Feng didn't stay at the company much. Everything was under Li Yonghua's testimony, or Zhou Er could easily destroy it with a flick of his finger. Because his income here in Elf was no less than in Jiangbei, and he had clung to the Ye family's coattails, he was no longer a victim of injustice. Li Yonghua brought his family to the area and even bought a house there. Ye Feng, meanwhile, began to address the investment issues. Kui Ren's Suzhou Commercial Street project would cost a total of 3 billion, with Kui Ren contributing 1 billion. Ye Feng was also prepared to contribute 1 billion, Chen Zixun 300 million, and Zhou Wenbin, if he successfully became the heir, could also contribute 300 million. The remaining 400 million was unclear, but Ye Feng needed to consider who would join him in this venture. After all, in business, Ye Feng needed to maintain a proactive position, and harmony among shareholders was essential for generating wealth. Young Master Ye and the young master of the Wang family had arrived. In the afternoon, Ye Feng was having tea with Chen Zixun and Zhou Wenbin at Guizhou Pavilion when a waiter came over and asked, "What's Wang Xiaocheng doing here?" Chen Zixun and Zhou Wenbin frowned. Last time, to stand up for Jin Pu, Ye Feng had publicly slapped him and pocketed $1 million from them. Wang Xiaocheng's visit now was definitely not good news. Ye Feng, your beautiful bodyguard isn't here. Should I go get some people? Chen Zixun was a little worried. No problem, Ye Feng said calmly, if Wang Xiaocheng dares to touch me, I already did last time. Let's see what he's up to. In fact, he wasn't afraid of Wang Xiaocheng's ambitions, after all, his fighting strength was 2 million, beating him was as easy as beating a sofa pillow. Surprisingly, they were carrying suitcases. Ye Feng glanced at them and saw there were actually 20 suitcases. You guys are something else. Ye Feng exclaimed. Chen Zixun and Zhou Wenbin are amazing too. Young Master Ye, we became friends after a fight. When I got back, my dad gave me a lecture. I've thought it through. Our rich second-generation elves should respect young Master Ye. Wang Xiaocheng laughed and said, what do you mean? You want to be young Master Yi's disciple too? Chen Zixun couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes. Wang Xiaocheng replied, though he felt ashamed. Young Master Ye doesn't mind having another younger brother. What exactly do you want? Ye Feng was speechless and went straight to the point, asking, I want to do business with young Master Ye, to maintain the prestige of the provincial capital. Here are 200 million in funds. Whatever you do, young Master Ye, just take me with you. Use it as you like, I won't interfere. After Wang Xiaocheng finished speaking, his men opened their briefcases, dazzling everyone with their glimpses. This guy Wang Xiaocheng actually brought 200 million in cash. Wow. Wow, amazing. Chen Zixun's eyes widened. Young Master Wang, from now on you're my godfather and godmother's brother. Ye Feng was deeply moved. It was like a pillow delivered to someone who was sleepy. This guy invested without even asking how it was going to be used, and he didn't even question the Wang family's strength. Is there any better investor than this? Big brother, little brother, Ye Feng, Wang Xiaocheng, you two are now in a very low position. Chen Zixun exclaimed, I was really angry when young Master Ye slapped Wang Xiaocheng last time. Now he's here, putting on a dramatic face-changing act. Anyone who knew them would think they were sworn brothers, but anyone who didn't would think they were long-lost father and son. Maybe, like me, we only witnessed Ye Feng's personal charm after being dealt with by him, Zhou Wenbin analyzed. To be fair, Ye Feng is handsome and his charm is indeed high. But something's not right. He continued, the first investment to arrive was completed. That night, everyone went to a bar to have some fun. Chen Zixun and the other two rich kids invited a lot of girls, saying it was to liven things up. Among these girls, Ye Feng saw a familiar face. It was Xiaoyu, the girl who had caused trouble at Jinhu's place last time, and one of Wang Xiaokeng's many girlfriends. When Ye Feng appeared, Xiaoyu was both embarrassed and a little scared. She hadn't known Ye Feng before, which was why she had spoken so arrogantly. But now that she knew Ye Feng was actually a second-generation rich kid even more powerful than her boyfriend, Xiaoyu's voice trembled as she spoke to him. Ye Feng, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind. A girl rushed into the private room. She was one of the girls Wang Xiaocheng had called. What was the rush? Wang Xiaocheng asked. Just now, Xiaoyu and I went to the restroom and a few guys insisted we drink with them and even harassed Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu got angry and slapped one of the guys on the spot. Then Xiaoyu. The girl didn't dare continue, but everyone was furious. Damn it. How dare you mess with me? You're so arrogant. Wang Xiaocheng roared. Don't let Ye Feng's brotherly attitude fool you, he's actually a hothead. After all, rich kids don't have much of a temper, except for people like Zhou Wenbin. Is this the private room? Wang Xiaokeng's words were barely out of his mouth when a group of people burst into the room. The leader shouted, damn it. That woman scratched my face. If you guys in this room don't pay me 1,000. Nobody's leaving today. So what if I don't stay? I'll kill you if you don't stay. Wang Xiaocheng asked coldly. The man collapsed in anger. I'm Zhou Konghao, the eldest son of the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families of the elves. Go ask around and find out who's really touching. In my previous life, you gave 200 million to a green tea bitch as a sweetheart, but that green tea bitch gave all your money to her poor boyfriend. Even though you were born into the most powerful family in the elves, you were still betrayed by a poor guy with the protagonist's halo. Your family was ruined. You jumped off the rooftop in tears. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that in this life, you would live your life to the fullest. Continuing from the previous episode, hearing this, Ye Feng subconsciously reached out to Zhou Wen beside him. Here comes another Zhou family young master, Zhou Konghao. What's wrong with you, causing trouble here? Zhou Wenbin stepped forward and shouted angrily. Opposite him was Zhou Konghao, the eldest son of the Zhou family, who shared the same father and daughter. Oh, so it's Zhou Wenbin. Zhou Konghao glanced at him and chuckled, saying, you bitches have scratched my face. You have to pay up today. Don't even mention me, the pawnbroker. He raised his head and reiterated that he wouldn't lose money today. Don't blame Laws for being impolite, hehe. Laws will pay you back. Laws is the eldest son of the Wang family and the future heir of the Wang family. Wang Xiaocheng, you dare to ask Laws for money? Believe me, Laws will break your legs and use them as pig's trotters tonight. Wang Xiaocheng said angrily. If it were Ye Feng extorting him, I would let it go. After all, he has a powerful family and there's nothing they can do about it. But who do you think you are, Zhou Konghao? Don't dare to ask me for money. I'm so quiet here every day, I want to cry. Young Master Wang, you have to do justice for me. Xiao Yu sobbed. Although he was mostly unharmed, he was really frightened just now. You're Wang Xiaocheng. Zhou Konghao's eyes widened as he leaned closer to take a closer look. And it really was Zhou Konghao. I'm here too. Chen Zixun quickly stepped forward, afraid that the lighting in the private room was too dim and he wouldn't be able to see him. How could he be here? You three are speechless. You should know that Wang Xiaocheng has a fiery temper, and the Wang family's rise to power was shady. Chen Zixun is a cunning little fox, and his father is known as the Old Fox. Zhou Wenbin is just an honest man. How could he be hanging out with them? Young Master Zhou, what's going on? You're scared by the scene? Don't be afraid, your brothers will back you up. Yes, anyone who dares to touch young Master Zhou, I'll be the first to object. What are young Master Wang and young Master Chen? Even if they're the eldest son of the wealthy Ye family, dear. Our young Master Zhou, along with Zhou Konghao's gang of cronies, started to show off their power. They weren't going to miss the show, and Zhou Konghao often boasted that he could easily beat anyone in Jinling River. Now, how could they stop him? Zhou Konghao felt caught in a dilemma. On one side were Zhou Wenbin and Wang Chen, and on the other were his cronies. If he backed down, his status in the circle would plummet. After all, he wasn't the true heir of the Zhou family. Young Master Zhou, can you handle this? Do you need your brothers to stand up for you? At this moment, a man with a scar on his face spoke up, saying, "Thank you, Brother Yang." Zhou Konghao quickly thanked him. This Yang Tang was no ordinary man. Jinhu and Yang Tang were the ones in charge. With him involved, the scene would definitely be intimidating. He was going to teach his brother to wipe out all the expensive guys except for young Master Wang, young Master Chen, and young Master Zhou. Yang Tang waved his hand and his men rushed in. By wipe out, he meant to beat them up and send them to the hospital. Soon, Yang Tang's men rushed in. "Yang Tang, what do you mean? In my bar, which is in the middle of the city, what do you mean?" At this moment, Tai Nu, the bar's security guard, rushed over with his men. He was Jinhu's subordinate. He recalled the time he took Ye Feng to the Black Horse Club. Holding the iron cabinet, his expression was solemn. He knew young Master Ye was still inside. Yang Tang immediately slapped him, yelling, "Who do you think you are, daring to interfere with my business? Call Jinhu over here." Tai Nu was filled with resentment after the slap, but dared not retaliate. Only Brother Hu had the right to sit and speak with him as an equal. Should he really call him? But when Brother Hu arrived, Yang Tang must have already run away with his men. It's not appropriate to start a major war in the martial arts world over something like this. At most, a few curses and Yang Tang apologizing would suffice. Tai Nu gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Yang Tang, I advise you not to go too far." "I am going too far, so what?" Yang Tang waved his hand and shouted, "Continue." Another reason he helped Zhou Konghao recruit people was that this bar was owned by Jin Piyu. Last time, Jin Piyu had beaten one of his important guests in the middle of the street at his bar. The next day, he called to ask him about it. He even played the amnesiac trick. Yang Tang wanted to get revenge. The atmosphere in the bar was tense. Wang Xiaocheng wanted to show his power, but he didn't have enough men around him to raid Jinhu's bar like he did with over 200 people last time. But if he forced his way in, Yang Tang, though he didn't dare to make a move, couldn't stop him anyway. That pretty boy's expression was really asking for a beating. The leader squeezed Ye Feng's handsome face and slapped him on the spot. But soon collapsed with a scream as Ye Feng kicked him against the wall. "You've got guts, kid. You dare to resist." Yang Tang sneered, took the iron rod from his subordinate, and strode aggressively towards Ye Feng. "I'm the young master of the Ye family," he said. "Ye Feng, try touching me." Ye Feng stepped forward as well. The two were actually giving orders to Ye Feng. Ye Feng said, Yang Tang said, stunned. The iron rod he was holding high froze. You see, although Yang Tang was a big shot in the martial arts world, he wouldn't dare to touch anyone from the four great families, let alone the young master of the prestigious Ye family. "I think this is a misunderstanding," Yang Tang quickly smiled apologetically. He had seen Ye Feng in photos several times before and was certain it was him. After confirming it was him, Yang Tang lowered the iron rod. Suddenly, Ye Feng slapped him across the face. The sound was crisp and loud, and everyone's heart skipped a beat. Everyone saw that Yang Tang's face had been slapped hard, with a 5-finger mark on it. His face turned even more ashen. After raising the iron rod to smash him, Ye Feng, seeing that Yang Tang didn't move, kicked him in the stomach. "Damn it, I told you to smash him. What are you standing there for?" Yang Tang was kicked, shocking everyone present. No one expected Ye Feng to dare attack Yang Tang directly. Yang Tang, in pain, braced himself on one hand, his face contorted, the scar on his face particularly striking. His men rushed forward immediately, glaring angrily at Ye Feng. "What are you trying to do?" they thought. The strong Wang Xiaocheng, Chen Zixun, Tai Nu, and others stood firmly in front of Ye Feng. In terms of numbers and combat strength, Yang Tang had an absolute advantage, but they couldn't let him retaliate against Ye Feng. "Yeah, don't be so arrogant. Our brother Yang has been very polite to you, and you still dare to attack me. Do you really think your Ye family is the king of the elves? I'm going to kill you today." Yang Tang's men shouted indignantly. Who in the elves dares to disrespect Yang Tang? Even someone as arrogant as Jinhu wouldn't dare to directly attack Yang Tang. Just as his men were about to attack, Yang Tang recovered and hurriedly stopped them. His strength was only about the same as Jinhu's, but he had been kicked in the stomach without any warning and was still enduring the pain. He said, "Young Master Ye, I have always respected your Ye family, but I, Yang Tang, am not someone to be bullied. You kicked me, you should give me an explanation." Anyone could tell that Yang Tang was holding back his anger. The reason he hadn't attacked yet was, it was out of fear of the Ye family's power, otherwise, anyone else would have died 1,000 times over. But Yang Tang was no easy opponent, and he would not let this go easily. "So, what do you want?" Ye Feng answered casually. In Jinling, even the four great families dared not easily provoke Yang Tang. Even the Jin family, another powerful figure in the martial arts world, could not suppress him. This consequence, they could only be forced to stand on equal footing, but Ye Feng was different. He didn't need to, nor did he need to, take Yang Tang too seriously. As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, Wang Xiaocheng, Chen Zixun, Tai Nu, and others hurriedly said, "Yang Tang, if you have any grudges, you can take revenge on me. Wang Xiaocheng, Ye Xiaoding, and you have all come here. Although my Chen family is not a gangster, if you take revenge on Ye Xiaoding, my Chen family will not sit idly by. Trust me, Yang, I'm warning you. Ye Xiaoding is Tiger Brother's older brother. If you dare to touch his branch, we will definitely fight you to the death. If you don't believe me, just try it. Boss Yang, this was originally a matter between us and Zhou Konghao. You insisted on getting involved. Who can you blame for getting kicked?" Finally, Zhou Wenbin, who was usually rather timid, also expressed his opinion. Even Zhou Konghao couldn't understand why the heirs of the Wang and Chen families, and Zhou Wenbin of the Zhou family, would support Ye Feng. It was already puzzling enough, but even an arrogant guy like Jin Hu had acknowledged Ye Feng as his elder brother. Tai Niu was Jin Hu's direct subordinate, so his words shouldn't be false. Brother Yang, what should we do now? Yang Tang's subordinate hurriedly whispered in his ear. Yang Tang frowned. Zhou Wenbin could be ignored, but the Wang and Chen families were definitely not easy to deal with, especially the Wang family. They were practically part of the underworld, and even Jin Hu and his ilk dared to confront them. Even if he retaliated against Ye Feng today, he would definitely face Ye Wangchen and Jin Hu's furious revenge later. Yang Tang had only been in the business world for a few years. Although he had established himself in the elf's world, this era was ultimately a commercial society, and money was king. Then, Yang Tang looked at Ye Feng, lowered his voice, and said, Young Master Ye, this time I was blind and offended you. Please don't take it to heart. I'll host a banquet for you another day. Let's go. Yang Tang waved and slunk away under everyone's gaze. Yang Tang actually insulted Brother Yang. Zhou Konghao hurriedly called out. The person who panicked the most when Yang Tang left was him. A moment later, Wang Xiaocheng and Zhou Wenbin rushed up. Zhou Konghao, let's settle the score. You bullied my girlfriend. How do you plan to settle this score? Wang Xiaocheng glared angrily. How about you pay 10 million? Considering you are my brother, I'll ask young Master Wang to give you a 1 yuan discount. Zhou Wenbin replied. Although we are all from the Zhou family, this money is Zhou Konghao's responsibility. It's his personal money. Of course, Zhou Konghao can embezzle family funds, but if his father finds out, he'll definitely break his legs. As long as an heir isn't chosen, the 3 Zhou brothers will only receive a pittance each month. To use family funds, there must be a proper and reasonable reason. Young Master Zhou, I just remembered, there's still some cooking at home. I'll go back and check the fire first. Oh, right. My mother-in-law was bitten by a dog, I have to go see them. I'm leaving too. Why are you all gone? Didn't you see Zhou Xiao is in trouble? Never mind, I'm leaving too. Not long after, Zhou Konghao's gang of cronies left. One by one, a loud slap rang out on Zhou Konghao's face. It was Xiao Yu, who had been terrified earlier. He roared, how dare you touch me? I'm Wang Xiao's woman. You're not leaving here today unless you pay 10 million. Zhou Konghao cursed the bitch in his heart, but he was helpless. Even Yang Tong had been offended today, what could Zhou Konghao do? Alright, stop being so aggressive. Ye Feng walked over and said, Young Master Ye, today is a misunderstanding. Our Zhou family and the Ye family have always kept to ourselves. Let me go. Zhou Konghao immediately begged for mercy. Pa. Ping Ai doesn't even deserve to represent the Zhou family. Zhou Wenbin cursed. This son of a bitch really thinks he's the enemy. I'll let you go, but you have to write an IOU. You even killed young Master Wang today. Asking you for 10 million isn't unreasonable. I remember you just demanded the same amount from us. Okay, let's talk. Ye Feng then told Tai Niu to get a pen and paper. The situation was dire, Zhou Wenbin had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face. He was also afraid of retaliation, especially Ye Feng's. Young Master Wang, take this IOU to the Zhou family head in a couple of days and ask for the money. Ye Feng casually handed over the IOU to Wang Xiaocheng. Will he give it to me? Wang Xiaocheng wondered. Probably not. My dad has a terrible temper, Zhou Wenbin said. He wasn't concerned about the 10 million, but he really couldn't get the money from Zhou Konghao. My goal is this 10 million. Ye Feng waved his hand, supporting Zhou Wenbin's back, and said, what I want is to help young Master Zhou obtain the position of Zhou family heir. Today, Zhou Konghao has just run into the line of fire. I have to find a reason to have the Zhou family head cripple him. In your previous life, you were a sweetheart to a scheming woman, but she gave all your money to her penniless boyfriend. Despite your privileged background, you were still betrayed by a poor man with a chewing aura. You leaped from the sky, tears streaming down your face. But when you opened your eyes again and found yourself successful, you decided to live for yourself this time. Street chickens, look who's doing this for me. From today onwards, you're my lord. If I can truly become the heir of the Zhou family, our Zhou family will absolutely follow your lead. Zhou Wenbin was so excited he almost knelt down before Ye Feng. Among the 3 brothers of the Zhou family, none of the Zhou family's sons are capable of anything, and the second son is a complete scoundrel who frequently provokes his father and daughter. He is definitely not the heir to the Zhou family, therefore Zhou Konghao is Zhou Wenbin's biggest rival. Moreover, he was the eldest son of the family and the most likely heir to the Zhou family. However, Ye Feng thought further ahead, merely embarrassing Zhou Konghao might not guarantee Zhou Wenbin's position as heir. What if he had a son by chance? It wouldn't be surprising for an old man to have a son, so Zhou Wenbin needed to have some connection to the family. At Ye Feng's behest, early on the 4th day, Wang Xiaocheng went to the Zhou group to ask Zhou Min for money back. Upon learning that his son had caused trouble outside and had written a compensation agreement for 10 million, Zhou Min was furious and kicked down a bookshelf. Company executives rushed into the room. None of them dared to do it. Zhou Mingke had single-handedly created the Zhou group, but his 3 sons were useless, and that was his biggest mistake. Zhou's second son gambled away more than $1 million last month and owed violent debts. As a result, this time Zhou's eldest son, Zhou Konghao, directly wrote a debt of 10 million. Zhou Mingke is now going to waste his time to settle the debt. Uncle Zhou, don't get agitated. Money doesn't matter to our 2 families. But I really can't swallow the fact that Zhou Konghao harassed my girlfriend. Wang Xiaocheng said with a smile. Everyone agreed. If people talked about Zhou Mingke's beautiful wife, Tan Menjia, he certainly wouldn't let it go. It's fine if I discipline him, I'll deal with him when I get back. We'll compensate you for the losses you've suffered. After all, Zhou Mingke received a fee. Although it's impossible to pay 10 million, a compensation like this is still very effective in maintaining relations between the two families. Uncle Zhou, you're too kind. It's mainly because Zhou Konghao went too far. But for Zhou Wenbin's sake, let's let it go. Wang Xiaocheng continued to act, which was also something Ye Feng had instructed him to do. Only by pushing and pulling could Zhou Wenbin's anger in Zhou Mingke's heart be amplified. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingke and the company executives clearly asked a question. It wasn't that Zhou Wenbin was anything special, but rather that he actually clashed with Wang Xiaocheng. He and Ye Xiaocheng were all well-intentioned, but Wang Xiaocheng dared to do that. Well then, thank you, Wang Xiaofeng, for your magnanimity. After Zhou Mingke saw Wang Xiaochen off, the company executives all gathered around. Then, the third young master of the Zhou family appeared. This young master of the Wang family was known for his explosive temper, yet he actually gave face to the third young master. Everyone pitted Zhou Zhenjiao against Zhou Wenbin. One only knew how to mingle in the elite circles and was always causing trouble, while the other was on friendly terms with several of the top young masters in the elite circle. They were worlds apart. Zhou Zhenjiao didn't even acknowledge a hair on Zhou Wenbin's head. Wenbin is always honest and kind, and even his teacher Zhou Min has to smile and nod at him. Actually, she doesn't think much of him. Last week, she only thought Wenbin was a dullard, but seeing him today, she felt a sense of surprise from her younger son. Although her eldest son was disappointing, her youngest son truly amazed Zhou Min. So, all day long, Zhou Min wore a dangerous expression. Near the end of the workday, she even kindly helped Aunt Beija clean up some cup sleeves for couples. Tell him not to worry too much. Suddenly, Zhou Mingke's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was his beloved wife, Tan Menjia. Baby, what's wrong? Zhou Mingke asked with a smile. He guessed it must be because he couldn't work during this time. For a woman in her 30s, the thing he couldn't bear most was bone setting. Tan Menjia was crying heartbrokenly on the phone. Baby, what's wrong? Zhou Mingke heard the crying and quickly asked, Zhou Zhenjiao. Tan Menjia cried even harder. What's wrong? Zhou Mingke's heart tightened instantly. Was Zhou Zhenjiao home? He'd gotten himself into trouble again. When Tan Menjia told him the truth, Zhou Min was stunned. Then, Zhou Konghao, the superpowered man, was watching some kind of movie at home. Getting carried away, he even tried to assault Tan Menjia. Luckily, Tan Menjia fought back fiercely, preventing him from succeeding. That bastard. I'll kill him today. Zhou Min rushed home, furious that Tan Menjia was crying her heart out. But Zhou Konghao refused to ask any questions, insisting that Tan Menjia had seduced him. Finally, after Tan Menjia reported him, Zhou Min was apprehended by Zhou Konghao. I discovered 10 T-series directors have changed, and they're all the kind who put a hat on Zhou Mingke. You dog-meat virgin. How could I have someone like you? If I had known this would happen, I should have smashed you against the wall back then. Zhou Mingke was furious. She grabbed a thick iron rod and started hitting Zhou Konghao. Before he knew it, she had broken Zhou Konghao's leg on the spot. After calming down, Zhou Mingke smoked a cigarette. After all, Zhou Konghao was her own son, she couldn't really kill him. Then he took him to the hospital to pick him up, but in Zhou Mingke's heart, Zhou Konghao could no longer stay in this family, and as for an heir, it was impossible. Ye Xiao, your two schemes are truly brilliant. At the Qiuazuchuan Leisure Club, Ye Feng, Wang Xiaocheng, Chen Zigzun, and others were drinking tea. 2 hours earlier, Zhou Wenbin had been called back by his father, who said he had something to discuss with him. After Zhou Mingke gave up on his eldest son, Zhou Konghao, the only heir he could choose was Zhou Wenbin. Ye Feng smiled faintly. Zhou Wenbin would definitely become the heir of the Zhou family, it was just a matter of time. But Tan Menjia would go and whisper in his ear. Time wasn't an issue, and Ye Feng, having the power of Tang Meng's family's dark night, wasn't worried about Tang not helping him. This time, framing Zhou Konghao was also thanks to Ye Feng. Not long after, Zhou Wenbin, beaming, passed the cards to Chen Zixing. Wang Xiaocheng looked at him curiously and asked, you know, the heir of the Zhou family? Everyone was just discussing this. Of course. Zhou Wenbin raised his head and stood up proudly, saying, my stepmother is practically praising me to my dad. Of course, all of this is thanks to Ye Xiao. It's all thanks to Ye Xiao's grace. Zhou Wenbin sincerely thanked him. Enough with the thanks, Ye Feng said calmly, you know what I want. Now that Zhou Wenbin has become the heir, the next step is to get the Zhou family to invest. Ye Xiao, I just wanted to say this. Zhou Wenbin smiled and said, my dad approved 3 months of investment for me to go with Ming to the public prosecution. If it's not enough, I can ask my dad for more. He paused for a moment, then Zhou Wenbin hit Ye Xiao again. How much more do you need? Just name a number. Seriously, old man, how come your family is so rich? Are you going to be the heir or directly take your father's place? Wang Xiaocheng and Chen Zigzun's eyes widened. The reason one could produce 3 pages and the other 2 pages was because their fathers had benefited. The Chen family felt that Ye Feng's investment was worthwhile, while the Wang family wanted to follow Ye Feng and profit from his success. But what was Zhou Minjia after? Maybe it was because my dad felt indebted to me. Zhou Wenbin said awkwardly that he had some concerns when he first mentioned the investment to his father, but he quickly made a bold decision. On the one hand, Zhou Mingke felt that Zhou Wenbin was the family's only heir and that he had to be supported. On the other hand, Zhou Mingke had always treated Zhou Wenbin as a coward and felt indebted to him. The Zhou family's cash account was empty, and there were 3 empty rooms downstairs. When taking them out, there would be more. Of course, the money was mainly for training. Young master Yat, do you still need money? Zhou Wenbin asked again. He genuinely admired Ye Feng and believed that his investment would definitely make a profit. The money he had invested was already enough. Ye Feng said calmly. The company's total investment in commercial ventures is 3 billion. Although the other side can contribute 1 billion, Ye Feng can raise 200 million himself. He can also take some money from the night market group's account, which will give him 1 billion. Zhou Wenbin and the other two have 800 million. Ye Feng has candidates for the remaining two. It's also time for the Zhao family to contribute. Ye Feng secretly thought that if the Ye family wants to expand and dominate the gold and silver market, he must first confront the four major families. The four major families will either collapse and grow stronger or be dealt with by Ye Feng. But everyone should unite and work together to make the best results. As for cutting them off, that's a last resort. It seems we need to find a time to talk to the Zhao family. Ye Feng made up his mind. Now that the Zhao family is an ally of the Ye family, it shouldn't be too difficult to discuss things. After returning home, Ye Feng asked his father, Ye Longzhou, to call Zhao Wenwei, the head of the Zhao family, to discuss the matter. The other party agreed to invest, but this matter was too difficult to resolve. In a few days, Zhao Hongying, the heir of the Zhao family, would negotiate with the Ye family. With this, Ye Feng's investment was completely settled, and all that was needed was to discuss it with Zhao Henjing. Time gradually passed, and it was early June. The night market clothing had completely captured over 80% of the market share in Jinling. Young Master Yat, Li Yonghua reported to Ye Feng from the office, starting this month, our company can begin operations. He continued, but I must say, Jinling's wealthy people aren't actually that great, and Jinling's clothing market is very low-end. I know Ye Feng's hard work. Jinling is a city that's hard to describe. You could say its economic development is poor, with a large number of wealthy people, you could say its economy is good, but its real economy isn't doing well. Tourism and service industries are top-notch, but the clothing industry, which belongs to the manufacturing sector, is extremely underperforming. Firstly, people in Elf City like to use online shopping platforms like Suzhou and Zhejiang, which significantly boost Elf's GDP. Combined with the impact of online stores, Elf's clothing industry has become increasingly resilient. Secondly, the influx of foreign brands into the domestic clothing market has made it unaffordable to compete in the high-end market. The only option is to act as a reseller. Currently, night market clothing mainly operates in two ways, reselling and selling self-developed products. Reselling self-developed products has high profit margins, but in Elf's market, our self-developed, high-volume, low-profit Ye Whistle has two types of brothers. The first is to build a large platform and invest heavily to develop the Elf apparel market. But, frankly, our company account only has a small amount of cash right now, recovering losses is our main objective, Li Yonghua said. Anyway, he doesn't have much cash. The Ye family has money, but they can't keep investing in the apparel industry indefinitely. Seeing Ye Feng remain silent, he continued, the second type is the Elf apparel market, even though we hold 80% of the market share. With a net profit of 300 million, we'd have 200 to 300 million. We need to recover in 3 years. My suggestion is that we target the national market, but we need to find a live streamer to lead the event. In this aspect, we still have to rely on the industry idiot Li Yonghua. After saying this, he stared expectantly at Ye Feng. Live streamers and celebrities leading the event is considered part of the internet trend now, but in fact, Ye Feng didn't know any entertainment companies. The Ye family mainly operates in the tourism, service, and manufacturing industries. This doesn't involve entertainment, but speaking of the streamer Ye Feng Dao, he called Tang Xiying. Xiying, how come you have time to go back to the dorm? Aren't you going to do your live stream? Jinling was curious about the girls' dorm and watched Tang Xiying playing games against the wall. Didn't you know? Xiying has been harassed by her boss and has been hiding from him these past few days. He successfully watched Jinling. Besides, he's incredibly patient, acting like a pig, relying on being the boss's brother-in-law, and has harassed the company's female anchors quite a bit. See, if you don't want to be an anchor, just quit. With your looks, you'd definitely get a high-efficiency job. I remember that young master from the Chen family wasn't particularly interested in you. Your roommates and best friends all stood up for you and didn't want to get involved. Tang Xiying was staring at her phone screen, completely dumbfounded. Young master Ye Feng had actually called her. Since the last racing competition, they had exchanged contact information, but young master Ye hadn't contacted Tang Xiying. Tang Xiying wanted to contact Ye Feng, but she didn't know why. She considered herself a girl, but young master Ye Feng should have no shortage of girls around him. Supposedly, he had a particularly beautiful girl. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Tang Xiying answered the phone. A minute later, Tang Xiying jumped out of bed, changed her clothes, and went out, her hair styled in a flamboyant way. Xiying, where are you going dressed so beautifully? No, Xiying, you can't just stay here to continue being a news anchor. That pixie rule is over, it's over. The private sector can't hear what we're saying at all. Sisters, do you think I should also be over there? It's because I can't find you. I can play rhythm games with my tongue, you private sector. You really didn't notice what we were saying. I just told Ye Feng on the phone that he's coming to the school to find his father. Now I have to wait at the school gate. Just as I arrived at the school gate, a Rolls-Royce minivan was there, attracting the attention of many students. Isn't that young Master Yi's car? He's come to our school. Could he be looking for Bai Susu? Maybe. Bai Susu's piano reversal is in a few days. Young Master Ye might be here to cheer her on. In my previous life, I gave 200 million to a green tea bitch to be her sweetheart, but that green tea bitch gave all your money to her poor boyfriend. Even though you were born into the richest family in the elves, you were still ruined by a poor ghost with the protagonist's halo. However, Ye Feng was sitting in the car at this moment, searching for Tang Xiying, but he couldn't find a solution. There are too many people, and so many beautiful girls in the school, it's really not easy to find someone. Susu, come with me quickly, there's good news. In the music department classroom, Lin Fengjiao excitedly ran to her best friend Bai Susu and pulled her up from her seat. What's up? Bai Susu was busy preparing for the piano exam in a few days and wasn't in much spirits. Young Master Ye is here to see you. Come with me quickly. Lin Fengjiao didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and pulled Bai Susu away. Hearing the name Brother Ye Feng, Bai Susu, as if possessed, let Lin Fengjiao pull her along. For some reason, Bai Susu also wanted to see Brother Ye Feng. He hadn't come to see her for a long time. How could he possibly be interested in a woman like Bai Susu? Yet, we're no worse than Bai Susu. We have all the parts she has. Who cares about her? Maybe young Master Ye didn't even come to the school to see her. In fact, this argument is a bit far-fetched because Ye Feng had come to the school to see Bai Susu many times before without giving any prior notice. He would just stand at the school gate and wait until Bai Susu got out of school, sometimes even until 10 p.m. Everyone could only be envious and jealous of this. Look at Bai Susu coming to the school gate. Amidst the crowd, Bai Susu and her companion quietly walked in. It's really strange. Didn't Bai Susu always stay until school was over? They say we should study seriously, but what a load of rubbish. Seriously studying is the only thing we can do, otherwise how could we, the academic underachievers, possibly? What's so strange about meeting here? He must have panicked after finding out Ye Xiao had a girlfriend. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Bai Susu finally appeared, much to everyone's delight. Ye Feng's Rolls-Royce was parked in that familiar spot. Bai Susu wanted to maintain her composure, but her best friend Lin Fengjiao pushed her forward and whispered, Susu, hurry up. Don't keep Ye Xiao waiting. Fengjiao, why are you here again? Before Lin Fengjiao could finish speaking to Ye Feng about Bai Susu, she rolled her eyes and shoved him towards Ye Feng's car door, placing him under everyone's gaze. Everyone wanted to see if Bai Susu would reject Ye Feng again this time. It was no secret at school that Ye Feng was a simp. Tang Xiang, who had just arrived, was stunned by the sight of this golden-faced man. He instinctively checked his call log from a few minutes ago. Yes, young Master Ye Feng had come to see his Bai Susu. What was she doing here? Brother Ye Feng, what's up? Seeing Ye Feng not opening the car door and instead playing Tetris inside with his head down, Bai Susu mustered her courage and knocked. She had already decided that if Brother Ye Feng was inviting her to dinner, she would accept, which would be a good way to smooth things over. After all, Brother Ye Feng had been very kind to her in the past and was a very good friend. Ye Feng snapped out of his reverie and realized that the person by the car window wasn't Tang Xiang, but Bai Susu. What's up? Brother Ye Feng, didn't you come to see me? He asked. Bai Susu, bold and curious, surprised everyone around her. Lin Fengjiao, even more nervous than Bai Susu, clutched her skirt. No, why would I want to see you? Ye Feng was also curious. He had been playing games in the car and hadn't noticed what was happening outside. Wow, so many onlookers had gathered. At the same time, Ye Feng spotted Tang Xiang in the crowd and beckoned to him. Ye Feng, young Master Ye. Tang Xiang walked gracefully towards him. Her makeup was exquisite, and her JK short skirt showed off her hot figure. Wasn't this Tang Xiang from the dance department? She was a famous beauty in our school. It was said that Tang Xiang had signed with an internet celebrity incubation company and was a streamer on a certain platform. She already had several million followers. My god, could she be young Master Ye's rumored girlfriend? Young Master Ye came here to find her. I, being the curious person I am eager to know how young Master Ye and Tang Xiang met. Some classmates have come up with wild theories, shocking everyone else. But I must say, Tang Xiang is no less attractive than Bai Susu. Bai Susu doesn't cherish a rich and handsome guy like Ye Feng, plenty of others do. Good heavens. No wonder Tang Xiang went out with her makeup on. She's actually going on a date with young Master Ye. Someone bring me my Italian food. I'm worried my Xiang is hungry. Tang Xiang's roommates and best friends followed and witnessed this scene, all utterly astonished. No wonder this girl didn't even fancy young Master Chen Zigzun, she's hooking up with young Master Ye. Good heavens, she's really something. Let's go. Ye Feng opened the car door, letting the somewhat awkward Tang Xiang sit in the passenger seat, then stepped on the gas, driving away from the campus amidst envious glances. They came and went in a flash, giving Bai Susu no time to react. Ha! So it turns out young Master Ye wasn't here to see Bai Susu. I thought he wanted to continue being a simp. But young Master Ye never said he was here to see Bai Susu. Didn't you all see that Bai Susu was just being presumptuous and shamelessly came over? Bai Susu probably still thought young Master Ye wanted to continue being her simp, unaware that he already has a goddess like Tang Xiang. I have to say, Tang Xiang and young Master Ye are truly a perfect match. The matchmaker is really good at tying the knot. Most girls are sending their blessings to Tang Xiang because she is indeed outstanding. Most importantly, Tang Xiang didn't keep Ye Xiao hanging, unlike some women who have gone too far. Susu, are you alright? Lin Fengjiao went to comfort her best friend, she really couldn't be harsh on Bai Susu. Who knew Tang Xiang would suddenly appear out of nowhere? Most importantly, Bai Susu is very concerned about her image. Now, having lost face in front of so many people and being ridiculed, she must be feeling terrible. Brother Ye Feng. I hate you. Bai Susu's eyes were brimming with tears, looking both wronged and pitiful. She had finally mustered the courage to go on a date with her, and now Bai Susu had stomped her foot and turned to leave. Susu, wait for me. Lin Fengjiao quickly followed, continuing to comfort her best friend. On the way, she used her own phone to call Ye Feng. Since Ye Feng had blocked her previous number, this was a newly bought one. When the call connected, Lin Fengjiao said, young Master Ye, Susu is heartbroken and crying non-stop. I can't comfort her. Can you help comfort her? Lin Fengjiao called Ye Feng because she clearly understood that her best friend was heartbroken. She knew Ye Feng wouldn't be unmoved if he had even a shred of compassion. She was gambling that Ye Feng couldn't possibly have no feelings for Bai Susu. He'd been a devoted admirer for years, and he couldn't change his attitude overnight. Sorry, I'm busy, Ye Feng said, hanging up. After blocking Lin Fengjiao's number again. Since it wouldn't take much effort anyway, young Master Ye, is Bai Susu all right? Tang Xiying asked curiously from the passenger seat. Our business is important. Ye Feng replied calmly. She came to ask Tang Xiying to help her bring it back, not for romance. Even if she did, it wouldn't be with Bai Susu, but for Gu Yunxiang. Our business is. Tang Xiying repeated this sentence, somewhat thinking of Ru Fei. Earlier at the school gate, many classmates misunderstood her relationship with young Master Ye Feng, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Tang Xiying sighed and continued, young Master Ye, I've run into some problems at the company. If you can help me sort it out, I'll give you all free services from now on. Although Tang Xiying is a beauty streamer who mainly focuses on her talents, she also helps some merchants sell merchandise, and her conversion rate is quite good. Ye Feng learned the details on the way to Tang Xiying's company, since there was no drama on the phone earlier. The reason Tang Xiying hadn't called the company was because she'd been harassed by the company manager these past few days. Their manager was quite a character, fat as a pig, and he liked to send people videos of upper body exercises. Some smaller streamers, trying to curry favor with him, even praised his physique. When this happened to Tang Xiying, her first reaction was to block the manager and avoid him, but this didn't work very well. Not long after, the fat manager suggested going to the movies with her. Tang Xiying stopped broadcasting and stayed at school, hiding from the chubby girl. Actually, wherever there are lots of pretty girls, you're bound to encounter this kind of thing. The difference is that some are voluntary, while others are forced. Ye Feng, of course, had to help her handle this. After all, she was a big streamer with millions of followers, and Ye Feng still needed her to bring him back. Tang Xiying's influencer company was located in the southern district of Jinling, but its registered capital didn't come from Jinling, but from Yandou. Their company was also one of the best influencer companies in Jinling, and had produced several celebrities with tens of millions of followers. A company. Speaking of Xiying, where have you been these past few days? The boss is distributing violins right now. My little darling, if you don't come to the company soon, they'll sue you for breach of contract. Even if you hate General, you shouldn't just disappear, right? Darling, come inside with me and get ready for tonight's live stream. These girls were actually doing it for Tang Xiying's sake. After all, being harassed is normal in this industry. Many top influencers face this situation too. You just have to get used to it. Tang Xiying is still young, and there are many more twists and turns in this industry. Does he have to run away from things? I haven't even found that fat pig yet, and they're already thinking of suing me. Tang Xiying was furious. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Fine, after all, the boss was the boss. To put it nicely, they were just streamers and internet celebrities. To put it bluntly, they were just employees. How could an employee fight with the boss? Someone continued to persuade him, but he was already on the company's side. What a fine employee. At this moment, Ye Feng couldn't help but applaud him, immediately saying, I remember work is about selling labor, not selling your body. Since you're so enlightened, why are you acting like a fool, a streamer going to be the boss's mistress? Who are you, Xiying? Is this your boyfriend? How dare you speak so arrogantly? You do look decent enough. A number of people surrounded Ye Feng, scrutinizing him. He had his Rolls-Royce keys in his pocket, not the old-fashioned way of hanging them on his waist. Since they didn't recognize Ye Feng, they started looking down on him. Ye Feng ignored them and simply had Tang Xiying take him to their boss. What was the point of talking to these wage slaves? Believe it or not, if he revealed his identity, they would put on a show on the spot. The last sentence appears to be a separate, unrelated thought. This was too beneath Ye Feng, he wasn't even putting on a show for them. Manager Zhang, Tang Xiying, returned to the company office. A female anchor came to inform her. Finally back. Manager Zhang, who was chatting with a girl, suddenly perked up. She was the company's financial manager and one of the owners. The reason she had come all the way from Yandou to open an influencer company was not only to make money, but also to pick up girls. She sneered, Tang Xiying, you can't escape my grasp. Manager Zhang had her own methods for picking up girls. She knew she was ugly, so she could only rely on tactics, either showering them with money until they were weak in the knees, or intimidating influencers in her relationships with the company. There are many pitfalls inside. The manager swaggered out of the office and bumped into Tang Xiying and her companion in the corridor. He pointed at Tang Xiying with his big belly and shouted, Tang Xiying, you've been working non-stop these past few days, causing the company a lot of losses. We're preparing to sue you. You'd better watch yourself. This statement attracted a lot of onlookers. Seriously? They're going to sue him already? Tang Xiying usually works very hard and seriously in her live streams. I think this fat pig is just looking for trouble to force Tang Xiying to commit a crime. This fat pig surnamed Zhang is disgusting. I'm just a cleaning lady. Last time she actually sent me those kinds of photos of herself. I'm so ashamed. Most people in the company had a good impression of Tang Xiying. She was usually sweet-talking and hard-working. As for Manager Zhang, most people scoffed at her. Fine, then go ahead and sue me. Since I dared to come here today, I'm not afraid of you, you damned bastard. Tang Xiying, before he could finish his tirade, felt instantly relieved. He had been almost driven to depression by Manager Jiang's continuous harassment. Fine, you said it. I'll contact the legal department right now. Manager Zhang was furious. He was determined to teach her a lesson today. Stop contacting him. Call your big boss out as soon as possible. I don't want to waste. Ye Feng said calmly, kid, who are you? So arrogant. Did you take over this company? Manager Zhang said disdainfully, this kind of pretty boy is only good looking on the outside, he's good for nothing. This further fueled Manager Jiang's desire to conquer. Why should beauties always be paired with handsome men, while he, an honest man, has to be forced to experience heaven through underworld jargon? My name is Ye Feng. Ye Feng revealed his name. As soon as he said this, everyone stared in disbelief, forgetting about him. Some even took out their phones to search on Baidu. I don't care if your name is Ye Feng or whatever, this company is my business. Before the manager could finish speaking, he suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in shock. What? You're actually Ye Feng. In his previous life, he had given 200 million to a scheming woman to be her sweetheart, but that woman gave all his money to her penniless boyfriend. Despite being born into the wealthiest family in the world, he was still ruined by a penniless man with protagonist's halo who divorced him. Tears streaming down his face, he jumped off the rooftop. But when he opened his eyes again, he found himself reborn. He decided that in this life, he would live for himself. Continuing from the previous story, he really was Ye Feng, the eldest son of the Ye family. He's just as handsome as in the photo. My god. Tang Xiang is actually on Ye Xiao's side. No wonder she dared to go against Manager Zhang. If I were her, I would too. Anyway, this fat pig has really kicked a hornet's nest today. Everyone looked at Ye Feng with admiration in their words. This is a derivative ability brought about by superpowers. Even the female anchors who were previously arrogant and domineering lowered their heads and planned to invite Tang Xiang to dinner afterward. They admired the strong and the women beside them. You really are Ye Feng. Manager Zhang was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses and gave everyone a demonstration of the convenience of time travel. He was just arrogant and haughty. A broad smile instantly spread across Ye Xiao's face. Young Master Ye, what brings you here? Perhaps we could talk in the office? Who do you think you are? Ye Feng continued, his expression unchanged. Go and call your big boss out. I'll say it again, I don't want to waste time. The manager dared not disobey. Anyone in the elven business world had heard of the prestige of the Ye family. At this moment, Manager Zhang could only hope to dilute the celebrity Ye Xiao's reputation. Hello, I'm Nai Kaisheng, the president of our Elf Wenjun Media Network company. A short while later, a bespectacled man, around 50 years old and somewhat balding, walked out. He extended his hand to shake hands with Ye Feng, but Ye Feng pretended not to see him and questioned, President Nai, is this? I want to ask about my friend who works as a live streamer in your company. What's the deal with Manager Zhang sending him this upper body drumming photo? Upon hearing this, Nai Kaisheng froze, looking at Manager Zhang. I was just working out and losing weight, trying to show everyone my results. Manager Zhang shamelessly laughed, show me what? Do you think I don't know all the tricks you usually pull? Didn't you accidentally send it to me last time? Nai Kaisheng was furious and wanted to slap the guy. He knew this guy would cause trouble, but he never expected him to mess with Ye Feng. However, he was, after all, a brother of Manager Zhang from Yandu, and he couldn't really do anything to him. He smiled and said to Ye Feng, Ye Xiao, at this moment, I will absolutely be impartial. As long as Miss Tang is an anchor here, this situation will never happen again. With Ye Feng backing Tang Xiang, even if Manager Zhang had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to be so ruthless again. But it's hard to say about other girls. Ye Feng sneered, Ye Xiao, what other instructions do you have? Nai Kaisheng asked. He was outwardly respectful. But inwardly he became wary. Although he couldn't afford to offend the Ye family, he actually had no dealings with them. Without any vested interests, he wouldn't be easily manipulated. Get him out of the company, Ye Feng said, I'm furious just looking at this fat pig. Nai Kaisheng hesitated, while Manager Zhang was worried. He wasn't afraid of Nai Kaisheng kicking him out, but he was afraid Ye Feng wouldn't let it go easily. Inappropriate, Ye Feng chuckled, and in front of everyone, removed Nai Kaisheng's glasses. President Nai, understand this how you talk to my Ye family? You might as well ask the Zhao and Zhang families what happened to them after they angered my Ye family. Before he could even finish saying no right to work, Ye Feng put the glasses back on him, but crookedly. Everyone who saw it was shocked. Nai Kaisheng was the undisputed boss of the company, yet now he was acting like a schoolboy, completely at Ye Feng's mercy. Nai Kaisheng stood there dumbfounded, utterly speechless. But this was the consequence of offending the Ye family, especially the eldest son of the Ye family. It's almost unimaginable that Zhao Hengbo, the eldest son of the Zhao family, had his head broken and was still in the hospital. The Zhao family was even forced to form an alliance, concede profits, and reconcile. The Zhang family was even worse off. Their young master, Zhang Zihao, was living a life worse than death, and Zhang Yuanshan had to flee overnight. Although Nai Kaisheng came from Yan Cave, he was still a junior in front of the elite elites and dared not show any temper. President Nai, you don't need me to teach you how to do things, right? Ye Feng smiled slightly, but Nai Kaisheng's scalp tingled. He pointed at the manager and said, go to the finance department immediately and cash out your shares. You'd better watch yourself. President Nai frightened the manager so much that his face turned pale. The company was currently in a period of rapid growth. He didn't own many shares, but they would be worth more in the future, and the company had so many beautiful assets waiting for him. He didn't want to lose all of this, so he quickly said to Ye Feng, young master Ye, I was blind before. Please forgive me. I really wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. Please forgive me. Ye Feng chuckled, sure, I'm very easy to talk to. You just need to sell me your shares. This made the manager look very embarrassed. Nai Kaisang was also shocked. Ye Feng, this guy. So, they're after Manager Jiang's shares. Manager Jiang only has 30%, worth a few million, but with the company's growth, it could easily appreciate to tens of millions. But the most important thing is that if Ye Feng uses this to enter the influencer industry or even take over the company, Nai Kaishan's position will decline. Although he owns the majority of the shares, he would never dare to challenge Ye Feng. Either cash out your shares and get out, or sell your shares to me and I'll keep you as the finance manager. If you do a good job, I can even give you some dividends every year. Think it over. Ye Feng reiterated that the manager's goal was to pick up girls. He could be a tyrant in the city, but back in Yandong, he was just a nobody. In the end, he had no choice but to sell his shares to Ye Feng for 3 million. Nai Kaisang saw this but couldn't do anything about it. He knew Ye Feng was the type to either work for him or be controlled by him. Besides, Ye Feng had the ability. I don't understand the influencer industry, so I won't interfere in company affairs, Ye Feng said after signing the share agreement. Thank you, young master Yat, Nai Kaisang said, his expression complex, unsure whether to laugh or cry. His biggest fear was being controlled by an outsider, being managed by an insider. Fortunately, he was not actually affected by this matter, and perhaps the company could even develop better because of Ye Feng's involvement. However, the way it happened was not something that ordinary people could accept. Since I am a shareholder of the company, I have 2 requests for promotion. Ye Feng said again, young master Yat, please speak. Nai Kaisang dared not be negligent. This great figure, the company's resources need to be focused on Tang Xiying. I'm sure President Ye knows his potential. Ye Feng said calmly, of course. Nai Kaisang nodded quickly. Originally, the company planned to make Tang Xiying a multi-million-dollar internet celebrity. The resources invested in him before were already considerable. Secondly, Mr. Nai must know that our night market group has just captured 80% of the clothing market, but the market for elves is only so-so. We can't open up markets like Huzhou and Zhejiang, so we need to seek the power of the internet. But as you know, online stores are now a red ocean, while live streaming is a new trend. I hope our company's live streamers can help us clear out clothing sales. Let's make money together. Nai Kaishan's expression suddenly hardened. You bastard, Ye Feng. I thought you were just after our company's ghosts, but I never expected you to actually want to use us as tools. Nai Kaishan's Wenjun Media does indeed accept live streaming promotions, but they only choose high-quality products. Things like selling fake alcohol online are something Nai Kaisang resolutely refuses to do. Such things would cause irreversible damage to the streamer's reputation. After a moment's thought, he said, young master Yat, we can help you sell clothes, but the condition is that we need to inspect the products. This is Nai Kaishan's bottom line, otherwise, this influencer company is useless. Ye Feng shrugged. I'll have my company's general manager Li come and talk to you. Ye Feng then called Li Yonghua, saying he had found a company for online sales and asked him to bring clothing samples. Soon, Li Yonghua drove to Wenjun Media and picked out the clothing samples. Most of the clothing was designed by Gu Yunxiang herself, and it was the best clothing product in the night market. It's no exaggeration to say that, disregarding the material, which is a cost-controlled factor, the style and design are absolutely no worse than those of big international brands. The only thing it lacks is fame, but that's precisely the most crucial issue. How well does it affect the quality? Ye Feng asked. At this moment, Nai Kaisang was leading his men to inspect the mountain of clothing on the table. Their gazes shifted from skepticism to surprise. Young Master Yat, if the finished products are as excellent as the samples, of course we have no problem. Moreover, this is definitely a great opportunity to make money. Nai Kaisang said excitedly, these clothes can be said to completely crush products of the same price online. Just a moment ago, he thought Ye Feng was a devil, but now he thought he was an angel. Of course, the Ye family is the same. Ye Feng said calmly. Sitting upright. His business acumen told him that deception might bring temporary gains, but it would definitely be condemned later. Until it was swept into the trash heap, Ye Feng only made high-quality products. This was also an important reason why he asked Gu Yunxiang to work overtime to recruit people to design clothes. To borrow Li Yonghua's words, the market for elves' clothing was too small. Ye Feng's goal was to conquer the entire domestic market and even go abroad. And the quality of the clothing was something that had to be guaranteed. Finally, the two parties agreed that Wenjun Media would take a cut of the sales. Since Ye Feng was also a shareholder of the company, a large amount of additional fees were saved. Ye Feng could be said to have easily acquired this online sales channel and even bought 30% of the shares from the manager. Ye Feng only needs to wait for his promotion. Young Master Yat, I really admire you. You managed to handle such a cunning and domineering person so easily. On the way back to school with Tang Xiying, this girl was so adoring of Ye Feng. If Ye Feng hadn't been driving, she probably would have excitedly hugged his neck. It's not that I easily won him over, but that the prestige of the Ye family is there. The reason why the Ye family is called a powerful family is not only because of its billions in assets, but also because we can walk sideways in elf. Ye Feng smiled slightly. People like Ye Kaisheng are someone Tang Xiying looks up to, but in Ye Kaishen's eyes, isn't the Ye family also someone he looks up to? This is the added advantage that the wealthy family brings to Ye Fengchu, beyond his own business acumen. The biggest difference between wealthy families and aristocratic families is that what aristocratic families can handle, we wealthy families can handle, what aristocratic families cannot handle, we wealthy families can also handle. But above wealthy families are behemoths like business empires and conglomerates. To rise above outsiders, besides plundering the protagonist's supernatural aura, one must overcome these obstacles and gradually elevate the Ye family's status. After dropping Tang Xiying off at the dormitory door, the girl reluctantly got out of the car. She smiled at Ye Feng and said, "Let's meet another day," before running into the dormitory. It was already quite late. Ye Feng was full of energy and didn't really care, but Tang Xiying was incredibly sleepy. However, she didn't expect that her three best friends in the dormitory would be so energetic, staying up all night. As soon as Tang Xiying returned, they launched into a barrage of questions. Xiying, tell me honestly, are you and Ye Xiao really boyfriend and girlfriend? Why did you go home tonight? Shouldn't you have gone to a hotel? Hearing these questions, Tang Xiying was speechless. She had to admit that the most imaginative creatures in the world were her best friends. Ye Xiao and I are just. However, Tang Xiying didn't know how to introduce him. Suddenly, she had a bright idea. He's my boss, right? What employee? Picking you up and dropping you off. Well, Tang Xiying, you've hooked up with a rich second generation behind our backs, and you're even keeping it a secret. We're not going to steal him. Her roommates all expressed disbelief, saying they'd have to actually snatch him away. Tang Xiying snorted, feeling a pang of regret. After 2 encounters, she realized Ye Xiaokai had absolutely no interest in her. Tang Xiying really wanted to meet the legendary girlfriend of Ye Xiaokai. What kind of woman could win his favor? But Tang Xiying didn't believe it either. Weren't all the rich second-generation guys in TV dramas womanizers? Tang Xiying wouldn't mind sharing a man as outstanding as Ye Feng with someone else, but in front of her best friends, she felt helpless. No matter how she explained her innocent relationship with Ye Feng, they simply wouldn't believe her. Finally, Tang Xiying bluntly said, Ye Xiao is my boyfriend. Are you satisfied now? Can you shut up? Fine, Tang Xiying, you finally admitted it, right? Her best friends all showed smug expressions. Tang Xiying didn't expect that the news would spread throughout the entire elf realm the next morning. Since everyone had personally witnessed Ye Xiao picking up Tang Xiying the day before, it was understandable that she was upset. Seeing the rumors flying everywhere and her best friend's smug expressions, Tang Xiying was speechless for a moment. Susu, something terrible has happened. Lin Fengjia rushed to the classroom and stopped her best friend, who was practicing piano. Bai Susu said impatiently, Fengjiao, I know what you want to say. Are you going to say that Tang Xiying, that patient, actually became Ye Feng's girlfriend? If so, I have absolutely no interest in that. I have my exam soon, don't interrupt my practice. Also, I really dislike Ye Feng now, so don't mention his face to me again. Bai Susu was still angry about yesterday's incident, how she had embarrassed herself in front of so many people. Susu, what I really wanted to say is that your dad came to the school looking for you, something terrible has happened to your Bai family. Lin Fengjiao hesitated for a moment before saying, and this matter really needs to be related to Ye Feng Xiao. In her previous life, she gave 200 million to a scheming woman to be her pet dog, but that woman gave all her money to her poor boyfriend. Despite being born into the wealthiest family in the world, she was still betrayed by a poor man with a protagonist's halo. Her family was ruined, and she jumped from the rooftop in tears. But when she opened her eyes again, she found herself reborn. You've decided to live for yourself in this life, Street Chief Feng Jiao. Explain yourself. What do you mean I have to be connected to Brother Ye Feng? Does it mean I'll fail my exams and the world will end without Brother Ye Feng? Bai Susu said angrily. Sometimes she's really annoying. Daughter, if you want a second-generation rich kid, just do it yourself. Why do you have to drag me along? Lin Fengjiao was intimidated by Bai Susu's imposing manner. Although Bai Susu was a green tea bitch, she was fortunately gentle. Lin Fengjiao could only patiently say, your dad said that if your Bai family doesn't get financial support soon, they'll go bankrupt. Bai Susu was shocked and fell to the ground with a thud. Luckily, no one had been killed in the classroom, otherwise he would have been in trouble again. He rubbed the sore spot and quickly asked what had happened. Lin Fengjiao couldn't explain it either, so she could only take Bai Susu to the school gate to see his father, Bai Jian. Bai Susu then learned that his father had been raising money to help Bai's sword making, but unfortunately, no one was willing to contribute. Even his father's suppliers couldn't be reached by phone. Most importantly, Bai Jianhao, the father, was still several million in debt. Although it wasn't a large sum, the Bai family simply couldn't afford it. If things continued like this, not only would the Bai family be ruined, but next month even his name would appear on the credit blacklist, commonly known as a deadbeat. This would severely impact Bai Susu's music career. The only person who could save the Bai family now was Ye Feng. Susu, Dad, I've explained the situation to you. You must help me. On the way to Ye's clothing, Bai Jianhao repeatedly told him that he was out of options and Ye Feng was the last savior. All of this depended on his daughter, Bai Susu. Dad, I'll do my best, Bai Susu sighed. In fact, he didn't dare to. Ever since he refused Ye Feng's invitation to the movies at a restaurant, he seemed to have become a different person. Even now, Bai Susu still couldn't bring herself to use her charms to please Ye Feng. With anxious hearts, the three arrived at the night market clothing store. Who are you looking for? Bai Jianhao said shamelessly. Security guards, stop them outside. We're looking for young master Ye Feng. Just say Miss Bai Susu needs to see him. The security guard glanced at him warily. As someone transferred from the night market group, he knew very well the relationship between young master Ye Feng and the Bai family. Although Ye Xiao is no longer a sycophant, it seems the Bai family is now fawning over him. After a moment, the security guard said, Ye Xiao said he can see you. Go upstairs. Thank you, security guard. Brother, have a cigarette. Bai Jianhao's smile was extremely ingratiating, and he quickly handed over the cigarette. You know, in the past, he wouldn't have given this kind of security guard a second thought. Bai Susu saw that her father was feeling a little uncomfortable. If it weren't for securing the investment, her father wouldn't be so humble. She made up her mind that even if she had to make a sacrifice and let Ye Feng take advantage of the situation, she would still help her father get the investment. Moreover, if her father really became a defaulter, her own music career would be greatly affected. After getting past the security guards, Bai Jianhao and his two companions waited for Ye Feng in the president's office. Since the cooperation agreement with Wenjun Media was reached yesterday, Ye Feng and Li Yonghua had been in meetings for several hours. It was already 5 p.m., time to leave work, when Ye Feng leisurely arrived at the office. Have you kept me waiting? Ye Feng greeted them with a smile. Not long, not long. Bai Jianhao was flattered. Ye Feng's agreement to see him was already a great favor, and since they had met, the investment matter must be straightforward. It seemed he still couldn't forget Susu. Thinking of this, Bai Jianghao's smile brightened. Susu, seeing her best friend lost in thought, nudged her with her elbow. Bai Susu quickly stepped forward and handed over a Hermes belt. Brother Ye Feng, I have a gift for you. I suddenly realized we've known each other for several years, and I haven't given you a decent gift yet. Please don't be offended. The Hermes belt is worth over 5,000 yuan, which is considered a luxury brand. However, the belt Ye Feng is wearing is worth tens of thousands of yuan. But this was, after all, a gift from Bai Susu, and the belt also had a deeper meaning. To bind one's beloved man. Bai Susu's actions were clearly an implication to Ye Feng that the belt was unnecessary. Ye Feng pretended to be unmoved, sitting on the sofa and asking, President Bai, what brings you here today? Bai Jianhao was somewhat stunned. This script wasn't quite right. According to the original plan, after Bai Susu gave him the belt, Ye Feng would be deeply moved, then reconcile with Bai Susu, and then. He continued unfolding the formula, offering his assistance so that lovers could finally be together. He couldn't be the original wife, nor the mistress, but being the fourth mistress would be fine too. But Ye Feng didn't even accept the belt. Wasn't that a waste of money? Bai Susu and Lin Fengjiao were also somewhat embarrassed. Bai Susu felt particularly wronged and wanted to cry. She had finally mustered the courage to persuade herself and try to please Ye Feng, but he didn't even glance at the gift she gave him. Brother Ye Feng, why have you become like this? What's wrong? If you don't tell me, I'm leaving, Ye Feng urged. That's how it is, Bai Jianhao said, having composed himself. Young Master Yat, isn't Bai's building materials lacking investment? I hope you can generously help us out. After all, our two families have a relationship, and 200 million is nothing to worry about. Bai Jianhao, still unwilling to give up, tried to use his daughter to manipulate Ye Feng. He didn't believe Ye Feng could be so indifferent to his daughter. You wouldn't even take her if she were given to you for free, he thought. Friendship is friendship, business is business. My Ye family's 200 million didn't come from thin air. I told Susu before that investing in Bai's building materials is like being a sucker. Mr. Bai, don't I look a bit like him? Ye Feng looked at him with a smile. Bai Jianhao was speechless. It was terrible. Sure enough, rich kids were unreliable. Susu had really gone too far. Lin Fengjiao screamed inwardly, finally realizing that this was no longer something Bai Susu could resolve on her own. Bai Susu felt increasingly wronged. Ye Feng seemed like a complete stranger. He really wanted to leave and go find brother Lin Yi to cry. All right, enough said, Bai Jianhao sighed. Since Ye Feng had said so, he was truly helpless. He could only blame his own stupid daughter. She wasn't destined for this. It wasn't that Bai Susu wasn't destined for it. When fate gave her a chance, she herself. President Bai, don't be in such a hurry. Ye Feng called out. I haven't finished speaking yet. Bai Jianhao and his companions were both startled and delighted. Could it be that young Master Ye had changed his mind, or was he just feigning intimacy to better acquire Bai Susu? Young Master Ye, as long as you are willing to invest, whatever the conditions, just bring up the past, Bai Jianhao said excitedly as he turned around. Bai Susu, however, hesitated. What if brother Ye Feng's condition was to acquire her? Given her father's character, he would most likely agree. What should she do? Invest? Ye Feng shook his head and said, President Bai, you misunderstood. What I meant by giving money was that I wanted to acquire your Beishi building materials. Bai Jianhao was stunned. Bai Susu was also dumbfounded. He didn't need to worry about Ye Feng's designs on him now, because the other party had no such intention. During this period, Bai Jianhao had been trying to attract investment everywhere. But he hadn't succeeded. However, there were a lot of people trying to take advantage of the situation and acquire Beishi building materials. Bai Jianhao swallowed hard, clearly unwilling to accept this situation, and said, Young Master Yat, things don't have to be like this between us. We can talk about anything. Ye Feng, slightly sweating, said, that's true. The acquisition price really needs to be discussed properly. Young Master Yat, I wasn't talking about Bai Jian. Excellent. He meant discussing personal relationships. Before he could finish speaking, Ye Feng changed his mind and said, as of now, the only Bai family member I can approve of is Beishi building materials. My investment here is already finalized, and I'll be going to Gongsu next month to develop the commercial street. We'll need a lot of building materials. The reason Beishi Group is in its current state is mainly due to its sales channels and strong cash flow. The company has stockpiled a lot of raw materials. Ye Feng wanted to buy it and develop a commercial street to make a fortune. After all, he didn't want the profits to go to outsiders. Bai Jianhao was speechless. He couldn't think of any other way to talk to him. He wasn't playing any tricks, he was trying to take advantage of the situation. At this moment, Bai Susu stepped forward and said, Brother Ye Feng, I'm begging you. 200 million is nothing to you, but it's a life-saving medicine for my father. I know I shouldn't have refused your invitation to the movies that night, but I really had something to do. I apologize to you. If all else fails, I'll kneel down and beg for mercy, Bai Susu said, about to kneel down. Coupled with the tears in her eyes, she looked both wronged and pitiful. At this moment, any normal man with even a modicum of compassion would be moved. According to the usual script, Ye Feng should have stopped Bai Susu just as she was about to kneel. However, Ye Feng remained completely unmoved. Honey, when are you getting off work? Just then, the office door opened, and Gu Yunxiang walked in. Seeing this scene, she covered her mouth in surprise, clearly not understanding what was going on. She had a peaceful evening. Upon entering, Bai Susu was shocked to see her kneeling before Ye Feng, tears still streaming down her face. Bai Susu was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Did she admit she was acting out a tragic love story? Ye Feng had always been a fan of this, but what did it mean to be seen like this by his girlfriend? Bai Susu felt increasingly aggrieved. Even more aggrieved was that Ye Feng ignored her completely and instead slowly walked towards Gu Yunxiang, saying, "It's already time to go home. Let's go get some food." Gu Yunxiang smiled sweetly and intertwined her index finger with Ye Feng's. Bai Susu's face burned, and she dared not look at Ye Feng, especially not at Gu Yunxiang. Last time, when her father, Gu Yunxiang's stunt and romantic performance even earned the emperor's approval. Bai Susu, somewhat self-destructively, resorted to bribery. At the same time, Bai Susu began to dislike Gu Yunxiang. If it weren't for her appearance, all of Ye Feng's kindness should have been reserved for her. Lin Fengjiao, standing beside the wall, sighed softly. She knew very well what her best friend was thinking. Susu, if only you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Ye Feng has already given you so many chances. You yourself have repeatedly thought he's not as good as Ling Ai. Lin Fengjiao also sold her out. How can Ye Feng, a top-tier rich second generation, be inferior to that poor Ling Ai? President Bai, I need to be with my girlfriend. Let me be frank with you. I'm willing to spend 10 million to acquire your Bai family sword apprenticeship. If you're willing, contact me anytime. Think about it carefully. You only lost the company, but I, Ye Feng, lost a whole 10 million. After saying this, Ye Feng took Bulan Yungxiang's hand and walked out. It's said that he lost 10 million. After Ye Feng left, Bai Jianhao couldn't help but curse. Bai family sword apprenticeship is worth 200 million. These opportunistic guys want to buy his company for 10 million. This is his life's work, but Bai. She was about to become a defaulter, and Ye Feng's offer was indeed quite fair, but she still couldn't accept this outcome. If her daughter had been more capable, things wouldn't be like this now. Thinking of her daughter, Bai Jianhao pointed at Bai Susu kneeling on the ground and scolded her, "You're addicted, aren't you? Ye Feng's gone, who are you crying for? Uncle Bai, Susu isn't feeling well either. Say less." Lin Fengjiao still felt sorry for her best friend. Although she cried silently, her sadness was palpable. He still has the nerve to cry? Why insist on having a poor student when you're supposed to be supporting a privileged second-generation rich kid? I really can't understand how I, Bai Jianhao, with my lifetime of wisdom, could have given birth to such an idiot. I'm warning you, if I ever see you involved with supernatural things again, I'll break your dog head. Bai Jianhao, in a fit of rage, was capable of anything. Bai Susu cried even more heartbrokenly. What's all the fuss about? The company is on a no-noise policy for farming. If you want to argue, go home. At this moment, a passing employee said unhappily, "Yes, yes, we're leaving now." Bai Jianhao smiled shamelessly, then glared fiercely at Bai Susu. The two women then left the company. At 9 o'clock that evening, the latest comedy was playing on the screen in the movie theater. The people around were laughing so hard they were practically rolling on the floor. However, Gu Yunxiang was fast asleep in Ye Feng's arms. This period of time had really worn this girl out. She had even fallen ill from exhaustion last time. Ye Feng couldn't help but give her a kiss. With such a good girl as his girlfriend, who needed a green tea bitch, Gu Yunxiang was willing to do anything for him. But it was precisely this kind of girl who deserved Ye Feng's love. Was it over? When the movie ended, Gu Yunxiang woke up sleepily, feeling a little shy as she realized she was lying on top of Ye Feng. "Let's go," Ye Feng said, pulling Gu Yunxiang away. As they left the mall where the movie theater was located, several thugs with brightly colored hair whistled at Gu Yunxiang. "Hey beautiful, wanna have some fun? I saw this girl at the movie theater. I wanted to get her contact information from the start. This world is so unfair. Such a pretty girl is going to be with this pretty boy. We brothers can only get a few. This pretty boy is obviously all show and no substance. Even that probably wouldn't satisfy this girl. She should come with us guys instead." These street thugs continued bragging, looking for death. Hearing this, Ye Feng frowned, his face showing shock. Gu Yunxiang, however, grabbed Ye Feng's hand. "My life's goodness, 200 million for a green tea BTCH as a simp, but that green tea BTCH gave all your money to her poor boyfriend. Even though you were born into the richest family in the elves, you were still ruined by a poor, protagonist-like man from the Spirit Hill. You jumped off the rooftop in tears, but when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that this time you would live for yourself. Ye Feng, let's go back. Don't pay attention to them." Gu Yunxiang was a good girl who didn't like to cause trouble, especially not for Ye Feng. Although these street thugs seemed rather annoying, Gu Yunxiang couldn't be bothered with flies. This wasn't the first time she'd been targeted because of her beauty. "Hehe, what did I tell you? This kid's just a pretty face. We flirted with his girlfriend and he didn't dare utter a sound. That's right, he's just good looking, nothing more than a dead man. What's the point of a young lady being with a guy like that? She should have some fun with us guys. I guarantee you'll be amazed." A few street thugs, seeing how easy Gu Yunxiang was to bully, became even more arrogant. Gu Yunxiang frowned in anger. It was bad enough that these people were rude to her, but they even dared to insult brother Ye Feng. Gu Yunxiang's personality was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. She only regretted not having countless. Otherwise, he would have to rush up and teach them a lesson. However, Ye Feng had already acted and walked straight up. Kid, if you want to do something, I advise you not to cause trouble. Look at your skinny arms and legs, I'll punch you once. Before he could finish speaking, he screamed in pain. Ye Feng slapped him across the face, knocking him to the ground. He spat out blood and lost 2 front teeth. Gu Yunxiang was somewhat surprised. She couldn't believe that her brother Ye Feng was so good at fighting. Gu Yunxiang felt a warmth in her heart. She had always unconditionally trusted Ye Feng, and now she felt even more secure. Brother Go, are you all right? The man with green hair, named Brother Go, struggled to his feet, glaring angrily at Ye Feng. He had lost 2 teeth and said snarlingly, Kid, you dare hit me. You're not leaving until you pay me. I'm Go from Jinan. What do you think you're messing with? He was actually Brother Go. It was said that Brother Go was a trusted lieutenant of Mao Yat, and no one in Jinan dared to mess with him. Was this young man just unlucky, or was he trying to avoid trouble? What kind of world was this? This guy was harassing someone's girlfriend and then demanding compensation, a bunch of trash. Seeing that there was a fight, many people came to watch. Some people spoke up for Ye Feng, but his companion tugged at their clothes and said, Brother Go is greedy and lecherous. To put it bluntly, he's just a street thug. He's not that scary. What's scary is his boss, Master Cat. It's said that Master Cat is Brother Yang's confidant. I don't care what kind of mother dogs you are. I'm always the one who finds people to pay me. I've never seen anyone dare to ask me for money. If you're smart enough, then bring it on. My money isn't so easy to take. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He didn't have the habit of paying money, even to drug dealers. Brother Ye Feng, why don't you call some people over? Gu Yunxiang was afraid Ye Feng would get hurt. She knew the Ye family had plenty of thugs, she didn't need to deal with them. Ye Feng said softly that his martial arts skill was at least 200, while ordinary people only had 60. Beating them up was like child's play. As for them calling for help, that suited Ye Feng perfectly. He remembered that the south of the city was Yang Teng's territory. He hadn't taught him a lesson last time, so this was a good opportunity to continue. Ye Feng wasn't interested in these small fry, he wanted to take down the big tigers. Fine, you just wait. Dog Brother coughed up some blood and immediately pulled out his phone to call Cat Master for help. During this time, someone advised Ye Feng to leave and not get entangled with these thugs, but obviously, this didn't fit Ye Feng's intentions, so he politely declined. Don't be so arrogant, you won't even know how you die later. Dog Brother's eyes blazed with anger as he stared at Gu Yunxiang. The humiliation I just suffered. I went home and now this woman's body, her mouth is really foul. Ye Feng stepped forward, a step that startled Dog Brother so much he jumped back, terrified Ye Feng would slap him again. TCH, Dog Brother's like this is pathetic. He's just relying on Cat Master's reputation to bully others. People despise him. Gu Yunxiang was amused by the scene. Staying beside Ye Feng, she felt incredibly safe. At the same time, she wanted to see what tricks Ye Feng would pull this time. He always brought different surprises. What was going on? Just then, a man around 30 years old walked away. He was followed by 6 or 7 people. This man was none other than Cat Master. Cat Master, this kid is riding on our heads, you have to help us get revenge. Dog Brother pleaded. Fine, this kid, right? Cat Master was too lazy to ask who was right or wrong. Anyway, he always judged people based on their character, and since his own brother had been bullied, he had to retaliate. Kid, this needs to be dealt with properly. It's not like there's no way. Bring 100,000 yuan to save him. Cat Master stepped forward. 100,000 yuan? Damn, why don't you just rob me? Where did you get 100,000 yuan? That's a year's salary plus bonuses, okay? This young man is really something. I just tried to persuade him to leave, but he insisted on getting a bonus. Now look what happened. Everyone sighed. 100,000 yuan. Ye Feng shook his head, not wanting to give Cat Master a cold laugh. Equator, if I don't give it to you, you won't be leaving today. Do you think I, Cat Master, am a pushover? No, what I mean is that your vision is too small. 100,000 isn't enough, it has to be at least 100 million. Ye Feng said calmly. Cat Master and the others panicked. This kid was about to die but was still being stubborn. Suddenly, Ye Feng made a move, grabbing Cat Master and giving him a shoulder slap. I'm so busy. Cat Master was thrown around, feeling dizzy and disoriented. He thought to himself, this kid ambushed me. I'll teach him a lesson once I get up. But he found he couldn't get up no matter what. Ye Feng stepped on Cat Master, immobilizing him. Cat Master, Dog Brother, and the others were all stunned. They hadn't expected this kid to be so capable. Cat Master was Yang Ji's trusted general, yet he was captured so easily. Damn, this kid's playing dumb, they thought. With his skills, who would dare to mock him as a pretty boy? Cat Master had probably kicked a hornet's nest this time. But that wasn't the case. Cat Master was Yang Ji's man. If the crowd started gossiping, but regardless, at this moment Dog Brother and the others, all were at a loss. This fighting proficiency was really useful. Ye Feng's lips curled into a smile. Originally, Cat Master's martial arts were not weak, but he was still no match for Ye Feng's fighting expertise. He looked at Dog Brother and the others and said, what did I just say? Pay 100 million in compensation. Hand over the money. It's an acquaintance's business. Kid, don't be so smug. Cat Master was both angry and furious. He had been in the martial arts world for so many years, and he had actually been ambushed by a small fry. He said to his subordinates, go and call Brother Yang. Brother Yang, Brother Yang. Upon hearing this, Dog Brother and the others immediately arrived. The crowd of officials, however, became worried about Ye Feng again. Brother Yang was a top figure in the martial arts world. This was originally a small matter, but unexpectedly it had involved. But none of them saw the bright smile that appeared on Ye Feng's lips. He was waiting for Yang Tang to take the bait. What's going on with Lao Mao? How come he can't even handle a stranger? Isn't he getting worse and worse? Not long after, Yang Tang arrived with his men. He was in a bad mood. At this time, he should have been exploring movie positions with his girlfriend, but Lao Mao was, after all, his capable subordinate, and he couldn't ignore Brother Yang. It wasn't Lao Mao's fault, he was just too incompetent. This kid was too cunning, and also a homebody. Dog Brother exaggerated Ye Feng's strength to the extreme, then, from a moral high ground, said, this kid is too domineering. He treats Elf like dirt. We brothers just glanced at his girlfriend, and he wants to mess with us. More importantly, he's unreasonable and insists on paying 100 million before he'll let us go. We told Cat Eye that we're Yang Ji's men, and he actually said, fine, fine, Yang Tang beat up Bai Xiao. I'm too lazy to listen to this guy's nonsense. He knows what kind of people Cat Eye and he are. In Elf Alley, when had this guy who bullied others ever been extorted? Besides, he was still furious after being kicked by Ye Feng last time. He wanted to see who this blind fool was. Kid, you dare to be so arrogant? Don't blame me for taking it out on you. Cat Master urged, but Ye Feng stepped on him and said fiercely, Brother Yang is coming right away. You're going to die. Cat Master had been in the underworld for years, from chasing people around with 2 watermelon knives to retiring from the palace and living a comfortable life running a club and playing with young demons. He had seen all kinds of people, and there were plenty of stubborn guys like this kid, but the result was always the same, throwing iron balls. His head would be split open like a watermelon. Yang Ji was almost there, and he was looking forward to the show. Cairo Ye Feng was searching for Yang Tang's figure. He had no interest in Cat Master, who was just a tool. Yang Ji was this kid. Soon, led by Dog Brother, Yang Tang arrived with his men. Yang Ji, please help me kill this kid. Cat Master saw his savior and hurriedly shouted. He admitted that Ye Feng was a family man. Being able to trample him underfoot was not as simple as a sneak attack. But when it came to martial arts, in the Elf region, apart from Golden Tiger, who was Yang Ji's match? This was Yang Tang. Everyone said he was only in his early 30s. Now that he looked at him, he was indeed a handsome young man. It was just a pity. You've been reading too many domineering CEO novels. Even if you want a passionate romance, you should go for young Master Ye. Not only is he approachable, but he's also said to be as handsome as a celebrity. Young Master Ye's standards are probably much higher than ours, he wouldn't even look at us common girls. Yang Ji is better, at least he's not picky. The direction of the discussion started to become strange as people heard someone praising their boyfriend. Gu Yunxiang felt a surge of joy. Ye Feng was indeed very handsome, and being his woman would be incredibly blissful. However, Gu Yunxiang was still somewhat worried. Yang Tang seemed to be a formidable character, could Ye Feng handle him? At that moment, Ye Feng beckoned to Yang Tang, who was striding towards him, and said leisurely, Yang Tang, you've finally arrived. Damn it. How dare you address Brother Yang by his full name? We'll kill you right now. Dog Brother, true to his reputation as a former dog, pointed at Ye Feng and began to curse. Yang Tang shoved Dog Brother aside, who was blocking his way, and got closer to see Ye Feng's face. He was immediately shocked and exclaimed, Young Master Ye. It's you again. This perfectly captured Yang Tang's current mood. Logically speaking, he was in his own world of crime, while Ye Feng was in his own business world. They were completely unrelated. Last time, when Yang Tang offended Ye Feng, he was kicked by him. He endured it at the time because he couldn't afford to offend the Ye family, and Yang Tang didn't want to deal with them. He didn't want to become the Ye family's dog. He didn't want to become an enemy of the Ye family, but seeing the surrounding scene in Mao Ye being trampled underfoot by Ye Feng, Yang Tang immediately understood what was going on. He immediately smiled and said, Young Master Ye, this is a misunderstanding. I'll teach these bastards a lesson when we get back. Please be lenient and I'll treat you to dinner another day. Brother Yang, why did you say that? Everyone was shocked, especially Brother Go and Mao Ye, who were speechless with astonishment. According to Brother Yang's character, shouldn't he have crippled this kid immediately? Young Master Ye, could he be Ye Feng, the young master of the Ye family? It must be him who made Brother Yang back down, and he's so handsome. You can't find another young master like him in the world, okay? Young Master Ye is so handsome. I wish I could be his girlfriend. Hey, can you stop being such a Feng girl? His girlfriend is right there. Feng girls only care about looks and things that only happen in domineering CEO novels. Most people are more concerned about the progress of this incident. Ye Feng and Yang Tang are both prominent figures in the world. Ye's family is strong in business, and Yang Tang is strong in martial arts. Besides, this matter was originally just a small conflict and misunderstanding. Since Yang Tang has apologized, this matter will most likely be resolved peacefully. This is also a common practice in high society, but the onlookers are inevitably a little disappointed. The head slapping was exciting, with many twists and turns, but the ending seemed rather bland. Ye Xiao, let old cat go. I'll have him apologize to you. We can be considered friends after this fight. Yang Tang said with a smile. After learning that the other party was Ye Feng, Old Cat and Dog Brother felt a chill in their hearts. Asking Brother Yang to take revenge on Ye Feng? They must be dreaming. Old Cat also cursed his bad luck in his heart. That bastard Dog Brother, of all people to mess with, had to mess with Ye Feng, and now he's suffering along with him. Dog Brother lowered his head. If it weren't for Brother Yang. He just casually said, nobody can afford to mess with me. Here's an IOU for 100 million. Sign it. Ye Feng beckoned and took a pen from Gu Yunxiang's purse, immediately writing an IOU for 100 million in compensation and handing it to Yang Teng. Ye Xiao's little squabble, it's not worth it. Yang Teng's face instantly darkened. He thought Ye Feng was just playing around, but he didn't expect him to make him pay 100 million today. Recalling that he had previously paid money to Wang Xiaocheng of the Wang family and Zhou Wenbin of the Zhou family, Yang Teng was no longer surprised. Very well, this is very Ye Feng, young master yet. I was just trying to resolve things peacefully, but you insist on pushing me. Fine, go ahead and do as you please. Old cat has offended you. You can hit or kill me if you want, I won't hesitate. Yang Teng is paralyzed with greed. What a joke. One is a small amount. Many listed companies can't even earn this much money in a year. Yang Teng, are you kidding me? What are these cats and dogs called? Aren't they your pets? They bit someone, and you, as their owner, can just say you don't care? Are you kidding me? Ye Feng frowned and said directly, anyway, you have to pay this money back. Don't give me a single penny less, or you'll bear the consequences. In your previous life, you only had 200 million to be a sweetheart to a green tea girl, but that green tea girl gave all your money to her poor boyfriend. Even though you were born into the richest family in the world, you were still ruined by a poor guy with the protagonist's halo. As it turned out, Ye Feng was oblivious to his fate. Yang Teng couldn't help but chuckle, thinking Ye Feng was taking Yang Ji's tolerance for granted and that he'd get some good benefits later. He couldn't understand why Ye Feng was so arrogant. He was a man of the underworld, no matter how rich or powerful the Ye family was, what could they do to him? He said, young master Ye, I've given you all the respect you deserve. If you're so ungrateful, then let's see what happens. If you need money, write me an IOU. I can lend you 100 million, but think about it, we don't have any. Yang Teng stood up, and the IOU Ye Feng handed over was like air. Anyway, I've already written the IOU for you. It's fine if you don't sign, I'll make you pay for it. With that, Ye Feng released his foot, then led Villain Counterattack away, leaving the bewildered crowd behind. What exactly did young master Ye mean? No one could understand Ye Feng's thoughts, including the seasoned veteran Yang Teng. If Ye Feng's goal was money, it was obvious that Yang Teng wouldn't pay. He wasn't one of the four major families who had to defer to the Ye family. Was it really necessary to create conflict? Yang Teng hadn't been disrespectful to him. This Ye Feng was too arrogant, he'd get killed sooner or later. Cat also stood up, rubbing his chest and cursing, this Ye Feng is no simpleton. No wonder he won the last racing competition. This is what a middle-aged man next to Yang Teng said leisurely. Yushu. What do you mean by Ye Feng? Yang Teng asked. How could he rise to prominence in the world of elves in just a few years, becoming a genius on par with Jinhu? Besides his methods in martial arts, he also has brains. He didn't think Ye Feng was evil. He didn't know that this young man had once been appreciated by the master of transformation, Yan Wenjing. Be careful, don't fall for his tricks. The man who had been replaced by Yushu looked in the direction Ye Feng had left. He had a nickname, Ghost Eye, because he was good at spotting ghosts and humans. But he couldn't see through Ye Feng. He felt that Ye Feng was as immovable as a mountain and as unpredictable as yin and yang. After sending Yunxiang home, Ye Feng found that what happened between him and Yang Peng that night had become a big deal. Jinhu and Wang Xiaocheng called to ask what had happened. Ye Feng replied that they should come to his company tomorrow. The next morning, Jinhu was at the night market. When Wang Xiaocheng saw Jinhu in the office, he subconsciously asked. Jinhu, who had been asked to come by young master Yat, replied calmly that he had some issues with the Wang family before, but now, with Ye Feng's intervention, he realized that he didn't actually have any deep-seated hatred for them. Wang Xiaocheng, though somewhat eccentric, was also broad-minded and immediately laughed. It must be about yesterday's incident with Yang Teng. Young Master Yat is indeed young Master Yat, he dares to stand up for anyone. Even I would have to call him young Master Yat. Wang Xiaocheng was indeed a poor man, at least he didn't have the guts to extort Yang Teng, and he didn't dare to ask for 100 million. Let's wait for Brother Ye to arrive and see what he plans to do. Jinhu's use of Brother Ye felt a little awkward. After all, Ye Feng was more than 10 years younger than him, but now, like Wang Xiaocheng, he felt a strong connection to Ye Feng. Although Yang Teng didn't pay in the end, Ye Feng was definitely the first person the elf had treated Yang Teng so well. Jinhu also wanted to see what tricks Ye Feng was going to play next. After a long wait, Ye Feng pushed open the door and entered, followed by Sen Fanglin. Ye Feng sat down and said, I invited you two here today mainly to discuss an important matter. What important matter? Looting Yang Teng. Wang Xiaocheng and Jinhu asked in unison. No, I, Ye Feng, am a civilized man. I don't do this kind of thing. It's mainly because that guy Yang Teng owes me 100 million. No, I have to collect the debt from him. But you know Yang Teng, he probably won't feel comfortable unless I beat him up. Ye Feng said with difficulty, goodness, this isn't just about looting people. Wang Xiaocheng swallowed. He's always eyeing other people's money. If he did this every day, he'd be the first in Jiangnan within a year. Brother Yat, Yang Teng's strength is on par with mine, even beating him wouldn't be easy, let alone collecting debts. Jinhu gave an awkward laugh. Although he also wanted to beat Yang Teng, he realized Ye Feng had underestimated him. If Yang Teng were really that good, how could he possibly be on equal footing with him in the martial arts world? Brother Jinhu, you don't trust me, he asked, looking at Jinhu, who was more than a few years older than him. Let's have a match, Jinhu is so bored. He knew Sen Fanglin had defeated Chu Liang. But Chu Liang was nothing but a weakling in front of him. Besides, even if he won against Sen Fanglin, it wouldn't be a fair victory. Brother Jinhu, hurry up, don't delay my Fanglin's drama watching, Ye Feng said. All right then, Jinhu said speechlessly. Since Ye Feng has said so, it seems I'll just have to bully the little girl today. He picked up his pen again. Here it is, Jinhu asked. Ye Feng felt it would only be a blink of an eye, no need to move to another place and make a fool of himself. Jinhu stood up and sparred with Sen Fanglin in his not-so-big office, which was also cluttered with a coffee table. Once they were in battle mode, Jinhu's imposing aura was immediately apparent. As expected of Jinling's boss, none of our Wang family can match brother Hu, Wang Xiaocheng couldn't help but praise. In contrast, Sen Fanglin seemed quite nonchalant, her eyes constantly glancing at her phone screen. Clearly, the drama was the most important thing. Little girl, take this. Jinhu, though unfamiliar with her, wasn't about to fight a mere reporter. She tried to end the fight quickly so Ye Feng would know her intentions were extremely unrealistic. She could take her own methods to retaliate against Yang Tiaoyu. But it's best not to fight Yang Teng unless absolutely necessary. The waters of the martial world are turbulent. Suddenly, in a flash, Sen Fanglin grabbed Jinhu's fist, pulled it taut, and then delivered a sweeping blow, sending Jinhu sprawling to the ground. Boss Jinhu, you lost. Sen Fanglin said with a smile, then returned to the sofa to continue watching his drama. Brother Hu actually lost. Wang Xiaocheng was the first to react, staring incredulously at the dumbfounded Jinhu on the ground. Meanwhile, Sen Fanglin was already engrossed in his drama. He couldn't help but wonder if what had just happened was an illusion. I have never bowed before. After a moment, Jinhu got up from the ground. He stared at Sen Fanglin in disbelief. He had been wandering the martial world for more than 10 years. He had encountered opponents stronger than himself, but he was still capable of fighting. But this time, he was defeated in one move by a girl of about 16 years old. He was really depressed. How could a burly man of more than 1.8 meters lose to a girl who was less than 1.6 meters tall? Brother Jinhu. Now do you believe I can handle Yang Teng? Ye Feng smiled, unsurprised by this sparring match. Using the system's abilities, he could see Jinhu's martial prowess was at the 8th level, while Sen Fanglin's wasn't displayed. As a unit of combat strength in the original novel, Sen Fanglin, though not the strongest, was still at the bottom level. To him, whether it was one-hit kills on Zhou Yang or one-hit kills on Jinhu, it made no difference, they were both weaklings anyway. Jinhu was overjoyed at the thought of bloodshed. He had just planned to defeat Sen Fanglin and then reason with Ye Feng, but now that he was the clown, he thought, since that's the case, let me explain my plan. Ye Feng said seriously, Yang Teng owes money and won't pay it back, so let's raid all the bars and clubs under his control. Suddenly, hey, little fox, you take one group of your men. Young Master Wang, you take one group of your Wang family members. I'll take the center and the side. Sweep up all his territories. If we find Yang Teng, call me immediately, I'll handle it. Wang Xiaocheng immediately agreed. Even feeling a surge of excitement. Hearing this address, Jinhu felt a sense of cuteness. What's wrong? Ye Feng looked at him curiously. No, I'll arrange it right away. Today I'll kill this Yang guy. Jinhu's fighting spirit soared. He had originally wanted to target Yang Teng, but their strengths were evenly matched. Now, with Ye Feng's intervention, the odds of the battle were completely in their favor. Suddenly, Jinhu remembered the politeness Ye Feng had shown him the last time they met. Actually, he didn't need to be so polite, he could have simply had Sen Fangling beat him into submission and reveal the address of the Black Horse Club. But Ye Feng didn't do that, he chose to act with virtue. Jinhu sincerely felt that Ye Feng's address as Big Brother was well deserved. Little Hu, what are you daydreaming about? Young Master Wang has already set off, and you're still standing there. Ye Feng quickly urged. What's this guy thinking about? Are you really that discouraged just because you couldn't beat Sen Fanglin? At 3 p.m., all the nightclubs in Jinlin were already preparing for their evening business. Those soliciting customers were doing their business, and those applying makeup were getting ready. Jinhu and Wang Xiaocheng had assembled their men and began heading south of the city, aiming for a quick victory. Ye Feng ordered Lu Wenbao and others, loyal to the Ye family, to cooperate with Jin Wang and his accomplice in their operation. He ordered all the nightclubs in the southern part of the city associated with Yang Teng to be shut down. Who are you? This is Brother Yang's place. How dare you act so recklessly? You can't use the company's surveillance cameras. Stop it. They're after the finance department. Tell the accountant to stop calculating and run away first. Go report to Brother Yang. Someone's causing trouble. There's no time. I'll get security first. Yang Teng, on the way, smashed his phone and yelled, Shanbao, get men. I'm going to kill Ye Feng. It was obvious that Ye Feng was the mastermind behind this, he had suddenly left after making those threats last night. It was strange enough, but Yang Teng never expected that Ye Feng would team up with Jinhu and Wang Xiaocheng to mess with his father. Since he dared to travel alone from Suzhou to Lingnan to make his way in the world, he had never been afraid of anyone. Who dared to be so shameless? Did he really think he was some kind of young master of the Ye family that I wouldn't dare touch him? Yang Teng trembled with rage, his breath rumbling with anger. He could tolerate Ye Feng kicking him and making him lose face in public, but he absolutely could not tolerate Ye Feng ruining his turf. This was the foundation of Yang Teng's existence in Elf City, and it was also the culmination of his years of hard work. It was what he cared about most. Brother Yang, I've already called my subordinates. They'll be here to support us soon. Shanbao hesitated, even though he was Yang Teng's most trusted confidant, he dared not say more. But Ye Feng's side is too weak. We can't handle them, right? Yang Teng sneered. His anger didn't cloud his judgment. Go find me 10 capable fighters and have them come with me. Yang Teng's target was Ye Feng. Since this young master isn't being overly polite, then there's no need for him to be. This is Qin Wangxi, and he has the ability to do so. Brother Yang, why don't we discuss this with Yushu? Going to war with the Ye family is a huge deal. If we can resolve it through negotiation, we'd better not resort to violence. I suggest negotiation. Yang Teng sneered, look at that Ye Feng, does he look like he's negotiating with me? He's been mistaking my tolerance for weakness. You think you can tolerate this time, but there will definitely be a next time? Haven't you heard the saying, a good punch is better than a bad one? Tiger, this is bad. I just received news that Yang Teng is secretly leading a group towards young Master Ye. How did Yang Teng know where young Master Ye is? Jinhu became worried. He felt that this matter was not simple and that there must be someone on his side. He immediately called Ye Feng. Young Master Ye, Yang Teng is heading your way. Why don't you hide for a while? We'll go back to the original place right away. At this moment, Ye Feng was the only one left to save him. Chen Fenglin had been sent to Jinhu's side to guard against Yang Teng. Jinhu was worried about Ye Feng's safety. In your previous life, you gave 200 million to a scheming woman as a kept man, but that woman gave all your money to her poor boyfriend. Despite being born into the wealthiest family in the world, you were still betrayed by a poor guy with the protagonist's halo, ending up as a king of ruin. You jumped off the rooftop in tears, but when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided to live for yourself in this life. The following is a separate, unrelated anecdote. It's okay, no need to hide. I deliberately revealed my address to Yang Teng, otherwise how could I lure him out? Ye Feng smiled slightly. He was currently in his office at the Golden Tiger Bar on Financial Street. The computer on his desk contained all the data on Yang Teng's nightclubs, including surveillance videos, financial ledgers, and hostess information. This was Yang Teng's lifeline. Jinhu wanted to say something, since Yang Teng's martial arts skills were truly inferior, and he was afraid Ye Feng couldn't handle it. Continue sweeping the places. Yang Teng has many experts under his command. Let Fang Lin continue to help you. There's no need to recall him. Before 5 o'clock, I need you to completely control all of Yang Teng's nightclubs and hotels. Ye Feng ordered, okay. Jinhu responded and went to carry out the order. As expected of young Master Ye, this kind of boldness and courage was truly remarkable. Even my father's generation rarely produced miracles. From now on, if anyone dares to call young Master Ye a spendthrift, I, Kui Ren, will be the first to fight them to the death. Sitting on the sofa, Kui Ren praised Ye Feng. He truly admired Ye Feng. He said that Ye Feng had handled such a huge matter of clearing out Yang Teng's territory without hesitation, even daring to put himself in danger to lure Yang Teng into action. Kui Ren had just spoken with Ye Feng and knew that Ye Feng's goal wasn't revenge against Yang Teng, nor was it to demand 100 million. His goal was to take over Yang Teng's underworld influence, and to do that, Yang Teng had to be captured and not allowed to escape. To prevent the spring breeze from blowing again and causing people to fall, young Master Ye, forgive my bluntness, but I also have experience with matching strength. I know Yang Teng's martial arts skills. You don't have many people, so how can you take him down? Let's make a bet. I will definitely beat Yang Teng. Ye Feng chuckled softly, no bets. He instinctively refused. He remembered how much money he had to pay Ye Feng during the last car chase, and he still felt a little heartache. He wouldn't bet much, just a few million. Ye Feng rolled his eyes. Young Master Ye, please let me go. I've invested all my money. Once we've established ourselves in the commercial street in Suzhou, we'll make endless money. Why are you greedy for my little bit of money? He was speechless. This Ye Feng was indeed a born businessman, a real master at swindling money. You're really enjoying yourself, aren't you? Young master of the Kui family of Suzhou. Ye Feng sighed, isn't that just Ye Feng, the young lady? So what if I'm a coward? Kui Ren said. He actually admired Ye Feng the most for securing a 2 billion investment in such a short time. Aside from the 1 billion in Ye Feng and the Ye family's accounts, the remaining 1 billion came from the 4 major families. Currently, only the Zhao family's money hasn't arrived, but that's a done deal. These were the 4 great families who had previously had no dealings with the Ye family, yet Ye Feng had managed to take them down. He had simply stabbed the young master of the elf business world in the back. Just then, a subordinate of Jinhu reported, Yang Teng has barged in. Our brothers couldn't stop him. No need to stop him, let him in. Ye Feng said casually, legs crossed. Soon, Yang Teng led 10 of his hand-picked experts into the office. Ye Feng, let's talk, Yang Teng frowned, getting straight to the point. Ye Feng, it's been a long time. The reason I'm here, young Master Ye, is to talk to you. Kui Ren smiled and said, I know Yang Teng, and we've known each other for over 10 years. Young Master Kui, what are you doing here? Yang Teng was startled. He was surprised that Ye Feng was so unguarded, but even more surprised that Kui Ren was there and flirting with Ye Feng. I've been on edge for a while now, Kui Ren chuckled and added, by the way, young Master Ye is my partner now. Young Master Yang, take it easy. So that's why Ye Feng dares to be so arrogant. He's allied with the Kui family, trying to use them to control me. But sorry, Kui Ren isn't the heir to the Kui family, and I don't need to give him face. Yang Teng snorted coldly and strode towards Ye Feng. Since Ye Feng dared to let me in so openly, I'll just go along with it. A rich second-generation heir can't possibly fight me. Yang Teng, didn't you say you wanted to talk? Then sit down and let's talk. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Then tell me how you want to talk. Yang Teng sneered, his steps not stopping. In a little while, all your businesses will be under our control. I hope you can transfer them all to me. Secondly, you came all the way from Suzhou to Elf, and your achievements in the martial arts world are due to your own strength and the support of your yoga sect. But you've already made a lot of money. I hope you can get out of Elf. Ye Feng said, are you kidding me? Yang Teng almost burst out laughing. No wonder Ye Feng asked him to pay a hefty sum last night. It turns out his real goal was his own business. But why should he, young master Ye, have the right to do so? Don't blame me for not warning you. We're only a dozen steps apart now. Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant for me. I advise you to rephrase your words, or even the Ye family won't be able to protect you, Yang Tang said fiercely. He didn't really want to kill Ye Feng, he just wanted to make him back down. In the future, when he sees him, it would be best if he could seize the Yuan point. Let the people of the martial world handle things. The Ye family, who are involved in the martial arts world, should interfere less. Yang Teng. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have yoga backing you up. You're just an outsider of yoga. Kui Ren spoke up. He knew Yang Teng was very strong, so he wanted to help Ye Feng. After all, no matter what, he was still his partner. Although yoga had a great reputation in Suzhou and its overall strength was stronger than the Kui family, Yang Teng was still an outsider. To put it bluntly, he wasn't really a member of yoga at all. Young Master Kui. This has nothing to do with you. I just wanted Ye Feng to reconsider her words. I've already been very polite. Yang Teng was getting closer and closer to Ye Feng, and her body was also moving excitedly. She knew that attacking Ye Feng would cause trouble later, but if she lost this round, how could she maintain her standing in the martial arts world? Besides, she really wanted to get revenge for that kick last time. Unexpectedly, Yang Teng actually moved Ye Feng. Anyone with a brain would know that. Although neither of them possessed martial arts skills, Ye Feng knew Yang Teng was a Jianghu person, a person of the martial arts world. When negotiations failed, action was necessary. But what exactly is the Jianghu? Is it based on force or on human relationships? The system alerted Ye Feng that Yang Teng's martial arts skill was as high as 800, and even with his fighting proficiency, the host would find it difficult to win. At this moment, the system's voice rang in his mind, yet Ye Feng remained calm. The system has exchanged 100 combat power points. Congratulations, host, the exchange was successful. 500 counterattack points were consumed. Current combat power is 300. System notification, current remaining counterattack points are 1,500. A few seconds later, Ye Feng felt full of strength, his whole body was inexhaustible. If the previous combat proficiency plus 200 combat power points. So now we can definitely take down Yang Teng. He's just a man of superior martial arts skills. But in a fight, besides martial arts, you also need to know your memory. Ye Feng, I'm giving you one last chance to reorganize your words. Otherwise, if you keep acting so arrogantly, my fists will teach you a lesson. Yang Teng walked up to Ye Feng and threw a punch. Young Master Ye, be careful. Ye Feng shouted hurriedly. Looking at Yang Teng's powerful punch, he was really worried about Ye Feng. Although he didn't know why he was so confident, he knew that Ye Feng definitely couldn't withstand this punch. He only heard a crisp sound. Ye Feng actually caught Yang Teng's fist with one palm. How could this be? Yang Teng was dumbfounded. He had almost held back with this punch. He wasn't strong enough to kill someone with a single punch, but Ye Feng was a rich second generation. In business, he was undoubtedly strong, especially in Lhasa. But why was he so powerful in combat? That was impossible. You think you're worthy of my rephrasing? Ye Feng sneered, immediately changing his move. With a move he was skilled at, he instantly seized Yang Teng's vitals, rendering him powerless. Ye Feng tossed Yang Teng aside, throwing him onto the coffee table. Tea spilled everywhere. And Yang Teng's head hit the table, scraping his skin and bleeding. Yang Teng's 10 men were all dumbfounded. They were all skilled fighters, but even combined, they couldn't compare to Yang Teng, let alone Ye Feng. They could only stand there, watching in disbelief. Wow, is this young Master Ye a monster? Ye Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Ye Feng's driving skills at the last race had already made him shudder, now this? Just how many more tricks was he hiding? Who the hell said he was a spendthrift? The rumors about Mata being mentally challenged proved false. Luckily, he hadn't gambled with Ye Feng, or he would have lost millions. Suddenly, he felt he'd struck gold. Yang Teng, I'll reiterate, transfer all your assets and get out of here. Ye Feng said calmly. Hey. Yang Teng, badly thrown, got up, covered in tea and coughing incessantly, but his eyes blazed with fury. Ye Feng, you're dreaming. What kind of skill is it to beat me? Let's keep this up and see how you devour my people who roam the martial world. Force is a primary condition, but not the core condition, because numbers can compensate for a lack of force unless the person is exceptionally strong. Even stronger than force is weaponry. Although guns are prohibited domestically, a cornered dog will jump over a wall, let alone a person. The current situation is unclear, but Yang Teng hasn't completely lost. Suddenly, Yang Teng's phone rang. It was his subordinate calling. Brother Yang, we've lost. All the venues are under Jinhu and Wang Xiaokeng's control. His subordinate said tremblingly on the phone. Yang Teng angrily cursed, Shan Bao was knocked out in one move. Brothers are taking him to the hospital. No way. Yang Teng shouted, I know Shan Bao's strength. Even if he's not. It wasn't a gasp of surprise, but a little girl, supposedly Ye Feng's bodyguard. Ye Feng's bodyguard. Hearing this, Yang Teng suddenly realized. He remembered that Ye Feng had indeed taken in a little girl as a bodyguard, and it seemed that the girl had broken Zhou Yang's hand with a single move. But how could Zhou Yang compare to Shan Pao? It seems Ye Feng's bodyguard skills need to improve a bit more. Yang Teng laughed helplessly. He was heartbroken. In less than an afternoon, all his hard work was about to vanish. Ye Feng and Uncle Yu were right, he couldn't be underestimated. His territory was now in Ye Feng's hands. Yang Teng knew he had no chance of turning the tables. Even if he continued like this, his fate would be even worse. The law of the jungle was the rule of this business, that was his initial understanding, and now he could only try. Let's talk. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Finally, a proper talk. If only things had been this smooth from the start. Last night, he only wanted Yang Tang to compensate him with a shadow, but since Yang Tang refused, Ye Feng chose to raise the price. He called Jinhu and Wang Xiaocheng, telling them to come back immediately. A dozen minutes later, Jinhu, Wang Xiaocheng, and Sen Fanglin arrived at the office as quickly as possible. Seeing Yang Tang, who was covered in tea and somewhat disheveled, the two roughly understood what had happened. Young Master Ye is that strong? Wang Xiaocheng exclaimed in surprise. Sen Fanglin, on the other hand, was very approachable. I already knew Ye Feng's strength was considerable, Jinhu said leisurely. When I first met Ye Feng, we were going to spar in the ring. But Wang Xiaocheng suddenly showed up and ruined it. Jinhu knew his strength was only about equal to Yang Tang's, but if Yang Tang lost, it meant he would lose too. Now it seemed Ye Feng wasn't arrogant back then, but truly possessed an invincible spirit. Jinhu admired Ye Feng again, not just for his strength, but even more so for his character. This older brother, more than 10 years his junior, convinced him, young man, stop daydreaming and come talk to me. Ye Feng beckoned Jinhu and Wang Xiaocheng to sit down and said to Yang Tang, how many shares do you hold in Elf's businesses? Name your price. Yang Tang chuckled inwardly. So Ye Feng wasn't trying to steal his shares, but... This is ridiculous. Fine, I'll name my price. Ye Feng held up one finger and said, 10 million. Yang Tang was speechless. Sure enough, this guy was trying to steal from Doomsday. Young Master Ye's heart is so ruthless. Yes, he wants the shares of hundreds of factories and hotels for 10 million. Jinhu and Wang Xiaocheng couldn't help but say, although as the victors, it's indeed the right thing to do, haha. Yang Tang gritted his teeth and replied, originally, his shares were worth at least 1 billion, but now they're only worth 1%. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to pay up. Ye Feng said to Jinhu and Wang Xiaocheng, I'm not familiar with the Night Factory's business, and my Night family can't spare so many people to manage so many companies for the time being. Ye Feng's focus remained on the commercial streets of Suzhou. Hao Jinhu and his companion nodded hastily and then signed a mixed equity transaction agreement with Yang Tang, secretly stipulating that Yang Tang would never set foot in Jinling again, otherwise he would face a compensation of 1 billion yuan. He could choose to hold shares, but Ye Feng would definitely demand them back. Simultaneously, Ye Feng also signed a phantom share agreement with Jinhu and Wang Xiaocheng. Ye Feng gave 90% of the shares, leaving only 10% for Jinhu and Wang Xiaocheng. Good heavens, Ye Xiao really pulled off a get-rich-quick scheme. Jinhu and Wang Xiaocheng exchanged a glance, feeling that Ye Feng was even more corrupt than the stars from Who's Who. But clearly, they underestimated Ye Feng. Many of these surveillance videos are from Yang Tang's group selling off their assets illegally. Their taxes are also incorrect. Take these documents to their legal representative and buy as many of the remaining shares as possible. Ye Feng instructed, in your previous life, you gave 200 million to a scheming woman to be her sweetheart, but that scheming woman gave all your money to her poor boyfriend. Despite being born into the richest family in the elves, you were still ruined by a poor divorcee with the protagonist's halo. You jumped off the rooftop in tears, but when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that in this life, you would live for yourself. Continued from the previous episode, Ye Feng. You might as well join the underworld. I've never seen anyone more ruthless than you. That's outrageous. You've completely outmaneuvered these shareholders. Jinhu and Wang Xiaocheng exchanged glances again. They hadn't expected Ye Feng to have these pieces of evidence collected for this purpose. Yang Tang's businesses all have other shareholders acting as legal representatives. If anything goes wrong, they take the blame themselves. And their combined shareholding is no less than Yang Tang's. Now that Yang Tang and his companies are evading taxes through illegal means, they've caught the legal representatives. Their shares are inevitably being acquired, even though they'll have to pay for it themselves. They'll still make a profit, no doubt about it. With the mentality of only a fool wouldn't take advantage of a good deal, they immediately exclaimed how tempting it was. And without Ye Feng, they couldn't have gotten their hands on Yang Tang and Ye Xiao. Let's get this done right away. Jinhu and Wang Xiaocheng were full of enthusiasm. They then started contacting the legal representatives of over 100 hotels and nightclubs. Wow, this is making me envious. He swallowed hard, realizing he had underestimated Ye Feng. His skills were truly unmatched. Moreover, from this day forward, the Ye family will likely dominate Elf City. Ye Feng is resourceful, ambitious, wealthy, and powerful. The Ye family will undoubtedly rise to prominence. The Ye family and Ye Feng can only be allies, never enemies. As the sun sets, Yang Tang will also leave the city he has worked so hard for years. According to the agreement signed with Ye Feng, he must return to Suzhou and never set foot in Elf City again. Brother Yang, it's all my fault for handling things poorly, otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so badly, Shan Bao said, head bowed. He hadn't fully recovered from his injuries when he woke up in the hospital and was preparing to leave with Yang Tang. It's not your fault, I underestimated Ye Feng's strength, Yang Tang sighed. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Do you still remember why I supported you coming to Elf? Asked the middle-aged man nicknamed Ghost Eye, named Yu Tianyao. Yang Tang nodded. As the son of a yoga master, he received almost no resources from yoga. Yang Tang, arrogant but lacking courage, wanted to venture into Elf, but was met with opposition from all his family members, including his grandfather and even his aunts. Only Yu Tianyao chose to support him. Yu Tianyao wasn't actually a member of yoga, so Yang Tang called him a shunner rather than a supporter, but Yu Tianyao held a very high position within yoga. He said that if he supported someone, no one would dare to oppose him. Back then, I saw that the Golden Bell had an imperial aura, but that Emperor was still in the shadows. I told you to wait for the right opportunity and then support that person, only then could you go higher and further. But unfortunately, all of this was ruined by Ye Feng. That's your fate, isn't it? Yu Tianyao sighed. If anyone else had said this, Yang Tang would have thought he was talking nonsense and might even have punched him. But who was Yu Tianyao? He was one of the elders of Li Tian and the successor of the contemporary Yin Yang school. His words wouldn't be wrong. Ye Feng, the west wind howling, the setting sun like blood, Yang Tang, his fists clenched, his teeth grinding fiercely. Although he calmly accepted his defeat, his hatred for Ye Feng was extremely intense. You are no match for Ye Feng. Don't even think about revenge. Yu Tianyao finished speaking, then gave him a polite look. But don't worry, I observe that Ye Feng's fate is that of a celestial ghost. This person will definitely die a violent death in the future. Yes, I told you before about those who have the bearing of an emperor but not the destiny of one, Yu Tianyao nodded. There are many such people in history, such as Lu Xian of the Western Han Dynasty, Sun Ce of the Eastern Wu Dynasty, and Sima Shi of the Cao Wei Dynasty. He listed these three as ruthless and brilliant figures in history, but their final fates were tragic. Don't worry, evil will be dealt with by heaven. As long as Ye Feng encounters that true emperor with the bearing of an emperor, he will definitely die a terrible death, Yu Tianyao whispered. But in his heart, he was also somewhat puzzled as to why that imperial aura had suddenly weakened considerably recently. Perhaps it was because the spirits no longer needed vessels. Yu Tianyao thought this way, but he didn't know what he meant by. The system's voice echoed in Ye Feng's mind in the office. The system message read, "Congratulations, host, for altering the original plot. Plundering supernatural aura rewards you with 500 counterattack points. Congratulations, host, for achieving what originally belonged to the supernatural. Dominating the spirits rewards you with 1000 counterattack points. System notification, current counterattack points, 3000. Male protagonist supernatural aura points, 2000. System notification, supernatural aura has not yet fallen below the level of divine miracle aura. Please continue your efforts. Ling Ai reigns supreme among the elves, with Jinhu and Yang Teng as his subordinates. Yang Teng, in particular, is practically Ling Ai's ex-wife's #1 follower. Now, Jinhu is his younger brother, and Yang Teng has been expelled from the elves. However, Ye Feng knows he should try to get closer to Ling Ai in the future. He understands that as long as Ling Ai possesses the invincible contract, he could rise to power at any time, and he himself will remain the pitiful villain. No matter how strong or ruthless the methods, they are completely insignificant under the protagonist's supernatural aura. Meanwhile, Jinhu and Wang Xiaokeng's negotiations with the legal representatives regarding shares went very smoothly. The shareholders, outwardly smiling but inwardly cursing, handed over their shares. Jinhu and Wang Xiaocheng spent less than 10 million. Finally, the shares of the night-long hotel in the southern district, originally valued at 2 billion, fell into Ye Feng's hands. Conservatively estimated, the monthly net profit would be around 50 million, and the annual net profit would reach 600 million, with 90% handed over to Ye Feng. Of course, Ye Feng could choose to sell these shares and directly cash out his 90% stake. Currently, the Ye family has no shortage of cash in their accounts. With their foray into the clothing market and the acquisition of the Ye family hotel in the south of the city, their financial strength completely surpasses that of the four major families. The Ye family can truly be considered the overlord of the elf world. That evening, Ye Feng returned home to rest, browsing news in the elf business world. Today's events had indeed caused quite a stir, shocking both the business world and the martial arts community. In the comments section, those who supported the Ye family and those who opposed their hegemony were arguing. They opposed the Ye family's unbridled expansion and complete disregard for rules. However, Ye Feng didn't care about the anger of the weak, he only grumbled a few times. He considered his actions reasonable and legal. Last time, Ye Longzhou, Ye's father, went to the Zhao family to discuss investment, but the Zhao family was too busy at the time, so they planned to discuss it in detail later. Now, Zhao Hongying's call was most likely about this matter. Upon answering the phone, Ye Feng exclaimed, "Congratulations on your fortune, young master Yat." He couldn't tell if Zhao Hongying was praising him or being sarcastic. Getting rich is nothing, Ye Feng replied with a generous smile. The main thing is that I can't let anyone bully the Ye family, especially not my woman. In the original novel, Zhao Hongying was also part of the supernatural harem. He was also one of Ye Feng's targets. Last time, during the racing competition, he rejected Ye Feng's WeChat message, so there was no need to be too rigid with him this time. After all, with comeback points, one could exchange for more and better things in the system shop, and only by plundering supernatural artifacts could Ye Feng bring him down from his pedestal. Enough with this tactic again. Zhao Hongying couldn't help but roll her eyes. Young master Yat, why do you always use women as an excuse to step on people? But upon closer inspection, Ye Feng had indeed cut off Ye Feng's path while pursuing his love interest. Finally, Zhao Hongying could only express her frustration with her methods. Then, she coaxed, "Young master Yat, didn't you want to invest in that commercial street in Suzhou? I just got off work, let's talk about it. It's already 10 o'clock, you just got off work." Ye Feng felt she was being sarcastic. He'd been busy restructuring the company lately, and only had a little free time today. Zhao Hongying sighed brightly on the phone. "All right, come to Gu Yunxiang, I'll treat you to tea," Ye Feng said with a smile. As long as Zhao Hongying wasn't hungry, Ye Feng wasn't incapable of getting along with her. A dozen minutes later, Gu Yunxiang and Zhao Hongying exclaimed, "I want to get rich." This confirmed Ye Feng's suspicion that the woman was indeed working overtime. "Aren't you the heir of the Zhao family? Why are you working so hard?" Ye Feng had also encountered similar situations. Leaving aside how leisurely he was, even Chen Zigzun, that unfortunate kid who was forced to work at the company by his father, worked a 9-to-5 job. Both were heirs, so the difference in treatment was quite significant. There's nothing I can do. My Zhao family has only been worshipped 3 times by that guy Zhao Hongduo. Unlike young Master Yat, who can return to his family at any time, I admire Zhao Hongying. You're being sarcastic, aren't you? Ye Feng, jealous. Can't this woman have a proper conversation? She's really killing the conversation. No, I genuinely admire young Master Yat. To be honest, I used to think you were pretty useless. The Ye family would be wiped out by you sooner or later. But now it seems you are very shrewd and ambitious. No one dares to challenge your prowess. This is something even your father couldn't do, yet you have accomplished it. Moreover, the Ye family has become even stronger under your leadership. I truly admire you, young Master Yat. There's no need to misunderstand. Besides, those who achieve great things must use any means necessary. To expand territory, one must conquer opponents. And throughout history, those who achieve great things have always achieved lasting success. Knowing that the spring and autumn period was no different from the warring states period, the feudal lords actually made peace with each other. Zhao Hongying's originally cold eye suddenly turned fervent. He truly admired Ye Feng's methods, both overt and covert. He also admitted that he had understood it back then. Hearing the woman in front of him flattering him, Ye Feng just laughed and said, I'm not that good. I just have some money in my family. No one is born a nobleman. I firmly believe in what Han Fiza said, a prime minister must rise from the Zhou dynasty, and a fierce general must rise from the feet. Zhao Hongying's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Was Ye Feng holding a grudge? The last time they met at the KTV, he had said something to Ye Feng that roughly meant, Ye Feng, don't be so indifferent. A little money at home will eventually be squandered. Ling Ai is the real genius. Zhao Hongying blushed and said. Ye Xiao, I was blind before, please forgive me. Ling Ai is a good worker, but his talent can't compare to Ye Xiao's. Don't say that, I actually quite admire Ling Ai. I think he would excel as a security guard. Ye Feng insisted. I've seen that high-end commercial project in Muzhou and I think it has great potential, but apart from you and our 4 major families getting involved, the Kui family of Muzhou and another big boss will also be involved. It's said that the land was acquired through that big boss. Even if we invest a small amount, we probably won't have much say. Zhao Hongying's concerns are not unfounded. A 3 billion investment requires 1 billion to acquire the land and 2 billion to build the commercial street. But anyone who has been in real estate knows that acquiring the land is the hardest part compared to building construction. Whoever acquires the land has the power. Once the commercial street is completed, the subsequent profits will come from 2 sources, rent and merchandise sales. The power dynamics are deeply entrenched, whoever holds the power decides which products get on the market. This is the most crucial point, the Zhao family has this need, as do the Wang, Chen, and Zhou families, and of course, the Ye family is no exception. But what about the Kui family and that big boss who acquired the land in Suzhou? Don't they have this need too? If Ye Feng can't take the initiative, it means others will eat the meat while he can only drink the soup. But clearly, this doesn't fit Ye Feng's style. So Zhao Hongying looked at Ye Feng with her eyes wide open. You don't need to worry about this, she said. I'm always the one snatching food from others' mouths. When did it become my turn to spit out the flesh of the ancestor of thieves? Ye Feng smiled contemptuously. The reason he was willing to work with Kui Ren on the commercial street was not only to make money, but also to expand the Ye family's influence. He wanted to let them leave the elite world. A big boss like Ye Feng could easily be dismissed. Young Master Yat, forgive my bluntness, but your analogy is truly apt, Zhao Hongying said with a smile. But since Ye Feng said so, Zhao Hongying naturally believed him. After all, she had witnessed Ye Feng's achievements and style of doing things over this period. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongying found that the more she looked at Ye Feng, the more pleasing he became, and she also discovered. Besides being talented, Ye Feng is actually quite handsome. Ding, congratulations, host. Zhao Hongying's favorability towards you has increased. Host's charm value increased by 200. Hidden charm value decreased by 200. Asterisk system notification asterisk hidden charm value increased by 100. Asterisk system notification asterisk host's current charm value is 500. Host's affinity has increased, making it easier to gain favor with others. Ding, host has unlocked a derivative skill due to high charm value, evil smile what skill? Ye Feng was shocked. In your previous life, you were worth 200 million to be a sweetheart to a green tea girl, but that green tea girl gave all your money to her poor boyfriend. Even though you were born into the most powerful family in the elves. Yet, you were still ruined by a poor divorcee with the protagonist's halo, and your family was destroyed. You, in tears, jumped off the rooftop. But when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that in this life, you would fight back against your raging fire. Ding, host has acquired the skill King's Aura. Host can unleash an aura to suppress opponents genetically. It is suggested to combine this skill with bewitchment for even greater effect. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. This skill sounds quite practical. What is genetic suppression? It's like a little lamb being so scared of a big bad wolf that it can't even close its legs. After establishing a good relationship with Zhao Hongying and mastering the skills, it was almost 11 o'clock. Zhao Hongying was in high spirits because they were going to Suzhou to invest, but Ye Feng was going back to sleep. Even with high stamina, a regular schedule was essential, health was the foundation of everything. Zhao Hongying was helpless. She wanted to ask Ye Feng more about his methods for dealing with the big boss in Suzhou, but since Ye Feng needed to rest, she couldn't elaborate. She had no doubt about Ye Feng's abilities and methods, she only needed to transfer the investment funds to him to be worry-free. Perhaps following Ye Feng would not only secure her position as the heir of the Zhao family, it can also elevate my Zhao family to a higher level. Our previous alliance with the Ye family was forced upon us. Perhaps it really was a blessing or a curse. On the way back, Zhao Hongying thought of Ye Feng's handsome mask and his extraordinary temperament. Zhao Hongying's smile became excessively sweet, even melting the ice on her face. At this moment, Ye Feng was pondering another matter. There are two ways to make money in Financial Street, one is to collect rent, and the other is to sell his family's products. But Ye Feng had a third. When building the commercial street, he needed design, building materials, construction, and other work. The profits from this were also considerable. There was no room for illicit money, he couldn't just take advantage of it. Jianhao's side probably wouldn't last much longer, right? Ye Feng. As long as he consolidates the resources, he can bring his wife back from the brink of death. Secondly, Ye Feng needs to prepare for the bad money when building the commercial street. Given Bai Jianhao's current dire financial situation, he will become a defaulter in 5 days at most. Sure enough, on the third day, Bai Jianhao couldn't hold on any longer. Looking at the scorching June sun, he felt a loneliness and coldness in his heart, but had no way to dispel it. Helpless, he mustered up his courage and made a phone call to the Chen family. The Chen family's business involves real estate and they have many contractors under their command. The two sides had cooperated before, which is why they were able to call Chen Tianli, the head of the Chen family, on Bai Jianhao's birthday. Hello, Mr. Bai. The person who answered the phone is Chen Zixun, the young master of the Chen family. How come it's Chairman Chen? Bai Jianhao was taken aback. He had called Chen Tianli, but his father was in a meeting. Just tell me what's wrong, I can make the decision, Chen Zixun said with a smile. All right then, Bai Jianhao thought to himself, Chen Zixun is, after all, the heir of the Chen family. He immediately said, Chairman Chen, it's like this, our Beiyishi building materials is about to go bankrupt and needs an investment of 200 million yuan. Do you think we can discuss this? Given his previous failed attempts to attract investment, Bai Jianhao quickly tried to persuade him, saying, I won't let you invest for nothing. We can give up some shares. 2 shares, please. No problem. Chen Zixun readily agreed. Bai Jianhao was stunned. This young Master Chen was so easygoing. What about the previous times when he was rejected for investment, and the other party even wanted to buy him at a low price? Why did Chen Zixun's words seem so unreliable? Bai Jianhao suppressed his excitement and asked in a trembling voice, Young Master Bai, are you kidding me? Didn't you tease me first? Chen Zixun said with an unwavering smile. Don't you know Ye Xiao and I are brothers? He wants to acquire your funeral services. Do you think I'd invest in you? You're always thinking about it. Bai Jianhao suppressed his anger. He realized the other party was just playing him, but he still patiently said, Young Master Chen, if investment isn't feasible, we can talk about acquisition. Acquisition was also an option. Bai Jianhao nodded quickly, he had completely given up hope. The path of attracting investment was simply not working. He'd actually been thinking these past few days about whether to just sell the company, but the key question was how much he could get for it. Ye Feng's offer of 10 million was really too low, it wouldn't even be enough to appease a beggar. He continued, Chen Shang, why don't you name a price? I'll see if I can accept it. Anyway, it's cheap now. Name a price. Okay. Chen Zixun exclaimed generously, how much is 100 yuan? Bai Jianhao, finally losing his temper, shouted, you, surnamed Chen, I kindly sold you the company, yet you repeatedly mock me. Do you really think I, Bai Jianhao, am easy to bully? Yes, you are easy to bully. If you don't believe me, let's meet in real life. Chen Zixun picked his nose and said, you son of a bitch. Bai Jianhao was instantly humiliated and furious. He slammed down the phone. This son of a bitch was going too far. Inside the room, Bai Jianhao was furious and kicked the wall, but he quickly remembered. The villa, worth over 10 million, has already been sold and will be handed over next month. He hurriedly went to wipe the footprints on the wall. Mom and Dad have finished cooking. Come downstairs and eat. At this moment, Bai Susu timidly sighed and said, get in. It's all because of you, you good for nothing. If you had obeyed Ye Feng earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Damn it, you missed out on a perfectly good opportunity. Get out. I'm furious just seeing you now. Under the wrath of the emperor, Bai Jianhao dared not provoke Chen Zixun, so he could only use his daughter to vent his anger. Dad. Is this my fault? I've already made peace with Ye Feng. He doesn't agree to invest. What more do you want from me? Bai Susu felt wronged, tears welling up in his eyes. He didn't even eat, ran back to his room, and called Ling Ai. Ling Ai, I don't want to stay in this house anymore. Chen Tianli was in a meeting at the Chen Group building. Only Ye Feng and Chen Zixun were drinking tea in the office. I estimate Bai Jianhao will have to eat with you in 2 days at most, Chen Zixun said with a smile. Ye Feng offered 10 million to acquire the Bai Group. Although the price was particularly low, he made the offer, so those who wanted to challenge the Bai Group's dominance could only give up. After all, no one in the elves dares to go against Ye Feng now, otherwise the Zhang family and Yang Tang would suffer the same fate. The Ye family now has enough prestige. Thinking of Bai Jianhao's daughter, Chen Zixun couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, young master Ye, what do you plan to do about Bai Susu? If you were to use the formula now, I think you could take her down in one fell swoop. Ye Feng looked at him and said, young master Ye, let's not beat around the bush. I know what you're thinking. You've been Bai Susu's sweet fruit for so many years. Although you've finally realized your mistake, you certainly won't accept defeat so easily. Perhaps you don't like Bai Susu, but a desire to conquer her will surely ignite within you. You may not win Bai Susu's heart, but at least you can have her. He said this with a wicked grin. As men, we all understand. As a playboy who's been through countless romances, no one understands men better than Chen Zigzun. What are you talking about? I have a girlfriend. Ye Feng was speechless. While it was true, as Chen Zigzun said, if he only took the initiative, he might not get Bai Susu's body, but he could get her body. But this held no appeal for Ye Feng. No normal person would like a green TB*TCH, right? In the original novel, Bai Susu, as the female lead, only had feelings for Ye Feng. Let Ye Feng farm his comeback points. Of course, once the supernatural aura points are all plundered, the water in Bai Susu's brain will naturally be drained. Anyone with a normal brain knows that a rich second generation is more worthy of admiration than a poor man. Besides, Gu Yunxiang is such a good girl, why should you be fickle? Did I say something wrong? Chen Zigzun looked puzzled. This doesn't make sense. How could he misjudge someone? Aren't men more interested in what they can't get, and then lose interest after getting it? Let's not discuss this. Seriously, doesn't your Chen family have a lot of contractors? Borrow them for me. Ye Feng had the idea of making easy money again. Building a high-end commercial street in Suzhou. Besides the raw materials, the construction team yet. The profit here is definitely no less than selling raw materials. Ye Feng can also get some cash back. Whether it's the night-long hotel or selling clothes, the recovery is too slow. It only adds up to 1 dose a month. If he can make a fortune while building the commercial street, he can at least get back 700 or 800 million. Can he become rich overnight? Chen Zigzun was also tempted. Yan Mang said, no problem, but young master yet, you have to share the work with us. Share what? You can lend it or not. Ye Feng was unwilling. Chen Zigzun could see that Ye Feng was a miser. He could be a brother. But there was no way he could take meat from Ye Feng's mouth. But Chen Zigzun couldn't refuse to lend. After all, Ye Feng had already given him a profit by investing in the elf commercial street. He could easily take out 2 billion in cash to invest in egg, which might cause problems with the Ye family's cash reserves. Having the 4 major families invest would not only utilize their resources but also solidify the Ye family's position among the elves. While the Ye family is currently the undisputed hegemon of the elves, joining forces with the 4 major families could make them even bigger and stronger. The pie needs to be shaped together to grow bigger. Ultimately, Chen Zigzun had no choice but to agree to Ye Feng's request to borrow the construction team. After all, these contractors were idle anyway. It's perfect timing to let them make some money while the Suzhou commercial street is under construction, which will also secure their loyalty to the Chen family. The Chen family won't lose out anyway. But Chen Zigzun was still a little curious. Young master yet, why are you so determined? The construction of the commercial street fell to you. I remember that big boss who bid for the land in Suzhou also had this idea. Do you think this local bigwig is afraid of you, a national general? Chen Zigzun's worries were exactly the same as Zhao Hongying's. Let's make a bet. Ye Feng said with a smile. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Zigzun quickly waved his hand. No bet, no bet. I don't have any money. Young master yet, don't trick me. Damn, why are you acting like that guy who's always in pain? What if you win the bet? Ye Feng, will you, Chen Zigzun? Impossible. Young master yet, your arrogance is too much. I can't win the bet. How the hell do you all know about my land? If this continues, can't I just happily make money? The construction team on the Chen family side is done. Next, Ye Feng only needs to wait for Bai Jianhao to take the initiative to sell Bai Shijian. As soon as the Bullet and So commercial street starts construction next month, Ye Feng can lie down and count money. Bai family villa. Dad, are you really planning to sell the company? Looking at her anxious father who was pacing back and forth in the living room, Bai Susu also began to worry. The elves would only take advantage of the situation, especially Ye Feng, who actually wanted to buy her father for only 10 million. The worst part is that if her father can't repay his debts in 2 days, he'll become a defaulter. Bai Susu can't accept the fact that she'll become the daughter of a defaulter. This will have a significant impact on her music career. Moreover, the Bai family used to be quite wealthy, which makes it impossible for Bai Susu, who is used to a life of luxury, to persuade him. So what if it's not for sale? If you're so capable, go and get Ye Feng to invest in this worthless thing. Bai Jianhao scolded in frustration. Dad, why are you bringing this up again? Bai Susu was dissatisfied. She had originally meant well to discuss it with her father, but her father only knew how to get angry. She said aggrievedly, is there no one else besides Ye Feng who can save our Bai family? Bai Jianhao sarcastically remarked, Dad, why are you still looking at Ling Ai with prejudice? Ling Ai might not be any worse than Ye Feng. Don't forget, Ling Ai is skilled in antique swords. He told me before that he found out about Yu Shan's 10,000 eyebrows ink painting at the antique market. Although Yu Shan isn't as famous as Ni Zan, his 10,000 eyebrows ink painting is no less impressive than that Swallows and Sunset Glow painting. It's worth tens of millions. Bai Susu asked. Are you serious? Bai Jianhao was overjoyed. He didn't understand the language, but he knew how valuable ancient sayings were. If it was really worth tens of millions, not only could he keep his millions of dollars, but he could also keep millions more. In this way, Bai Jianhao would naturally not need to sell the company to benefit that guy Ye Feng. He said, if Lin Yi can really get the words, then he is my benefactor. Bai Jianhao, will definitely treat him well. As long as Dad, you don't underestimate him anymore. Bai Susu pouted and said, last time on Father's birthday, Father even kicked Brother Lin Yi out. It's all thanks to Brother Lin Yi for not holding a grudge and even complaining. But as long as Brother Lin Yi can help Father solve the economic crisis, Father won't oppose me in the future. Thinking of this, Bai Susu smiled happily. That evening, Ye Feng had just returned to the villa when he received a call from the master painter Yan Wenjing. Since their last meeting at the Bai family villa, Yan Wenjing had continued his travels in Jiangnan. However, Ye Feng, well versed in the original novel, knew that Yan Wenjing's call was to offer a fortuitous opportunity, an opportunity originally related to the supernatural. Now, Ye Feng smiled, a slight smile playing on his lips as he answered the phone. In my previous life, I was so happy. I gave 200 million to a green tea bitch to be her sweetheart, but that green tea bitch gave all your money to her poor boyfriend. Even though you were born into the richest family in the elves, you were still cheated on by that poor guy with the protagonist's halo. Han Lei jumped off the rooftop, but when you opened your eyes again, you found yourself reborn. You decided that in this life you would avenge yourself. Continuing from the previous episode, young friend Ye Feng, I'm so sorry to call you so late. I have something to ask you. Young friend, do you have time tomorrow? Yan Wenjing said on the phone. Master Yan, there's no need to be so polite. Just let me know if you need anything. Ye Feng replied politely. Yan Wenjing is not only a master of traditional Chinese painting, but also holds a very high social status. He has 3,000 disciples who are spread throughout the country. Moreover, he's here to deliver an opportunity. Ye Feng naturally had to treat him with courtesy. Young friend, you're really something. But it's nothing serious. I need your help with an ancient painting. If you're interested, then let's meet at the Zijing Tower tomorrow at noon. Yan Wenjing smiled and said, okay, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Ye Feng smiled and replied, the opportunity Yan Wenjing mentioned is that ancient painting called 10,000 Eyebrows Xian ink painting. The painting itself isn't important, what matters is that its provenance involves someone extremely useful to Ye Feng. However, this doesn't need to be explicitly stated. Having thoroughly read the original novel, Ye Feng naturally knows that the painting Yan Wenjing possesses is a fake, and Zhenji's is still in the antique market, about to be acquired by Ling Ai. The next morning, Ye Feng drove to the antique street and found Ling Ai at an inconspicuous stall. Ling Ai had already exchanged money for the painting, the 10,000 Eyebrows ink painting, and had it firmly in his grasp. This time, it should be foolproof, right? A smile played on Ling Ai's lips, ever since the last autumn swallows and sunset glow painting. After being robbed by Ye Feng, he almost developed a psychological aversion to money. This time, Lin Yi returned to the antique street to help Bai Susu resolve her family's financial problems. Lin Yi wasn't particularly concerned about money, he had a premonition that he would rise to prominence and have countless riches in the future. Everything he did was for his goddess, Bai Susu. Lin Yi, what a coincidence, you're buying me things again. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave with the words, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He instinctively wanted to slap the owner of that voice. Turning around, sure enough, it was Ye Feng, smiling as he got out of the car. Ye Feng gripped the ancient painting in Lin Yi's hand and subconsciously took a half step back. He had a vague sense of foreboding. How much is this painting? Ye Feng stepped forward and pointed at the painting in Lin Yi's hand, asking, you mean this painting? Young man, you have a good eye. This painting is said to be an authentic work from the Ming dynasty. 8,000 yuan? I'll give it to you cheaply. Wait, no, the stall owner, a wealthy woman, shook her head and said, young man, this painting has already been sold. Why don't you choose another one? I have many good paintings here. No, I want this one. Ye Feng continued, but it's already sold. We have to be honest in business, don't we? The stall owner, straightforward as ever, said. He knew Ye Feng's expensive car meant he was definitely rich and powerful, but he also had his own principles. 2,000 won't do, old man. I'm a man of integrity in business, Ye Feng continued, raising the price to 10,000. If it's okay, I'll buy it, if not, I'll look elsewhere. This guy was indeed trying to steal the spotlight. Having learned from his previous experience, he reacted quickly, preparing to run away immediately. You brat, give me back my words, the street vendor reacted decisively. Taking advantage of Lin Yi's attempt to leave, the vendor nimbly snatched the words from his hand and swiftly threw the 1,000 yuan Lin Yi had paid in his face. Young man, these words are yours, the stall owner chuckled, handing the words to Ye Feng. Boss, didn't you say you were a businessman who was always right? Lin Yi's eyebrows furrowed slightly with jealousy. He hadn't expected this fat old man to be able to steal the words from his grasp. Moreover, someone who would betray their integrity for just 10,000 yuan is incredibly cunning. It's like saying, back when I first ventured out into the world with 2 butcher knives, I was worshipping a high-ranking official. Tell me, am I honest or not? The money's already refunded you, so get the hell out of here. If you keep avoiding me, I'll beat you up. The street vendor's generous exchange with Ye Feng, then their clash of energies, left Ling Ai speechless. Ling Ai felt like he'd been cursed, he didn't want to argue with the vendor. Looking at the 10,000 yuan calligraphy scroll in Ye Feng's hand, he wanted to snatch it. Hey, classmate, I'm leaving now. Remember to call me next time you buy something so I can give you a commission. Ye Feng smiled kindly, then got into his car with the calligraphy scroll. He vanished in a flash. In the end, Ling Ai restrained himself from using force. He had heard that even the powerful gangster Yang Teng had fallen to Ye Feng. In terms of fighting skills, he was no match for Yang Teng. Who knew when Ye Feng had become so capable? This was illogical. At that moment, Ling Ai's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and broke out in a cold sweat because the caller was Bai Jianhao. Ling Ai still chose to answer the phone. Ling Ai casually asked, did you buy it? Where are you on the antique street? I'll come find you. Bai Jianhao said excitedly on the phone, thinking that 10 million was about to be in his hands. Even his tone when speaking to Lin Yi became 3 degrees more benevolent. Uncle Bai, let me explain. I just bought that ancient painting, but Ye Feng suddenly appeared and snatched it away. Lin Yi said, what? Bai Jianhao shouted on the phone that Ye Feng stole your painting again? Yes, I'll return the money later. Lin Yi said awkwardly, Bai Jianhao paid for the painting. You're out of your mind. You actually believed you could get me money? Turns out you were just kidding me. Bai Jianhao cursed on the phone. Uncle Bai, it's really Ye Feng who stole the show. Ling Ai tried to defend himself, but Bai Jianhao was completely unconvinced. He yelled, do you think you are some kind of old man? Ye Feng has nothing better to do than follow you around all day. Although Bai Jianhao didn't like Ye Feng now, he despised Ling Ai even more. He believed that Ling Ai was definitely the one who messed things up. Either the calligraphy and painting were real and had been bought in advance, or they were fake. Ling Ai was using Ye Feng as an excuse. Bai Jianhao's mind was racing. He looked at Bai Susu beside him. Don't blame me for not wanting your name. Uncle Bai was shocked and was about to continue explaining when suddenly, with a snap, Bai Jianhao hung up the phone. That son of a bitch Ye Feng, can't he do anything right every day? Uncle Bai was furious and wanted to buy a shovel and dig up Ye Feng's ancestral grave. However, the anger of the weak is at most a few complaints, and Uncle Bai didn't have the strength or courage to dig up someone else's ancestral grave. But Ye Feng was now happily carrying his ghost story to the Zijinluo where he had arranged to meet Yan Wenjing. Sir, the Zijinluo is booked today. Please forgive us, we can no longer accept guests. Please leave. He had just parked his car. Ye Feng heard the security guard issue the eviction order and quickly moved the car. We don't accept guests from Zijinluo today, the guard said. He stepped forward and knocked on the car window. Zijinluo was one of the most prestigious buildings in the area, and its owner was a business tycoon. So, he didn't care who the owner of this Rolls-Royce was. Ye Feng rolled down the window and saw that the security guard was a burly man with a baton at his waist, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. But a second later, a middle-aged fat man with a protruding head rushed forward and slapped the guard's round head, yelling, "Are you a pig? Don't you even recognize young Master Yi's car?" Ye Feng, unparalleled in his status, was hailed as the #1 rich second generation among the elves, even overshadowing his father, Ye Longzhou. This idiot security guard is truly blind, how dare he give Ye Xiaomo his parking space? The bald, fat manager secretly rejoiced that he hadn't seen or made a mistake. Didn't the boss say that Master Wu has booked the place today, and no one else is allowed to enter? The security guard said aggrievedly. He had just come from a remote mountain village and had no concept of the big shots in the elves. The most powerful person he had ever seen was his own boss, his orders were like imperial edicts. And Master Wu, as his boss's friend, was like a high-ranking official. You're a pig. You really are a pig, the bald, fat manager thought, his lungs about to explode. How could his subordinate be so stupid? If you anger Ye Feng, be careful, the restaurant might be bought out for $100. Right now, the most important thing is to sit with Ye Feng. You must be obedient to Ye Feng, follow his orders, obey his commands, and be submissive to him. You must accept Ye Feng's temper, tolerate his temper, give way to him when walking, and remember his license plate number. He said, "Young Master Yat, this security guard is new and doesn't represent the restaurant's attitude. Please don't take it to heart." Then he slapped the security guard on the head again. "Equator, apologize to young Master Yat or you'll lose your bonus this month." "Young Master Yat, sorry." Hearing that his bonus would be deducted, the burly security guard immediately apologized. A 200 yuan bonus is no small amount. Seeing this guy's appearance, Ye Feng was speechless. In addition, he was in a good mood today and didn't bother to argue with him. But this security guard's character. Unconsciously, Ye Feng was reminded of the supernatural again. It seemed that being a security guard wasn't something anyone could do. With Ling Ai's abilities, he could definitely do the job exceptionally well. He'd talk to Zhao Hongying another day. Ye Feng had some impression of Master Wu, he was a friend of the owner of Zijinluo and also a renowned antique collector. That exquisite painting, 10,000 eyebrows Xian ink painting, was in his possession. He even wanted to sell it for 10 million. "Old Yan, it's already midnight. Is your friend still coming? Please forgive my bluntness, but Master Wu's ancient painting. This is absolutely a genuine work by Master Yu Shan. I've been in the health insurance industry for decades and I would never be wrong. Elder Yan, don't you also think this is most likely a genuine work? Young Master Yu, if you really want this ancient painting, you should hurry up and get it before you miss this opportunity." The people in the private room started urging each other on, all trying to make an impression on Master Wu. Yan Wenjing has a very high status in the Chinese painting industry and is a powerful and influential person in the country, but this is a place for spirits, not within his sphere of influence. Besides, if this painting can really be sold, everyone will get a share of the profits. Master Wu is a thin, middle-aged man from the Ming and Qing dynasties. He is serious and reserved, but he is eloquent. He knows perfectly well what he's doing. These words were actually from Yingpan, but because of some unusual aspects, even the expert Yan Wenjing could only discern a clue, not be certain that he was Yingpan. As for the friend he called to help deliver the message, Master Wu, he had already made arrangements. He was a good friend of the restaurant owner and had already given instructions that the restaurant was booked for the day, and no outsiders were allowed to enter. If anyone did, they would be forcibly evicted. To ensure everything went smoothly, he even blocked the restaurant's signal, preventing them from making phone calls. Even if Yan Wenjing found out, that was a matter for later. As long as he delivered these words, he didn't care what happened afterward. He was doing the work of a con artist. "Is this ancient painting genuine, Elder Yan?" Yu Hongliang, standing nearby, had some questions. He was indeed afraid of missing a golden opportunity because the painter, Yu Shan, was their family's ancestor. Yu Hongliang had just been appointed as the heir of the Suzhou Yu family, and his position was not yet secure. He needed to contribute to the family to consolidate his power, and the appearance of this ancient painting was a godsend. The only thing to consider was its authenticity, which was why he had asked Yan Wenjing for help. Yu Hongliang was his student, though he didn't specialize in traditional Chinese painting. No rush, wait a bit longer, Yan Wenjing said unhurriedly. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Young Master Yu, he said, if you want it, we'll offer 10 million. If not, I'll leave. Forgive my bluntness, but I don't know anyone who wants to buy my painting. Master Wu is starting to urge people on, this is part of his planned strategy. Yu Hongliang hesitated. 10 million was a small matter, what he cared about was whether those words were true or false. If he bought it at a higher price, he would not only lose money but also be ridiculed, which would negatively impact his position as heir. Wait a bit longer, I'm not in a hurry. What's the rush? Yan Wenjing said expressionlessly. After all, he was a powerful figure. Although he was usually gentle, his aura was very strong. Moreover, Yan Wenjing would never do anything he wasn't sure of, let alone betray his student. Fortunately, Yu Hongliang nodded. Master Wu felt a little uncomfortable. Although he could ignore Yan Wenjing, he dared not disrespect him. Besides, he couldn't really leave, otherwise, who would he be fooling? Currently, Yu Hongliang was the only sucker. Then I'll give Master Yan face and wait a little longer. Master Wu wasn't in a hurry. He was certain that Yu Hongliang's painting was valuable to him. This has far exceeded its original significance. If it were bought back and were genuine, it would definitely be a family heirloom. All I have to do now is wait a little longer. As for the Master Yan Wenjing mentioned, he definitely won't be there. Old Yan, I'm sorry I'm late, Ye Feng suddenly came in. He wanted to call Yan Wenjing, but found his phone had no signal, so he had the chubby manager bring him in, which is why it took a little longer. Young friend, you finally arrived. Yan Wenjing said with a smile. Come and see if this painting is truly good. Ye Feng stepped forward, ready to go through the formalities. Wait. Suddenly, Master Wu interrupted, Elder Yan, I'm only staying here because of you and young Master Yu. There are plenty of people who want my painting, and my words, Wu Xiong's words, aren't something just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can read. Finally, Wu Xiong raised an eyebrow at Ye Feng with a murderous glint in his eye. He thought this young man was too young to understand sword manuals, but he was, after all, someone Yan Wenjing had invited. Wu Xiong dared not presume to judge him. However, Wu Xiong didn't notice that the sword manual masters he had invited to set up this stage were looking at Ye Feng with a strange gaze.